Chapter 1, Brothers. Exciting news. Chun Liang has just drawn the longevity pill from the green roulette. What? Doesn't it cost 10 years of life to spin the green roulette? The key point is the longevity pill drawn from a green roulette can extend one's lifespan by at least 100 years, right? Paying 10 years to gain 100? This is an incredible profit. Such a pity, Sai. It's unfortunate that Chun Liang, like us, is merely a lifespan worm raised by the Happy Club. A lifespan worm, in essence, is a reservoir of the strong's lifespans. Anything we draw from the roulette, whether good or bad, must be surrendered to the club. The longevity pill that Chun Liang drew will be ruthlessly confiscated by the club. It can never fall into his own hands. Sai, let's not be too pessimistic. Though the lifespan worms are of humble status, and the items drawn from the roulette do not belong to us, at least we do not have to face the beast directly. Even if a beast is drawn from the roulette, it will be dealt with by the club's big shots, leaving the lifespan worms with no worries. Honestly, I think it's quite good to be a lifespan worm in the Happy Club. At least our lives are not under threat. And for those like Chun Liang who draw the longevity pill, the club will even reward them. After drawing the longevity pill, Chun Liang should be able to move into a better single room. He won't have to go hungry anymore. What's so enviable about living in a single room? What's there to be proud of being a lifespan worm? A tattooed thug lay lazily on a straw mat, his eyes filled with disdain. People like us, lifespan worms, indeed do not have to face the threat of monstrous beasts. But living in this filthy underground garage is nothing but waiting to die. Our lifespans are only consumed in the process of spinning the roulette, with no opportunity to extend them. At this rate, we will inevitably perish. Look at that waste in the northwest corner. He has barely over a year of life left and doesn't even dare to spin the roulette, starving for days now. If we continue like this, it's likely we'll meet the same fate as him. I say we should take Gao Chong as a model. Gao Chong drew an all-attribute 1 reward from the roulette and became a formal member of the club. Though becoming a formal member entails battling monsters, at least he has the ability to control the rewards from the roulette. If luck is on his side, perhaps he can grow and turn his fate around. As the tattooed man spoke the words turning fate around, his excitement was palpable. However, another boy wearing black-framed glasses scoffed in rebuttal. I've heard that on the roulette from which Gao Chong drew the all-attribute 1, all the other 9 options were negative effects. That all-attribute 1 effect accounted for less than 0.1 on the roulette. Gao Chong drawing the all-attribute 1 reward from that roulette was purely a stroke of luck. He must have inherited a fortune from his ancestors. In this Happy Club, the roulettes available for us lifespan worms to draw from are mostly trash roulettes with a high proportion of negative effects. To draw something good from a trash roulette and turn one's fate around? It's nothing but a pipe dream. Gao Chang's case is merely an exception. It's not something we insignificant ants can aspire to. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the idea of turning one's fate around through the roulette was beautiful, but it was far too unrealistic. The fate of these lifespan worms raised by the club. Most likely, they could only continue to languish and wait for death. If luck was on their side, they might at most be like Chun Liang, drawing the longevity pill and then moving to a better living environment. When their time finally came, they could at least depart with some dignity. Such is the world. The weak are not entitled to dignity or dreams. What are you brothers talking about? The atmosphere seems rather gloomy. A robust voice suddenly resonated from the entrance of the filthy underground garage. In an instant, all the lifespan worms lounging lazily on their straw mats sprang to their feet. Like welcoming a hero, they greeted warmly. Brother Liang is back. I heard Brother Liang drew the longevity pill. Is that true? Brother Liang should have had his benefits elevated after this, right? Is he never coming back to our underground garage again? The spotlighted Chun Liang was merely a young man resembling a university student. He bore an ordinary appearance, exuding a faint odor of having not bathed for half a month. Yet at this moment, he appeared radiant, even belching contentedly. Facing the flattery of these lower-tier lifespan worms, he proudly tilted his chin and declared, "It was indeed a stroke of luck I drew a green-quality longevity pill. Boss Sun promised on the spot to elevate my benefits. Aye, Chun Liang shall no longer return to this underground garage. This time I came because the sumptuous feast rewarded by the club was too plentiful for me to finish alone. So I brought the leftovers to share with all of you brothers. Oh ho ho! Brother Liang, well done. A fervent cheer erupted in the underground garage, as if Chun Liang were their reborn parent. These lifespan worms rarely had enough to eat or wear. Only by expending their lifespans to activate the roulette could they exchange for supplies from the club. Being able to enjoy Chun Liang's leftovers was an immense delight. Indeed, when the food cart rolled in, although it carried only the remnants of Chun Liang's meal, the lifespan worms in the underground garage swarmed towards it like famished refugees. Some, driven by hunger, even resorted to fighting over it. And amidst this cacophony, a frail youth in the northwest corner of the garage was finally roused. Jiang Yi struggled to squint his eyes. He felt utterly weak and powerless. The air was thick with a foul, rancid odor. What on earth? Wasn't he just obliterated by a flash of golden light while consuming 1,000,000 years of lifespan to activate the golden roulette? How could he still possess consciousness? Could it be hell? This hell has a truly dismal environment. As Jiang Yi pondered, a figure suddenly blocked the light before him. Immediately after, something seemed to crash down beside him. That object carried a fragrant aroma, causing Jiang Yi's mouth to uncontrollably salivate. At this moment, his mind began to clear enough that only one word remained: hunger. He was utterly ravenous. He felt his stomach constricting painfully, his chest pressing against his back. He suspected he could devour an entire cow. Just as he thought this, the figure beside him maliciously remarked, "Jiang, out of consideration for our past as classmates, Brother Liang has specially brought you a dog bone. Although it has been gnawed down to just the bone, it's a silver-backed jackal's bone, rich in nutrients." Nearby, other voices chimed in, "Wow, Brother Liang is truly generous to his old classmate. Such a nutritious dog bone, reserved just for Jiang Yi. This Jiang Yi is really fortunate." Further away, the lifespan worms whispered, "Why do I feel like Chun Liang and Jiang Yi seem to have some history?" Of course there's history. Didn't you see that there's not a shred of meat left on that dog bone? It's purely an insult to Jiang Yi. I heard that Chun Liang and Jiang Yi seem to have pursued the same girl back in college. Not really pursuing the same girl, it's more accurate to say that Chun Liang harassed Jiang Yi's girlfriend. TSK. Do you know who Jiang Yi's girlfriend was back then? Who? Chang Jiawa. What? Chang Jiawa. Is she the one I know? Is she the one ranked first on the Jiang City longevity list? Chang Jiawa. Is she the one revered by the 4 major forces in Jiang City? Currently, the only one mastering the method to concoct the longevity pill. Jiang City's foremost alchemist, Chang Jiawa? The title of Chang Jiawa was astonishing enough. At this moment, no one dared to believe that such a high and lofty, boundless talent would ever have any connection with these lifespan worms hidden away in the underground garage. Yet upon reflection, it was not so hard to believe. After all, the apocalypse game and the arrival of the fate roulette had only occurred a month ago. In just this month, the world had undergone earth-shattering changes. People's circumstances had also changed drastically. For instance, this Chun Liang, who had been a rich second generation before the apocalypse. Yet now, in the apocalypse, he had fallen to the lowest tier of lifespan worms, unable to satisfy his hunger or clothe himself, merely existing in wait for death. Similarly, He Zheng, the president of the Happy Club, was said to have been just an ordinary security guard before the apocalypse. Now, however, he finds himself ranked among the top 100 warriors on the Jiang City power list. The current predicament of Chang Jiawa can be attributed solely to her extraordinary luck in drawing the longevity pill recipe from the Wheel of Fortune. Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend that before the apocalypse, the heavenly favored girl once had a worthless boyfriend. With this thought in mind, several longevity worms in the garage couldn't help but gather around to observe what this good for nothing Jiang Yi looked like. He was rather handsome, yet appeared exceedingly frail. One could estimate he had but a few days left to live. The longevity worms were silently judging him. Suddenly, they witnessed the worthless Jiang Yi abruptly open his eyes wide. His gaze, haunting as a ghost, swept over the assembled crowd. In disbelief, he called out to Chun Liang, Chunliang? Is that you, Chunliang? You? Weren't you supposed to have starved to death long ago? Upon hearing this, Chunliang's expression instantly darkened to the utmost degree. Go to hell. I'm living just fine. You are the one on the brink of starvation. As he cursed, he kicked a dog bone that had been tossed beside Jiang Yi, exclaiming, "Starved to death, you worthless dog. Don't think I don't know you have but a year left to live. A mere year of life, barely enough to activate the most basic white wheel of fortune. In just a few days, they'll be waiting to collect your corpse." Listening to Chunliang's tirade, Jiang Yi was utterly bewildered. A horrifying thought flashed through his mind. He then silently called out, "Data panel." Instantly, amidst the arrival of the apocalyptic game, the data panel that everyone possessed appeared before his eyes. Name, Jiang Yi. Level, 0. Level 0. 1 year and 38 days of life remaining. Coupled with the foul stench of this underground garage. This. Jiang Yi's hands trembled slightly. He finally realized he seemed to have reincarnated, reborn back to a month into the apocalypse, nearly starving to death in the underground garage of the Letian Club. Damn! Upon realizing this, the newly awakened Jiang Yi nearly fainted from rage. Is reincarnation a remarkable opportunity? Certainly, it is beyond compare. Yet, the timing of his rebirth could not be more ill-fated. Could he not have been reborn before the apocalypse game descended? Then he could have hoarded supplies to his heart's content. Even if he were reborn at the moment the apocalypse game arrived, he could seize the opportunity to alter his fate. Or even if he had been reborn before Chang Jiao stole the longevity pill recipe, he could have thrived by mastering the art of concocting the longevity pill. At the very least, being reborn before he risked his life to save that ungrateful scoundrel Tang Ku would have avenged his past grievances. But the result? He was reborn at a time when the apocalypse had already been underway for a month. The longevity pill recipe had already been pilfered by Chang Jiao. The ungrateful roommate Tang Ku had already been rescued at the cost of his life. These two ingrates were now thriving. And what about him, Jiang Yi? At this juncture, he had not only sunk to the lowest rungs as a longevity worm, dizzy from hunger and half alive, but due to his previous sacrifices, he had merely a year left to live. What could one accomplish in a year of life? Barely enough to spin the most basic white wheel of fortune. Moreover, let's not even mention a year of life. In his current state, a single day would suffice for him to starve to death. What the hell? What kind of infernal beginning is this? Such a rebirth is hardly preferable to no rebirth at all. At least in his previous life, he had managed to turn the tide. Though he had yet to avenge his great grievances, he had not fared too poorly. But what of now? What? You suggest merely replicating the path of his former life. Little do you know the hardships and agonies that Jiang Yi endured on that journey. It was a perilous gamble, one where he kept his head tucked beneath his belt, poised to meet his end at any moment. So, during this very time in his past life, when he lay half alive in this underground parking garage, how did Jiang Yi break the stalemate? In truth, at this juncture in his previous life, he was engulfed in despair. He would never gnaw on the dog bones that Chunliang had thrown him. Like those of their kind, nurtured like parasites by the club, they could draw upon their lifespans to spin the wheel of fortune. Regardless of the outcome, they would receive guaranteed resources from the club. In his former life, when the pangs of hunger became unbearable, he gambled away the last year of his life to request a spin on the club's roulette. Even in death, he wished to die with a full belly. Yet, whether his luck was fortunate or unfortunate remained a mystery. That fateful spin yielded a longevity elixir, just like Chunliang's, however, as a parasite. The elixir was not his to claim. It was forcibly seized by the club, just as it had been from Chunliang. According to the club's regulations, having drawn the longevity elixir, he should have been rewarded with enhanced benefits. But somehow, the one overseeing the lottery for parasites discovered that Jiang Yi had only 38 days left to live after his spin. Consequently, Sun Hao deemed it unnecessary to elevate the benefits of a man whose demise was imminent. For such a soul had lost all value. In his previous life, Jiang Yi recognized Sun Hao's ulterior motives too late. With his heart sinking further into despair, he made a bold decision. He resolved to join the club's death squad. As the apocalyptic games commenced, Various factions and groups emerged in response. The Letian Club could only be regarded as a third-rate force in the vast Jiang city, yet even as such, it held a certain stature. Within the club, member ranks were distinctly categorized. The pinnacle were the core members, possessing formidable combat prowess. The middle tier comprised those with some degree of strength and value. The formal members, the base, were the death squad members, willing to fight but lacking in actual combat skills, commonly referred to as cannon fodder. Yet, even cannon fodder was not a role anyone could assume. Some wretches, utterly forsaken by the world, were deemed too burdensome to even serve as cannon fodder. When Jiang Yi expressed his willingness to join the death squad, Sun Hao mocked him, saying, "If you wish to die, I can send you off right now." Moreover, entry into the death squad was not granted to all who desired it. Jiang Yi's fate seemed sealed at that moment. However, fate relishes in playing tricks. Just then, Gao Chang happened to pass by. He paused to size up Jiang Yi for a moment and said, "I manage a death squad. If you wish to join, come along." Thus, Jiang Yi found himself joining Gao Chang's death squad. Gao Chang, too, had once been a lowly parasite, just like Jiang, yet he had drawn an extraordinary reward from the Wheel of Fate, granting him a 1 boost to all attributes. The other parasites believed he had defied destiny and become a formal member of the club in reality. However, despite his boost, Gao Chang lacked combat experience and was not strong enough to be recognized as a formal member. Consequently, he was relegated to the position of Death Squad leader. Yet, even among the Death Squad members, many had endured real battles and tasted the blood of foes. Gao Chang, upon entering the Death Squad, possessed neither combat experience nor the commanding aura expected of a leader. Therefore, his standing within the squad was less than stellar. Very few were willing to follow him. Jiang Yi, aligning himself with Gao Chang, truly embraced the notion of death-seeking. He could scarcely recall how many times he had brushed shoulders with death, nor could he remember how many times the blood of ferocious beasts and his comrades had splattered across his face, leaving him feeling utterly numb. In those bleak times, Jiang Yi later found it hard to reflect on how he had persevered. Yet somehow he had endured, emerging on the other side. In his previous life, he toiled for an entire month, fighting tooth and nail to accumulate longevity coins and club points. At last, he managed to exchange them for a white-quality longevity elixir just before his life was to expire. Upon consumption, it extended his life by 2 years. All the while, he had been acutely aware that the longevity elixir he procured from the club was forged by his enemy, Chang Jiaoyi. How ludicrous. He had fallen so low as to purchase a longevity elixir crafted by his foe. Yet, no matter how humiliating or distressing it was, what recourse did he have? He had to survive. Now, in this life, would he be forced to relive the agony and humiliation of his past? Even if he were willing to endure it once more, the question remained, when he spun the wheel again in this life, would he even be able to draw a longevity elixir? Would he be fortunate enough to be invited into the death squad by Gao Chang? Could he even survive within the squad this time? It was akin to the butterfly effect. A slight deviation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Even with a rebirth, a single misstep could plunge him into irreparable despair. He might even find himself living a shorter life than in his previous existence. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. He could only lament the ill-fated timing of his rebirth. But there was no remedy. Having arrived, he must make peace with it. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi struggled to rise from the straw mat. Chun Liang and his sycophant beside him frowned, asking, "What are you doing?" Ignoring Chun Liang, Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards a middle-aged woman outside the garage and called out with great effort, "I wish to apply for a spin on the wheel." The middle-aged woman, lacking in strength, was nonetheless not a parasite. She was a family member of a core member of the Letian Club. With such an identity, her complexion appeared far healthier than that of the parasites in the garage. She exuded vitality and confidence. She cast a haughty glance at Jiang Yi before impatiently asking, "How much time do you have left? Will you be spinning the white wheel or the green wheel?" Spinning the white will require the sacrifice of 1 year of life, while the green will demanded 10 years. There were even blue and purple wheels of varying grades, each offering different rewards. For instance, while the white wheel might yield a longevity elixir that extended life by mere decades, the green wheel could offer one that extended life by centuries. With only 1 year remaining, Jiang Yi had no choice but to opt for the white wheel. He stepped forward and calmly replied, "I will spin the white wheel." Seeing his resolute demeanor, the woman ceased her inquiries, spat out a sunflower seed, and raised her chin, saying, "If you're sure, then follow me." With that, she turned to leave. Just then, a voice rang out from the underground garage. "Aunt Lou, I want to spin too." The tattooed man, who had previously disparaged the parasites, emerged from the garage. Aunt Lou cast him a glance and posed the same question with the same attitude. The tattooed man replied, "I have 12 years left, and I will spin the white wheel." Aunt Lou nodded and led Jiang Yi and the tattooed man away. After their departure, the other parasites in the garage began to murmur. Wasn't Luo Shan just eating the leftovers that Brother Liang brought? Why is he spinning for a reward now? Isn't he no longer hungry? Didn't you hear him just now? Being a parasite leads to no good outcome. He's hoping to reverse his fate through the roulette. How many parasites have truly altered their destinies through the roulette? I see he's just unwilling to accept it. He has probably been provoked by Gao Chong from before and Chen Liang today. Some people just take themselves too seriously. They always think they are the protagonists of the world, believing they should stand atop the pinnacle of existence. Yet in reality, they amount to nothing. Evidently, these fated creatures, resigned to their grim fate, do not believe that Luo Shan could alter destiny through a mere spinning wheel of fortune. They find his unrealistic hopes utterly laughable. As for Jiang Yi, they consider him a dying man, unworthy even of scorn, deeming it a waste of breath to mock him. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan followed Aunt Lu to the designated lottery area of the club that a month prior, the apocalyptic game had invaded, transforming the entire blue star into a digital landscape. The once solid land seemed to have been shattered by a tremendous force into countless fragments, scattered across an endless expanse of ocean. Jiang City, where Jiang Yi resided, was but one of those myriad fragments. Jiang City was the name of this urban fragment before the apocalypse. Approximately a year after the cataclysm, this area was renamed Qingchuan Base. Other fragmented regions also began to unify under the designation of bases, facilitating the exchange of resources among their populations. During that time, the apocalypse ceased to be merely an end. It began to resemble a world where order was being restored and spiritual energy was reviving. Under this new regime, social facilities such as orphanages, schools, hospitals, and transportation infrastructures would gradually be improved. A new legal system was also to be established. However, in this law of the jungle, the law served solely to restrain the weak, while the strong held the power of discourse. This was, of course, the trajectory of development from Jiang Yi's memories of his past life. Presently, at the onset of the apocalypse, Qingchuan Base was still referred to as Jiang City, and many remained unaware of the broader circumstances of the world. The fragmented regions scattered across the vast seas had yet to establish mutual connections. At this juncture, Jiang City resembled a novice village in a gaming world. The formidable figures of the future were still adapting to the new reality, striving to slay monsters, partake in lotteries, enhance their powers, and expand their influence. After a month of apocalyptic developments, various factions began to emerge in the Jiang City region. Those that could be classified as factions had already attained a modicum of scale, akin to guilds in a game. These established groups typically set up dedicated lottery zones. The outcomes of the fate wheel were uncertain. They could yield longevity elixirs or deadly beasts, or even unleash terrifying beast hordes or natural disasters. Thus, it was imperative to minimize the risks associated with the lottery by establishing designated zones. According to the tier of the wheel, the lottery areas were categorized into white, green, and blue zones. Naturally, with only a month since the apocalypse began, the Happy Heaven Club was merely a third-rate faction, thus only establishing these 3 levels of lottery zones. The more advanced purple lottery zone was jointly set up with 2 nearby clubs at this moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon. The sky blazed with crimson hues. The Happy Heaven Club, the Mountain Water Club, and the Blood Swallow Club formed a triangular alliance, creating a designated area for the purple lottery zone. These 3 clubs also maintained a relationship of mutual alliance. This purple lottery zone had once been a strawberry farm on the outskirts of Jiang City before the apocalypse. However, the former white greenhouses had long since vanished. The leaders of the 3 factions were now gathered here. He Zheng, the leader of the Happy Heaven Club, was a towering figure who had been a villa security guard before the apocalypse. After the cataclysm, he struck gold, drawing formidable abilities from various lotteries, and established the Happy Heaven Club using the villa district as his base. Yang Yi, the head of the Mountain Water Club, was a slender individual who had been a senior student at Jiang City Suburb No. 2 before the disaster. Consequently, the Mountain Water Club's base was situated at Suburb No. 2. Wang Xuan, the leader of the Blood Swallow Club, was a university student from another region who was also a rare female powerhouse in the apocalypse. Before the disaster, her appearance might have garnered a mere 50 points. Yet in the wake of the apocalypse, with resource scarcity and a harsh environment for women, lacking makeup and beauty techniques, and enduring hunger, many women's looks plummeted to abysmal levels after a month without bathing. In contrast, Wang Xuan, possessing great strength and ample resources, could enhance her appearance with a touch of makeup. In this grim reality, her once mediocre score of 50 could easily be compared to an 80. However, while her face could be transformed with cosmetics, her physique could not. Wang Xuan's build was nearly as robust as that of the towering Zhang. And from behind, one might mistake her for a muscular man with long-haired. This moment, the three formidable leaders had gathered here due to a pact made during their alliance. Any member wishing to activate the Purple Wheel must have all three factions present for mutual protection. After all, the effects of the Purple Wheel were notably terrifying that a single misstep could unleash beast hordes or natural calamities, endangering the entire region. The mutual protections served to minimize risks and facilitate information exchange. This time, it was Wang Xuan of the Blood Swallow Club who proposed the Purple Lottery. Yang Yi, of similar age to Wang Xuan, puffed a smoke ring while teasing her. "Sister Wang, your strength has grown remarkably. Hasn't it? Just a few days have passed, and you're already eager to spin the Purple Wheel." While Yang Yi appeared to jest, he was subtly probing Wang Xuan's capabilities. Naturally, Wang Xuan remained tight-lipped. She suddenly tilted her body, her voice soft and sweet. This time, "It's not me, but my brother." A handsome young man stepped forward. His name was Zhou Yiming, though he was certainly not Wang Xuan's brother, but rather her boyfriend before the apocalypse. Zhou Yiming had been a top-tier star in the entertainment industry, and Wang Xuan was his ardent fan in peaceful times. With Wang Xuan's background and appearance, she could never have hoped for a relationship with her beloved brother. Yet in this apocalypse, Wang Xuan wielded tremendous power, and the once sought-after star had become her boyfriend. That, of course, become was not quite the right term. One must remember this was the apocalypse, in an environment where death lurked at every corner. Many vied for the chance to enjoy the benefits of Wang Xuan's status. Zhou Yiming, possessing only looks, naturally became an object of envy and resentment. Logically, one would expect someone like Zhou Yiming, living off Wang Xuan's bounty, to adopt a humble demeanor in front of his benefactor. However, Wang Xuan was hopelessly infatuated. As a result, Zhou Yiming, despite lacking power, displayed no signs of subservience before her. Instead, it seemed as if he were the master, with Wang Xuan obliged to heed his every whim. At this moment, Zhou Yiming stepped forward, facing the two formidable leaders, Zhang and Yang Yi, with an air of pride, proclaiming, "This time, it's me who will spin the Purple Wheel." Zhang and Yang Yi were taken aback, instinctively questioning, "You spin the Purple Wheel? Do you possess 1,000 years of lifespan?" Zhou Yiming harbored a disdain for these so-called big shots, irritated by their condescending gazes. He raised his chin, exuding an air of arrogance, of course. Wang Xuan was utterly enchanted by his defiant demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she proudly declared, "I've already used the longevity elixirs I've saved to extend Brother Yiming's lifespan to over 1,000 years. He is perfectly capable of spinning the Purple Wheel. Moreover, the Purple Wheel in my possession even has a longevity elixir formula among its reward options. That is a purple longevity elixir formula. It surpasses the green longevity elixir formula of Jiang Yi." Brother Yiming was once hailed as a lucky charm in the entertainment industry. This time, he will undoubtedly draw the longevity elixir formula. Wang Xuan's fervent state was unmistakably that of an obsessive fan, eliciting twitches of discomfort from Yang Yi and Zhang, known for his straightforward character, rolled his eyes and expressed his disbelief. "You, woman, usually seem quite normal, but why do you act like you're possessed whenever it comes to this pretty boy?" such a precious purple wheel and a 1,000-year lifespan. You would just give it away to this pretty boy? What an utterly foolish display of sycophancy. How dare you even mention Jiang Yi? Are you not aware that the longevity elixir recipe she possesses was a gift from her adoring pursuer, who, in a moment of madness, presented it to her? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi is flourishing, but what of her devoted admirer? He is likely lost to the shadows, his fate unknown. Jiang is far too sincere a person. His words are merely an attempt to counsel Wang Shuyan against being overly enamored. Such a pretty boy might be entertaining for a time, but to invest resources in nurturing him, are you not afraid of a disastrous outcome? Currently, Zhou Yiming is able to play the role of Wang Shuyan's boyfriend solely because he lacks the fortitude to stand on his own and must rely on her for survival. Yet, should he ever unveil the purple tier longevity elixir recipe, would he not swiftly cast Wang Shuyan aside? The case of Jiang Yi's admirer serves as a cautionary tale. However, if Jiang Yi were present, he might not be able to restrain himself from vociferously denouncing who, in fact, is Jiang Yi's devoted admirer, who, indeed, bestowed the longevity elixir recipe upon Jiang Yi. She pilfered it. It was not a gift. Alas, in this world, only the strong command authority. Individuals like Jiang Yi are inconsequential. Jiang does not even know his name. He is merely encapsulated as Jiang Yi's admirer, in a world where strength prevails. The truth is of no concern. Jiang merely wishes to advise Wang Shuyan to not lose herself in romantic folly. Yet, if mere words could awaken one from such infatuation, it would not be called infatuation. Wang Shuyan disregarded Jiang's well-intentioned counsel. Upon noticing Zhou Yiming's displeasure due to Jiang's remarks, she immediately turned a frosty gaze upon Jiang. What do you mean, Jiang? What do you mean by pretty boy? What do you mean by merely entertaining him? My feelings for Zhou Yiming are genuine. She feared that Zhou Yiming might doubt her sincerity, fervently swearing her devotion to him. Zhou Yiming, having encountered numerous beauties in the entertainment industry, naturally does not genuinely favor someone like Wang Shuyan, whom he perceives as a muscle-bound woman. However, circumstances dictate his actions. He gently caresses Wang Shuyan's head, expressing tender reassurance. Rest assured, Yinner, I will not let the malicious words of a petty person make me question your intentions. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuyan was instantly moved. Meanwhile, Jiang seethed with frustration. A powerhouse, such as himself, mocked by a feckless pretty boy living off a woman's generosity, labeled as petty. This pretty boy certainly has audacity. Jiang even entertained dark thoughts of sending the fellow to meet the Grim Reaper. However, the moment he contemplated such violence, Wang Shuyan, sensing the murderous intent, swiftly positioned herself in front of Zhou Yiming, her eyes narrowing with hostility. What do you intend to do? Tension filled the air in the purple lottery zone. Fortunately, Yang Miao is a diplomat at heart. Lacking Jiang's moral scruples, he had no concern for whether Wang Shuyan might be deceived or exploited by Zhou Yiming. He stepped forward, employing soothing words to de-escalate the situation. Subsequently, the three resumed preparations for the purple spinning wheel lottery. As for the events transpiring in the purple lottery zone, Jiang Yi, now at the white lottery zone of the Letian Club, remained blissfully unaware. However, he recalled that on this very night in his previous life, a beast tide had emerged in the purple lottery zone, directly affecting the territories of the nearby Tianshui Club, Shanshui Club, and Blood Swallow Club. In his past life, upon being invited by Gao Chang to join the Daredevil Squad, Jiang Yi had barely acclimatized before being thrust into the fray against the beast tide. Nonetheless, the task of fending off the beast tide paled in comparison to the harrowing ordeals Jiang Yi had faced in his previous existence. Thus, in this second chance at life, he resolved to follow the same path, joining the Daredevil Squad to undertake the mission against the beast tide and secure his first fortune. Moreover, he remembered that within this night's mission, there lay an opportunity, although that opportunity did not belong to him in his past life. It was instead the fortune of Luo Shan. Prior to the apocalypse, Luo Shan was a good-for-nothing youth, perpetually glued to internet CFS, immersed in gaming. Rather than shunning the apocalypse, he was rather exhilarated by it, believing that this doomsday game was his chance to overturn his fate. However, destiny is not so easily swayed. This apocalyptic game does not reward mere gaming skills. What matters more is fortune. With good luck, one could draw powerful items from the wheel, enhancing their strength. Otherwise, no matter how hard one strives, they merely hasten their demise. Clearly, Luo Shan's luck was lacking, and thus he fared poorly at this point in his past life. He, like Jiang Yi, had requested a chance at the spinning wheel lottery from Aunt Lu. However, he drew nothing of value. Later, when Jiang Yi joined Gao Chang's daredevil team, Luo Shan begrudgingly followed suit. Yet, during the mission against the Beast Tide that night, Luo Shan fortuitously saved Zhou Yiming. After the crisis had passed, Wang Xuyan expressed her gratitude to Zhou Yiming, subsequently thanking Luo Shan as well. Luo Shan seized the opportunity, earning himself a chance to act as Zhou Yiming's assistant. The events that followed, Jiang Yi was unaware of. It was only much later that he learned Luo Shan, after joining the Blood Swallow Club, had continually sought to bask in Wang Xuyan's favor. Ultimately, he not only failed to achieve this, but also incurred Zhou Yiming's resentment, leading to his demise in obscurity. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had little to no interaction with either Luo Shan or Zhou Yiming. If he were to seize Luo Shan's opportunity in this life, it would be tantamount to saving Luo Shan's life in a roundabout way. Yet he certainly would not serve as Zhou Yiming's assistant. The lack of dignity as a celebrity assistant before the apocalypse was already unbearable. In this dire environment, who knows how Zhou Yiming might treat him? However, even if he were to forego the assistant role, he could still propose other requests to Wang Xuyan. Wang Xuyan is infatuated, particularly attentive to anything related to Zhou Yiming. Naturally, she would be eager to repay anyone who saved him. Jiang Yi pondered the path he would take in this new life. Suddenly, he heard Aunt Lu's obsequious voice. "Captain Sun, I have brought 2 longevity worms for the white spinning wheel in the guardhouse of the villa area." Sun Hao casually glanced at Jiang Yi and Luo Shan before turning his gaze back to Aunt Lu. Confirming, "Both are for the white draw." Aunt Lu nodded repeatedly. "Yes, 2 white ones." Sun Hao yawned, lazily addressing Jiang Yi and Luo Shan. "You know the rules, right? Before drawing from the white spinning wheel, you may enjoy a bag of bread and a box of milk. However, all items you draw will belong to the club. Additionally, if you draw a highly valuable item, there will be extra rewards." As he spoke, Sun Hao waved his hand, and suddenly 2 bags of bread and 2 boxes of milk appeared on the table in the guardhouse. The bread was expired, and the milk was nearing its expiration date. But in this apocalyptic world, no one cared about such trivialities. Jiang Yi, too hungry to think, quickly consumed a share of bread and milk. While it offered only a slight sense of fullness, his body still felt weak. Alas, while his past life was not particularly prosperous, at least he had never had to endure hunger. Now, reborn, he faced not only hunger, but the prospect of reliving a life where he had to constantly tread on the edge of survival. This is truly infuriating. With such a splendid opportunity for rebirth, could it not be bestowed upon someone truly in need? Jiang Yi felt no joy in his second chance at life, only endless frustration and indignation. However, it was not long before he found himself savoring the process. After completing the basic procedures, Sun Hao led him and Luo Shan to the green lawn outside the villa area. This was the white lottery zone. Members of the Letian Club who wished to participate in the white spinning wheel lottery would gather there. Sun Hao waved grandly, and a box materialized on the lawn. Inside it lay numerous white spinning wheels, each the size of a bowl. The sheer quantity is staggering, amounting to more than 50. These spinning wheels are collectively referred to as the Wheels of Fate, and they can only be obtained through defeating monsters. Each Wheel of Fate is designed for a single use, meaning it can be utilized only once. Regardless of the outcome, once spun, it becomes obsolete. Each wheel features 10 distinct options, each with varying probabilities. Due to these differing options, the Wheels of Fate are classified not only by color, but also by quality as determined by the powerful. Generally speaking, regardless of the color, each wheel is categorized into 6 grades: perfect, exquisite, high, medium, low, and trash. That a perfect wheel signifies that all options present high-quality positive effects. It is said that even in his previous life, Jiang Yi had only heard of a perfect quality wheel once, an exquisite wheel. on the other hand, contains at least 8 options that yield positive effects, with no fewer than 6 of those being of high quality. What constitutes a high-quality positive effect, you ask? Items such as a loaf of bread or a box of milk qualify as positive effects. However, in the eyes of the elite, such effects are utterly worthless. Attributes, skills, innate abilities, and powerful items are what truly count as high-quality positive effects. In general, the higher the proportion of high-quality positive effects on a wheel, the greater its quality. Conversely, the lower the proportion, the lesser its quality. Typically, individuals fortunate enough to acquire high-quality wheels tend to keep them for personal use, and those of exquisite quality can fetch a handsome price. Consequently, the wheels available for the club's use are primarily low and trash quality, with even the low-quality wheels being exceedingly scarce, mostly consisting of trash quality. Point 1 selects a wheel and fills out an options list. Then proceeds to spin. Sun Hao, still languid and indifferent, stifled a yawn and continued with the process. Luo Shan's eyes sparkled as he meticulously sifted through the cardboard box, ultimately selecting a wheel featuring the option All Attributes 1. However, the All Attributes 1 option represented a mere fraction of the entire white wheel, almost less than 1 in 10,000. It was akin to a single strand of hair amidst a sea of negativity. The remaining 9 options were predominantly negative effects, such as ferocious beasts, diseases, curses, and so forth. Fortunately, the negative effects on the white wheel were not excessively severe. Luo Shan spat twice into his hands and rubbed them together, attempting to cleanse the grime accumulated from a month without bathing. Then, as if a devout acolyte, he gingerly cradled the meticulously chosen will. Point 1 could only imagine the fervent prayers echoing within his heart at that moment, beseeching the lofty deity of fate for a shred of mercy. Just this once, with his eyes closed, Luo Shan fervently vowed that if he were to draw the All Attributes 1, he would willingly become the most loyal follower of the deity of fate for eternity. He would remain single for life. He would do anything, just let him draw it. All Attributes 1. Internally, Luo Shan screamed in desperation. When he opened his eyes again, they were bloodshot. His trembling hand slammed down onto the center of the white wheel, followed by an emphatic shout. Spin, All Attributes 1. Grant me All Attributes 1. A sound erupted from the white wheel. Congratulations. You have drawn the reward. A lump of dung, damn. Upon hearing the familiar notification, Luo Shan's face flushed with anger as he hurled the reward, which had mysteriously appeared in his hand, away. Subsequently, the white wheel, which he had just treated like a treasure, was discarded to the ground, where he stomped on it several times, cursing, "You are nothing but a lump of dung. Damn it. Why? Why?" Luo Shan's roar and questions were filled with profound resentment. Sun Hao, having witnessed such scenes countless times, simply rolled his eyes and scolded Luo Shan. Enough, spin and get lost. Don't go crazy here. Despite his fury, Luo Shan dared not act out in front of Sun Hao, so he had to swallow his indignation. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered, muttering, "Let's see what this kid can draw." The kid he referred to was, of course, Jiang Yi himself did not harbor any expectations of drawing anything significant. After all, even if he were to draw a longevity pill, it would belong to the club, not to him. In his previous life, he had spun countless wheels, enduring numerous disappointments. His heart had long since become numb. After all, if one does not harbor hope, one cannot be disappointed. Nevertheless, even with no expectations, he still intended to carefully select from the more than 50 white wheels. However, the moment his hand brushed against the first white wheel in the box, a notification echoed in his mind. Please select the reward you wish to designate from the wheel. Point 1. Foot odor 2. Oral ulcer 3. Weakness for 3 days 4. Stinky water crocodile 5. What the heck? Designate. What reward? Designate what reward? Holy crap. Could it be that he actually has the power to directly designate the reward from the wheel? Is this real? Jiang Yi was stunned, hardly daring to believe it. However, this did not deter him from clinging to a flicker of hope and attempting to test it. If he could indeed directly designate a reward, then he would have to scrutinize these low-quality white wheels even more diligently. First and foremost, he excluded longevity pills and various tangible items, as, according to club regulations, Anything he drew would not belong to him, but to the club that in contrast, rewards like all attributes won, which Luo Shan desperately coveted, could directly affect the drawer. Such rewards offered the only chance for the show Lu Chong to change their fate, yet this opportunity was exceedingly slim. Hurry up, regardless of how meticulously one selects. Attempting to draw something worthwhile from a trash wheel is akin to chasing a dream. Sun Hao, noticing Jiang Yi's prolonged selection process, impatiently urged him that, in his view, there was no way anything good could emerge from these trash wheels. Jiang Yi's action seemed like a waste of time. Meanwhile, Luo Shan observed Jiang Yi's careful selection with a sense of camaraderie, as if they shared a mutual understanding of their plight. You, too, wish to defy fate through this draw, don't you? I've heard you have just over a year left to live. If you fail to draw something good this time, you might not have many days left to live. When Sun Hao heard Luo Shan mention that Jiang Yi had just over a year to live, his contempt grew. Just as he was about to urge him again, he saw Jiang Yi finally retrieve a wheel from the box. I've chosen. This one that Luo Shan hurriedly leaned in for a closer look. To his dismay, he saw that the wheel bore 9 negative effects, with the sole positive effect being a longevity pill. This kid spent ages selecting, and he ended up picking this? It's not that a longevity pill is undesirable. Indeed, it is quite advantageous. One could say that drawing a longevity pill from a wheel is almost a guaranteed profit, but that is only under the condition that one has control over the longevity pill. Those of their lowly status, like them, would merely have it confiscated by the club. Thus, even if they drew a longevity pill, it would only elevate their treatment, and they could never hope to change their fate. What is Jiang Yi thinking? Does he believe that with his life nearing its end, he has no hope of survival, and thus has given up? Perhaps, for someone with just over a year to live. Regardless of what they draw, it seems unlikely they could defy fate. So, Jiang Yi probably views this last chance at a draw as merely a final meal before the execution, right? Luo Shan, convinced he had deciphered Jiang Yi's thoughts, held no intention of mocking him. Instead, he felt a profound sense of empathy, realizing that soon, he too might face a similar fate as Jiang Yi. Although his mind was frantically racing with thoughts of defying fate, he understood all too well that such opportunities were, in reality, exceedingly, overwhelmingly rare. Jiang Yi was indifferent to what Luo Shan was pondering. He extracted the selected spinning wheel from the cardboard box. However, before he could commence the lottery, a voice called out from a distance. Lao Sun, come over and lend a hand. Sun Hao turned towards the sound and saw a refined-looking young man beckoning him. Chindu, what do you need help with? The young man waved the white spinning wheel in his hand. I need assistance with a protective spell, due to the possibility of the fate wheel drawing dangerous effects such as ferocious beasts. When the options on the wheel included risks that one could not confidently control, it was customary to request assistance for protection. This included instances like when Jiang Yi and Luo Shan were drawing lots. Sun Hao served as their protector. Should a ferocious beast be drawn, he would promptly eliminate it. Chun Du's request for Sun Hao's protective assistance was based on the same principle. However, the white spinning wheel itself posed minimal danger, and instances of needing protective assistance were exceedingly rare. Sun Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but approached nonetheless, muttering, what danger could your white spinning wheel possibly hold? Jiang Yi and Luo Shan followed suit, eager to join the fray. Luo Shan was merely there for the excitement. While Jiang Yi harbored his own contemplations, he covertly scrutinized Chindu, feeling a swell of nostalgia. This Chindu, in Jiang Yi's previous life, was somewhat of a legendary figure. It seemed that a month later, during a green spinning wheel lottery, he would draw an option called split personality. Split personality is a mental disorder, thus that option was undeniably a negative effect. Yet, astonishingly, after his split personality emerged, Chindu transformed entirely. He morphed from a genteel youth into a ruthless demon, exhibiting a significant surge in combat prowess and a penchant for brutal decisiveness. He even contravened the club's regulations by backstabbing teammates during missions. In his past life, Sun Hao himself perished at the hands of this individual. Ultimately, before the club could address his transgressions, he severed ties and became a cold-hearted lone wolf, a merciless assassin in the shadows. As the saying goes, the weak huddle together for warmth, while the strong stand apart. In this apocalyptic game, various factions seeking solace in numbers were ubiquitous. However, many formidable individuals existed independently, unbound by any faction. As Jiang Yi matured, it was highly probable that he too would extricate himself from the club and adopt the life of a solitary warrior. Yet, he was still too feeble a present and could only rely on the club. Biding his time to develop cautiously, pulling his thoughts from the past life back to the present, Jiang Yi's gaze settled on the white spinning wheel in Chengdu's hands. The quality of that wheel was evidently superior to the shoddy one used by the longevity tumor. Among its 10 options, 6 were beneficial effects. Longevity pill, spatial ring, diamond talisman, tang dao, mink fur coat, and bullfrog grilled fish. These 6 positive outcomes were quite commendable, particularly the longevity pill and spatial ring, which were regarded as exceptionally good among high-quality options. Sun Hao merely glanced at it and immediately deduced, "You, my friend, are hoping to draw the spatial ring, aren't you?" Chengdu shyly nodded. However, Sun Hao shook his head slightly. The odds of the spatial ring appearing on the wheel are exceedingly low. Moreover, the spatial ring drawn from the white spinning wheel would not exceed 1 cubic meter in capacity. Chengdu remained unconcerned. Regardless, the white spinning will only cost me 1 year of lifespan. It's worth a try. Sun Hao did not elaborate further, instead rephrasing, "You want me to protect you because you're worried about drawing the negative effect of the illusory powder butterfly swarm, correct?" Chengdu nodded. The fragrance emitted by the illusory powder butterfly has a hallucinogenic effect, and the phosphorescent powder on their wings can induce paralysis. If there are fewer than 10, I can handle it myself. I just wonder how large this swarm will be. Sun Hao understood. "All right, go ahead and draw it. I'll keep an eye on things. The odds of the butterfly swarm option appearing are not high. It might not even be drawn." Chengdu expressed his gratitude with a nod. He then clasped his hands together in prayer for a moment. Though his demeanor was not as frenzied as Luo Shan's earlier, it was still sufficiently sincere. After praying, he cautiously pressed the button in the center of the white spinning wheel and firmly called out, "Lottery." Soon, a voice emanated from the center of the white spinning wheel. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Illusory powder butterfly swarm." Swish, swish, swish. Sun Hao reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to unleash a black net-like object that shot forth from his palm. The multitude of illusory powder butterflies that appeared out of thin air was swiftly ensnared and dispatched by the net. The entire process took no more than 3 seconds. Once he retracted his hand, the net was pulled back, leaving the lawn strewn with the corpses of perhaps hundreds of illusory powder butterflies. Chengdu's expression reflected disappointment and trepidation as he lamented, "Good heavens! Just yesterday, someone was lecturing me on Murphy's Law, and I didn't believe it. Now it seems to hold true. I thought the illusory powder butterfly swarm had such a small representation on the wheel that I wouldn't draw it. Yet here we are." Sun Hao, having witnessed similar situations countless times, remained composed, offering Chengdu a simple consolation. "All right, take it easy." Chengdu nodded. "Indeed, it's merely a white spinning wheel. It's not a big deal." However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed a slender young man gazing at him with intense focus. Chengdu furrowed his brow and turned to Jiang Yi. "You are the longevity tumor, aren't you?" Jiang Yi nodded and inquired of Chengdu. Can I have the corpses of the illusory powder butterflies you drew?" Chengdu frowned again. "What do you want the corpses of the illusory powder butterflies for?" Jiang Yi gulped, appearing ravenous, and laboriously uttered a single word. "To eat. I'm so hungry. I might not last a few days." According to Jiang Yi's knowledge, before Chengdu experienced his split personality, he was a man of considerable integrity. Hearing Jiang Yi's words and observing his condition, Chengdu felt no suspicion and even developed a sense of sympathy. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand. "They're just a pile of useless corpses. If you want them, take them. It's not my concern if you end up eating them to death." A flicker of surprise flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes as he promptly thanked Chengdu, then began collecting the corpses of the hundreds of illusory powder butterflies into an empty bread bag. Observing Jiang Yi's demeanor, Chengdu genuinely believed he would consume the illusory powder butterflies. After shaking his head slightly, he thanked Sun Hao and took his leave. He was indeed a good-hearted person, but that did not mean he had an abundance of compassion. There were many pitiful longevity tumors like Jiang Yi. and he simply could not extend his sympathy to them all. Sun Hao did not comment further. He merely urged Jiang, a bit impatiently, "All right, it's your turn now. Hurry up and draw, then scram." Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly, then pressed his right thumb onto the center of the white spinning wheel he had chosen. In his mind, the familiar prompt echoed, "Please select your desired reward." 1. Longevity pill, 2.3 days of insomnia, 3. Stuttering, 4. Strabismus, 5. Body odor, 6. Bloodsucking goo swarm, 7. Without waiting for the prompt to finish, Jiang Yi firmly reiterated in his mind, and just after he silently recited it, the center of the white spinning wheel sounded the familiar prompt. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Bloodsucking goo swarm." He had indeed drawn the bloodsucking goo swarm, the very reward he had specified. In that instant, Jiang Yi's adrenaline surged wildly. He could distinctly feel all the blood in his body rushing to his brain. His head began to spin, and he felt elated beyond belief. He truly could not fathom that it was exactly as he had understood. He had acquired the ability to specify rewards from the spinning wheel. This incredible ability, just the thought of it filled him with hope for a bright future, while others gambled their lifespans in the lottery. He was essentially robbing a store. Whatever he desired was at his fingertips. This was unbelievable. As long as he kept drawing like mad, did that not mean he would be invincible? The almost frenzied joy nearly caused Jiang Yi to burst into laughter towards the heavens. However, the temperament he had developed over 2 lifetimes quickly helped him regain control over his emotions. Calm. Stay calm. At present, his lifespan was a mere 38 days. He couldn't even afford a single draw on the white spinning wheel. Thus, he needed to maintain composure, plot his course, and proceed cautiously. These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. Once he regained his composure, Jiang Yi's gaze fell upon the blood-sucking goose swarm that had materialized before him. In the prevailing understanding among players at this stage, the blood-sucking goose swarm was undoubtedly categorized as a negative effect. Its nature was akin to that of ferocious beasts. However, unlike ferocious beasts, the blood-sucking goo possessed almost no offensive capability. Even the weakest of the blood-sucking larvae can easily deal with it. Thus, without much hesitation, Jiang Yi swiftly used his coat to completely cover the swarm of blood-sucking larvae. This reaction speed left Sun Hao momentarily astonished. However, despite his surprise, he was not particularly taken aback and merely stated, "All right, fill out your lottery registration forms, and you can leave." Luo Shan had already completed his form and handed it in immediately. Jiang Yi, crouching on the ground as he filled out the form, inquired of Sun Hao, "Big brother Sun, can I handle the blood-sucking larvae I caught myself?" The appearance of the blood-sucking larvae resembled an enlarged version of crimson maggots. Utterly revolting. Sun Hao, upon hearing this, could not help but roll his eyes. "You don't mean to say that you can actually stomach such disgusting creatures, do you? Feel free to collect them as you wish." The club certainly has no interest in such repulsive things. At this point, Jiang Yi's tense heart finally found some peace. He hurriedly stuffed the writhing, blood-sucking larvae into empty bottles. Yet when he handed the lottery registration form to Sun Hao, he once again spoke up, echoing sentiment from his previous life. Big brother Sun, I only have a little over a month left to live. Continuing to linger in the underground garage as a blood-sucking larvae seems rather meaningless. Therefore, I was wondering if I could join the club's suicide squad. I'm not afraid of death." However, upon hearing this, Sun Hao rolled his eyes once more. "If you truly are not afraid of death, or if you wish to die, I can send you on your way right now." "The suicide squad? Do you think you could just waltz in by merely claiming you are brave?" This mocking retort was almost identical to what he had said in his past life. Just then, a figure appeared in the white lottery spinning area. It was Gao Chong. Gao Chong was not there to participate in the lottery, but rather to observe others' draws and broaden his understanding. After all, he had previously been a lowly blood-sucking larvae himself, and was woefully ignorant of many aspects of this apocalyptic game. At this moment, he spotted Jiang Yi and Luo Shan, just as in his previous life. He had no real impression of Jiang Yi, but he held a vivid memory of Luo Shan. With tattoos adorning his body, Luo Shan exuded an aura that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, during his time as a blood-sucking larvae in the underground garage, he often spoke passionately about defying fate. Gao Chong reflected on his own situation in the Suicide Squad and began to contemplate whether he should recruit Luo Shan into his team. Meanwhile, Luo Shan, having heard Jiang Yi's words, fell into deep thought. The Suicide Squad, after all, was a place where one might have a chance to defy fate. However, the mortality rate there was exceedingly high. Countless individuals had joined only to become corpses by the next day. It was a path paved with mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Even if Luo Shan yearned to change his fate, he did not wish to die. Yet, looking at Jiang Yi, who was running out of time, it was clear he too would meet his end. Luo Shan's own lifespan was merely 11 years remaining. The white lottery wheel could only be spun 11 more times. With such poor quality lottery options, even attempting to draw 100 or 1,000 times might not yield a favorable outcome. Therefore, Jiang Yi's present circumstances mirrored his own future. Luo Shan clenched his teeth, his wavering thoughts gradually leaning towards the option of joining the Suicide Squad. Noticing Luo Shan's change, Gao Chong stepped closer. However, he did not directly address Luo Shan, but instead looked at Jiang Yi and asked, "Did you just say you wanted to join the Suicide Squad?" Jiang Yi nodded vigorously, yes. Gao Chong pretended to ponder for a moment before casually stating, "Just so happens I've recently managed a Suicide Squad team. Would you like to join?" Jiang Yi's eyes brightened, and he immediately declared, "Absolutely." His enthusiastic affirmation sounded as though he was not embarking on a treacherous path, but rather a bright and promising journey. Even Luo Shan, standing nearby, felt somewhat inspired that moment. Luo Shan hesitated briefly before addressing Gao Chong. "Brother Chong, does your Suicide Squad still need members? I would like to join as well." He added, "I am far stronger than this kid. I was a fighter in elementary school, a bully in middle school, and a tyrant in high school." Gao Chong chuckled upon hearing this and promptly nodded to welcome him into the team. However, there was still someone of higher standing. Sun Hao, and Gao Chong sought his approval. Sun Hao, of course, had no objections. "It's your Suicide Squad, so you can manage it as you see fit. I have no authority to interfere." Thus, following the trajectory of his previous life, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan joined Gao Chang's team. The difference this time was that, unlike in his past life when Jiang Yi had drawn the longevity pill from the lottery, this time he had drawn the blood-sucking larvae. In addition to the blood-sucking larvae, he had also collected the phantom powder butterfly. Now, he was merely missing the firefly. Jiang Yi contemplated his plans in his heart, while Gao Chong led him and Luo Shan towards a villa. Along the way, he introduced them to some details. This villa area consists of a total of 320 villas. The club's core members occupy the best 20. The club's formal members claim 120 of them. Our Suicide Squad members occupy a full 180. Besides, there are some scattered individuals residing in temporary shelters. He continued, "In terms of benefits and treatment, there isn't much difference between the Suicide Squad members and the formal members. The real distinction lies in the dangers associated with missions." Gao Chong elaborated further, offering a vivid analogy. "It's akin to before the apocalypse, where both the Suicide Squad and formal members earned the same monthly salary of 10,000. The Suicide Squad members toil away on construction sites, while the formal members enjoy the comforts of an office with air conditioning." Jiang Yi was already aware of this from his previous life, but Luo Shan listened intently, nodding frequently. Noticing Luo Shan's interest, Gao Chong continued, "Moreover, once a member of the club's Suicide Squad reaches level 1, they can advance to become a formal member." He then looked at Luo Shan, asking, "Do you know the difference between level 1 and level 0 in this apocalyptic game?" As a lowly blood-sucking larvae, Luo Shan had limited knowledge and naturally shook his head. Jiang Yi, though aware, refrained from showing off. Thus, Gao Chong willingly explained, "I only learned this after drawing a full attribute increase and interacting with formal members. Those players who break through level 0 receive a unique life plate upon reaching level 1. The initial appearance of a life plate is said to resemble an ordinary coin. However, the life plate can transform into any object according to its owner's desires. Most formal players choose to manifest their life plates in the shape of a mobile phone." Upon hearing this, Luo Shan suddenly realized, "No wonder I often see some big shots playing with their phones. So they aren't using phones, but rather their unique life plates?" "Exactly." Gao Chong nodded in agreement. The unique life plate boasts an array of functions. For instance, there is a regional chat channel. All formal players within the Jiangxing area can communicate there. There's also a regional foreign channel, a space for players to exchange ideas. A regional trading channel allows for transactions, and a regional leaderboard channel records the longevity rankings, combat power rankings, and level rankings for our area. There's even a friend channel for adding friends. In summary, the functions of a life plate are incredibly diverse. One could say that only those who reach level 1 and possess a unique life plate can truly be considered formal participants in this apocalyptic game. Gao Chang spoke passionately, and Luo Shan felt a surge of excitement. He eagerly asked, "So how does a level 0 player level up to level 1? My data panel doesn't even show an experience bar." Gao Chang shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. In this unique apocalyptic game, leveling up is not as simple as in ordinary games, as so many members of the Suicide Squad aspire to reach level 1 and become formal players. My current goal is the same. I am determined to level up to 1 as quickly as possible, obtain a unique life plate, and become a formal player. According to the esteemed figures within the club, as it stands, there are but 2 pathways to ascend to level 1. To be precise, it is essentially a singular pathway, the utilization of the upgrade token. However, there exist 2 methods to procure this upgrade token. The first method is relatively straightforward, involving the use of a wheel of fortune of blue grade or higher. Of course, it is imperative that the wheel itself possesses the upgrade token option for it to be drawn. Upon hearing this, Luo Shan was taken aback. A wheel of blue grade or above, does that not require a minimum consumption of 100 years of lifespan? To expend 100 years merely to gain a single level is utterly fantastical. Gao Chang nodded in agreement, expressing, "When I first learned of this information, I shared the same sentiment. Yet upon further reflection, perhaps it is our impoverished circumstances that limit our imagination. For those formidable elites, perhaps 100 years of lifespan holds little significance. Regardless, for us mere level 0 players, this first method is by no means simple. As for the second method, it is even more arduous. Do you comprehend the origins of the death rate within the Daredevil squad?" Luo Shan quickly surmised from his words that this was linked to the second method. Precisely. At this phase, the entirety of the Jiangxing region is ensconced in a vast ocean. Moreover, every lake, river, and even the smallest pond within Jiangxing has transformed into a conduit for the invasion of monstrous beasts. These beasts can infiltrate our world through these passages, and we, too, can traverse them to mount a counteroffensive against the beastly realm. According to Liao Gu, who imparted this knowledge to me, the beastly realm is fraught with peril. Yet it also brims with boundless opportunities. There, even without engaging in a lottery, one might still procure an upgrade token. Including Liao Gu, he was once a member of the Daredevil squad. During a foray into the beastly realm, he fortuitously acquired an upgrade token, elevated his level, and thus opened the door to a new world, becoming an official member of the club. Furthermore, Liao Gu urged me not to lose heart, although the Daredevil squad bears the moniker of Daredevil, and indeed, the mortality rate is high. Each member of the Daredevil squad is, in fact, a prospective member of the club, in contrast to those doomed to perish like the lifespan parasites. Joining the Daredevil squad genuinely provides a glimmer of hope for altering one's fate. Gao Chang spoke with fervor, igniting Luo Shan's blood. Yet Jiang Yi, having experienced the harsh realities, remained notably composed. He understood that Gao Chang's reference to Liao Gu was merely an illusion of grandeur, or perhaps the entire club was weaving dreams for the Daredevil members. The beastly realm? In reality, it is referred to as the domain battlefield in later times. According to the assessments of future players, even the most rudimentary domain battlefield necessitates a minimum of level 5 players to possess even the most basic survival capability. Yet here we are, level 0 players daring to explore the domain battlefield. Is this not the very essence of Daredevil? Of course, perhaps in a far distant future, say a century from now, some history teachers may recount to their students that a century ago, when the apocalyptic game first ascended, it was the blood of countless predecessors and martyrs that paved the way for our present. And now, the Daredevil squad, comprised of level 0 players boldly venturing into the domain battlefield, may very well be immortalized as valiant martyrs in the annals of history. As time marches on, these ordinary individuals may be glorified by history. Yet, alas, it is but mere glorification. Not a single name shall remain etched in memory. Contemplating these thoughts, Gao Chang led the two to the entrance of a villa. The sky had darkened somewhat, prompting Gao Chang to lower his voice. "This is the villa of my squad. Originally, there were 7 members, and with you 2, we now total 9. As they spoke, the trio entered the villa. The villa was eerily silent, yet in the living room on the first floor, a robust man was engaged in push-ups beside the sofa. Luo Shan, ever the social butterfly, felt compelled to greet the seemingly formidable figure. However, before he could act, Gao Chang pulled him back. "Let me first show you to your rooms." Gao Chang's voice remained subdued as he ushered them to the 4th floor of the villa. The room assigned to Jiang Yi was a modest dressing room of merely 5 or 6 square meters, while Luo Shan was given an 8 or 9 square meter study. He cautioned them, saying, "The members of the Daredevil squad aren't as accommodating as I am. If you have no business with them, do not disturb them." Luo Shan found this curious. Shouldn't we at least introduce ourselves to the existing members? Gao Chang felt a pang of awkwardness at this remark, for when he had first joined the Daredevil squad, he had similarly expressed a desire for introductions. Just as before the apocalypse, new members were expected to introduce themselves in a new collective. Yet when he attempted to engage with his fellow members, he was met with indifference. One member had bluntly stated, "Is there a need for the dead to know each other?" A brutally honest statement, yet painfully true, as the speaker had met his demise the very next day. Such harsh truths were not something Gao Chang wished to share with Luo Shan. After a moment's consideration, he adopted an air of authority befitting a captain and solemnly proclaimed, "Members of the Daredevil squad must first invest time to prove their strength before they qualify to know one another." Luo Shan did not ponder this deeply, yet Jiang Yi understood that a more accurate interpretation of Gao Chang's assertion would be that members of the Daredevil squad must first demonstrate their ability to survive before they have the opportunity to know one another. Otherwise, they would have little interest in befriending a corpse. Gao Chang then relayed additional precautions to the two, including the matter of their squad's mission scheduled for 9 a.m. the following day. Before taking his leave, once he departed, Luo Shan turned to Jiang Yi and whispered, "Do you not find the atmosphere within the Daredevil squad somewhat peculiar? It feels rather oppressive." Jiang Yi cast a glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "If you manage to survive a few days, you will likely feel the same oppression." Upon hearing this, Luo Shan's heart sank. He could not help but question whether his decision to join the Daredevil squad had been the right one. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by Jiang Yi's voice. "Luo Shan, do you wish to alter your fate?" The phrase "alter your fate" was one Luo Shan had nearly uttered every day, prompting the lifespan parasites in the underground parking lot to mock him more than once. Thus, at that moment, when Jiang Yi unexpectedly posed this question, Luo Shan instinctively assumed he was being ridiculed. However, years later, Luo Shan would often reflect upon this moment and Jiang Yi's words. Each time he did, he could not help but marvel at how, despite his fervent declarations of wanting to alter his fate, he had remained oblivious to the fact that the gears of his own destiny began to turn at that very moment. "What do you mean, you punk? Are you looking for a fight? Or do you truly wish for death? I've yet to kill anyone. You would be a perfect practice target," Luo Shan retorted with bravado. Yet Jiang Yi knew him to be all bark and no bite. He shot Luo Shan a sidelong glance and calmly stated, literally, he then pointedly tapped the corpses of the dream powder butterflies and blood-devouring worms he had collected. Initially, Luo Shan was irked by Jiang Yi's demeanor, yet a sudden realization struck him, and he asked once more, "What do you mean?" Jiang Yi gestured with his chin. "Let us discuss this in your room." Thus, Luo Shan hastily ushered him back to his room. Once the door was closed, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Are you collecting these butterflies and worms for consumption?" Jiang He did not respond directly. Instead, he carefully extracted a dream powder butterfly corpse and casually inquired, "You must have heard of Chang Jiaoyi, given how you boast of those lifespan parasites all the time, right?" Luo Shan's expression was peculiar, as he intended to mock Jiang Yi with this name. However, he suddenly noticed that Jiang Yi's methods, whether in collecting the corpses of the illusion powder butterflies or in the current process of extracting them, were rather unique. The appearance of the illusion powder butterfly closely resembled that of an ordinary butterfly. albeit with slightly larger and broader wings. When alive, they emitted a fragrance that had hallucinogenic effects. Additionally, the phosphorescent powder on their wings possessed paralyzing properties. Although the paralysis was mild, if one were to inadvertently touch too much phosphorescent powder with their hand, the entire hand would turn numb and tingle. Yet, despite having collected so many illusion powder butterfly corpses, Jiang Yi's hands showed no signs of any adverse effects. Luo Shan observed that Jiang Yi seemed to possess a remarkable ability to precisely grasp the almost imperceptible antennae atop the illusion powder butterfly's head. Throughout this entire process, his movements appeared effortless, and his hands remained untouched by the phosphorescent powder. At this juncture, Luo Shan finally realized that this seemingly half-dead individual, with only a month left to live, might not be as simple as he appeared. He quickly quelled his urge to mock and nodded. Of course, I've heard of her. Jiang Yi is the only formidable figure in the entire Jiang capable of concocting the elixir of immortality. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi inwardly scoffed but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he continued his actions while slowly inquiring. Do you know which school Jiang Yi attended before the apocalypse? Luo Shan blurted out. Hanjiang University. Jiang Yi then asked, Are you aware of the beast tide that occurred on the 7th day of the apocalypse at Hanjiang University? Luo Shan nodded. I've heard that a student drew the beast tide from the blue roulette. During that time, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, the majority of people's strength was comparable to us mere life-sucking pests. The beast tide from a blue roulette was an utterly catastrophic disaster for the players back then. I heard that the teachers and students of Hanjiang University nearly suffered total annihilation due to that calamity. Thankfully, a group of teams managed to lead hundreds of students to escape from the beast tide against all odds. I heard that among those survivors, there was a formidable top-tier expert. However, that expert's name did not circulate widely. In fact, after that, there were no further accounts of his exploits. There were even rumors suggesting that the expert might have already perished. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly. He retrieved a small knife and a bottle cap from the room, meticulously scraping the phosphorescent powder from the wings of the illusion powder butterflies into the cap. Simultaneously, he casually remarked, the reason that expert was powerful was that he obtained an attribute enhancement through the roulette draw. Luo Shan nodded. Of course, to lead people out of the beast tide, he must have drawn some extraordinary ability to defy fate. Jiang Yi, however, slightly shook his head, downplaying he did not defy fate. What he drew was not a permanent ability, but one with a time limit. Hence, 7 days later, he vanished without a trace, blending back into the crowd. And no further news emerged. I see. Luo Shan suddenly understood. Indeed, it was a time-limited ability. I remember seeing options with time limitation from the green roulette as well. What a pity for that guy. After finally drawing an ability, it turned out to have a time constraint. No wonder he faded into obscurity. If only he had managed to draw something better within that time frame, or found a way to continuously enhance his advantages, he might have truly altered his fate. Alas, what a shame. Luo Shan was particularly fond of stories about defying fate. Upon hearing this tale of a failed fate alteration, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. However, he suddenly realized and furrowed his brow, looking at Jiang Yi. You seem to know quite a bit about that expert. Oh, right, he suddenly widened his eyes. You and Jiang Yi were classmates, so you are also a student of Hanjiang University. Therefore, you were among those saved by that expert from the terrifying beast tide, a survivor of Hanjiang University. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Yes and no. Luo Shan frowned. What do you mean? What is not correct? Jiang Yi paused his actions, gazing at Luo Shan with a calm demeanor. I am that nameless expert myself. In an instant, Luo Shan's mouth formed a perfect ta shape. It took him a while to regain his composure. Is that for real? You're not just boasting, are you? Jiang Yi chose not to elaborate further, merely stating, what I want to convey is that a thin dead camel is still bigger than a horse. Although the ability I drew back then had a time limit, I have at least experienced glory. So, let me ask you once again, do you still wish to defy fate? Luo Shan immediately straightened his posture. Absolutely. I want it so badly. Jiang Yi placed the bottle cap filled with phosphorescent powder from the illusion powder butterflies firmly on the table and retrieved a bottle filled with blood-biting worms. The blood-biting worms were still alive, squirming within the bottle, resembling a jar of foul blood. After deliberately showcasing these two items to Luo Shan, he raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "If you desire it. First go fetch me a bag of firefly worms." "What? Firefly worms?" Luo Shan looked utterly bewildered, but where am I supposed to find such worms with nothing to my name? Jiang Yi glanced out the window. At this moment, the sky had darkened. However, the bright moonlight illuminated the room, preventing it from appearing too dim. He turned back to Luo Shan and spoke softly. "Firefly worms are not a rare commodity. Many people collect them specifically for illumination, akin to lanterns. Just ask the other members of the death squad in this villa. They're likely to have some." Luo Shan, even more confused, retorted, but given Gao Chang's attitude, "It's clear that the members of our villa's death squad likely have rather unpleasant dispositions, right? I'm just a newcomer with no skills. How can I ask them for firefly worms? I'm not their parent." Luo Shan certainly had a sense of self-awareness. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Then I'm not your parent either. Why should I help you defy fate?" This statement struck a chord. Luo Shan, not being foolish, immediately caught the underlying implication. After a moment of contemplation, he glared at Jiang Yi. "If I manage to procure the firefly worms, only to discover you're deceiving me." He let out a warning-laden humph, then turned to leave the room. Jiang Yi emphasized once more to his departing figure, "Make sure it doesn't take more than 5 minutes, because there's not much time left before the beast tie to the previous life." After toiling alone for 5 minutes, Jiang Yi frowned and glanced at the door. Moments later, a knock echoed, and Jiang Yi opened the door. He was met with Luo Shan's complaints. "What the heck? 5 minutes, and you locked the door." Jiang Yi said nothing, but his gaze fell upon the glowing bag in Luo Shan's hand. Undoubtedly, it contained the firefly worms. After Luo Shan casually closed the door, he began a vent. "I had to ask that muscular guy downstairs for this. Just for this bag of creepy things, I had to part with a precious point coin." Jiang Yi took the bag of firefly worms, startled by the revelation. "You actually appoint coins?" Luo Shan nodded proudly. "I have a few. I found them in the days immediately following the apocalypse." Jiang Yi nodded, deeming it reasonable. After all, when the apocalypse first descended, many individuals were utterly bewildered. Consequently, a few oblivious souls failed to recognize the significance of the temporal currency that had fallen beside the corpses of ferocious beasts. Naturally, some astute individuals seized the opportunity to collect these valuable time coins. The fractional coin is one type of this temporal currency. The comprehensive temporal currency system is categorized into 6 types: second coins, fractional coins, and hour coins, along with the more precious sky coins, year coins, and longevity coins. The exchange rates of temporal currency correspond directly to standard time unit conversions. 1 fractional coin equals 60-second coins. 1 sky coin equals 24-hour coins, and 1 year coin equals 365-day coins at 8s for the most enigmatic longevity coin. The number of year coins that can be exchanged for varies according to its quality. Those with exclusive fate charts, known as official players, primarily engage in transactions using temporal currency in trading zones that in the future. As this apocalyptic game progresses to a certain stage, the precious year coins may even be utilized for cultivation, ultimately converting into the player's actual lifespans. However, this transformation is not absolute. There exists a conversion rate. Players with a higher conversion rate possess greater cultivation talent, while those with a lower rate are deemed useless. Of course, the concept of cultivating lifespan is a distant matter. At this stage, the apocalypse has only just descended for a month. The currency circulating among official and unofficial players primarily consists of second coins, fractional coins, and hour coins, which are minor denominations of temporal currency. However, at present, unofficial players lack exclusive fate charts and have limited access to information. Thus, even if they possess temporal currency, they're often easily deceived by official players when attempting to use it. For instance, Luo Shan was undoubtedly swindled when he exchanged 1 fractional coin for a bag of firefly worms. However, from Jiang Yi's perspective, a seasoned player with years of apocalyptic experience, he considered himself fortunate. Given the extreme scarcity of information among players at this stage, no one was aware of the intrinsic value of the materials derived from ferocious beasts. Among the various materials, only the edible flesh of ferocious beasts could fetch a reasonable price. The rest, whose uses remained unknown, were treated like waste. Thus, Jiang Yi managed to seize the opportunity, effortlessly acquiring the bloodthirsty goo and the illusionary powder butterfly. Now that he had obtained the firefly worms, he refrained from further chatter and swiftly began processing them. Firefly worms are social creatures that, when gathered in large numbers, appear as a glowing sphere. However, each individual is merely the size of an uncooked grain of rice. At the tip of their tails lies a minute glowing point, which is the source of their luminescence. Jiang Yi carefully used a sharp blade to pierce this delicate glowing point. After several seconds, a droplet of viscous, fluorescent liquid slowly dripped into the cap filled with illusionary powder butterfly phosphor. The sound of sizzling echoed as the phosphor in the cap seemed to ignite. However, the quantity of liquid from a single firefly worm was minimal, and the sizzling noise only lasted a few seconds before dissipating. Nevertheless, during those few seconds, Jiang Yi punctured another firefly worm's glowing point, causing another droplet of viscous liquid to fall into the cap, once again producing sizzling sounds. This process continued in a cyclic manner. Jiang Yi's movements were fluid and natural, leading Luo Shan to initially believe the operation was quite simple. However, after observing a few more times, he realized that the glowing points of the firefly worms were exceptionally small. Jiang Yi's technique in piercing these points was evidently not trivial. Most individuals would likely struggle to achieve such ease. Luo Shan was unaware of Jiang Yi's exact intentions, yet he couldn't help but feel a profound respect. A few minutes later, the phosphor inside the cap was thoroughly transformed into a deep green liquid by the firefly worm's viscous substance. Jiang Yi then gently poured this liquid into a bottle containing the bloodthirsty goo. Another round of more intense sizzling ensued as the blood-red skin of the bloodthirsty goo began to peel away under the influence of the deep green liquid. After approximately 3 more minutes, the entirety of the bloodthirsty goo's blood-red skin had completely shed, leaving behind a pool of dark, viscous liquid. This dark liquid bore an uncanny resemblance to venom. Yet, Jiang Yi held the venom bottle and instructed Luo Shan. "Extend your hand." Luo Shan instinctively complied, but upon noticing Jiang Yi's actions, he abruptly withdrew his hand. "Wait, you can't be intending to pour this ghastly substance into my palm, can you?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "What ghastly substance?" "This is a valuable item," Luo Shan, incredulous, retorted. "If it's so valuable, why don't you use it yourself?" Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and then prepared to pour the liquid into his own hand, asserting, "Fine, I'll use it myself. Just don't regret it later." Witnessing Jiang Yi's demeanor, Luo Shan immediately regretted. Hey, wait. I'll use it. Is that acceptable?" Thus, Jiang Yi redirected the bottle, pouring the dark liquid into Luo Shan's palm. As he did so, he inquired, "How does it feel?" Luo Shan's body stiffened, his voice rigid. "It's hot. Numb." Jiang Yi nodded slightly, reassuring himself that everything was likely fine, then instructed Luo Shan to apply the liquid to various parts of his body. Following this procedure, around 5 minutes later, he again asked, "How do you feel now?" Luo Shan's face had turned slightly flushed, and his voice was somewhat breathless. "I feel a bit warm, and my muscles are somewhat sore." Jiang Yi continued to nod. "It's nothing, just a normal phenomenon." However, Luo Shan felt increasingly anxious, as he had come to realize that Jiang Yi was clearly conducting an experiment on him. If the results were positive, it would be acceptable, but what if there were negative effects? Cursing internally, Luo Shan nevertheless heard Jiang Yi instruct, "Now, take a look at your data panel." Data panel? Luo Shan immediately summoned in his mind. Data panel. Suddenly, he blurted out a curse. "What the hell? I have gained 5 points in all attributes. Could it be that I am not dreaming? 5 points in all attributes. What in the world does that signify?" From Luo Shan's perspective, he had no true concept of its significance. Yet he understood that even the most exquisite white spinner could not possibly present an option of 5 points in all attributes. In fact, even the option for 2 points in all attributes would not appear on a white spinner. Therefore, Luo Shan reasonably deduced that even on the more precious green spinner, the option of 5 points in all attributes would be exceedingly rare. In other words, others might sacrifice 10 years of lifespan for a chance at such an ability. Jiang Yi had effortlessly achieved this. This is simply absurd. Luo Shan felt as though his brain was about to crash. Utterly incapable of processing the situation. However, Jiang Yi's next words came like a splash of cold water, instantly snapping him back to reality. Don't get too excited. The effect of the 5-point increase in all attributes is time-limited. Luo Shan struggled to calm his emotions, swallowing hard, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yi, whose expression remained complex. How long is the time limit? Jiang Yi replied, approximately 1 day, 0.1 day. That is still quite powerful. Luo Shan's tone regained its excitement. I saw that the process of creating this black liquid wasn't complicated. We could easily wait for the time limit to pass and continue producing. Continuing to use it. Jiang Yi shot him a look of disdain. You think it's that simple? In this world, such good fortune is exceedingly rare. That black liquid is known as the strengthening elixir. This version of the strengthening elixir is simple to produce, yet comes with numerous drawbacks. Essentially, upon the first use, it grants 5 points in all attributes for a duration of 1 day. The second use yields 2 points for half a day. The third use provides 1 point for 3 hours. Thereafter, from the fourth use onwards, the body's resistance to the elixir renders it ineffective. Furthermore, you surely don't believe that this substance is easy to produce, do you? The fireflies have indeed become a common sight, yet the phantom powder butterfly remains a rare species, seldom seen in everyday life. As for the blood-sucking goo, it is even more elusive. On average, one might find the option for the blood-sucking goo only once in every 10,000 white turntables. Moreover, the probability of its appearance is exceedingly low, akin to drawing a full attribute one from a white turntable. Thus, once the market matures, the materials produced by the blood-sucking goo from the white turntable could potentially surpass the prices of green-quality materials. This time, Jiang Yi unexpectedly discovered a turntable option featuring a blood-sucking goo cluster among a box of white turntables from Sun Hao. He himself was quite taken aback, however, without the extraordinary ability to specify turntable rewards. Even if such an option were present, it would be exceedingly difficult to draw it directly. Luo Shan, unaware of the underlying reasons, could only think it was utterly ridiculous. How could Jiang Yi manage to draw the blood-sucking goo cluster, which was even harder to obtain than the full attribute one? He suddenly regarded Jiang Yi with a peculiar expression. You rascal, you must have chosen that turntable specifically for the blood-sucking goo cluster option, right? Jiang Yi remained unfazed. At that time, I pondered over the choices and found those turntables to be utterly worthless. Only that particular turntable had both the longevity pill and the blood-sucking goo cluster. Thus, it represented 2 high-quality positive effects for me. So, I naturally chose ITDAS for drawing the blood-sucking goo cluster. I truly did not anticipate that. Jiang Yi's skill in fabricating lies with a straight face was remarkable. Luo Shan did not harbor any doubts. After all, who would dare to believe that someone could specify turntable rewards? After briefly explaining to Luo Shan, Jiang Yi applied the remaining half bottle of the strengthening potion onto himself. At first, Luo Shan thought nothing of it, as Jiang Yi would surely want to use such a valuable item himself. However, moments later, he furrowed his brows and remarked, according to Gao Chong, we are scheduled to embark on our task at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Therefore, applying the strengthening potion in the morning would allow us to fully utilize its effects for an entire day. Applying it now would be a waste of an evening's worth of full attributes 5. Luo Shan appeared quite regretful. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement, casually dismissing it with, you make a valid point. I should have considered it more thoroughly. Just as Luo Shan and Jiang Yi were applying the strengthening potion. In the purple lottery area where the 3 major clubs converged, He Zheng, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyin wore serious expressions. However, Zhou Yiming wore an impatient look, unable to contain his complaints. This is absurd. I see that the Beast Tide option accounts for less than 10 of the entire purple turntable. To prepare for such a minuscule probability for a full 2 hours is utterly ludicrous. If we fail to draw the Beast Tide, won't all this preparation be in vain? He Zheng had always disdained Zhou Yiming, casting him a disdainful glance. Not drawing the Beast Tide would indeed waste 2 hours. But do you know what might happen if we are unprepared and happen to draw the Beast Tide? On the 7th day of the apocalypse, That beast tide nearly annihilated the entire Hanjing University. Surely you've heard of it? At that time, it was merely a beast tide drawn from a blue turntable, and its power was already terrifying. Now, what you're drawing from is a far superior purple turntable. One costs a century of life, the other a millennium. In other words, if you truly draw the beast tide, its danger will be tenfold compared to that beast tide at Hanjing University, if we do not prepare adequately. All three of our clubs may very well be obliterated by the beast tide. He Zheng spoke with considerable weight. Yet Zhou Yiming, growing impatient, retorted, I never denied the dangers of the beast tide. I'm merely saying the probability is low. How can I be so unlucky as to draw the worst outcome? He Zheng was utterly speechless, rolling his eyes and choosing not to waste more words on this fool. Yang Miao, however, intervened before Wang Shuyan could lose her temper. None of us here genuinely wishes to draw the beast tide. All this preparation is simply precautionary, a means to ensure peace of mind. Besides, this has long been an agreement among our three clubs. Now that the preparations are complete, discussing this further is pointless. That I believe the moonlight is just right. We can commence the lottery now. Although this apocalyptic game had only been ongoing for a month, many players had come to believe that conducting turntable draws under ample moonlight increased the chances of obtaining positive effects. Whether this rumor held any truth was uncertain, yet many players leaned towards drawing under the moonlight with a better safe than sorry mentality. That in fact, Wang Xian even hired a feng shui master to select the optimal drawing position in the purple lottery area. She gestured towards that prime location, and a half-person high display platform materialized out of thin air. On the platform rested a purple turntable, the size of a bowl. The purple turntable was far more splendid in appearance than the white turntable. Even He Zheng and Yang Miao, possessing considerable strength, felt their hearts race at the sight. The more they were drawn to it, the more they found Zhou Yiming displeasing. How could this scoundrel, living off a woman, even be worthy of drawing such a precious purple turntable? Wang Shuyan must have lost her mind. Zhou Yiming gazed at the purple turntable, his eyes shining with excitement, especially upon seeing the option for the longevity pill formula. His heart raced uncontrollably. That was a purple-grade longevity pill formula. Currently, the only person in the entire Jiang city capable of refining the longevity pill was Jiang Yi. However, she only possessed the green-grade longevity pill formula. If Zhou Yiming could master the purple-grade longevity pill formula, he could completely disregard this mere blood-swallow club, for then, the four major forces in Jiang City would compete to recruit him. He would no longer be a mere kept man, but would reclaim his former status as the top-tier Zhou Yiming, someone whom Wang Shuyan could never aspire to reach. Just the thought of obtaining the longevity pill formula sent Zhou Yiming's blood racing. However, before he officially drew the lottery, Wang Shuyan nagged him once more. Yiming, remember, if the turntable indicates that you have drawn the beast tide, you must immediately use the teleportation stone I prepared for you. It will transport you to a safe location to take refuge. And do not lose the positioning compass I provided. Yiming, a purple-grade beast tide has never appeared in Jiang City. If it truly manifests, even with our preparations, the scene will likely be chaotic. Please remember this. Wang Shuyan reiterated her warnings. Zhou Yiming listened attentively on the surface, but inwardly he cursed. Beast tide, beast tide. Aren't they making a mountain out of a molehill? It's as if I'm guaranteed to draw the beast tide. What a stroke of bad luck. Even if you were to draw the beast tide, it would be the result of these three jinxes. After a while, Wang Shuyan finally finished her admonishments. She raised her hand to cast a blessing aura upon Zhou Yiming, finally reminding him. All right, Yiming, you may begin now. Zhou Yiming had been eagerly awaiting this moment. With a fervent prayer to all deities, he placed his well-groomed hand on the center of the purple turntable. Draw in that instant. He Zheng, Yang Miao, Wang Shuyan, and the others collectively held their breath, fully prepared to face the beast tide. Yet, deep down, they did not genuinely believe Zhou Yiming would draw the beast tide. However, Murphy's law struck once again. With a ding, the center of the purple turntable emitted a sound. What the? Is this for real? Did he actually draw the beast tide? Zhou Yiming was left dumbfounded. He had suspected He Zheng, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuyan were indeed jinxes. What the hell? In truth, Jiang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuyan also wore grim expressions. None of them wished for the beast tide to manifest, particularly Wang Shuyan, who reacted the fastest, immediately shouted at Zhou Yiming. Teleport! Quickly use the teleportation stone. Only then did Zhou Yiming snap back to reality and activate the teleportation stone that Wang Shuyan had entrusted to him. As soon as he vanished, the remaining 3 elites began to execute their previously devised plan. Roughly 2 minutes after Zhou Yiming drew the beast tide, a deafening explosion reverberated through the nearby 3 clubs. Jiang Yi was originally lying on a single bed in his room, resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing a tremendous noise, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with calmness and clarity. Luo Shan, reluctant to squander the benefits of the full attribute boost of 5, was currently working out with a burly man downstairs. He completed over 100 push-ups in one breath, showing no signs of fatigue, astonishing the hefty man beside him. Just as he contemplated seizing the opportunity to strike up a conversation with the burly man, the loud noise erupted. Startled, he instinctively exclaimed, "What the hell?" The burly man, equally taken aback, blurted out, "Something's happened." What has happened?" Luo Shan panicked. The burly man shot him an incredulous glance. "How the hell should I know? Wait for news." "Wait?" Luo Shan was about to inquire further when the burly man interrupted, explaining, "Among the formal players, there exists a live board chat system that allows for rapid information transmission." Although Gao Chong was not a formal player, as the team leader of the Death Squad, he should have contact with at least one formal player. Just then, both heard hurried footsteps descending from the villa staircase. Simultaneously, they recognized Gao Chang's urgent and resonant voice. "Gather, gather, all members of the villa. Assemble." To emphasize the seriousness, he added, "Liao Gu Liao Yuanfeng from Team 7 just messaged me." Clearly, the name Liao Yuanfeng, a formal player, held far more weight than Gao Chang's own presence. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed as all 9 members of the team assembled in the first-floor hall within 2 minutes. Jiang Yi blended in seamlessly, showing no signs of unease. However, Luo Shan, upon seeing the other members, felt a surge of trepidation. The members of the Death Squad appeared rather morose. Moreover, 2 or 3 of them bore visible injuries. At that moment, Luo Shan felt a wave of regret wash over him. Was joining the Death Squad truly the right decision? No. There was no room for doubt. It must be the correct choice. For now, he possessed the boon of full attribute 5. In this entire Death Squad, even Gao Chong might not stand a chance against him. And all this, Luo Shan glanced at Jiang Yi. Subsequently, he discreetly took a seat beside Jiang Yi. Gao Chong, while tapping the table, retrieved a map and spoke rapidly. "We just received news that the Blood Swallow Club has summoned a beast tide from the Purple Roulette area." "What? A beast tide? And it was summoned from the Purple Roulette area?" Instantly, the previously despondent members of the Death Squad reacted vehemently. A purple-level beast tide is 10 times more terrifying than the one at Hanjiang University. 10 times? What does that even mean? It's like the difference between a century and a millennium. It may seem like a mere factor of 10. Yet in reality, who among us actually has a lifespan of 100 years? Having a decade of life is already quite fortunate. And now we, the mere cannon fodder with a lifespan of just 10 years, are expected to confront a millennial-old purple-level beast tide. We are the Death Squad, not a bunch of fools seeking death. Clearly, the members of the Death Squad reacted intensely to the sudden emergence of the purple-level beast tide, lamenting their predicament. Gao Chong was not surprised by this response. He slammed his hand on the table. "Silence. Rest assured, everyone. Although this beast tide is of purple level, our club big shots, Zheng, as well as Yang Miao from the Mountain and Water Club and Wang Shuin from the Blood Swallow Club, have made ample preparations for this beast tide. The loud noise you just heard was not caused by the ferocious beasts, but rather traps set in advance by the big shots to eliminate the beasts. Therefore, although this beast tide is far more formidable than the one at Hanjiang University, the strength of our 3 clubs exceeds that of the Hanjiang University students, coupled with the thorough preparations made prior to the lottery. We can fully cope with this beast tide. Moreover, our mission as the Death Squad is not to charge headlong into the fray as mere cannon fodder." At this point, Gao Chong pointed to the map he had prepared. "Look here. This is the Purple Roulette lottery area, the most perilous core zone of the current beast tide. He then used a red pen to encircle the outermost edge of the purple roulette lottery area. Here, we established the first line of defense, manned by core members from the three clubs. Following this, Gao Chang drew a larger yellow circle beyond the red one. This is the second line of defense, to be guarded by official members from the three clubs. Upon hearing this, the members of the death squad began to calm down. That it seemed they were not being sent directly to their deaths amidst the beast tide. Luo Shan breathed a sigh of relief and directly asked, "So what are we death squad members responsible for?" Gao Chang tapped the map with his finger and explained, based on experience, the spread of the beast tide resembles ripples formed by a stone thrown into water, radiating outward from the central area in circles. Although the first two critical defensive lines are manned by more powerful big shots, they are not omnipotent. Some ferocious beasts will inevitably continue to spread outward. As he spoke, Gao Chang drew an even larger circle on the map with a highlighter. Our responsibility lies in the outermost region. However, the burly man from earlier frowned deeply at the vast area. This area is so large. Surely we death squad members won't have enough manpower? Don't worry. Gao Chang offered him a reassuring glance and continued. The concentration of beasts in this area has been diluted. So the density of ferocious beasts is extremely low, rendering it almost incapable of being termed a beast tide. Thus today, we only need to guard the key areas within this larger circle, .as for the remaining areas. We will gradually clear away any leftover ferocious beasts once the crisis of the beast tide subsides. With that, Gao Chang circled the area where the Letian Club was situated on the map with a black pen. The black square he drew intersected with the larger fluorescent circle on the outskirts. Gao Chang shaded that intersection with his pen and addressed the members. This is the territory we, the Death Squad, are responsible for. The other members of the Death Squad breathed a collective sigh of relief and nodded in agreement, listening to Gao Chang's analysis, which was almost identical to his previous life. Jiang Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. In truth, this beast tide posed relatively little danger to him. What he genuinely cared about were the opportunities that accompanied the beast tide. Despite possessing the extraordinary ability of designated roulette rewards and having granted himself a full attribute 5 buff, it may seem as though he could lie back and revel in invincibility. However, in reality, he faced a rather awkward situation. His lifespan was a mere 38 days. 38 days. Not even enough to activate the lowest tier white roulette once. As the saying goes, a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how extraordinary the ability of the designated roulette rewards, without the lifespan to draw, it would be utterly futile. Of course, he could, like in his previous life, endure the terrifying mortality rates in the Death Squad, fighting desperately for a month. Then he could accumulate time coins and club points to exchange for the club's subpar longevity elixirs. Moreover, those subpar longevity elixirs were concocted by Jiang Yi herself. Firstly, this process was far too lengthy and laborious for Jiang Yi. Secondly, in this life, he had no desire to purchase longevity elixirs crafted by Jiang Yi again. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity presented by this beast tide and swiftly secure a chance for a second draw. What on earth? Why did the club's big shots suddenly mobilize after that loud noise? Something must have happened. Regardless of what transpired, if the sky were to fall, surely there would be tall individuals to hold it up. As for us mere mortals, we could rest easy. The news of the beast tide had not reached the underground garage where the mortals resided. They merely heard the commotion and then saw various personnel from the club bustling about. The scene clearly indicated that something was amiss. However, these mortals exhibited no signs of anxiety. Some, feeling bored, even ventured outside the garage to watch the commotion. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "What the hell? Look over there. Is that Luo Shan? How is he walking alongside the Death Squad members? Goodness, has Luo Shan lost his mind and decided to join the Death Squad? I was wondering why he hasn't returned after winning that prize so late. Look, that's Gao Chang. He has joined Gao Chang's team. I think he's gone insane trying to defy fate. He is willing to risk his life. And that useless Jiang Yi has also joined the Death Squad. People like them joining the Death Squad, it's like an old man committing suicide because he is tired of living. Exactly. They've only just joined the Death Squad a few hours ago. Right? They have no experience at all, and they're already being sent on a mission. If they go out standing, they probably come back lying down. Come back. They won't make it back at all. If they die out there, there probably won't even be a corpse left. For those who were close to them, take a good look while you can. After this, you might not even get a chance to see their remains. If it were me, I'd rather be a couch potato. No hardships, no risking my life, and simply coasting through life is more than sufficient. Precisely, look at Luo Shan and Jiang Yi diligently risking their lives. Yet they're living less comfortably and for a shorter time than us. It's utterly thankless toil. Long before the apocalypse, I had already seen through it. Serving capital is nowhere near as satisfying as simply coasting through life. Indeed, those people, toiling tirelessly throughout their lives, serving capital like beasts of burden, what do they ultimately gain? Nothing but the inability to afford a house, unable to pay for medical care, living like dogs, worth nothing. Regardless, I had already given up before the apocalypse. Now being a couch potato is simply perfect. Most couch potatoes are content with their status, filled with disdain and mockery towards Luo Shan and Jiang Yi's choices. Meanwhile, Chen Liang, enjoying the luxury of a single room in a greenhouse, also caught sight of Jiang Yi, mingling among the members of the death squad. Just a glance from afar sent a jolt through his heart. Memories flooded back to him of that once valiant and powerful man. Jiang Yi was indeed Jiang Yi. Just seeing that silhouette stirred a wave of inexplicable anxiety within him. Yet he quickly shook his head, muttering curses about Jiang Yi's past strength being merely a stroke of luck, having drawn powerful abilities. However, his abilities were time-limited. Once the 7-day limit passed, he would be nothing but a complete waste. Yes, a waste, even less capable than Chen Liang himself. How could such a waste dare to join the death squad? He is now going out on a mission with the death squad. There's no way he'll come back alive. Indeed, there's no way he'll come back alive. Chen Liang continuously reassured himself, striving to suppress the inexplicable anxiety welling up inside him. At this moment, Jiang Yi, of course, paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes. He followed the throng of the team toward the northwestern direction of the villa area, the intersection of the Beast Tide S spread and the club, as circled on the map by Gao Chong. This area was a well-vegetated camping site with a relatively open view. What the hell? What's that terrifying thing? Luo Shan, still unaccustomed to his first mission, caught sight of a writhing mass of black shadows approaching from afar, causing his face to change color. This exclamation naturally attracted a fair share of disdainful glances. Fortunately, Gao Chong kindly explained to him that it's a white silk spider, also known as a black widow. When you eventually have the opportunity to undertake missions in the beast world, you'll find that these creatures are quite common there. Another member of the death squad chimed in. The black widow moves quickly, so it's perfectly normal for the first wave to arrive here. But there's no need to worry too much. It merely looks frightening, as its combat capability is quite poor. Just be careful not to get ensnared by its silk. And you should be fine. Gao Chong nodded. However, this is only the initial phase of the beast tide. As time progresses, other types of ferocious beasts will likely spread over. During your battles, do not let your guard down. This warning was primarily directed at Luo Shan and Jiang Yi, as they were the only newcomers in the team. Luo Shan nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, "So, does this Black Widow have any weaknesses?" While speaking, he observed the death squad team that had already engaged in battle, that he quickly realized that Gao Chong's team was indeed somewhat lacking in numbers. Counting him and Jiang Yi, there were only 9 members. Other teams had an average of nearly 20 members. The teams already in combat were mostly operating in groups of 4, attacking the Black Widow's legs, of course. There were also some in groups of 3, pairs, or even individuals. Luo Shan was not naive. He instantly deduced that those fighting in pairs or alone clearly had some level of skill. While pondering this, Gao Chong explained further. As you can see, the Black Widow is considered a weakling among ferocious beasts. Thus, we don't need to consider any weaknesses. We simply need to strike its legs in unison and then smash its head. Luo Shan nodded, but soon realized. But Jiang Yi he wanted to say that neither he nor Jiang Yi had weapons. Were they expected to fight the Black Widow barehanded? However, before he could finish, a voice of impatience rang out from behind. "What is it to you two?" The voice belonged to Sun Hao. Seeing Sun Hao appear here startled Luo Shan. "ISNT Sun Hao responsible for the couch potato lottery." How could he be here? Just as he was puzzled, Sun Hao merely shot him a glance and addressed all the Death Squad members. The usual rule applies: those without personal weapons come to me to pick them up. Considering there are newcomers like Luo Shan and Jiang Yi in the team, Sun Hao added, after the Beast High crisis is over, you must return the weapons you each received. This process seemed familiar to the other Death Squad members. Immediately, many rushed over to Sun Hao to collect their weapons. Luo Shan noticed that in many teams, nearly everyone had their own personal weapons. Therefore, they did not need to seek Sun Hao. They simply began the battle. Conversely, in some teams, almost everyone needed to collect personal weapons from Sun Hao, like the one led by Gao Chong. Initially, Luo Shan felt lost and confused, but at this moment, he vaguely sensed Sun Hao's status within the club, which seemed to extend beyond merely managing the couch potato lottery. He appeared to oversee some lower-tier resources as well. Additionally, the strength of different Death Squad teams varied significantly. Some teams were powerful, while others were weak. Gao Chong's team was arguably the weakest among all the Death Squads. Earlier, Luo Shan admired Gao Chong, thinking him remarkable. But now he felt rather conflicted. Jiang Yi was faring better. He had already experienced all this in his previous life. Now, it was merely a matter of navigating it smoothly. He approached Sun Hao's weapons area and quickly selected his target. In fact, the weapons available for the Death Squad to use for free were mostly low-quality items drawn from the White Wheel. Items like knives, axes, and clubs. Just as Jiang Yi was about to retrieve his chosen weapon, he suddenly heard a sharp voice of mockery. Kid, you don't really think you're clever, do you? That composite bow, which no one else dares to choose, is going to be your lucky find? Jiang Yi looked toward the voice and realized the taunt was not directed at him, but at Luo Shan. He saw Luo Shan's eyes gleaming with desire as he lunged toward a finely crafted pure black composite bow. The one who had just mocked him was standing aside with crossed arms, waiting to see the spectacle. That composite bow was indeed the finest among these low-quality weapons. Yet, none of the Death Squad members dared to choose it. The main reason was its weight. Even the best among the Death Squad would struggle to fight while carrying such a heavy bow. They would be exhausted within minutes for an ordinary person who had undergone special training. Picking up that bow would leave them utterly fatigued after just a few steps, leading them to give up. The mocking individual was eagerly anticipating Luo Shan to feel the weight of the composite bow and embarrass himself in front of everyone. However, to his astonishment, Luo Shan lifted the composite bow as if it were an ordinary featherweight sword. Even so, he waved the bow with one hand, his face alight with excitement. This scene rendered the brazen lad who had mocked him utterly speechless. Impossible! This bow, could it be the very one from before? This spectacle caught the attention of many. Numerous members of the Suicide Squad gazed at Luo Shan as if they had witnessed a ghost. Even Sun Hao, responsible for overseeing the selection of weapons, was momentarily taken aback. That he stepped forward, scrutinizing Luo Shan for a few moments before furrowing his brow and commanding, "Bring forth your data panel." The data panel was an informational display that every individual possessed after the onset of the apocalyptic game. Typically, this panel would only be visible to the individual unless a player chose to display it. Generally speaking, compelling someone to reveal their data panel was considered an egregious breach of etiquette. However, in this apocalyptic game, the principle of might prevailing over politeness was evidently paramount. To Luo Shan, Sun Hao was an embodiment of strength. Thus, despite his reluctance, Luo Shan found himself unable to resist. Soon, his data panel was prominently displayed for all to see. Name: Luo Shan. Level: 0 lifespan, 11 years 158 days talent, none occupation, none skills, none status, none strength, 1+5 constitution, 1+5 speed, 1+5 spirit, 1+5 combat power, 108 hiss, all attributes +5, combat power exceeding 100. This tattooed lad is actually a hidden powerhouse. But a powerhouse, my foot. Such attributes, marked with parentheses, are merely temporary. Once the time limit elapses, the effects within the parentheses will vanish. This fellow is fundamentally an ordinary person with all attributes at one. Yet, even with a time limit, he is undeniably formidable. During this window, many gazes directed at Luo Shan brimmed with envy. Even Gao Chong wore an expression of astonishment and unease. The very lad who had just ridiculed Luo Shan now retreated, utterly mortified, to the back of the crowd. Sun Hao observed this scene. Deep in thought, he was about to inquire further when Jiang Yi suddenly stepped forward, his demeanor one of grievance as he exclaimed, "Boss Sun, please advocate for me. This Luo Shan has snatched my blood-devouring goo and consumed it all." Subsequently, he gained the buff of all attributes +5. That buff was originally mine. Jiang Yi's words dripped with righteous indignation, as if Luo Shan had pilfered what was rightfully his. Luo Shan initially appeared bewildered. However, he was not foolish and soon grasped Jiang Yi's intentions. Thus he played along, responding, "I ate it, so what? Am I supposed to regurgitate it for you? Besides, the effect of all attributes +5 is inherently time-limited. It's not a permanent ability, so what's there to quibble about?" The atmosphere suggested that Luo Shan and Jiang Yi might come to blows. Sun Hao shot them a disdainful glance and barked, "Enough, both of you! Cease your bickering. Luo Shan, while the effect of all attributes +5 is indeed temporary, it is still a stroke of fortune for you. If you seize this opportunity, you might experience rapid growth. However, if you squander it..." Sun Hao shook his head, refraining from elaborating. His gaze shifted back to Jiang Yi, clearly imbued with goodwill and patience when directed at Luo Shan, in stark contrast to the cold indifference he reserved for Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, is it you wish for me to intercede on your behalf? Huh. Navi," he continued, "you must understand that in this world of the apocalyptic game, strength is the only undeniable truth. The current reality is that Luo Shan consumed the blood-devouring goo. He acquired the effect of all attributes +5, while you remain a mere waste. As a waste, you must possess the awareness of your status. You have no right to criticize the strong." Sun Hao's words struck hard. The observing members of the Suicide Squad murmured amongst themselves. Were they ordinary folk, they might have felt a sense of grievance and indignation at such treatment, perhaps even uttering a defiant phrase about the fickleness of fortune. However, Jiang Yi, having lived 2 lives, had his heart tempered into steel. He recognized the truth in Sun Hao's words. This apocalyptic game undeniably favored the strong. Might was the only unassailable truth. He believed that if he were to reveal his own secret of all attributes +5 at this moment, Sun Hao's demeanor would shift toward him as well. Hence, rather than feeling personally targeted, Jiang Yi perceived Sun Hao's words as an indictment of weakness. Jiang Yi harbored no ill thoughts, yet Sun Hao's remarks left Luo Shan feeling quite embarrassed. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to offer Jiang Yi a few kind words, Jiang Yi proactively stated, "Regarding the blood-devouring goo, I misjudged the situation. However, I still hope that Luo Shan can provide me with some form of compensation." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's expression turned icy once more. He was about to reprimand Jiang Yi again when, unexpectedly, Luo Shan interjected, "If you have any requests, feel free to ask, as long as it's not too outrageous. I can accommodate." Luo Shan had spoken, and naturally, Sun Hao refrained from further comment. Jiang Yi then glanced at Luo Shan, pondering that this fellow was significantly better than the ungrateful ingrates like Tang Ku and Chun Liang. Luo Shan, however, did not consider his actions particularly noble. After all, the all attributes +5 buff he possessed was entirely due to Jiang Yi's efforts. Feeling grateful was only natural, right? Of course, if Jiang Yi were to propose an excessively unreasonable demand, he would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. After all, while gratitude is a virtue, it does not mean one should be morally coerced into becoming a saint. However, Jiang Yi's request left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. He emerged from the pile of weapons, holding a shovel. Then, with utmost seriousness, he addressed Luo Shan. "Since her attributes are high, could you help me sharpen the tip of this shovel?" Luo Shan immediately wore an expression akin to that of an elderly person baffled by technology. The onlookers were initially perplexed, then began to feel that Jiang Yi must be deliberately humiliating Luo Shan with such a request. His mindset, his demeanor, was simply too lowly. Even Sun Hao thought Jiang Yi was being unreasonable and prepared to reprimand him again. Yet, to his surprise, Jiang Yi reiterated with utmost seriousness, "I am not joking. I genuinely intend to use this shovel as a weapon. However, I find the tip lacking in sharpness, so I would like your assistance in sharpening it. This, Luo Shan, privy to the underlying circumstances, considered the likelihood of Jiang Yi attempting to humiliate him to be quite low. Given Jiang Yi's earnest expression, he inquired, "You truly plan to use this shovel as a weapon?" Luo Shan's expression was strange. Jiang Yi nodded earnestly in confirmation. After contemplating for a moment, Luo Shan acquiesced. "Very well, I agree." With that, he turned to Sun Hao, inquiring if he had a sharpening stone. Sun Hao, equally bewildered by the antics of these two, especially Jiang Yi, had no clear understanding of their motives. However, since the situation could resolve itself, he lent Luo Shan a sharpening stone. Thus, after a slight delay, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan each took their respective weapons and proceeded toward the front lines. Many people, upon seeing Jiang Yi wielding a shovel, wore expressions that were difficult to describe, given his current state. No one was inclined to form a team with him. Conversely, Luo Shan, effortlessly gripping the composite bow, leaned closer to Jiang Yi and whispered, "How about we team up? I can lead you." Jiang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Luo Shan, his expression indifferent. For reasons unknown, Luo Shan felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. He was increasingly convinced that Jiang Yi was indeed the formidable individual rumored to have led the students of Hanjiang University through the beast tide. Though his formidable abilities had lost their efficacy, the aura he exuded was unmistakable. Indeed, it was hardly surprising for Luo Shan to hear Jiang Yi's refusal. With all attributes increased by 5, facing 2 Black Widows single-handedly poses no issue, let alone teaming up with others. This was the essence of his refusal. Consequently, Luo Shan, recognizing the hint, refrained from further discussing the possibility of forming a team. However, he remained astute, deliberately choosing a position beside Jiang Yi within the line of defense composed of the fearless squad. At this juncture, the onslaught of beasts had only recently commenced, and many ferocious creatures had yet to encroach upon their area. Thus, the defense here was still relatively manageable. Luo Shan stood there for a moment, observing before suddenly drawing his bow. With a swift whoosh, a sharp arrow flew straight toward the head of a Black Widow. Following that, a resounding bang echoed as the arrow struck true, delivering a fatal blow. Luo Shan, feeling a swell of pride, lifted his chin, exhilarated by the surge of power coursing through him. Previously, when he had been a tumor worm, he found contentment in that existence, as it offered safety without the threat of death. Yet now, he comprehended why, despite the high mortality rate, members of the fearless squad were unwilling to regress to being tumor worms. It was because the sensation of wielding power was truly magnificent, beyond imagination. If before, Luo Shan's desire to defy fate stemmed solely from excessive gaming and a burning sense of youthful rebellion, now he felt a seed of ambition rooted deep within him, yearning for strength. He aspired to gain power. He longed to become formidable. He wished to seize his destiny in his own hands, to grow stronger. He must become stronger. Jiang Yi, observing Luo Shan's change in mindset, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Have you practiced archery?" Luo Shan shook his head. "Not really, I suppose. When I was in elementary school, I roamed the mountains with a slingshot, and in middle school I even crafted a crossbow." Just as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted urgently to Jiang Yi, "Be careful." Luo Shan's reaction was intensely fervent, as if a particularly perilous incident had just occurred. However, this fervor turned into bewilderment in the next moment. Jiang Yi, who had just been conversing with him, merely bent slightly and nonchalantly thrust the iron shovel forward. The sharpened edge of the shovel scraped almost along the ground, striking fiercely at the abdomen of the Black Widow. A hissing sound followed as the enormous black spider collapsed to the ground. The Black Widow, being a creature that crawls close to the earth, had its abdomen merely 10 centimeters above the ground. That area was also a blind spot in battle, rarely subject to attack. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yi executed a seemingly effortless slide, and the Black Widow that had attempted to ambush him was instantly dispatched. This, although Luo Shan himself could slay a Black Widow with a single arrow to the head, it still required considerable effort to draw the bowstring. But Jiang Yi, his actions appeared so effortless. It seemed as though no one could discern that he too possessed the all attributes increased by 5 effect. This scene not only astonished Luo Shan, but also left the other members of the Fearless Squad, who were witnessing the event, utterly dumbfounded. Could this fellow be a hidden powerhouse as well? Particularly Gao Chong, who was also engaged in battle nearby, blinked in shock. You kid, concealing your prowess. Suddenly, Gao Chang's eyes widened with realization. Could it be that you've also gained the all attributes increased by 5 effect? No. After a moment's speculation, he shook his head vigorously. Just now, it seemed you didn't exert much effort when you dispatched the Black Widow. Suddenly, Gao Chang's gaze fell sharply upon the iron shovel in Jiang Yi's hand. He finally came to a startling realization. It's the shovel. He then turned to gaze at the corpse of the Black Widow, abruptly understanding. You kid, you must have discerned the Black Widow's weakness. Right. This revelation startled all the nearby members of the Fearless Squad. While there were indeed several formidable individuals among the squad capable of swiftly eliminating a Black Widow, if someone had mastered the creature's weakness, it would be a boon for all. In an instant, numerous gazes converged upon Jiang Yi, their excited and fervent expressions unmistakably conveying their intent. Jiang Yi, however, had no intention of withholding his knowledge. After all, the Black Widow was a rather low-tier beast. A player with even a modicum of strength could effortlessly achieve a headshot without concern for weaknesses that it was precisely these weaker members of the Fearless Squad who needed to consider exploiting weaknesses to enhance their efficiency in combating foes. Thus, he generously declared, as you surmised, the reason I was able to slay the Black Widow in one strike was due to my precise targeting of its weakness. The abdomen of these Black Widows features a pair of protrusions known as spinnerets, which are connected to numerous spinning tubes and their internal silk glands. These spinnerets are indeed the Black Widow's vulnerable spots. Furthermore, the reason the Black Widow crawls low to the ground is to protect these weaknesses. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted to one of realization. So that's how it is. However, the proximity of the Black Widow to the ground made it seemingly challenging to accurately strike its weakness. As they spoke, their gazes finally settled upon the iron shovel in Jiang Yi's grasp. At this juncture, they comprehended that Jiang Yi's request for Luo Shan to help sharpen the shovel was not a mere ploy to inconvenience him, but rather that the shovel possessed remarkable efficacy against the Black Widow's vulnerabilities. Thus, after hastily expressing their gratitude to Jiang Yi, they all rushed over to Sun Hao, seeking to exchange their weapons. Sun Hao, stationed at the rear of this defensive line, was quite distant from Jiang Yi and, naturally, was unaware of the events that had transpired. He merely observed a throng of dozens rushing over, all selecting long-handled weapons such as shovels and spades. After inquiring, Sun Hao was taken aback to learn that Jiang Yi, the so-called waste, was actually aware of the Black Widow's weakness. In retrospect, it was no wonder he had chosen a shovel as his weapon. While an ordinary person might have left it at that, Sun Hao, as a logistics officer interacting with many individuals daily, possessed a keen mind that he suddenly recalled Jiang Yi's request for the blood-eating bug and wondered if he had already known that consuming the blood-eating bug would yield the all attributes increased by 5 effect. Perhaps misfortune had struck and that opportunity had been seized by Luo Shan. There was indeed a possibility, until this moment, Sun Hao had regarded Jiang Yi with disdain. However, he finally began to take note of this dying man. Jiang Yi, reflecting on it, Sun Hao realized that this young man had recently joined the Letian Club, yet his lifespan seemed to be dwindling. He appeared so youthful that he could not possibly have such a short lifespan. This implied that before joining the club, he must have undergone some extraordinary experiences that it was likely those experiences that had equipped him with knowledge of the Black Widow's weaknesses and the secrets of the blood-eating bug. Thus, one had to wonder, did he possess other secrets as well? Sun Hao pondered this but did not approach Jiang Yi directly. After all, a month had passed since the onset of the apocalyptic game, and many individuals with special experiences had emerged. If Jiang Yi were to survive this beast-tide crisis, it would indicate that his experiences held some value. Otherwise, Sun Hao slightly shook his head. Meanwhile, those members of the Fearless Squad who had exchanged for long-handled weapons, despite being aware of the Black Widow's weaknesses, initially struggled to strike with precision to achieve a one-hit kill that was only after numerous attempts that they gradually became proficient, once they grasped the weakness. Creatures that previously required 4 individuals to handle could now be confronted individually. This significantly eased the overall pressure on their defensive line. However, as time passed, the number of ferocious beasts spreading from the heart of the beast tide inevitably increased. The quantity of black widows surged, occasionally intermingled with other types of beasts. Approximately half an hour into the beast tide, Jiang Yi's emotions began to tense that he recalled from his previous life that it was around this time that the first casualty among the fearless squad occurred. Indeed, the trajectory of fate once again converged with his past life. In what had been a relatively relaxed atmosphere for monster hunting, a sudden scream pierced the air, Zhang Biao. This shriek originated some distance from Jiang Yi's location. He waited for a moment before the news reached him that there had been a fatality. It appeared to be a beast even more agile than the Black Widow. It was said to possess not only remarkable agility, but also exceptional stealth. After claiming a life, it vanished in an instant. I have heard that the late Zhang Biao was quite formidable in his prowess. Even without knowledge of Black Widow's weaknesses, he could single-handedly take on formidable foes. Yet, he was abruptly taken down in silence. What are we to do? If even Zhang Biao could be so swiftly dispatched, what chance do we stand? Fear not. It is said that Fan Hu's team has commenced reconnaissance on the mysterious beast. They should be able to resolve this matter promptly. Fan Hu's team ranks among the top 3 in overall strength among all the Daredevil squads. However, this team's thorough investigation has not truly assuaged the fears of the other Daredevil squads. After all, until the mysterious beast is genuinely dealt with, any one of them could meet a silent demise, just like Zhang Biao. This is the lament of the Daredevil squads, or perhaps the lament of the weak in this peculiar era. Often, they are merely surviving by chance. In an instant, all Daredevil squads were engulfed in trepidation. Even Jiang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety. The reason he had previously forsaken the permanent all attributes 1 option in favor of the time-limited all attributes 5 was to maximize his chances of survival. The other Daredevil members could only place their hopes on luck, wagering that they would not attract the beast's attention. Yet Jiang Yi was unwilling to gamble. If he lost this bet, it would cost him his life. With the ability to claim a designated reward from the turntable, his life was exceedingly valuable. Thus, Jiang Yi dared not be greedy, focusing solely on stability. With all attributes 5, combined with the battle awareness and keen intuition honed in his previous life. If he were still to be eliminated by Tong Ying, it would not merely be a matter of luck, but rather his own failing. However, in truth, he had not been attacked by Tong Ying in his former life. Yet Jiang Yi was acutely aware of a concept known as the butterfly effect. From a moment he was reborn, while the overarching trajectory remained similar to his previous life, he had inevitably altered certain aspects. The Tong Ying that had not pursued him in his past life might very well do so in this life, as he pondered. Remaining vigilant, Jiang Yi continued to battle, casually dispatching a Black Widow with a shovel. Suddenly, a flash of white light caught his eye, followed by Luo Shan's startled exclamation. Jiang Yi, remarkable! You've struck gold. You've obtained a white turntable. Jiang Yi was equally astonished upon witnessing the white turntable revealed by the dissipating light. One must understand that the likelihood of a lowly beast like the Black Widow dropping a turntable is exceedingly low, less than 1%. Thus, to have procured a white turntable at this moment was indeed fortuitous. However, as the apocalyptic game has progressed, white turntables have become somewhat commonplace. In fact, many subpar quality white turntables are often disregarded even when offered for free, as numerous Daredevil squad members glanced over. Their expressions remained rather composed. Only Luo Shan, being a recent addition to the Daredevil squad, reacted with such excitement over Jiang Yi's acquisition of the white turntable, having experienced countless white turntables in his past life. Jiang Yi maintained an air of calm. However, as he approached to collect the white turntable, he could not suppress his astonishment. At this moment, Luo Shan also leaned in to observe, when he beheld the options on the white turntable. His eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the heck?" Before he could finish his sentence, he felt Jiang Yi's warning gaze. Thus, Luo Shan hastily fell silent, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable envy. Yet amidst his envy, Luo Shan finally recalled that Jiang Yi's lifespan was now less than a year. This meant that such an exquisite white turntable could not be utilized by Jiang Yi himself. How then would he manage this white turntable? While Luo Shan mused, he suddenly heard Jiang Yi's composed voice. "You guard this for a moment. I will go find Sun Hao." With that, Jiang Yi took the white turntable and headed towards the rear logistics. Shortly thereafter, in the logistics area, Sun Hao furrowed his brow upon spotting Jiang Yi. "Why are you here instead of holding the line?" Jiang Yi held up the sizable white turntable, stating, "I just defeated a monster and obtained this white turntable." "A white turntable?" Sun Hao raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with disdain. Even Daredevil squad members remained apathetic upon encountering a white turntable. Thus, someone like Sun Hao, who managed low-grade resources, would certainly not regard a mere white turntable with any esteem. Assuming Jiang Yi was ignorant of the situation, he lazily explained, "Daredevil squad members may handle the white turntables they acquire as they wish, or they can submit them to the club. Depending on the quality of the turntable submitted, the club offers a corresponding reward in club points. However, the maximum club points rewarded for a white turntable will not exceed 10 points. Accumulated club points can be exchanged for desired supplies from the club's warehouse." Moreover, Sun Hao cast a pointed glance at Jiang Yi, implying that club points could also be exchanged for longevity pills. Clearly, he was aware that Jiang Yi's remaining lifespan was limited, and he urgently needed to accumulate points to trade for longevity pills to extend his life. However, Sun Hao was taken aback when Jiang Yi remained unfazed upon hearing the term longevity pills. In fact, he added with utmost seriousness, "I do not intend to exchange this white turntable for club points. Instead, I wish to make a trade with you." Manager Sunday's Sun Hao chuckled at this. "You wish to trade with me? You cannot possibly think that a mere white turntable would pique my interest." The word interest had scarcely left his lips when Sun Hao's mocking smile abruptly froze on his face. His reaction mirrored Luo Shan's, eyes wide with disbelief. Even the typically composed Sun Hao could not help but exclaim, "What the heck?" He was so exhilarated that he nearly lunged to seize it. Yet Jiang Yi swiftly retracted his hand. With utmost seriousness, he addressed Sun Hao. "As you know, my remaining lifespan is less than a year. Thus, I cannot activate this white turntable." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao finally regained his composure. "Yes, no need to panic. This kid cannot even activate the white turntable. Therefore, regardless of how exceptional it may be, he could only trade it with others." Sun Hao steadied his nerves and resumed his calm demeanor. "What do you wish to trade for? Do not even think about longevity pills. After all, this turntable is merely a white turntable." Sun Hao's words were clearly disingenuous. The exceptional quality of the white turntable in Jiang Yi's possession was not solely due to the high proportion of premium options. More critically, it contained the option for longevity pill recipe. With a staggering 20 probability, a 20 probability is indeed quite high among 10 options. The rarity of the longevity pill recipe option is beyond question. Consider the entire Jiangxing region, with a population of millions. Even after a drastic reduction in the apocalypse, there are still certainly over 100,000 remaining. Moreover, each person may draw from the turntable multiple times, with so many individuals having drawn countless times. Only one person has ever obtained the longevity pill recipe. This illustrates the difficulty of acquiring such an option. The turntables that feature the longevity pill recipe option are exceedingly rare. Furthermore, even among the scant turntables that do offer this option, the likelihood of its appearance rarely exceeds 1. Any turntable featuring the longevity pill recipe option inherently possesses greater value than ordinary turntables. Hence, the exceptional white turntable in Jiang Yi's possession, with a 20 probability for the longevity pill recipe, is undoubtedly invaluable. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if Sun Hao were to list this white turntable in the official trading area for players, there might indeed be individuals willing to exchange subpar longevity pills for it. However, Sun Hao would certainly not volunteer this information to Jiang Yi. After all, he intended to negotiate a lower price. Yet, Jiang Yi was no oblivious novice. He understood the value of this turntable far better than Sun Hao. However, he was acutely aware of his lowly status and the futility of attempting to sell the turntable at its true value. In truth, he had no intention of exchanging the turntable for inferior longevity elixirs. After all, the subpar longevity elixirs circulating in Jiang City were all concocted by Chang Jia. He had sworn to himself that he would never again use any pills crafted by her. Thus, Jiang Yi did not engage in any argument with Sun Hao but instead resolutely stated, "I wish to exchange this white turntable for a white lottery ticket." A white lottery ticket. Sun Hao was momentarily taken aback. The white lottery ticket was not particularly precious. Its effect was to negate the lifespan consumption of one white turntable draw. From this perspective, the value of the white lottery ticket seemed comparable to a year of life. However, in reality, its true worth was slightly less than a year of lifespan. The relationship between a white lottery ticket and a year of life was somewhat akin to that of a shopping voucher worth 100 yuan and 100 yuan in cash. The shopping voucher could only be used for purchases, while cash had far broader applications. Sun Hao initially thought that Jiang Yi was desperately seeking to extend his lifespan, yet he opted for a white turntable lottery ticket instead. As the steward of low-grade materials, Sun Hao naturally possessed such tickets, but he hesitated, contemplating whether to agree outright or to negotiate the price down. However, before he could reach a conclusion, he heard Jiang Yi's firm voice again. "At this moment, all I desire is a white turntable lottery ticket. If Boss Sun is unwilling, I can simply seek another." As he spoke, he truly appeared ready to turn and leave. Naturally, Sun Hao could not let such a prime turntable slip away. After a moment's reflection, he declared, all right, given your cleverness, I shall consent to this transaction." Jiang Yi was not at all surprised by Sun Hao's decision. After all, exchanging a prime white turntable for a white lottery ticket was undeniably a profitable deal for Sun Hao. Soon, the two completed their transaction, with Sun Hao handing over a white lottery ticket to Jiang Yi while receiving the exquisite white turntable in return. Despite having encountered countless white turntables before, this particular one stirred Sun Hao's heart the most. Fearing that lingering delays could lead to unforeseen complications, he promptly placed his hand upon the center of the white turntable, calling out firmly, "Draw." Moments later, a sound emanated from the center of the white turntable. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Longevity pill formula." In an instant, a white scroll inscribed with mysterious runes appeared in Sun Hao's hand. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of joy rendered Sun Hao momentarily dazed. Yet, observing this scene, Jiang Yi suddenly sensed a chilling aura of malice. In an instant, a shadow darted swiftly before his eyes. "Donji! Meow, vile creature!" Hiss! In the blink of an eye, 4 voices rang out in succession. The warning of danger came from Jiang Yi, yet the threat was not directed at him. Instead, it was aimed at Sun Hao, who had just drawn the formula and was still in a state of ecstatic euphoria. The shadow that suddenly lunged at Sun Hao was none other than the fearsome beast known as the Eye of the Abyss, which had left the members of the Daredevil squad in a state of panic. Caught off guard by his joy, Sun Hao nearly fell victim to the Eye of the Abyss's lethal strike. Fortunately, a swift flash of azure light intervened, causing the reckless eye to emit a hiss before it plummeted to the ground. In that moment, Sun Hao could be said to have danced on the edge of the abyss. Grateful for his narrow escape, he gasped for breath, clearly shaken. From the direction of the azure light, a teasing voice rang out. "How could a mere Eye of the Abyss instill such fear in our steward's son?" The speaker, a young man in his 30s, wore a mocking expression, but it froze upon seeing the mysterious white scroll in Sun Hao's hand. His eyes widened in shock, and he quickened his pace, charging towards Sun Hao with an air of fierce urgency. If one were unaware, they might think a fight was about to break out. In truth, it nearly did. The cause of this fervor was the precious longevity pill formula that Sun Hao held. Luckily, Sun Hao reacted swiftly. Before Liao Yuanfeng could reach him, he tore the white scroll in half. Instantly, the torn scroll transformed into white motes of light, merging into Sun Hao's brow. Liao Yuanfeng, witnessing this spectacle, was furiously vexed, exclaiming, "Had I known you would draw the longevity pill formula, I wouldn't have bothered saving you. I could have let that eye finish you off and claimed the precious formula for myself." Liao Yuanfeng's words were imbued with genuine emotion, lacking any hint of jest. Sun Hao, feeling fortunate, shot him an exasperated glance. Liao Yuanfeng quickly regained his composure, biting down on his envy as he remarked, "To think you managed to draw such a precious longevity pill formula. Old son, you are bound for greatness. Given that I saved your life, you ought to gift me several hundred longevity pills as a token of gratitude." Several hundred? Sun Hao rolled his eyes. Why not say several billion? Liao Yuanfeng beamed as though Sun Hao truly intended to bestow upon him countless longevity pills. Sun Hao shot him another glare, tossing a small vial at Liao Yuanfeng. Just this one. Don't expect anything more. Liao Yuanfeng caught the vial, chuckling, yet he persisted. Regardless, old son, you're surely destined for success when you're feasting on delicacies in the future. Don't forget the favor I did for you. As the two prominent figures engaged in playful banter, Liao Yuanfeng noticed Jiang Yi and casually inquired, "What is this kid up to?" At that moment, Sun Hao finally recalled Jiang. After all, the prime turntable that yielded the longevity pill formula had been provided by him to avoid any feelings of imbalance in Jiang Yi's heart. Sun Hao hesitated briefly before addressing him. "In light of your contribution to drawing the longevity pill formula, I shall make you a promise. If you can survive until 3 days from now, come find me, and I shall grant you a longevity pill to extend your life. 3 days? A longevity pill?" Jiang Yi mused to himself that by then, he might possess a lifespan of 100 or even 1,000 years, and would he truly require Sun Hao's longevity pill? As for the concern Sun Hao had about Jiang Yi feeling slighted, that was far from his mind. The longevity pill formula was indeed precious, capable of altering Sun Hao's status within the Letian Club. Even if Sun Hao were to leave the Letian Club for a more powerful faction, he would be treated like royalty and afforded excellent benefits. However, this bore no significance for Jiang. Firstly, the white-grade longevity pill formula could only produce white longevity pills. Moreover, such artificially concocted longevity pills generally lack the quality of those produced by the turntable. Depending on the quality, artificially made white longevity pills could extend lifespan by anywhere from 1 to 10 years. Additionally, creating artificial longevity pills required the gathering of materials, as well as time, effort, and the risk of failure. In contrast, even the white-grade longevity pills produced by the turntable guaranteed a minimum lifespan extension of 10 years. The disparity between the two options was self-evident. Of course, for ordinary individuals, the probability of drawing a longevity pill was exceedingly low. Though the white longevity pills produced by the turntable could extend life by a minimum of 10 years, a typical person might draw 100 times from the white turntable without ever obtaining a single longevity pill. Thus, they were compelled to place their hopes in the inferior artificially crafted elixirs. Jiang Yi's situation, however, was clearly different from that of an ordinary person. If he wished to draw a longevity pill, he need not concern himself with probability. As long as the option for a longevity pill existed on the turntable, he could directly specify the draw by sacrificing a year of his lifespan. He could instantaneously obtain a premium longevity pill that extended life by 10 years. The return on investment was simply astounding, while others needed to invest time and materials to create longevity pills. He only required ample lifespan and the turntable to produce them in bulk. Such a gap rendered the notion of refining pills utterly pointless for him. He would never even consider concocting pills in this lifetime. As for Sun Hao's promise of a longevity pill in 3 days, he would naturally not take it to heart. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi approached Sun Hao with a proposal. "Might I exchange your promise of 3 days for something that could be fulfilled sooner?" Sun Hao, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of displeasure, but he thought to himself that having granted you a favor, you dare to negotiate? Yet he soon heard Jiang Yi continue, "I would like to exchange it for 3 white turntables. Even the inferior quality ones will suffice. 3 subpar white spinning discs. This cannot be termed as bargaining. It is in fact a blatant act of discounting. After all, these inferior quality white discs hold no value whatsoever. Even if there were 30 of them, their worth would still pale in comparison to the longevity elixir." Sun Hao was certainly inclined to agree, yet he found it peculiar. What on earth does one require 3 white discs for? With your limited lifespan, you can only utilize a lottery ticket once, can you not? Jiang Yi, however, had already concocted a plausible explanation. When I unveiled that exquisite spinning disc, Luo Shan was observing from the sidelines. I feared he might entertain some thoughts. Thus I refrained from elaborating further. Sun Hao mused to himself that this young man possessed a fair understanding of social intricacies. He nodded slightly and waved his hand. Releasing 3 large boxes. "You have 3 minutes. Make haste." Jiang Yi expressed his gratitude profusely and then began to meticulously select his items. Meanwhile, Liao Yuanfeng, witnessing this scene, naturally deduced that the white spinning disc which Sun Hao had drawn for the longevity elixir must belong to this young man. Thus, he scrutinized Jiang Yi for a moment. Though he did not linger on it too long that moment, Sun Hao recalled and inquired of Liao Yuanfeng. Speaking of which, how did you suddenly appear here? Could it be that something has occurred at the second defensive line? That seems unlikely. Even if something were amiss there, you should have sought reinforcement from the first line instead of coming here. Jiang Yi, crouched by the box selecting white discs, discreetly perked up his ears. Liao Yuanfeng had no intention of concealing his conversation from Jiang Yi and directly complained to Sun Hao. Hey, I received a new mission that brought me here. You know Zhou Yiming from the Blood Swallow Club, right? Sun Hao nodded. The top-tier celebrity before the apocalypse. I've heard he has now become the pampered pretty boy of the Blood Swallow Club's leader. Liao Yuanfeng responded with a click of his tongue. That individual is no ordinary pretty boy. The leader of the Blood Swallow Club dotes on him, as it stands, during this beast-tide chaos. That pretty boy teleported to an area near our Letian club. However, it is not within our club's safe zone, but rather in the chaotic zone outside, that you are well aware of the circumstances outside the club. Not only are there a plethora of unvanquished ferocious beasts, but also countless unaligned rogue players, creating an environment of utter disorder and moral decay. A true apocalyptic realm. Sun Hao pondered this and nodded. The ferocious beasts are manageable. But those unaligned rogue players, though most have abilities akin to our Daredevil squad, given the vast numbers, it's inevitable that a few formidable lone wolves exist. Indeed, Liao Yuanfeng concurred, stating that Zhou Yiming had indeed ventured into such a chaotic area rife with beasts and rogue players. My mission is to escort Zhou Yiming back to our safe zone. The pressure on the second defensive line is considerable, and we're short on personnel, making it impossible to spare anyone. Thus, I thought it prudent to recruit from the Daredevil squad, which should pose no significant issue. Sun Hao contemplated and nodded, providing his analysis. The Letian Club holds a certain reputation in this area. Typically, rogue players would hesitate to provoke us. Bringing along only members of the Daredevil squad should suffice. Very well, proceed with your recruitment, but do not gather too many. Keep it under 20 to... Liao Yuanfeng nodded and made his way towards where the Daredevil squad was stationed. At that juncture, Jiang Yi had finished selecting his 3 white discs. He hurriedly caught up with Liao Yuanfeng and exclaimed, Brother Liao, may I accompany you on this new mission? You? Liao Yuanfeng turned a glance at him, inquiring about his team and captain's name. Though this question appeared mundane, Jiang Yi understood the underlying implications. The Daredevil squad of a Letian club comprised nearly 200 teams, divided into 5 major factions. This meant that such a multitude of individuals were affiliated with 5 prominent members. Naturally, Liao Yuanfeng would select individuals from the factions under his purview for this mission. Coincidentally, Gao Chang's team belonged to Liao Yuanfeng's faction. Previously, when Gao Chang addressed him as Brother Liao, it was indeed Liao Yuanfeng he referred to. Thus, Jiang Yi remained unperturbed, confidently responding, My captain is Gao Chang. Liao Yuanfeng pondered for a moment. Ah, that Gao Chang. After a brief appraisal of Jiang Yi, he nodded. Very well, then you shall accompany me. Jiang Yi promptly fell in a step behind him. Sun Hao observed the 2 retreating figures, lost in thought. He mused that Jiang Yi exhibited a knack for seizing opportunities. The upcoming mission was relatively low risk, and as a member of the Daredevil squad, to accompany a prominent figure like Liao Yuanfeng on a mission was indeed a remarkable honor. Should he earn Liao Yuanfeng's favor, certain unseen benefits would undoubtedly follow. However, it was unfortunate that this young man's lifespan was drawing to a close. In truth, Sun Hao had initially intended to nurture Jiang Yi. His promise to grant Jiang Yi a longevity elixir in 3 days was part of his plan to integrate Jiang Yi into his faction. If Jiang Yi were to flourish thereafter, Sun Hao might very well choose to promote him. Alas, it seemed this young man harbored doubts, having outright declined the longevity elixir. Perhaps he believed he would not survive until 3 days hence. Sun Hao dismissed these thoughts and took out his exclusive life plate, reporting to the club as higher-ups about his ability to refine white longevity elixirs. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi followed Liao Yuanfeng back to the defensive line manned by the Daredevil squad. Upon seeing Jiang Yi trailing behind Liao Yuanfeng, Both Gao Chong and Luo Shan were momentarily taken aback, assuming Jiang Yi had encountered some fortuitous opportunity and garnered Liao Yuanfeng's recognition. However, it did not take long for them to realize that Liao Yuanfeng was merely recruiting personnel for a mission from their Daredevil squad. As this news spread, a multitude of Daredevil squad members eagerly volunteered. Ultimately, Liao Yuanfeng selected 12 individuals. The roster was quite similar to that of the previous life, with Luo Shan and Gao Chong among the chosen. Moreover, Liao Yuanfeng noted the compound bow that Luo Shan wielded and remarked, "Young man, impressive. This compound bow, which no one in the Daredevil squad dares to use, you handle with such ease." Luo Shan, taken aback by the praise, quickly explained that he had merely acquired a temporary effect granting a 5 to all attributes. Liao Yuanfeng was not surprised. He encouraged, "You are fortunate to have this opportunity. Make the most of it, and you may reap some rewards." Luo Shan gratefully nodded repeatedly, eliciting a tinge of envy from Gao Chong. Liao Yuanfeng, having concluded his remarks, waved his hand, revealing a pile of standardized uniforms on the ground. "Our mission requires us to depart from the club's main base to avoid unnecessary complications. We must don matching attire. Now, each of you choose a set to wear, and then we shall set forth." This is quite understandable. Wearing standardized uniforms signifies affiliation with a particular faction that, in a chaotic environment, ordinary individuals would generally refrain from provoking us, thus mitigating potential troubles. Naturally, such uniforms are typically reserved for formal members of the club. This occasion is exceptional, granting them this privilege. Soon, including Jiang Yi, a total of 14 individuals donned their uniforms, prepared for departure as a former life parasite. Luo Shan had never had the chance to partake in such events, and he felt a surge of excitement. The 14 individuals were swiftly organized into 3 teams. One team consisted of 4 members, while the remaining 2 teams comprised 5 members each, given Liao Yuanfeng's superior strength. He assumed command of the 4-member team. The 2 5-member teams were assigned captains as well. With the 5 all-attribute buff, Luo Shan was appointed a temporary team leader. Jiang Yi and Gao Chong naturally joined Luo Shan's team. The remaining 2 members were a seemingly honest middle-aged man named Li Xiao and a wiry young man named Zhang Peng. After introductions, Liao Yuanfeng led the 3 teams to procure 3 vehicles. Thus, the 3 teams departed together from the villa district where the club was situated. On the vehicle with Luo Shan, the young man named Zhang Peng chattered incessantly. "Before I joined the club, I witnessed a formal member of a Letian club embarking on a mission. Goodness, at that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of envy. I had never dared to dream that one day I too would don the exclusive attire of a Letian club and embark on missions representing the club." Li Xiao, seated beside me, nodded in hearty agreement. Gao Chong and Luo Shan could not help but touch the black suits they wore, their hearts filled with fantasies about becoming official members of the club. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi was preoccupied with thoughts of how to discreetly draw the 3 white spinning wheels he had just acquired. Additionally, he pondered the task of locating Zhou Yiming in his previous life. Jiang Yi had not been chosen by Liao Yuanfeng for this mission, and thus he remained oblivious to how Luo Shan had managed to rescue Zhou Yiming. Nonetheless, being in close proximity to Luo Shan provided ample opportunity. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the vehicle they were in suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Peng, who had been chattering incessantly, was caught off guard and bumped his head against the front seat. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he recognized Luo Shan's impressive driving skills and quickly altered his words. "What is going on? Why did we stop so suddenly?" Luo Shan merely pointed ahead with a slight nod. It was Liao Laoda who stopped first. Consequently, everyone in the vehicle turned their gazes towards Liao Yuanfeng's car in front. They noticed another unfamiliar off-road vehicle halted in front of Liao Yuanfeng's leading car. After observing for a moment, Gao Chong concluded, "It seems we have another wandering player looking to ally with our club." Zhang Peng cast a glance and scoffed. With those scrawny refugees, they could only serve as mere fodder in the club. Both Luo Shan and Gao Chong, having also come from humble beginnings, felt somewhat displeased by this remark. Jiang Yi, however, remained emotionally unperturbed. Yet upon catching sight of the unfamiliar off-road vehicle's owner, his brow furrowed in surprise. It turned out that this individual, Yu, was joining the Letian Club at this very moment. Jiang Yi had first encountered Yu in the Death Squad, where he had fought valiantly to become an official member of the club. By the time Jiang Yi achieved that status, Yu had already distinguished himself among the official members. Yu was quite adept at socializing and had a commendable reputation within the ranks. When Jiang Yi first became an official member, he felt an inexplicable fondness for Yu. For a time, he even considered him a good friend. However, during one mission, Jiang Yi stumbled upon a professional spinning wheel at an altar site in the domain battlefield. Unlike the typical one-time use spinning wheels obtained from defeating monsters, the professional spinning wheel could be utilized multiple times. It featured 10 options, all pertaining to professions. Although these options varied in quality, the value of such an item at the onset of the apocalypse was undeniable. Had Jiang Yi managed to bring that professional spinning wheel back to the club, he would have undoubtedly earned a significant amount of points and potentially elevated his status within the club. However, after arduous efforts to defeat the guardian beast beside the spinning wheel, Yu had suddenly appeared and claimed it for himself. Jiang Yi would never forget how, after seizing the professional spinning wheel, Yu had flashed him a carefree smile and proclaimed, "Jiang Yi, today I'll give you a complimentary lesson. In this apocalyptic game world, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only everlasting interests. If it weren't for this precious professional spinning wheel, we could have been good friends. But alas, now you have chosen the path to your demise." Upon uttering the phrase path to your demise, Yu wasted no time in launching an attack against Jiang Yi. At that moment, Jiang Yi was already at a disadvantage compared to Yu's strength and had just emerged from a battle with the guardian beast. Logically, he should have perished at Yu's hands. However, the verbal barrage from Yu had inadvertently prepared Jiang Yi, allowing him to escape using a teleportation stone. When he returned to the club, Yu had already ascended to the status of a core member, thanks to that professional spinning wheel. Jiang Yi attempted to expose Yu's wrongdoing, but no one believed his claims. He initially thought it was due to Yu's adeptness at winning people over that led to the disbelief surrounding his accusations. Over time, he gradually realized that in this apocalyptic game world, the truth was never of paramount importance, and no one truly cared what kind of person Yu was. What mattered was that Yu was stronger. Just as the saying goes, to the victor belong the spoils. The truth was never that significant. Rather, strength equated to power. In his previous life, Jiang Yi struggled to survive in the club due to his insufficient strength and Yu's targeting, eventually seeking an opportunity to depart from the club. He then endured a period of silence, by the time he heard the name Yu again. The Letian Club had long since ceased to exist, and to that point, Yu had risen to become the leader of the Qinchuan base's professional alliance. Power, status, and strength were realms Jiang Yi could never hope to reach. Yet, Yu's fate was far from favorable. He met an even more tragic end than Jiang Yi, dying prematurely and in a gruesome manner. Lost in thoughts of past grievances, Jiang Yi suddenly heard Zhang Peng beside him gasp in astonishment. Wow, a fairy! Not only Zhang Peng, but Gao Chong and Luo Shan were equally entranced, their gazes fixed in awe. Even the older man, Li Xiao, appeared somewhat dazed. Jiang Yi was not surprised. He cast a casual glance and beheld a slender, fair-skinned girl standing next to Yu. This girl possessed a delicate and graceful figure, exuding a pure and ethereal aura characteristic of youthful innocence. Even from a distance, her exquisite features were discernible, resembling a sprite, pure and lively, the kind that could captivate the hearts of most men. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had developed a camaraderie with Yu, partly due to Yu's sociable nature and partly because of this very girl, At that time. Jiang Yi believed it was merely a universal appreciation for beauty that endeared him to Yu Shui. It was only after learning of Yu's demise from the forums that he discovered Yu Shui was not his sister, but a succubus. Yu's charm and Jiang Yi's fondness for him were inextricably linked to that succubus. Furthermore, Yu's ascent to the position of leader of the Qinchuan base's professional alliance was likely aided by that succubus. However, as the saying goes, success and failure are often intertwined. That Yu's eventual downfall was precipitated by the revelation of Yu Shui's true identity. It was rumored that it entangled some powerful figures in scandalous affairs. Yet at that time, the forums buzzed with countless versions of the gossip. As a mere bystander, Jiang Yi could not discern the intricacies and entanglements of interests. He merely reflected on the nature of the world, realizing that those who smiled brightly might not necessarily be the ones to endure. If he could live a long life, perhaps he could witness the demise of his former foes one by one without lifting a finger. From that point onward, Jiang Yi became increasingly cautious in his actions, no longer driven by a fervent desire for vengeance. Now, upon encountering Yu Yu and Yu Shui again in this life, Jiang Yi's mindset was notably more serene. Should the opportunity arise, he might even take revenge against Yu Yu himself. However, if no such opportunity presented itself, it mattered not. After all, Jiang Yi's current thoughts were simple. In this vast world, survival is paramount. His life was undeniably precious beyond compare. Nothing could rival it. As Jiang Yi contemplated these thoughts, Liao Yuanfeng also emerged from the daze induced by Yu Shui's stunning beauty. Thanks to Yu Shui, his attitude towards Yu Yu had improved significantly, yet he still maintained a formal demeanor. Words alone are insufficient. Show us your data panel. Yu Yu, looking refined and approachable, nodded readily and called out, "Data panel." Then, a luminous blue screen materialized before him, displaying the following details. Name, Yu Yu level, 2 lifespan, 323 years and 281 days talent. None occupation, none skill, speedster, D grade, status, blessed by the moon goddess strength, 11 constitution, 10 speed, 13 spirit, 10 combat power, 282. This information left Liao Yuanfeng utterly astounded. He could hardly restrain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Level 2, combat power nearing 300, and your lifespan is astonishingly over 300 years." Although his voice was not particularly loud, it was clearly heard by the nearby vehicle carrying Luo Shan and his team. Gao Chong, Luo Shan, and others stared in wide-eyed disbelief. Especially Zhang Peng, who had just mocked them, claiming another life-sucking parasite had come to seek refuge, now looked utterly horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. On the other hand, Liao Yuanfeng quickly composed himself, adopting a much more serious demeanor. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a device resembling a smartphone. Luo Shan observed and quietly inquired of Gao Chong, "Is that the exclusive compass for official players?" Gao Chong nodded. Liao Ge must be sending a message to the higher-ups in the club. This newcomer could very well become an official member, on par with Liao. Zhang Peng, observing from a distance, chimed in, "No wonder the woman next to him looks like a fairy in this world. Without some strength, it's truly impossible to keep such a beautiful woman." Li Xiao also nodded in agreement. However, if that kid doesn't join any faction and chooses to remain a lone wolf, he might still struggle to keep such a stunning woman. Joining the Lutian Club is indeed a wise decision. Zhang Peng added with a hint of jealousy, "Why is there such a vast disparity between people, even though we all experience the apocalyptic game at the same time?" "That kid must have exceptionally good luck." Luo Shan, feeling a tinge of envy, responded, "Of course, in this world, anyone with a bit of strength is simply lucky." While everyone engaged in their banter, another vehicle approached from the direction of the club, personally fetching the siblings Yu Yu and Yu Shui to the club's headquarters. Following this brief interlude, Liao Yuanfeng's team continued their mission, moving away from the club's vicinity. Liao Yuanfeng led the way, with 2 additional vehicles trailing behind him. As Luo Shan had just joined the death squad, his experience was limited. He followed closely behind Liao Yuanfeng, puzzled as he murmured, "Aren't we supposed to be looking for someone? I thought finding someone meant scouring the world." But from Liao Ji's demeanor, it seems like he knows exactly where to find them. The talkative Zhang Peng interjected before Gao Chong could respond. "Official players have an abundance of items. The one who got lost through the teleportation stone, Zhou Yiming, must have a locating compass on him. Liao Ge must have the coordinates of that compass." Luo Shan frowned upon hearing this. "So, our task isn't really finding someone, but rather picking someone up? We just need to go to the designated location and bring them back." Zhang Peng affirmed, "Exactly. What did you think?" Luo Shan had assumed they would be searching everywhere, with the entire process being thrilling and perilous. But now it seemed like they were merely going out to see the world before returning home. Sigh. Although the task was far simpler than he had imagined, he felt a sense of disappointment that in the passenger seat, Jiang Yi believed the task would not be as simple as it seemed. If it were merely about picking someone up, The credit would undoubtedly go to Liao Yuanfeng. In the previous life, Luo Shan could not possibly owe Zhou Yiming a debt of gratitude for saving him. Indeed, Jiang Yi was correct. Approximately half an hour later, Liao Yuanfeng's convoy halted at a commercial street. He retrieved a compass, which pointed towards this very street. Unable to drive any further, he signaled for the members of the death squad to disembark. As Luo Shan stepped out of the vehicle, he caught a whiff of a pungent smoke that made him frown in confusion. What is burning? Liao Yuanfeng glanced at him and explained, "It's beast-repellent incense. With the scent around us, ferocious beasts generally won't approach. Remember, the scent of beast-repellent incense smells like burnt smoke, that if you ever smell a cool mint fragrance, be cautious. That would be beast attraction incense, which attracts ferocious beasts." Luo Shan, having gained new knowledge, nodded gratefully. Liao Yuanfeng, without any airs, reminded the team, "Stay alert. Although we have beast-repellent incense, it doesn't mean we won't encounter danger. The wilderness is chaotic and far from the safety of our club's headquarters. Some ferocious beasts unaffected by the incense, as well as ill-intentioned humans, could take your lives at any moment." Liao Yuanfeng's tone was quite serious, prompting the members of the death squad to be exceedingly vigilant. Subsequently, Liao Yuanfeng organized a formation before leading the group towards the shop indicated by the compass. The state of the shops in this apocalyptic world was vastly different from that before the cataclysm. Some shop doors stood wide open, revealing a scene of utter devastation within. Some even displayed human corpses or the remains of ferocious beasts. The air was thick with a mixture of blood and decay. The shop indicated by Liao Yuanfeng's compass, however, had its iron door tightly shut. In front of it lay a pile of putrid flesh, making it nearly impossible to discern whether it belonged to a human or a beast. A lifespan worm was slowly crawling towards the mound of rotting flesh. Yes, the lifespan worm. In this apocalyptic game, there existed a creature known as the lifespan worm. They appeared grotesque and bloated, feeding on decaying flesh, yet possessed no offensive capabilities, relegating them to the lowest tier among ferocious beasts. The term lifespan worm was also used among humans to describe those deemed worthless. Liao Yuanfeng had no interest in dealing with such a harmless lifespan worm. He simply held the compass and approached the tightly shut iron door. After confirming the compass's reading once more, he knocked on the door a few times and called out, "Zhou Yiming. Is Zhou Yiming in there? I am Liao Yuanfeng from the Lu Tian Club. Wang Shuyan sent me to rescue you. Open the door and come back to the club with me. If you don't open it, I will break it down." However, after knocking for about 2 minutes, there was still no response from within the shop. Liao Yuanfeng frowned, took a step back, and quietly instructed the members of the death squad, "Prepare to break down the door. There may be danger, so stay alert." The members of the death squad were quite tense, gripping their weapons tightly. Luo Shan raised his composite bow, aiming it at the iron door. However, before Liao Yuanfeng could actually break down the door, it swung open at that moment. There were indeed people inside. 3 young men stood behind the door, clutching their weapons. They appeared quite anxious, seemingly ready for battle. Yet upon seeing the imposing figures outside, their faces turned ashen, and they dropped their weapons, raising their hands in surrender. Please, calm down. We mean no harm. Let's talk this over." Clearly, these 3 were quite astute. This was also the reason Liao Yuanfeng had brought extra manpower. After all, in an apocalyptic environment, ordinary people instinctively believe that there is strength in numbers. Liao Yuanfeng's expression was stern as he briefly assessed the 3 of them before frowning. "Is it just the 3 of you? Where is Zhou Yiming?" What, Zhou Yiming? One of the scruffy-looking young men instinctively stammered, sounding quite nervous. Another, who appeared more astute, responded calmly, "Zhou Yiming. You mean the top celebrity from before the apocalypse?" Liao Yuanfeng nodded. The perceptive young man shook his head. "We don't have anyone by that name here." "Nonsense!" Liao Yuanfeng barked sharply, brandishing the compass in his hand. "I tracked him here using the compass. The locator clearly indicates that Zhou Yiming is in this shop." "Is this a positioning compass?" The astute young man rolled his eyes and produced a compass from his pocket. Yes, that's what you mean." Liao Yuanfeng swiftly snatched the compass, his expression darkening. "How could this contraption be in your possession?" "Zhou Yiming." Upon witnessing this commotion, Jiang Yi understood at once that the positioning compass had indeed been located, but Zhou Yiming was nowhere to be found. Subsequently, The task of retrieving someone was likely to transform into a quest for finding a person. Just as Jiang Yi had anticipated, after a thorough interrogation of the sharp-witted young man holding the compass, Liao Yuanfeng gleaned some information. The three young men had initially been affiliated with a small group known as the Green Bay Team, which derived its name from cyber CAF called Green Bay. The members of this group mainly consisted of students and delinquents who frequented the CAF. When the apocalypse struck, they were all gathered there, naturally forming a team. Initially, the Green Bay Team boasted over 50 members, but as time wore on, casualties and internal conflicts led to its gradual disintegration. Currently, only about 8 or 9 members remained. These three young men had recently severed ties with the Green Bay Team. And the reason for their departure was straightforward: disputes over interests. According to the astute young man's own account, the team leader had pretentiously gifted him a green spinning wheel. However, when he drew something valuable from it, that shameless leader seized it back, claiming it belonged to him. Such behavior was in fact quite common in loosely organized small groups in the Happy Club. The rules for drawing prizes were well established, yet in small groups. It was rare to find an absolute authority capable of convincing everyone to adhere to a single agreement. The absence of rules inevitably led to frequent instances of betrayal and deceit. Consequently, these small groups often struggled to endure for long. Only those groups led by a core powerhouse with superior strength and absolute authority could hope to develop gradually. The Green Bay Team evidently lacked the essential elements for growth. After clarifying his background, the sharp young man also shifted the blame for the compass onto the Green Bay Team. Did that team leader not snatch the swift boots I drew? He then gave me this compass as compensation. Since leaving the Green Bay Team, I've examined it and found it seemingly useless. Now, for what you all imply, this compass possesses a positioning function. Is it meant to locate the star Zhou Yiming? The astute young man spoke methodically, appearing genuine and unembellished. Beside him, another shorter young man grumbled, "I said long ago that this thing is of no use. It would be better to discard it. If we had tossed it earlier, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such a mess." The astute young man quickly nudged him to silence, and then turned to Liao Yuanfeng, saying, "Don't pay attention to nonsense. If this can assist Captain Liao, we wouldn't mind the trouble." Undeniably, the sharp-looking young man was not only composed in demeanor, but also adept at navigating social interactions. His words eased Liao Yuanfeng's previously agitated mood considerably. At this juncture, Liao Yuanfeng found himself in a quandary that if they were merely ordinary individuals, their disappearance would be inconsequential. After all, in an apocalypse, missing persons and fatalities were all too commonplace. Yet the fact remained that Wang Xuan from the Blood Swallow Club had genuine feelings for Zhou Yiming. The mission she issued came with a generous reward. Clearly, her determination to locate Zhou Yiming was unwavering. This meant Zhou Yiming could not be treated as just another ordinary person, a T the very least. He must be found alive or confirmed deceased, right? After a brief moment of contemplation, Liao Yuanfeng made his decision. He inquired of the astute young man, "Are there any official players among the members of that Green Bay Team?" If there were official players, he could post inquiries in the official players chat channels or forums. However, the astute young man's eyes lit up with surprise and curiosity as he asked, "What is an official player? Are you all official players? Could you enlighten us on how to become an official player?" Liao Yuanfeng, somewhat disappointed, shook his head and did not respond. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Do you know the primary area where the Green Bay Team operates?" The astute young man was knowledgeable and answered smoothly. The Green Bay Team's original base was the Green Bay CAF, but they later moved around to several different locations. When we left, they had set up a base at the Baishang Life Supermarket on Rongjiang Road. However, from what the team leader indicated, they seemed to be planning to go to Yucai Primary School on Shi Village Road to find someone. One location was Baishang Life Supermarket, and the other was Yucai Primary School. These two places lay in entirely different directions. Liao Yuanfeng contemplated this and glanced at his own team. After a moment of silence, he turned to the two captains he designated, Luo Shan and Fan Hu. "Are you too familiar with these two locations?" Fan Hu, a tall and robust individual, immediately replied, "I know Baishang Life Supermarket well. They use a shop there." Luo Shan appeared somewhat awkward, scratching his head. "Well, I'm quite familiar with the Green Bay CAF. I used to frequent it for internet access." "All right then," Liao Yuanfeng decisively stated, I will take my team to Yutsai Primary School. Fan Hu, you lead your team to the Life Supermarket. Luo Shan, you take your team to the Green Bay CF. Zhou Yiming was indeed a top-tier celebrity. You all know what he looks like, right? Our mission is to locate him as swiftly as possible. Fan Hu, being a veteran member of the Death Squad, had faced far more perilous tasks in the past and was naturally unhesitant to accept the assignment. However, for Luo Shan, who had only recently joined the Death Squad, this marked almost his first official mission. Deep down, he felt somewhat daunted. Yet, fearing that backing down at this moment would cause Liao Yuanfeng to look down upon him, he gritted his teeth and accepted without uttering a word of dissent. Meanwhile, Zhang Peng, a member of his team, appeared pale and murmured, "But there are only 5 of us, and not a single official player. What if something goes wrong?" The astute young man shot Zhang Peng a glance, vaguely discerning the dynamics of this team. Liao Yuanfeng also regarded Zhang Peng, then solemnly remarked, "This mission is far simpler than your previous venture into the beast world. There will certainly be dangers, as an apocalyptic world cannot afford the comforts of peaceful times. However, the world is as it is now. We have no choice but to adapt to it." Zhang Peng instantly refrained from further comments. Fan Hu, glancing at Zhang Peng, scoffed. "If I recall correctly, the Green Bay CF isn't far from this commercial district. Thus, among the 3 teams acting independently, yours is the easiest, and yet you still have the audacity to complain about danger." Fan Hu, possessing strength, rendered Zhang Peng unable to retort, compelling him to lower his head in frustration. Liao Yuanfeng said no more and directly handed each of Fan Hu and Luo Shan a small pouch. Inside are a bag of beast repellent and a cloud-piercing arrow. "If any of your teams locate Zhou Yiming, fire the cloud-piercing arrow. If by midnight we still haven't found him, we will reconvene here." Fan Hu and Luo Shan nodded as they accepted the pouches. With that, the 3 teams set off in their respective directions. Once Liao Yuanfeng and Fan Hu's team had departed, Zhang Peng finally whispered, "So what if he is a bit stronger? What is so impressive about that? If my luck improves in the future, I might even achieve more than he does." The he in question naturally referred to Fan Hu, who had just rebuffed him. Gao Chong furrowed his brow but said nothing. Luo Shan contemplated admonishing Zhang Peng, but, recalling that his full attribute boost had a time limit, decided it was best not to offend anyone. Hence, he opted for a more prudent approach, disregarding Zhang Peng's mood, and directly stated, "Although Captain Liao instructed us to head to the Green Bay CF, our fundamental task remains to locate Zhou Yiming. Thus, my contemplation leads me to conclude that, given the proximity of the Green Bay Internet CF, it would be more prudent for us to forego driving altogether and proceed on foot, searching for individuals along our route. This approach would surely allow for a more thorough search than if we were to scour while driving." Jiang Yi, aware from his previous life that Luo Shan had successfully located Zhou Yiming, was naturally inclined to acquiesce to his directives. However, Zhang Peng was less than pleased. The team's overall capabilities were already somewhat lacking, and traversing on foot would inherently pose a greater risk than traveling by vehicle. Yet before he could voice his dissent, the typically reticent Jiang Yi interjected, "Brother Liao has appointed you as the captain, and we shall heed your guidance." With this declaration, he effectively validated Luo Shan's temporary leadership, simultaneously silencing Zhang Peng's impending objections. Luo Shan, of course, felt a surge of joy within. However, Jiang Yi continued, "I am quite familiar with the route to the Green Bay Internet CF. Why don't you proceed ahead? I am feeling unwell and wish to take care of a matter first. Once I am finished, I shall catch up with you." This proposal was, in truth, rather absurd. Their quintet was already a vulnerable group, and the notion of one member seeking to act independently was utterly incongruous with rational thought. Zhang Peng immediately retorted, "Are you attempting to avoid the mission? Intending to hide here until we regroup at midnight?" Jiang Yi disregarded Zhang Peng entirely, assuring Luo Shan, "I will not take longer than 15 minutes. I promise to set out after you." Zhang Peng rolled his eyes in disbelief. "You promise? What can you possibly guarantee?" Before he could finish his sentence, Luo Shan's affirmative response echoed. "Very well, 15 minutes it is that we shall head in this direction. There should still be traces of the beast's scent along the way. Just remember to catch up with us afterward." Jiang Yi and Luo Shan had developed a modicum of camaraderie, So his agreement did not surprise Jiang. Thus, Jiang Yi found himself with a truly private moment. Free to act independently, he turned to the shrewd young man among the trio in the shop and inquired, "Surely you have a restroom available here?" The shrewd young man nodded. "Of course, but the water has been off for quite some time, and the restroom is rather unsanitary." "That is of no concern," Jiang Yi replied, stepping into the shop. The conditions within the establishment were indeed quite deplorable. It was a hardware store, and when Liao Yuanfeng had led the way, the three individuals appeared to be tinkering with makeshift weapons. Jiang Yi noticed a nearly completed crossbow on the grimy floor, sullied by black machine oil. He cast a cursory glance and raised an eyebrow at the shrewd young man. "Is there someone among you skilled in crafting crossbows?" The shrewd young man chuckled, nudging the shorter individual beside him. "This fellow is just playing around with it, but unfortunately, it lacks sufficient power." Jiang Yi nodded in acknowledgement, opting not to delve further into the topic, and proceeded to the restroom at the back of the shop. The stench was indeed overwhelming, yet his thoughts were occupied with the unfinished crossbow. Recognizing its limited efficacy, likely ineffective against formidable beasts. However, if wielded against fellow humans as expected, just as Jiang Yi entered the restroom, the three young men, who had been quite cooperative moments prior, began to exchange furtive glances. Even the previously affable shrewd young man now bore a shadow of apprehension in his eyes. The shorter individual, crouching to pick up the incomplete crossbow, lowered his voice. "I think I've figured it out. Among their team, only that Captain Liao possesses the greatest strength. The remaining members, aside from the two captains, are only marginally superior. The other ordinary members likely match our capabilities at this juncture." The shorter young man glanced meaningfully toward the restroom. It was evident that the shrewd young man was regarded as their leader. Another member turned to him, whispering, "What does it mean that the kid suddenly wants to use the restroom alone? Could he have noticed something?" The shrewd young man swept his gaze around, his tone nonchalant. "Noticed what?" The two companions promptly fell silent, lowering their gazes. The shrewd young man glanced at the crossbow again, his voice grave as he continued, "If within 15 minutes that kid chooses to leave and pursue his team, then we can coexist without conflict. However, if he remains beyond that time frame," his words trailed off, not intentionally left unfinished, but rather they were abruptly interrupted by a familiar notification from the restroom. "Congratulations! You have drawn a reward. Longevity pill. Longevity pill." The three young men, who had just moments ago worn expressions of gloom, now widened their eyes in astonishment. Even the most composed among them, the shrewd young man, found his breath faltering. The other two, unable to contain their excitement, struggled to suppress their voices. Longevity pill. That kid stayed behind to secretly draw rewards. And he drew a longevity pill on the first try. Longevity pills, even a white-tier longevity pill, would extend one's life by at least 10 years. What if it were the green-tiered version? That would be 100 years at minimum. Brother Quan, a green-tier longevity pill? The two companions stammered, clearly a loss for words. Yet the shrewd young man, referred to as Quan, quickly regained his composure, firmly gripping the arms of his companions. Calm down. You must all remain composed. Regardless of the quality of the longevity pill, it has nothing to do with us. That kid is deliberately staying behind to secretly draw from the wheel. He most certainly possesses a high-quality wheel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn a longevity pill on the first attempt. Having prepared so thoroughly, the moment he draws the longevity pill, he will consume it immediately. We must not dwell on things that have already been ingested by others. Indeed, the two agitated young men swiftly regained their wits. That kid, upon drawing the longevity pill, would undoubtedly be more excited than they were, paying no mind to whether he was in a restroom, and would consume it right away. No amount of envy or resentment could allow them to retrieve what had already been consumed. Therefore, they steeled themselves to remain calm. The sharp-eyed Quan then advised in a low voice, "When that kid emerges from the restroom, let us act as though we are unaware of his drawing the longevity pill, and keep our wits about us." The two subordinates nodded in agreement, signaling their readiness to follow Quan's lead. However, they had anticipated that Jiang Yi would emerge from the restroom shortly. Instead, they were met with yet another familiar notification from the restroom. "Congratulations. You have drawn a reward. Space token. Space token. The two young men, gripped tightly by Quan, felt their eyes widen in disbelief. Prior to their time with the Green Bay team, they had only ever seen the team leader possess space equipment. In this apocalyptic environment, the convenience and significance of such equipment were beyond measure. Even Quan, with his sharp intellect, found his breath quickening once more. The other two could hardly contain their excitement, whispering, "Brother, Quan, that's space equipment. If we had space equipment, it would make relocating so much easier, and we wouldn't have to worry about our supplies being stolen or coveted." Space equipment was an irresistible temptation for ordinary individuals in their current predicament. Yet Quan, not being an ordinary person, quickly regained his composure and steadied his mindset. What is not ours, we shall not covet. Let us consider this matter as though it never occurred. We shall remain blissfully unaware. His voice was low but firm, leaving no room for dissent. His companions fell silent, their eyes filled with frustration and longing as they cast glances toward the restroom, almost wishing to pierce through its walls with their stares. Quan, aware of their discontent, reiterated his counsel. "Trust me on this. I will not lead you astray." The two young men remained sullen. Just then, another notification echoed from the restroom. "Congratulations, you have drawn a reward. Teleportation symbol." Teleportation symbol. Quan, that kid has drawn yet another valuable item. Teleportation talisman. This is indeed a life-saving artifact. Even a formidable Captain Liao just mentioned that the world has changed. No matter how powerful a person may be, they can still encounter danger. But, Brother Quan, consider this. If we possess a teleportation talisman, it would be akin to holding a golden ticket to survival. In the face of mortal peril, we could simply use the talisman to escape. It is a means of preserving life, Brother Quan. The eyes of the two younger brothers were nearly brimming with desire. Clearly, the impact of the 3 consecutive lottery draws had overwhelmed them. It could be said that their rationality was shattered in an instant. At such a moment, who could still cling to their so-called rationality? Can reason serve as sustenance? Can it preserve one's life? The two younger brothers were almost driven mad with envy and jealousy. Initially, it was Brother Quan who held their arms. Now, it had transformed into them grasping Zhao Quan's arms. Even Zhao Quan, who prided himself on his calm demeanor, found it difficult to maintain his composure at this juncture. Just one successful endeavor would yield space equipment and a golden ticket to survival. The temptation was simply irresistible. Moreover, Zhao Quan realized that at this moment he could no longer reign in the two younger brothers. They had become intoxicated by their desires. If he were to voice any objections now, it would not be seen as calm, but rather as a dampener. Zhao Quan took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and ultimately lowered his voice to declare fiercely, "All right, let's go for it, and afterward, let's make a swift escape." The two younger brothers instantly erupted with joy. Naturally, they did not act immediately. Instead, they made some preparations and waited quietly. They awaited further commotion from the direction of the restroom. With 3 consecutive lottery draws, that fellow surely Wu Ti continued drawing. Would he keep drawing? The more the better, everything being tailored for them. The two younger brothers' minds were in a frenzy. Zhao Quan, however, felt an inexplicable sensation creeping over him. After a brief moment, more sounds emerged from the restroom. Yet this time, it was no longer the sound of the spinning wheel announcing a lottery draw, but rather the unmistakable sound of the restroom door swinging open. As expected, Jiang Yi emerged from the restroom, his face alight with surprise. After all, it is only natural for a normal person to be astonished after winning 3 excellent items in a row, isn't it? Zhao Quan discreetly cast a glance at the watch adorning Jiang Yi's wrist. That must be the spatial watch, a precious piece of spatial equipment. Yet it remained unclear whether it was drawn from the green or white wheel. Zhao Quan's eyes flickered. His expression maintained a facade of ignorance as he continued to greet Jiang Yi amiably. "All done?" Jiang Yi smiled in return. "It's finished. I'm off to catch up with my teammates before they get too anxious." The phrase "too anxious" carried a subtle implication. However, at that moment, the 3 of them failed to grasp its meaning. They merely observed Jiang Yi, his expression clouded by the joy of winning 3 consecutive draws. Completely unguarded, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, he slowly made his way toward the shop's entrance. Just as he was about to step out of the store, the three inside exchanged glances. In an instant, a sharp whoosh was heard. A razor-edged cold arrow shot straight towards the back of Jiang Yi's head. Simultaneously, Zhao Quan and one of the younger brothers swung their weapons, a fire axe and a large knife, respectively, from 3 directions. The air was thick with murderous intent, almost enveloping Jiang Yi entirely. However, just as the trio believed success was assured, it appeared as if Jiang Yi had eyes in the back of his head. With a casual lift of his hand, he deftly caught the incoming arrow. With a swift reverse motion, he hurled the arrow back towards the assailant. Whoosh! It struck him squarely in the forehead. The boy who had attempted the ambush, unable to let out even a scream, fell to the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Quan, wielding the fire axe, felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He soon realized that someone had seized his wrist. Then, with a sudden force, he was compelled to strike the other younger brother with his own axe. All of this transpired in less than a second. In that fleeting moment, the three who had just attempted the ambush were reduced to Zhao Quan alone. One of his younger brothers lay dead with an arrow in his forehead, eyes forever closed. The other had his skull crushed by his own axe, no matter how composed he had tried to be. A wave of intense fear surged through Zhao Quan's mind. At this moment, he finally comprehended the truth. You did this on purpose. Jiang Yi, who had just slain the other two, displayed no sign of distress. His expression was even more amicable and friendly than when he faced Liao Yuanfeng. He smiled patiently and said, "What do you mean on purpose? I simply prefer justifiable self-defense over taking lives." Justifiable self-defense. With a clang, the axe in Zhao Quan's grip clattered to the ground. In that instant, the shrewdness and cunning that once filled his eyes were replaced by profound fear and regret. He looked at Jiang Yi, yet the words of pleading for mercy eluded him. It was only now that he realized his self-proclaimed cleverness had led him to commit a grave mistake that most people would make. That is, to look down upon others. It was he who, dismissive of Jiang Yi's inconspicuousness within the team, had underestimated the man. At that moment, Zhao Quan recalled how he had vowed to return triumphantly when he was belittled by his captain in the Green Bay team. He had sworn that one day, he would make a grand comeback. He would teach that myopic captain never to underestimate anyone, not even someone as seemingly insignificant as an ant. Yet, what had happened? He had not even had the chance to experience the reversal of fortunes that comes with 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. And perhaps he would never have the opportunity to confront the captain who had once looked down upon him. Ironically, the bullet he had once wished to fire had now found its mark in his own forehead. Was this not akin to slapping himself in the face? A sense of desolation enveloped Zhao Quan. Jiang Yi, however, did not easily dispatch him as he had with the other two. With a casual flick of Zhao Quan's wrist, he sent him sprawling to the ground. Then, as if engaged in a friendly chat, he remarked with a gentle smile, "My Captain Liao may appear fierce, but deep down, he is far too gentle. If I were the captain, from the moment I stepped into this store, you would never have had the audacity to lie." Jiang Yi's smile appeared exceptionally warm, innocent even. Yet as Zhao Quan beheld that smile, his pupils constricted and his entire being trembled. It was evident that he understood Jiang Yi's message. Jiang Yi enjoyed conversing with such clever individuals. As it required little explanation, he then crouched down, weighing Zhao Quan's axe, and continued with a smile. "Now, clever one, why not tell me how you acquired that locator compass, and what you know about Zhou Yiming?" He slowly wiped the blood from the axe blade, casually adding, "It's quite sharp." He then lifted his gaze to Zhao Quan, still smiling. "Of course, you must realize that your forthcoming words will directly determine your fate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Quan's heart stirred. "You will let me go?" Jiang Yi did not respond directly, but rather hinted. Truly clever individuals always possess countless methods to ensure their survival. Zhao Quan pondered for a moment, then his gaze suddenly hardened, and he spoke in a low voice. "I did conceal some details regarding Captain Liao's earlier remarks that I know where Zhou Yiming is." At these words, Jiang Yi felt a surge of certainty within him. Zhao Quan continued to explain. "In fact, your Captain Liao could find out Zhou Yiming's whereabouts by approaching the leader of the Green Bay team. The reason I guided Captain Liao to seek out the leader of the Green Bay team Zhao Quan paused, casting a meaningful glance into Jiang Yi's eyes. You should have figured it out. Jiang Yi nodded, articulating 4 words. Using a knife to kill. Zhao Quan chuckled. Communication between clever individuals is always so effortless, and why leader of the Green Bay team had previously offended Zhou Yiming quite severely. If he were to learn that Captain Liao was seeking Zhou Yiming, a conflict would undoubtedly ensue. Given his foolish and arrogant nature, he would certainly not fare well against your Captain Liao. Thus, Zhao Quan effortlessly utilized Liao Yuanfeng's hand to teach a lesson to an old adversary. Naturally, in the end, Liao Yuanfeng would likely receive news of Zhou Yiming from the leader of the Green Bay group. However, this involved a detour, and he unwittingly became a pawn for another. It must be said that this incident was a result of Liao Yuanfeng's own mismanagement. Had Jiang Yi been responsible for locating Zhou Yiming, he would certainly not have laid his intentions bare from the outset. Such blatant foolishness is easily exploited. Had Zhao Quan initially been unaware of their group's purpose in seeking the Compass Master, he likely would not have orchestrated a scheme of betrayal. Moreover, Liao Yuanfeng's demeanor, though seemingly fierce, lacked true ruthlessness. Such a person, possessing strength yet devoid of intellect and cunning, would inevitably falter in his previous life. Liao Yuanfeng did not even survive the first year of the apocalypse. Previously, when Zhang Peng disparaged Yu, he remarked that those with strength were merely fortunate. However, Jiang Yi, having lived 2 lives, understood that while luck is indeed significant, intellect can prove equally vital in his former existence. Jiang Yi's fortune was not particularly favorable, yet he still outlived many in this life. He harbored confidence in surpassing his previous longevity and even aspired to pursue the elusive path to immortality. Reining in his emotions, Jiang Yi regarded Zhao Quan with a calm gaze. So now, you may directly inform me of Zhou Yiming's whereabouts. Zhao Quan paused momentarily, then replied solemnly, unless you agree to my terms. However, before he could finish his demands, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Yi. You lack the standing to negotiate with me. After all, the leader of the Green Bay group was also privy to information regarding Zhou Yiming. Zhao Quan fell silent for a moment before stating in a low voice. In truth, Zhou Yiming is unlikely to survive. After the leader seized his belongings, he was cast into the depths of the Kin Lake Park. You are aware, I presume, that post-apocalypse, rivers and lakes have become conduits for monstrous invasions. Being thrown into such a place is tantamount to being cast into the world of beasts. It is improbable he will endure. My detachment from the Green Bay group was driven by a concern that this matter might extend its reach to me. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression darkened instantaneously, based on his memories from his past life. He had believed Zhou Yiming was trapped in a nearby store or ruined. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zhou Yiming had been thrown into the boundary battlefield. Those interconnected lakes were none other than the boundary battlefield itself. This implied that in his past life, Luo Shan had actually retrieved Zhou Yiming from the boundary battlefield. Realizing this, Jiang Yi felt that this mission was a tremendous loss if he were searching for someone within the confines of Jiang City. With his current attributes raised to level 5, paired with the beast's scent, he would likely encounter no significant issues. However, risking a venture into an entirely uncharted boundary battlefield for a mere token of gratitude from Wang Shuyan was hardly worth the peril. In his heart, the thought of abandoning this opportunity flickered momentarily, yet he did not reach an immediate decision. After all, as a member of the club's death squad, he would inevitably be assigned tasks in such perilous locales one day. Furthermore, while the boundary battlefield was fraught with danger, it also harbored numerous opportunities that he aspired to quickly ascend to level 1 and become a formal player, for the swiftest route lay within the boundary battlefield. Yet, this conflicted with his current survivalist philosophy. Unable to settle on a decision, Jiang Yi chose to dismiss the matter for the time being. Casting a glance at Zhao Quan, he suddenly inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" Zhao Quan's eyes brightened as he promptly replied, "I am Zhao Quan." Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yi too felt a surge of excitement. To his surprise, this seemingly random encounter on the quest for Zhou Yiming involved a person of notable repute from his past life. After Jiang City transformed into the Qingchuan base, the upper echelons of the base comprised 7 major factions in a delicate balance. These factions included the Lord's Mansion, 2 major guilds, and 4 alliances. The steward responsible for managing affairs within the Lord's mansion was named Zhao Quan. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had never had the opportunity to interact with the steward of the Lord's mansion and thus had no way of knowing whether this Zhao Quan was indeed the same individual. However, after a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Do you still possess any unspent spinning wheels?" Zhao Quan instinctively wanted to deny it. Yet he felt as though Jiang Yi had seen through him the moment he uttered his name. Considering this person's cunning and guile, he ultimately refrained from lying and confessed, "I do have one. I secretly kept a spinning wheel." As he spoke, he lifted the hem of his shirt. There, around his waist, was a thick bandage stained with remnants of blood. Upon unwrapping the bandage, he revealed a blue spinning wheel, nearly embedded within his flesh. A blue spinning wheel, even more precious than the green spinning wheel. Upon seeing that flash of blue, Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched. Alas, the blue spinning wheel's lottery required a century of lifespan. The longevity pill he had drawn from the white spinning wheel had only granted him an increase of 23 years. After 2 more draws from the white spinning wheel, his current lifespan stood at 21 years. Even with the green spinning wheel, he could only draw twice. Thus, he was still 80 years short of utilizing the blue spinning wheel. However, it mattered not that he could eventually accumulate lifespan. The blue spinning wheel would find its use in due time. Without reservation, Jiang Yi seized the spinning wheel from Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan, his gaze fixed intently upon the spinning wheel, concealed his resentment and declared his loyalty. "Boss, I am willing to follow you. From now on, I shall obey your every command." "Follow me?" Jiang Yi casually held the blue spinning wheel in his hand, his demeanor nonchalant. His eyes roamed over the options on the spinning wheel before settling back on Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan's gaze was earnest and steadfast, as if he truly wished to be Jiang Yi's most loyal follower. Yet in the next instant, with a resounding bang, Jiang Yi swung the fire axe held in one hand, and Zhao Quan's head was cleaved under the blade, dead beyond any chance of revival. Indeed, Jiang Yi preferred to engage with intelligent individuals, for they spared him much unnecessary dialogue. However, more often than not, he found himself detesting interactions with the astute, having endured too much in his previous life. He understood all too well that one could never fully grasp the motivations concealed within the convoluted minds of the clever. As the ancient adage goes, righteousness often leads to the butchering of dogs, while treachery is the domain of scholars of the straightforward truth. The butchers see dogs as mere dogs, and injustice as injustice. Yet, the overly clever scholars, they tend to regard the dog in relation to its master. When witnessing injustice, they often calculate the gains and losses behind such grievances. The clever Zhao Quan proved to be the archetype of the untrustworthy scholar in Jiang Yi's eyes. Of course, Jiang Yi had also once butchered dogs, ultimately becoming a scholar himself. From his blatant display, intentionally letting the 3 know he had drawn valuable items thrice, he had never intended for any of them to survive. Regardless of whether Zhao Quan was a significant figure in his past life or not, whether he was Zhao Quan, Zhao Gao, or even Nicholas Zhao Si, it mattered not. The condemned were destined to perish. Decisions Jiang Yi made were immutable. After a cursory search of the 3 corpses without uncovering anything of value, he stored the fire axe, a makeshift crossbow, and a long knife within his spatial watch. The spatial watch, drawn from the white spinning wheel, had a meager capacity of just under 1 cubic meter, but it sufficed for storing simple items. After tidying up the scene and the bodies, Jiang Yi departed the shop, heading in the direction of Luoshan. Just moments ago, he had resolved that venturing to the boundary battlefield was merely a matter of time. After all, he would inevitably have to go there. Should he manage to ascend to level 1 sooner, he would acquire a personalized destiny board and become a formal player. To that point, he could swiftly access the various functions of the personalized destiny board, including chatting, forums, and trading. Only then would he truly unlock the mechanisms of this apocalyptic game and utilize the trading area to accelerate his growth, instead of his current predicament, where he possessed a blue spinning wheel yet could not employ it. After chasing for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Yi indeed followed the scent of burnt beast fragrance to the site of Luoshan and his companions. However, upon approaching, he discovered that the quartet seemed to be embroiled in some conflict. Even if you're the captain, you shouldn't be so unreasonable, right? In our daredevil team, The established rule is that the benefits generated through teamwork should belong to the entire team. You are merely a temporary captain. Do you really intend to disrupt the rules? As Jiang Yi drew closer, he overheard Zhang Peng's aggressive voice, aimed squarely at the temporary captain, Luo Shan. Luo Shan's expression was somewhat grim, yet he ultimately refrained from retorting, instead coldly asking Zhang Peng, "What do you propose we do? With this single turntable, how shall we divide it among the four of us?" Zhang Peng raised his chin slightly, his tone matter of fact. "It's quite simple. The turntable possesses its own value. Either we divide it according to club points, meaning we hand this turntable over to the club and share the points equally among the four of us, or we calculate based on time currency, selling the turntable for time currency and dividing that equally as well. In any case, if you think you can monopolize the profits just because you hold the title of captain, that is absolutely out of the question." Zhang Peng's tone was particularly righteous, as if Luo Shan were some unscrupulous tyrant exploiting his team members' interests. Jiang Yi glanced around and vaguely understood the situation. He stepped forward and interjected, "Why are there only four of you? Shu and TR team consist of 5 members." Zhang Peng shot a glance at Jiang Yi, utterly speechless. "Come on. When we were fighting the monster just now, you weren't even present. Since you weren't there, what right do you have to share in our benefits?" Jiang Yi's gaze fell upon the golden back groundhog, and he chuckled. But the only marks on that beast's corpse were left by Luo Shan's composite bow. In other words, Luo Shan single-handedly took down this ferocious beast. You 3 contributed nothing yet expect to share in the rewards. And I, simply because I wasn't on the scene, am excluded from sharing? Upon hearing this, Zhang Peng's expression froze momentarily. The reason Luo Shan had intended to monopolize the green turntable drop from the golden back groundhog was precisely because he had been the sole force behind its demise. It was not as Zhang Peng claimed, where he took advantage of his captaincy to exploit his teammates. Initially, Luo Shan had nearly succumbed to Zhang Peng's narrative, but upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, he began to regain clarity. Zhang Peng noticed Luo Shan's altered demeanor and gritted his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he conceded, but not to Luo Shan. Rather, he yielded to Jiang. Fine, let us allow you to share in the spoils. Shall we?" With an air of condescension, Zhang Peng retreated, unable to resist hurling an insult. "With your kind of penny-pinching, worthless character, you'll never amount to anything in life." Jiang Yi was left speechless, seriously doubting whether this fool was merely insulting himself. Gao Chong and Li Xiao did not counter Zhang Peng's words. After all, if Zhang Peng's proposal were to be enacted, they too would benefit. However, Jiang Yi would not tolerate such behavior. He let out a cold laugh and spoke firmly to Luo Shan. As the saying goes, the good are often bullied. Some people, throughout their lives, cannot shed the habit of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. I understand that you are reluctant to offend others due to the time-limited effect of your all-attribute increase of 5, but you must realize that the more you tread carefully and fear offending others, the more brazen they become, the more they will oppress and provoke you, testing your limits step by step. These words were directed at Luo Shan. Without waiting for Luo Shan to ponder, Jiang Yi turned his gaze to Zhang Peng, coldly rebuking. "What are you to dare to confront a strong person? Are you tired of living? Let alone the fact that the golden back groundhog was slain by Luo Shan alone, even if it had been a team effort and he had monopolized the team's rewards. What could a worthless creature like you do about it? Do you even have the right to speak?" Zhang Peng certainly understood that what Jiang Yi said was indeed the truth of this apocalyptic game world. Yet, knowing it was one thing. If it were Luo Shan, who was stronger, saying this, he would undoubtedly have to remain silent. But the issue was, what was Jiang Yi to say such things? Zhang Peng's face turned green with anger, and he clenched his fist, aiming a punch at Jiang Yi's face. "And what are you? A worthless parasite? How dare you lecture me?" That punch was delivered with genuine force, intending to reclaim his dignity from Jiang Yi. However, Jiang Yi merely sidestepped effortlessly, evading the strike. At the same time, he casually raised a hand, seizing Zhang Peng's arm and executing a decisive shoulder throw. With a thud, Zhang Peng's back slammed against the ground, and he cried out in pain. Jiang Yi glanced at him, shouted "shut up," and delivered a fierce kick to him. This ruthless display indeed left Jiang Yi in shock. His complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Clearly in considerable pain. Yet he gritted his teeth and fell silent, not daring to cry out again that moment, as he lay on the ground gazing at Jiang Yi. His eyes were filled with fear. Luo Shan witnessed this scene unfold and finally grasped the essence of Jiang Yi's earlier words, understanding what it meant to prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Jiang Yi was absolutely correct. Individuals like Jiang Yi were precisely those who took advantage of the weak. The more you treated them gently and deferentially, the more they would press their advantage, seeking to dominate you. Conversely, when you displayed your strength and spoke harshly, they would hesitate to provoke you. As Luo Shan contemplated this, he felt Jiang Yi's gaze upon him. You can handle this, Jiang Yi. Handle? Handle what? Luo Shan, hearing this term, discerned the underlying meaning in Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi also sensed a hint of meaning, and he was instantly terrified. He could hardly believe Luo Shan would contemplate killing him over such a trivial matter. Yet, deep down, fear gripped him, and he immediately flipped over. Clinging to Luo Shan as pant leg, pleading for mercy. I, Captain Luo, Captain, I was just being foolish. No, please don't. I don't want it. That turntable was dropped by you after defeating the monster. I want to seek to share the benefits with you. I promise to obediently follow your lead from now on. Whatever you say, I want to even glance in the opposite direction. I swear. Jiang Yi was so frightened that he was incoherent at this moment. His attitude of admitting fault was a far cry from his earlier aggressive demeanor towards Luo Shan. Luo Shan contemplated this transformation, his thoughts deepening. Ultimately, however, he did not truly handle Jiang Yi. Instead, he coldly kicked away Jiang Yi's grasping hands. This time, let it pass. I can't be bothered to argue with you. But if they're essay next time, with your foolish character and inability to recognize your own standing, you may very well find yourself slapped to death. Upon hearing that Luo Shan would not pursue the matter, Jiang Yi exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He hurriedly exclaimed, I will recognize my position. I will certainly be obedient from now on. I'll never dare to offend a strong person again. Luo Shan nodded and then cast a somewhat complicated glance at Jiang Yi. Expressing his gratitude, Jiang Yi merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Luo Shan's decision. The reason for Jiang Yi's ruthlessness was due to his experiences in 2 lifetimes, having witnessed too much. Conversely, Luo Shan had never truly killed anyone before. For him to consider handling Jiang Yi over a mere disagreement was clearly beyond his capacity for cruelty. In truth, Jiang Yi's previous life had not been one to kill indiscriminately from the outset. The first time he took a life, his legs trembled and his vision blurred. He even endured several nights haunted by nightmares. This reaction was typical for an ordinary person in peacetime. Killing is not akin to slaughtering a chicken or defeating a monster. It leaves a significant psychological impact on modern individuals. Yet circumstances inevitably lead to change. Just as Darwin stated, survival of the fittest. The unfit are eliminated. Those who can adapt to their environment survive. Those who cannot will eventually be cast aside. At this moment, still in the early days of the apocalypse, many were adjusting to the changes in their surroundings. They required time. Through this incident, although Luo Shan did not directly kill Jiang Yi, his presence had grown considerably more assertive, exhibiting some semblance of a captain's demeanor. Grasping the green turntable, he turned his gaze towards Gao Chang and Li Xiao, calmly inquiring, What do you think? Should this turntable belong to me, or should it be shared among the team? Li Xiao's appearance exuded an air of honesty, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, Of course, it belongs to you, the team leader. After all, it was you who took down that golden-backed gopher, while we contributed nothing. Gao Chang's expression was somewhat complex, yet he nodded repeatedly, affirming, Yes, the spinning wheel should be handled by you, the team leader. Previously, Gao Chang had never referred to Luo Shan as team leader. Clearly, this minor conflict had a significant impact on him. Luo Shan nodded and proceeded to stow away the green spinning wheel. With only 11 years of life remaining, drawing from the green wheel would cost a full 10 years. Naturally, he could not afford to make such a gamble lightly. Furthermore, to mitigate risks, spinning wheels are typically drawn in designated lottery zones. under the protection of formidable guardians. Thus, the green wheel was wisely secured for later consideration. Jiang Yi felt a lingering concern but refrained from directly approaching Luo Shan for it. As the group continued on their way to the Green Bay Internet CAF, Zhang Peng surprisingly exhibited a newfound composure. Upon their arrival at the CAF, just as they were about to commence their search, a brilliant azure firework suddenly shot up from the western sky. The simple firework glimmered vividly against the night, yet emitted no sound. Gao Chong recognized it instantly, exclaiming, "The cloud-piercing arrow! It's from the direction of Yucai Primary School. Liao Ge must have found Zhou Yiming." Luo Shan nodded repeatedly, prompting the group to turn back. With a clear objective, they decided to drive back to the commercial street. However, as they retraced their steps and passed by the shop where Zhao Quan was located, they stumbled upon 3 corpses within, with a swarm of lifespan worms clinging to them. Zhang Peng froze momentarily before casting a horrified glance at Jiang, his face paling dramatically. Subsequently, he averted his gaze from Jiang Yi and took several steps back. Distancing himself, in contrast, Jiang Yi remained unperturbed, adopting an air of nonchalance. Luo Shan asked no further questions and made his way towards his vehicle. Half an hour later, the 5-person team arrived at Yucai Primary School, only to find that Liao Yuanfeng was absent. It was Fan Hu's team that had parked their vehicle near the school and called out to Luo Shan. "Liao Ge has gone to the nearby Qinhu Park. We don't need to head to Yucai Primary School. Let's go straight to Qinhu Park." Luo Shan acknowledged this and followed Fan Hu's vehicle towards Qinhu Park. Within the park lay a lake that had transformed into a passage for beast invasions in the post-apocalyptic world, making the nearby area more densely populated with beasts than others. However, Liao Yuanfeng had already arrived before them. Moreover, several teams of monster hunters were gathered within the park. As Fan Hu and Luo Shan's teams approached, they encountered no significant danger. The 2 groups halted at the entrance of Qinhu Park. Fan Hu keenly noticed a shift in the atmosphere surrounding Luo Shan's team, especially Zhang Peng, who had previously been quite animated but now appeared subdued. Assuming that Luo Shan had enforced some order within the team, Fan Hu cast a scrutinizing glance at him and remarked, "You've done well. It seems you possess some skill." Luo Shan offered no explanation. Instead, he gazed towards the park, sensing an underlying tension in the is it just me? Or does the atmosphere in this park feel rather tense? Of course it's tense. Fan Hu shot back with a roll of his eyes. Since the onset of the apocalypse, various rivers, lakes, and seas have become gateways for beast invasions. For players, these gateways serve as spawn points for monsters. Currently, many of these points are under ownership, dominated by powerful factions. Luo Shan followed Fan Hu's gaze towards Qinhu Park, pondering whether this park was also owned. Fan Hu nodded, leading the group towards the park while stating calmly, "Although our Letian club may not hold much sway in the entire Jiangxing, we do have some reputation in the suburbs. The small factions in Qinhu Park are certainly no match for us. Liao Ge has already negotiated with them, and they have shown us a measure of respect." Trailing behind Fan Hu, Luo Shan felt overshadowed by his presence. After a while, he suddenly realized, "Wait, isn't our task simply to locate Zhou Yiming and bring him back? Why does it feel like we're gearing up for something more?" As he spoke, he came to the realization, could it be that Zhou Yiming has ventured into the beast realm through the Qinhu Passage? Fan Hu turned to him with a scoff. "Zhou Yiming is just a useless pretty boy. How could he possibly be foolish enough to wander into the beast realm? He was thrown in by someone. The Green Bay faction had already been wiped out by Liao Ge. They had learned that Zhou Yiming had been severely injured and tossed into Qinhu Lake by members of the Green Bay faction. As they walked toward a grassy area within the park, Luo Shan caught sight of several teams gathered there. Not far from the cluster, a number of human corpses were piled up, presumably belonging to the members of the Green Bay faction. In an adjacent area, Liao Yuanfeng, his face ashen, was intently operating his phone. When Luo Shan approached with Fan Hu, he called out, "Liao Ge," but Liao Yuanfeng ignored him. After a considerable time, Liao Yuanfeng suddenly cursed, "What the hell is this foolish, love-struck idiot?" Beside him, several team leaders exchanged perplexed glances. "What do you mean? Is that Wang Shuiyin still holding out hope?" Given Zhou Yiming's condition before he was thrown into the Qinhu Lake, it was inconceivable that he could survive in the beast realm. Even formal players like them had a low survival probability when venturing through the Qinhu passage to the Beast Realm, let alone a useless pretty boy like him. Liao Captain, did you clearly communicate the situation to Wang Xuyin? Liao Yuanfeng took a deep breath, his expression grim and his tone sharp. What do you mean I didn't explain? I made the stakes abundantly clear. Yet that foolish, love-struck idiot can't grasp any of it. She is adamant that she wants to see him alive or dead. Even if Zhou Yiming's corpse has already been devoured by beasts, she still insists on hunting them down to retrieve it. The gravity of his words left the gathering team leaders in disbelief, exchanging incredulous looks. Is it really that extreme? In this apocalypse, someone could be so obsessed with a star that they would lose all sense. It was hard for a rational person to comprehend Wang Xuyan's mindset. Liao Yuanfeng himself struggled to understand, which was why he was so furious at her. He inhaled deeply again, casting his gaze over the crowd. Wang Xuyan's reasoning is indeed beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. However, she is genuinely invested in finding Zhou Yiming and is willing to pay any price to do so. In our recent private conversation, she made it unequivocally clear that she would never abandon the search for him. It won't be long before members of the Blood Swallow Club arrive to enter the Qinhu passage and search for him that I hope the 3 captains stationed at Qinhu will be accommodating. The area isn't particularly large, and the 3 teams here are not very powerful. Only the captains hold formal player status. The other members are roughly on par with the daredevils of our club. Thus, these teams would hardly pose a threat to the Blood Swallow Club. Among the 3 captains, the most imposing was Captain Wu Su, who asked Liao Yuanfeng with a stern expression, "What does the Blood Swallow Club intend to do?" Jiang Yi trailed behind the Luo Shan team, feeling utterly inconspicuous among the throng, yet he attentively listened. Liao Yuanfeng's gaze swept over the assembled crowd as he slowly articulated. Wang Xuyan's assertion is as follows. The individuals dispatched by our Blood Swallow Club are undoubtedly intending to traverse the Qin Lake Passage in search of individuals within the beast world. Conversely, those not affiliated with the Blood Swallow Club, specifically the members sent by the Letian Club. Liao Yuanfeng cast a glance at the teams of Luo Shan and Fan, who before turning his attention to the 3 captains of Qin Lake, as well as the 3 captains who were originally stationed in the Qin Lake area. Our contingent's decision to venture into the Qin Lake Passage in pursuit of individuals is entirely voluntary. Of course, this voluntariness is accompanied by the bounty promised by Wang Xuyan. She stated that anyone willing to enter the Qin Lake Passage to locate Zhou Yiming would be rewarded with 1 white-tier longevity pill in advance. Upon hearing this, the 3 captains of Qin Lake visibly brightened. Members of the Death Squad, like Fan Hu, also exhibited uncontainable excitement on their faces. The beast world was indeed perilous, yet it harbored myriad opportunities. The Death Squad, in particular, was accustomed to undertaking missions as the vanguard, leading the exploration of the beast world. Generally speaking, when a faction prepares to explore a particular beast world, numerous explorations are required. With the initial 3 typically assigned to the members of the Death Squad, the Death Squad effectively acts as the pioneers. Various factions rely on the information gathered by the returning members of the Death Squad to gain deeper insights into the beast world. Once sufficient information has been collected, formal members from each faction are dispatched for exploration, minimizing potential losses. Fan Hu, being a member of the Death Squad, was well aware of this fundamental process. This meant that their role as the Death Squad was inherently to explore the beast world first. Now, the prospect of exploring the beast world connected to the Qin Lake Passage while being rewarded with a white-tier longevity pill was simply an irresistible offer to the Death Squad. That longevity pill felt like a free gift. Thus, Fan Hu promptly resolved to enter the Qin Lake. The same sentiment resonated among the other Death Squad members. Only Luo Shan, a recent addition to the Death Squad, felt somewhat bewildered due to his unfamiliarity with the operational protocols. Meanwhile, the 3 teams originally stationed at Qin Lake were equally swayed by Wang Xuyan's bounty. After all, they understood well that in this apocalyptic game world, the most effective method for rapid growth was to explore the beast world. They had previously contemplated venturing into the Qin Lake Passage for this very purpose, but had hesitated due to the dangers involved and their own insufficient strength. However, this time, although the primary task was to locate someone, they could accompany a powerful faction to explore the beast world. Moreover, there were additional rewards to be gained. This was an enormous temptation for their small group. Liao Yuanfeng noted the reactions of those present without any surprise. He continued, in addition to the white-tier longevity pill offered to those willing to assist in locating Zhou Yiming, should anyone successfully find him, there will be further rewards that if someone finds Zhou Yiming's corpse. They will receive one green-tier longevity pill, specifically one produced by the lottery system. The moment these words were uttered, the previously intrigued crowd gasped collectively. Many with weaker psychological fortitude even reddened their eyes on the spot. A green-tier longevity pill from the lottery system. That was a treasure capable of extending one's life by at least 100 years. Such an item, even in the eyes of core club members, constituted a top-tier resource. And now, merely locating Zhou Yiming's corpse would yield such a resource reward. This was outrageous. Luo Shan was one of those who turned red with envy, indignantly thinking, how can I, a living person, be worth less than the corpse of some pretty boy? A corpse can be exchanged for a green-tier longevity pill that extends life by at least 100 years, while my own lifespan barely exceeds a decade. This is infuriating. The disparity between people is maddening. Others shared similar thoughts, once again acutely aware of the terrifying nature of infatuation. But the revelations did not cease there. Liao Yuanfeng continued, furthermore, if someone can locate the living Zhou Yiming and escort him back safely, Wang Shuyan has promised a reward of one blue-tier longevity pill. Additionally, they may select any 3 items from the Blood Swallow Club's points repository. Whoa! Someone in the crowd could not contain their astonishment. A blue-tier longevity pill. At this stage, it seemed that only Jiang Yi in Jiang City could concoct longevity pills, and even she could only produce green-tier ones at most. This meant that the blue-tier longevity pill presented by Wang Shuyan would undoubtedly be a lottery product, and a blue-tier longevity pill from the lottery system could extend life by at least 1,000 years. What does 1,000 years of life mean? Our Chinese history spans merely 5,000 years. If I could live for 1,000 years, goodness gracious! The various exclamations revealed the shock resonating within the hearts of those present. Luo Shan was once again filled with envy, practically yearning to leap into the Qin Lake at that moment, willing to go to any lengths to retrieve the living Zhou Yiming. Only Jiang Yi, upon hearing all this, appeared pensive, for he recalled that in his previous life, Luo Shan had indeed managed to bring Zhou Yiming back. Moreover, it was the living Zhou Yiming. However, in his past existence, it seemed that Luo Shan did not receive any blue-tier longevity pill, let alone the opportunity to select 3 items from the Blood Swallow Club's points repository. The bounty promised by Wang Shuyan had evidently not been fulfilled for Luo Shan. Jiang Yi was uncertain of the circumstances of his previous life. Yet, if he were to hazard a guess, it likely boiled down to 2 possibilities. Either Wang Shuyan deemed Luo Shan too weak and thus reneged on her promise, or members from the Letian Club, such as Liao Yuanfeng, usurped the rewards that rightfully belonged to Luo Shan. Both scenarios were plausible, for in the world of the apocalyptic game, might makes right. Ultimately, Luo Shan had been too weak in his previous life, lacking the strength to compel the powerful to honor their promises. Thus, in this life, if Jiang Yi were to find Zhou Yiming and bring him back, could Wang Shuyan genuinely fulfill her promise? If he could not secure Wang Shuyan's benefits, was there any reason for him to traverse the Qin Lake passage to the realm battlefield? Jiang Yi found himself ensnared in a web of conflict once more. In truth, he was not the only one grappling with such dilemmas. However, those of lesser strength had no right to question the powerful. Consequently, following the various exclamations, the voices emerging from the crowd were predominantly filled with excitement and fervor. Captain Liao, I am willing to undertake the mission to search for Zhou Yiming in the beast world. Isn't it merely exploring the beast world? I'm willing too. Count me in, Captain Liao. I am willing as well. Count me in. Voices expressing willingness to undertake the task of locating Zhou Yiming surged forth. The emergence of such a response did not catch Liao Yuanfeng off guard in the slightest. He raised his hand slightly to calm the fervent youth, their minds inflamed by the prospect of profit, and then spoke in a solemn tone. Rest assured, everyone, Wang Shuyan is no ordinary individual. Her words will undoubtedly be honored. The members of the Blood Swallow Club are already en route. Once the responsible parties arrive, they will distribute a white-tier longevity pill to all players willing to embark on the mission through Qin Lake. At this juncture, Wu Su, the captain of the Qin Lake team, further inquired, "Captain Liao, may I ask whether the white-tier longevity pill being distributed by the Blood Swallow Club is a lottery product or one that has been artificially refined?" Ahem. Liao Yuanfeng cleared his throat, acknowledging that such mass rewards could only be artificially refined. That Wu Su was not surprised by this and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, another captain from Qin Lake approached Liao Yuanfeng, saying, "Although our 3 teams are stationed at Qin Lake, we have no prior knowledge of the Beast World. Would it be possible for Captain Liao to spare a moment to provide us with a brief overview of the situation in the Beast World?" Upon hearing these words, Luo Shan's eyes brightened. After all, having just joined the Death Squad, he was equally unfamiliar with the circumstances of the beastly world. Liao Yuanfeng nodded generously, since the Blood Swallow Club has yet to arrive. "I shall take this opportunity to enlighten you. You are likely aware that following the advent of the apocalyptic game, cities that were once interconnected have been divided into isolated regions by the ocean. Various ferocious beasts have predominantly invaded our world through natural water resources such as rivers, lakes, and seas. These natural water bodies have automatically transformed into bidirectional passages between our realm and the beastly world. The beasts can invade us through these channels, while we too can explore the beastly world via these routes. Before the apocalypse, our Jiangsheng was renowned as the city of 1,000 lakes. Thus, in our expansive Jiangsheng, there are numerous passages to the beastly world, connecting us to a myriad of realms. Presently, the development of various factions in Jiangsheng largely hinges on the exploration of the beastly world. As for the enigmatic nature of the beastly world, I can only say that the conditions vary greatly depending on the channels that connect to it. Firstly, the environments of the beastly worlds are bizarre and diverse. Some realms are characterized by towering mountains and jagged rocks, while others are vast deserts devoid of life. There are also those that are scorched earth, shrouded in perpetual darkness. In summary, one may encounter all manner of peculiar environments. Moreover, the beasts that may appear within are equally strange and varied. Do not be deceived by the seemingly weak beasts that invade our world. They do not represent the full spectrum of the beastly world. In truth, the variety of beasts there is astonishing, with abilities that are equally extraordinary. There are even accounts of beasts capable of speech, capable of transforming into human forms to masquerade as people. The beasts that invade our world are merely a fraction of what exists in the beastly world. Therefore, when encountering unfamiliar and seemingly weak beasts in the beastly world, one must not judge based solely on appearance or instinct. Your curiosity could very well cost you your life. At this juncture, Liao Yuanfeng paused, contemplating before he added, "It is precisely because the conditions in the beastly world are unpredictable that major factions typically explore it in 3 phases. The first phase is the preparatory phase, during which a certain number of Death Squad members are dispatched into the entirely unfamiliar beastly world for exploratory ventures, aiming to accumulate sufficient information about it. This phase is also the one with the highest mortality rate. Our Letian Club has even experienced situations where all teams sent into the beastly world during this phase were completely obliterated." Upon hearing this, the 3 teams from Qinhu Park collectively gasped in shock. Even Luo Shan felt a tremor in his heart. Complete annihilation. This meant that the exploration of the beastly world by the Death Squad is purely a gamble. A stroke of bad luck could lead one into a world of destruction, leaving no chance of survival. No wonder the Death Squad is aptly named. Liao Yuanfeng was not surprised by the reactions of the 3 teams. He continued, "However, various clubs have summarized some experiences. Generally speaking, for smaller lakes like Qinhu, the connected beastly worlds are unlikely to present dangers severe enough to annihilate an entire Death Squad. The chances of successful exploration are quite favorable." As he spoke, Liao Yuanfeng gestured towards Fan Hu, saying, "For instance, our fellow Death Squad member Fan, who here has explored 3 different beastly worlds and returned successfully from each, now boasting strength that nearly rivals that of established players." Upon receiving this commendation, Fan Hu stood a bit taller. He took up Liao Yuanfeng's cue, calmly asserting, "Captain Liao is correct. Although each beastly world is shrouded in uncertainty and lacks predictable patterns, their dangers still follow certain trends. Typically, the beastly worlds connected to smaller lakes like Qinhu will not be excessively perilous. The situation is likely comparable to the game dungeons we previously conquered. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the three captains from Qinhu. Though Fan, who is not yet an established player, he was backed by the Letian Club. Thus, facing these formal players from a smaller group, his demeanor remained assertive, even condescending. If you lack the courage to explore even the least dangerous beastly worlds, you will inevitably fall behind the other established players. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three Qinhu captains turned grim. The captain with the strongest presence, Wu Su, furrowed his brow and shot Fan a cold glance. We were merely inquiring. We never stated we were unwilling to explore. He then turned to Liao Yuanfeng. Continuing, Captain Liao only mentioned the first phase of exploring the beastly world. What are the subsequent two phases? Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Wu Su for a moment, asking, Captain Wu, are you perhaps considering joining our Letian Club? Wu Su maintained his composure, neither confirming nor denying. Liao Yuanfeng chuckled lightly and continued his exposition. The second phase is known as the strategy phase. Once the Death Squad has gathered sufficient information, the club will assign formal members to form a more formidable team for a more structured exploration of the beastly world. This phase of exploration can also be viewed as strategic. The objective is to thoroughly convert the entire beastly world into a resource for the club. The third phase, naturally, is the harvest phase. By this stage, the beastly world is largely under the club's control. When personnel are dispatched for exploration at this point, the risks to life are minimal, and the focus shifts to long-term gains. The reason we club members are willing to pledge our loyalty is precisely for the resources derived from the already developed beastly worlds. The three Qinhu captains gained insight from this discourse. Luo Shan, having just joined the Death Squad, was filled with anticipation at the prospect of becoming a formal member of the club and enjoying the resources of the beastly world. Meanwhile, Captain Wu Su pondered further. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, may I inquire how many beastly worlds your Letian Club currently has full control over? Liao Yuanfeng's expression faltered slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Smiling as he replied, that information is classified. It is not appropriate to disclose it to outsiders. To Wu Su, not lacking in intelligence, quickly formed a rough estimate in his mind. After all, the apocalyptic game had only just commenced a month prior. While it was conceivable that prominent factions in the city center had some control over beastly worlds, it seemed improbable for a third-tier faction like the Letian Club, situated in the suburbs, to genuinely possess any. This implied that Liao Yuanfeng's references to the third phase were largely speculative. That, of course, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that as time passed and the club's influence expanded, the Letian Club might indeed come to control one or two beastly worlds. However, those unnaturalized prospects remained uncertain. That Wu Su, harboring some ambition, felt a tinge of hesitation. Should he align himself with a third-tier faction like Letian Club, shift his allegiance to a more powerful top-tier faction in the city center, or continue as a captain in a loose group without too many constraints? Faced with these three choices, he certainly did not arrive at an immediate decision. Just as he contemplated further inquiries into the Letian Club's benefits and regulations, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching the direction of Qinhu Park. Concurrently, a wave of exclamations erupted from the grassy area where their large group had assembled. What the heck? A 1,000-mile cloud leopard. This has to be a level 5 beast, right? Help! Quick! Captain! A formidable beast is on the loose. Wait! No, look at that cloud leopard. There seems to be a person sitting on it. Could it be a beast that has transformed into a human? Surely, those ferocious beasts capable of transforming into humans must be exceptionally formidable, right? Goodness, we're doomed. What nonsense. Liao Yuanfeng rolled his eyes and barked sternly, silencing the cacophony of gasps before adding, that is Guanling, a core member of the Blood Swallow Club. As he spoke, the figure riding the dark cloud leopard swiftly approached from a distance. It became evident to everyone that riding upon the leopard was indeed a human player. A striking female player at that. In this apocalyptic game, there are few female players who manage to maintain their dignity. Furthermore, while Guanling's beauty may not be unparalleled, her commanding presence exuded the aura of a gallant heroine. Moreover, her curvaceous figure perched upon such a magnificent dark cloud leopard clad in form-fitting black attire, only accentuated her resemblance to the fiercest wine and wildest steed. Any man who beheld her would be overwhelmed with a desire to conquer. Her formidable aura and dramatic entrance left many players in the vicinity salivating and murmuring. Goodness, this is just too impressive. Is this really a woman? What is Wang Shuiyin thinking? How could she not be enamored with such a stunning lady and instead fancy some pretty boy? Goodness, the leader of the Blood Swallow Club is a woman, and this core member is an absolute beauty. Could it be that the entire Blood Swallow Club is essentially a beauty club? Wow. Suddenly, I feel compelled to join the Blood Swallow Club. I wonder if they accept male members? Goodness, I can't help but think that Zhou Yiming must be incredibly fortunate. I too wish to be a pretty boy. Does the striking sister think my complexion is fair? Sister, come step on me. Goodness, with such a beautiful sister, could she possibly be a fervent admirer of Zhou Yiming? Unlikely. Women with such an aura are typically fiercely career-driven. There is no way she could be love-struck. It was evident that many men gazing at Guanling atop the dark cloud leopard looked akin to starving wolves spotting prey. Their desires and cravings were unmistakably transparent. Yet Guanling appeared unfazed, her demeanor unyielding in the face of those unabashed glances. With a swift leap, she dismounted the dark cloud leopard, landing firmly on the grass. The contours of her chest remained stable, snugly held in place. Jiang Yi, mingling among the crowd, distinctly heard several audible gulps, shaking his head in disbelief. This woman of strength truly could be a man-eater. Guanling evidently possessed a decisive and assertive character. Her gaze, even more commanding than Liao Yuanfeng's, swept across the audience, rendering the entire space silent as a graveyard, with no one daring to utter a sound. Once she had established order, Guanling's voice rang out sharply. The Blood Swallow Club's bounty has been posted in the trading area. Those among you who are official players can consult your destiny plates. Furthermore, Captain Liao of the Letian Club has likely briefed you on the details of this recruitment mission. As she spoke, Guanling's sharp gaze scanned the crowd, quickly locating Liao Yuanfeng, and inquired, "Are you Captain Liao?" Previously assertive, Liao Yuanfeng now appeared somewhat intimidated in the presence of this formidable woman. However, he maintained his composure, nodding slightly. "Yes, Captain Guan, I am Liao Yuanfeng. Sister Wang has mentioned you." Guanling acknowledged him with a slight nod, then raised her hand, tossing a small jade vial in Liao Yuanfeng's direction. "This is your reward for assisting in locating Zhou Yiming." Liao Yuanfeng caught the reward deftly, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. Guanling nodded, then addressed the crowd. "The situation is extremely urgent. For every minute we delay entering the world of ferocious beasts at Qin Lake, Zhou Yiming's chances of survival diminish. Thus, without further ado, members of the Blood Swallow Club will be stationed by Qin Lake. Anyone willing to assist in searching for him can claim a white quality longevity pill. However, those who receive the white quality longevity pill must enter the world of ferocious beasts within 2 minutes." She raised her hand, and suddenly a fiery red spear materialized in her palm. She twirled the spear a few times, exuding an even more striking aura. Then, her gaze swept over the crowd once more as she continued assertively. "I will personally break his legs and forcibly throw him into the world of ferocious beasts. Moreover, anyone who accepts the mission must remain in the world of ferocious beasts for a full 8 hours unless they genuinely locate Zhou Yiming. Should anyone dare to return early as a coward, I will break their legs as well and cast them back into the world of ferocious beasts." With that, she declared, "Now, think carefully. Those who still wish to accept the mission and search for him may proceed to Qin Lake to claim the longevity pills from the Blood Swallow Club." Some who were infatuated found it hard to leave, while those who knew what they desired headed resolutely toward Qin Lake. Individuals like Fan Hu, who had made a name for themselves among the daredevils, certainly would not be swayed by mere beauty. He exchanged a brief greeting with Liao Yuanfeng before confidently making his way toward Qin Lake. Luo Shan, observing nearby, was equally tempted. He greeted Liao Yuanfeng and then inquired, Captain Liao, if we enter the world of ferocious beasts through the same passage, will we be separated in the end?" Liao Yuanfeng nodded. "Of course, we will be separated. If we weren't, we wouldn't feel the pressure in searching for Zhou Yiming. However, you need not worry too much. The area connected to this small lake in the world of ferocious beasts is not extensive. Once inside, there remains a chance of encountering each other again. Yet I advise you, should you come across human players in the world of ferocious beasts, do not assume it will be a tearful reunion as if meeting fellow townsfolk. When human hearts turn treacherous, they can be far more perilous than ferocious beasts. You should know how to navigate human interactions without needing me to instruct you specifically, correct? Luo Shan nodded thoughtfully, expressing his gratitude to Liao Yuanfeng. Although they would be separated upon entering the world of ferocious beasts, he still proceeded to Qin Lake alongside several daredevil companions. En route to Qin Lake, Jiang Yi turned to Luo Shan and proposed, "Did you not recently acquire green roulette? I was thinking of trading the white longevity pill I received shortly for your green roulette. What do you think? Are you interested?" The idea of exchanging a white longevity pill for a green roulette sparked excitement in Luo Shan's eyes. Though he had yet to develop a precise understanding of the current market prices, it didn't take much thought to realize that the white longevity pill was undoubtedly worth more than the green roulette. After all, the longevity pill genuinely extends one's life, while the green roulette is merely for a lottery. Moreover, this lottery demands a sacrifice of 10 years of life. There's a high likelihood that one could waste 10 years of life only to draw a ferocious beast. Clearly, the roulette's value is highly unstable. It could never be more precious than the tangible longevity pill. Thus, Jiang Yi's proposal was undoubtedly a tremendous advantage for Luo Shan. Without a second thought, Luo Shan was prepared to agree to the exchange. However, he soon felt puzzled, casting a quizzical gaze at Jiang Yi. "Did you not say you couldn't even spare the lifespan for a single draw on the white roulette? Shouldn't the longevity pill you receive from this mission be crucial for you? Why would you trade such a precious longevity pill for a green roulette that you cannot even use?" Luo Shan was utterly bewildered. Jiang Yi, however, had already prepared his explanation. Captain Liao had made it abundantly clear that the longevity pills provided by the Blood Swallow Club were not produced by the roulette, but were artificially refined. Presently, only Changjiaoyi in the entire Jiangxing region is capable of refining longevity pills. I have a grudge against Changjiaoyi. Therefore, I would rather die than consume the longevity pills she refines. This statement, upon first hearing, seems to carry some weight. Yet in this world are there truly individuals who are so earnest? When life itself is at stake, what use is dignity? Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Gao Chong and Zhang Peng, were utterly perplexed, particularly Zhang Peng, who felt that Jiang Yi was merely pretending to be noble. When faced with death, he would surely regret such a foolish decision. Luo Shan, however, had long recognized that Jiang Yi was far from ordinary. He speculated that Jiang Yi's audacity in making such a declaration might stem from a certain confidence in his dignity. Perhaps, even without consuming Changjiaoyi's elixir of immortality, he still possessed the self-assurance to survive. Regardless, Luo Shan reached into his pocket, feeling the green spinner, and turned to Jiang Yi to confirm. "If you are indeed resolved to make the exchange, I have no objections, but once you trade, do not come to regret it." Jiang Yi nodded with a smile. "Rest assured, I will not waver in my decision." Thus, the two reached an accord. However, just as they were about to complete the exchange at the Blood Swallow Club, they suddenly heard a deep voice. "Young brother, do you intend to trade the elixir of immortality for a green spinner? If you only exchange for one, you would be at a significant loss." Following the voice, Jiang Yi turned to Si Wu Su, the captain of the Qin Hu team. Approaching with a friendly smile, Da Wu Su appeared amiable, yet his gaze was firmly fixed on the elixir of immortality in Jiang Yi's hand, as if it were already his possession. Luo Shan, upon witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow deeply. "What do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Wu Su shot a sidelong glance at Luo Shan. Disregarding him entirely, he then addressed Jiang Yi with a calm politeness. "In peacetime, trades are typically determined by the highest bidder. Yet in this apocalypse, I am willing to exchange 3 green spinners for your elixir of immortality. How will you choose? You wouldn't let me down, would you?" As he spoke, Wu Su displayed the 3 green spinners before Jiang Yi, exuding an air of sincerity. However, Luo Shan, after glancing at the spinners in Wu Su's possession, could only laugh in anger. "What kind of joke is this? Though my green spinner may not be of the highest quality, it is certainly of a respectable standard. Yet those 3 spinners in your hands are utterly worthless. Such trash, even if given away for free, would hardly attract anyone's interest, and you dare propose to trade them for the elixir of immortality. How shameless can you be? After rebuking Wu Su, Luo Shan turned to Jiang Yi, earnestly advising, Jiang Yi, do not be deceived by him. Those 3 spinners are of such poor quality that they are clearly a trap. My single spinner is worth far more than his 3 pieces of junk. Before Jiang Yi could respond, Wu Su shot a fierce glare at Luo Shan and then turned back to Jiang Yi with a significant tone. Young brother, think carefully. Captain Liao just mentioned that the beast world is a place where danger lurks. One misstep could lead to death within. Although I lack a club-S backing, I am nonetheless a formal player. I am not afraid to admit that, despite my current level being only 1, my combat power approaches 200. By trading with me now, not only do you gain an advantageous quantity of spinners, but you also have the opportunity to forge a connection with me. Should you encounter me in the beast world, I might even show you some kindness. However, if you choose to trade with this fellow, I fear you will gain nothing of value. The last remark carried a clear implication, akin to an open threat. It was as if rejecting his trade would lead to dire consequences when encountering him in the beast world. For a moment, even Luo Shan, who had previously spoken with conviction, was taken aback by the veiled threat, rendered speechless. Luo Shan's expression darkened, his hand gripping the green spinner, veins bulging. Yet he felt unable to retort, for he understood that Wu Su's words held a grain of truth. In the apocalyptic game world, might is right. If Jiang Yi does not trade with him now, encountering Wu Su in the beast world could spell disaster. But it didn't end there. After threatening Jiang Yi, Wu Su turned to Luo Shan with a cold smirk. So you are Luo Shan, holding a spinner of medium quality? Quite impressive. However, you clearly lack foresight. Holding onto a spinner of medium quality is one thing, but flaunting it so openly puts you at risk in the beast world, where you might be killed for it. This statement, delivered as a friendly warning, was laced with threats. Luo Shan's pupils constricted. He grasped the underlying meaning of Wu Su's words. After confronting Wu Su earlier, he had certainly made an enemy. If they truly encounter each other in the beast world, Wu Su would likely not hesitate to eliminate him. In that moment, Luo Shan's face grew even graver. He was beginning to dread entering the beast world. Yet he had already claimed the elixir of immortality from the Blood Swallow Club, as Guanling had just stated. One who claims the elixir cannot go back on their word and abandon the task. What to do? Just as Luo Shan's face turned pale, another voice emerged. Oh, Captain Wu, your arrogance is quite audacious. Do you truly believe our Letian Club does not regard the members of the Suicide Squad as equals? Are you openly threatening them now? If anyone harbors any ill intent toward a member of Letian Club, as their captain, I cannot stand idly by. But how to nip this danger in the bud? As Liao Yuanfeng approached, he inquired with an equally significant tone that Wu Su was no fool. He instantly picked up on Liao Yuanfeng's murderous intent from the phrase nip danger in the bud. This was clearly a warning that if Wu Su dared to pursue a member of Letian Club in the beast world, Liao Yuanfeng would not hesitate to eliminate him before he could even enter. In that instant, the situation flipped. Luo Shan's eyes brightened, that Wu Su's expression darkened. Their emotions took a complete turn. Wu Su gritted his teeth, quickly reining in his murderous aura, and forced a smile. Just kidding. How could I harbor ill will against the members of Letian Club? Captain Liao must have misunderstood. It is merely an elixir of immortality. I simply hope that young brother Jiang Yi has more choices, rather than being deceived by a teammate he mistakenly trusts. Regardless, Jiang, the choice is yours. Do you wish to trade your elixir for 3 green spinners from me, or 1 from Luo Shan? Liao Yuanfeng also cast a supportive glance at Jiang Yi, asserting, Jiang Yi, you stand behind a Letian Club, which is your support. Whether you trade with Luo Shan or Wu Su, follow your heart. Do not feel burdened in any way. Hearing Liao Yuanfeng's powerful backing, Luo Shan smiled slightly, feeling a deeper sense of belonging to Letian Club. The others around them, witnessing Liao Yuanfeng's protective demeanor, also felt that joining the club was a wise choice, as it provided a safeguard against random bullying. That Wu Su managed a strained smile, fully aware that the 3 spinners in his possession were indeed of poor quality. Such worthless spinners would hardly attract anyone's interest, even if given away for free. Jiang Yi, for both emotional and logical reasons, should undoubtedly choose that. I think I will select the 3-spinner from Captain Wu. Then, Wu Su momentarily froze, staring at Jiang Yi in disbelief. You're not joking? Liao Yuanfeng also frowned slightly. Have you thought this through? Jiang Yi a bit helplessly smiled at Wu Su. Actually, I intended to exchange for those 3 green spinners the moment you arrived. It was just that you kept talking and talking, preventing me from having the chance to speak. Yes, soon as those words left his lips, Wu Su felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. However, after a brief moment of discomfort, he suddenly suspected that Jiang Yi's current statements were likely laced with deceit. This young man must still be shaken by the threats he had uttered earlier. Even with Liao Yuanfeng's backing, he was probably still apprehensive about facing him in the world of ferocious beasts. Thus, he chose to curry favor and continued to engage in trade with him. With this thought, Wu Su straightened his posture significantly. He cast a teasing glance at Luo Shan while laughing heartily at Jiang Yi, saying, "Young man, you have a bright future ahead. What I just said remains valid. Should we encounter each other in the world of ferocious beasts, I shall protect you." Jiang Yi found this amusing, yet he still expressed his gratitude. Among the onlookers, many whispered scornfully at Jiang Yi's choice. This kid is truly spineless. Even with Captain Liao's support, he still grovels like a dog before Wu Su. What a disgrace to the Letian Club. Indeed, how could such a shameless and spineless wretch be part of the Letian Club? They are bringing shame upon themselves. With such cowardice, he will never amount to anything. Even if he joins the Letian Club, he will inevitably perish in the world of ferocious beasts, in my opinion. Being adaptable is not necessarily a bad thing. Besides, times have changed. Sometimes being a dog beside a strong master is far more dignified than merely being human. Then you can go kneel and be a dog. As for me, I will stand tall and be a person. Jiang Yi naturally paid no heed to these derisive comments. Others might believe he was too timid to offend Wu Su, thus making such an absurd choice. Yet, in reality, Wu Su's 3 green spinning wheels held far greater value to him than Luo Shan's single green wheel. To him, there was no distinction in quality among any spinning wheels. The only disadvantage was that he had approached Luo Shan first. But now he chose to trade with Wu Su. After exchanging 3 green wheels with Wu Su for a white longevity pill, Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards Luo Shan. Luo Shan's expression was evidently uneasy. However, unlike the other bystanders, he did not think Jiang Yi was afraid to offend Wu Su. After all, Jiang Yi had proposed to exchange longevity pills for spinning wheels precisely because he did not wish to consume the longevity pills refined by Chang Jiaoi. Deep down, he was filled with self-respect. How could he suddenly bow and scrape before Wu Su? Thus, Luo Shan believed that Jiang Yi was not lying. His choice stemmed not from fear of Wu Su, but from a genuine interest in those 3 spinning wheels. Contemplating this, Luo Shan glanced down at the green spinning wheel in his hand and suddenly made a resolute decision. Captain Liao Yuanfeng, still feeling displeased with Jiang Yi's choice, turned to Luo Shan with a frown. "What is it?" Luo Shan grasped the spinning wheel tightly, his gaze resolute. "I wish to withdraw this green spinning wheel before we enter the world of ferocious beasts. I hope Captain Liao can provide me with protection." His calm declaration sent ripples through the crowd, akin to a stone cast into water. Wu Su laughed mockingly, casting a derisive glance his way. The other bystanders murmured among themselves. It seems Luo Shan has been provoked by Wu Su. He feels he has lost face and must enhance his strength to reclaim it, hence this impulsive decision. I suspect he was frightened by Wu Su's earlier remarks, worrying that they might cross paths in the world of ferocious beasts. At that point, not only would he lose his life, but Wu Su could also seize his green spinning wheel. Oh dear, such a fool who loses composure at the slightest embarrassment will never achieve anything. Liao Yuanfeng also felt that Luo Shan's decision was somewhat impulsive, and thus frowned, advising him. Withdrawing from the green spinning wheel lottery costs 10 years of lifespan. How many years of life do you have left? Are you sure you have thought this through? You must not act recklessly at this juncture. However, Luo Shan was wholly unaffected by the derisive remarks. His gaze remained steady as he earnestly stated, "I have considered it thoroughly. Even though the area of Qinhe is not vast and the dangers in the world of ferocious beasts are not severe, it still poses a threat to someone like me, an informal player. Rather than regret when faced with real danger, it is better to prepare thoroughly beforehand. This green spinning wheel I possess is of decent quality. If I can draw something good, it might just save my life. Conversely, if I hesitate now, clutching the green spinning wheel yet too afraid to draw, when I encounter danger and perish, it will be a waste to the remaining lifespan. Luo Shan's tone was resolute, and his logic was clear. From his demeanor, he truly did not appear impulsive. After a moment's hesitation, Liao Yuanfeng nodded. Very well, as long as this is not a hasty decision. I can agree to assist you. However, you must first show me the options on your green spinning wheel to see if I'm qualified to provide protection. All right. Luo Shan nodded and briefly revealed the options on his green spinning wheel to Liao Yuanfeng. The quality of his green spinning wheel was indeed impressive, with 5 of the 10 options offering favorable effects. Among the remaining 5 negative effects, 3 were curses, and 2 were related to ferocious beasts. The 2 ferocious beast options were not overly formidable, and Liao Yuanfeng could manage them alone. He nodded and led Luo Shan to a grassy area away from the crowd, stating, "Very well. Let us draw here." Holding the green spinning wheel, Luo Shan felt a tumult of emotions. This was likely his first time opening a spinning wheel for himself. Regardless of what he drew, it would be under his own control. He had already consumed the white longevity pill he received from the Blood Swallow Club, which had increased his lifespan by 2 years. Now, he had 13 years of life remaining. After this draw, he would only have 3 years left. He was about to expend a decade of his lifespan in one breath. Previously, he had felt immense anxiety even when drawing from a spinning wheel costing only 1 year of lifespan. Now, it was 10. His current tension far exceeded what he had felt before. Yet, this time, despite his anxiety, Luo Shan did not succumb to the frantic, hysterical outbursts he had exhibited during the previous white spinning wheel draw. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he appeared calm and composed on the surface. Luo Shan recognized his own growth in this moment. He suddenly understood the ancient story of Mencius's mother moving 3 times. Environment truly can influence a person. Previously, he had mingled with a group of aimless, mediocre individuals, speaking boastfully about defying fate without understanding anything. But now he had distanced himself from those life-wasting companions he had interacted with. Jiang Yi, Gao Chang, and Liao Yuanfeng. He had undertaken missions with the Death Squad. He had glimpsed a world beyond the club and grasped more information about the apocalyptic game. These changes had undeniably influenced him imperceptibly. Now he still harbored thoughts of defying fate, but those thoughts were no longer superficial or naive. He no longer merely blabbed aimlessly. He realized that true strength is rooted in ambition deep within the heart, rather than vocalized declarations. Thus, at this moment of drawing, he did not shout with his mouth, but instead maintained his composure while silently praying from the depths of his heart, taking a deep breath and preparing himself. He pressed his palm against the center of the green spinning wheel, resolutely shouting. Draw. The familiar sound of the spinning wheel echoed. Luo Shan's heartbeat almost ceased. Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Lucky bracelet. A lucky bracelet? What is this item for? Could it enhance luck? Before Luo Shan could fully contemplate this, he suddenly noticed a change in Liao Yuanfeng's expression, that he realized that the silver-white lucky bracelet that had unexpectedly appeared in his hands was likely a rather remarkable item. Just as he was pondering this, a sharp female voice slowly emerged. "So it's you, Luo Shan? That lucky bracelet you hold has little US in a sudden jolt." Luo Shan turned around and found the formidable Guaning approaching him with measured steps. He remained unmoved by her beauty, instead becoming acutely alert. What did Captain Guan mean by those words? Guaning's gaze fell upon the silver handband in his grasp, her tone languid as she spoke. The effect of this lucky handband is that when worn during a spinning wheel lottery, it allows the wearer to eliminate one option from the wheel. Naturally, the green quality lucky handband is only effective against green quality wheels, and after it has been utilized 100 times, it will be rendered completely useless. 100 chances to exclude an option from the green wheel. Frankly, the effect of this lucky handband is rather impressive, although it merely eliminates one option. If used wisely, the losses it can mitigate are truly beyond imagination. For instance, in this case, Wang Shuyan had prepared a purple wheel lottery for Zhou Yiming. The most terrifying outcome on the purple wheel is the beast tide. Should it be drawn, the three major clubs would suffer catastrophic losses. If they had possessed a purple quality lucky handband at that moment, they could have completely avoided drawing the beast tide. This holds true for the green wheel as well. Some wheels have negative effects that are unbearable. By excluding them, one can effortlessly sidestep the ensuing troubles. Moreover, excluding an option is not merely about minimizing losses. For example, on an exceptional wheel, if 9 options yield positive effects, then eliminating the sole negative option is tantamount to possessing a flawless wheel. Additionally, there are wheels where a certain insignificant option occupies a disproportionately high share that be why excluding it, the player's chances of drawing their desired option substantially increase. Thus, the preciousness of such lucky handbands is self-evident. However, Guaning was correct. This lucky handband is evidently more suited for large factions with numerous members in Luoshan's current state. With only 3 years of life remaining, he could hardly afford to participate in a single green wheel lottery. Clutching this lucky handband would be nothing short of wasteful. Yet, Luoshan furrowed his brow, quickly realizing, what did Captain Guan intend to exchange for this lucky handband? Guaning cast a glance at him. Her tone resolute. It is not a matter of wanting, but needing. You possess no right to choose. With that, she raised her hand and deftly snatched the silver handband from Luoshan's grasp. His expression shifted dramatically. He feared the woman might publicly seize it by force. However, Guaning swiftly waved her hand and tossed a square object into Luoshan's palm. This, Luoshan examined the object for a moment, perplexed. Was it a speaker? This device is known as the BGM speaker, a rather exceptional item. Guaning stored the lucky handband in her spatial equipment. She casually explained, "Have you ever heard the saying, 'No one can defeat me in my BGM'?" This BGM speaker served a similar purpose. Upon hearing this, Luoshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Guaning would gift him such a remarkable item. Yet Guaning added, "It's not as exaggerated as you think. This speaker is merely of green quality. How could it make one invincible? It contains 3 tracks, Amazing Grace, Ambush from All Sides, and Homeward Bound. The BGM of Amazing Grace can prevent beasts below level 5 from harboring hostility towards you. This effect is somewhat akin to the beast-repelling incense, though the incense's scent merely repels beasts, while this BGM's effect is significantly more potent. The BGM of Ambush from All Sides grants you a Fury status, enhancing your combat prowess. Homeward Bound, on the other hand, weakens or even dispels certain negative effects, while also accelerating the recovery of your injuries, stamina, and mental state. This BGM speaker is indeed one of the more remarkable items that can be drawn from a green wheel. And it is evidently more practical for you than a lucky handband. Luoshan listened to Guaning's explanation of the BGM speaker. A smile of delight spread across his face. This speaker, with its balanced offensive and defensive capabilities, was indeed exceedingly suitable for him. However, he was not foolish. A moment of reflection made him realize that the value of this BGM speaker likely paled in comparison to that of the lucky handband. Yet, what could he do? His strength simply did not measure up to Guaning's. If not for the backing of the Letian Club, Guaning would have directly seized his lucky handband. What could he have done then? In the context of this apocalyptic game, the weak possessed no voice. There was no possibility of discussing fairness with the strong. At that moment, Luoshan had gained clarity on many matters. He did not quibble with Guaning over trivialities, but rather graciously expressed his gratitude. This attitude prompted Guaning to regard him with renewed interest, complimenting, "Your mindset is commendable." The onlookers who had gathered to witness Luoshan's lottery were stirred to envy and jealousy upon seeing him draw such a fine item and receive Guaning's praise. This fellow had actually drawn a lucky handband. What extraordinary luck! In light of this, it seemed he had not squandered his chance by opting not to exchange the green wheel for Jiang Yi's longevity pill. With the BGM speaker in hand, his survival odds in the beast realm would surely improve significantly, wouldn't they? Truly, a blessing in disguise. As the spectators lamented, they discreetly scrutinized Wu Su. Wu Su's expression remained unchanged, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. However, Liao Yuanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Shan would draw such an exceptional item from the green wheel. While he felt a mix of admiration and regret, he suddenly noticed Jiang Yi and casually inquired, "Hey, Jiang Yi, why not seize the moment and draw from your 3 green wheels? I could provide protection for you." Upon hearing this, Wu Su's brow twitched. Luo Shan drawing a fine item was one thing, but if Jiang Yi also managed to draw something good, Wu Su's reputation would be severely tarnished. Nevertheless, the 3 wheels in Jiang Yi's possession were all of poor quality, making the likelihood of drawing anything worthwhile exceedingly slim. Thus, there was no need for concern. Wu Su steadied his composure, smiling at Jiang Yi. "Jiang Yi, do you wish to draw now? I can also offer my protection." "Draw now." Jiang Yi immediately shook his head. "With my current lifespan, I cannot even afford a white wheel lottery, let alone a green one." That upon uttering this, numerous gazes turned towards him, speculative, skeptical, and disdainful. Not being able to afford even a white wheel lottery meant he was, in essence, a dying person. How could such a worthless individual dare to feign superiority and forego a white-quality longevity pill? Had this fellow lost his senses? Or was it that he had no intention of continuing to live? From this perspective, it became somewhat understandable why he would forfeit potential gains and opt to exchange 3 worthless wheels with Wu Su. After all, if he couldn't participate in a lottery, then holding onto the wheels would be an utter waste. Wu Su's thoughts began to shift. Perhaps he could take advantage of this situation, treating the white longevity pill as a free gift to himself. And then, he might as well reclaim the 3 green wheels in return. Just as Wu Su was shamelessly contemplating how to reclaim the 3 green wheels from Jiang Yi, the latter had already turned to walk towards the Qin Lake. "Hey, Jiang Yi, wait for me." Wu Su hurriedly pursued him. Yet, Jiang Yi leapt into the Qin Lake as if he had not heard Wu Su's voice at all. Typically, when individuals first traverse such a lake passage into the beast realm, they display hesitation and anxiety, often accompanied by fear. Yet Jiang Yi appeared utterly resolute, further convincing the onlookers that he might genuinely harbor a desire for self-destruction. The way Jiang Yi jumped into the Qin Lake resembled a deliberate act of seeking death. Such a worthless individual was utterly incapable of surviving in this apocalyptic world. Choosing to seek death could even be viewed as a rational decision, but how infuriating it was that he had taken 3 green wheels with him. Though they were of poor quality, they were still green wheels. What a waste of resources! In Wu Su's heart, he couldn't help but mutter a curse. After a moment of contemplation, he leaped into the Qinha. However, the strikingly graceful Guanling gazed intently in the direction of Jiang Yi's die for quite some time, seemingly deep in thought. "What's wrong, Team Leader Guan? What are you looking at?" Liao Yuanfeng inquired, leaning in to take a look as well. Guanling furrowed her brow and asked, "That kid, is he called Jiang Yi?" "Yes, Jiang Yi. Is there an issue?" Guanling focused her gaze and, after a moment of reflection, replied meaningfully, "That kid does not speak a single truth. He is not even worthy of a simple white spinning wheel lottery. I have observed him. Like Luo Shan, he possesses a temporary state of all attributes 5. His lifespan, on the other hand, is merely 21 years. Moreover, the watch he wears on his wrist, if I'm not mistaken, should be a piece of spatial equipment." The barrage of information left Liao Yuanfeng momentarily speechless. All attributes 5. A 21-year lifespan, and he even has spatial equipment? What a remarkable fellow. Is he playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger? "No, wait. How did you?" Liao Yuanfeng suddenly turned to Guanling with a look of horror. Guanling raised an eyebrow, exuding an air of sophistication. "I possess a skill that allows me to probe the data panels of players whose levels do not exceed mine." Her words were delivered with a casual nonchalance. Yet, upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng stepped back in shock, his expression one of heightened vigilance. Guanling chuckled, "I've already seen everything. There's no use being cautious now." Liao Yuanfeng's lips twitched slightly, and he continued to maintain a resistant attitude towards her. Guanling pressed on, "What background does Jiang Yi have? I just overheard some discussion suggesting he has a grudge against Chang Jiaoyi." Liao Yuanfeng shook his head slightly. "I'm not entirely sure. That kid seems to have just recently graduated from the show Luchong to the Death Squad. Even if he has some connection to Chang Jiaoyi, it should be something that happened before the invasion of the Doomsday Game. It's likely just one of those cliché love stories filled with unrequited affection and hatred." Liao Yuanfeng spoke dismissively, yet Guanling remained deep in thought. Unable to contain herself, Liao Yuanfeng asked again, "What's on your mind?" Guanling paused for a moment before countering. "Do you know about the Silver Frost Club?" Liao Yuanfeng considered it for a moment and then nodded. "I've heard of it. It seems to be a second-rate force that's doing relatively well in the central urban area," Guanling affirmed. "I've heard that the Silver Frost Club originally had the potential to develop into a first-rate force. However, due to a rigid regulation imposed by the club, dissatisfaction among its members arose, leading some to even withdraw from the Silver Frost Club, members voluntarily withdrawing. That's no trivial matter," Liao Yuanfeng remarked, furrowing his brows in disbelief. "What kind of rigid regulation is that? If a substantial number of club members oppose it, such a regulation should be abolished as soon as possible, right?" Guanling paused before elaborating. "The rigid regulation prohibits the Silver Frost Club from engaging in any transactions with Jiang Yi, including forbidding club members from conducting private transactions with her." Liao Yuanfeng was left dumbfounded. "Are you kidding me? Prohibiting transactions with Jiang Yi? At this stage, she is the only one in the entire Jiangsheng area capable of concocting the longevity pill." "Right. Of course, not long ago, Sun Hao from our Letian club also drew the formula for the longevity pill. However, that was merely a white-quality formula, and the news hasn't spread in other words. The market for artificially concocted longevity pills is virtually monopolized by Jiang Yi. For a large force to forbid transactions with her is akin to digging their own grave. The leader of the Silver Frost Club must be out of his mind. This is even crazier than Wang Shuiyan from your Blood Swallow Club." Liao Yuanfeng simply couldn't comprehend it. Guanling continued nonchalantly. "The recent recruits of the Blood Swallow Club have come from the Silver Frost Club. They mentioned that the leader of the Silver Frost Club has a grudge against Jiang Yi." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow deeply, exclaiming, "That must be quite a deep feud." Yet Guanling shook her head. "It seems the grudge isn't as profound as one might think. The leader of the Silver Frost Club simply cannot abide by Jiang Yi's character." "Cannot abide by her character?" "In this doomsday world where might makes right, there are still people who care about such things." Liao Yuanfeng silently cursed in disbelief. Guanling spoke again with a knowing tone. "Don't you think that Jiang Yi's attitude towards Jiang Yi resembles that of the leader of the Silver Frost Club? Is there a possibility of a connection between the two?" Liao Yuanfeng paused at her suggestion, contemplating, could it be that Jiang Yi indeed has some issues with her character? He then asked, "Do the new members of your Blood Swallow Club have any insider knowledge?" Guanling shook her head slightly. "It's not exactly insider information. It's just that I heard the members of the Silver Frost Club, while cursing Jiang Yi, recited a line of poetry that seemed quite fitting." Liao Yuanfeng was taken aback. "What poem?" Guanling glanced again towards the Qinhe, her voice heavy. "Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir, forcing the sea and sky to bare her heart night after night." The meaning of this verse was quite apparent. Liao Yuanfeng quickly caught on, staring at Guanling in shock. "Are you implying that the formula for Jiang Yi's longevity pill was stolen?" Before waiting for Guanling's response, he shook his head in denial. "Impossible. Such a precious formula. Who wouldn't use it immediately upon drawing it? How could there be an opportunity for someone to steal it?" As he spoke, he suddenly realized the flaw in his reasoning. Guanling stated directly, "It's quite simple. When the Doomsday Game first descended, many people were unaware of the circumstances, even if they drew the formula for the longevity pill. Who could have known immediately that such a precious scroll needed to be torn to be used? Lacking this crucial information, the valuable formula could indeed have been stolen by another if that's true. When the Doomsday Game first began, many were stumbling around trying to grow. Who would know that such a valuable formula could be used merely by tearing it apart? In ignorance, one might have tucked the precious formula away, only to have it snatched away by Jiang Yi later. But, to be honest," Liao Yuanfeng frowned, "if it were you, would you steal it? Such a valuable formula?" "Of course," Guanling rolled her eyes. "Can integrity be eaten? Who wouldn't want such a marvelous item? Even Chang'e from ancient mythology would find it hard to resist the allure of immortality. In a peaceful era, most people would likely struggle to resist the temptation of longevity. Let alone in a doomsday scenario. It's the formula for the longevity pill, such a terrifying temptation." Thus, Liao Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Since anyone would choose to steal it, how can the Silver Frost Club disapprove of Chang Jiaoyi's character? Two possibilities. Guanling raised her fair finger and made a gesture. Either Chang Jiaoyi stole the formula for the longevity pill from the leader of the Silver Frost Club, or she has done something else that enraged others. As I observed Jiang Yi's silhouette just now, I pondered that he might know something. Consequently, Liao Yuanfeng turned his gaze back towards the direction where Jiang Yi had plunged into the Qinhe, lost in thought. However, at that moment, his mind wandered to the line in the poem. Chang'e must regret stealing the elixir. But in reality, would Chang Jiaoyi truly regret it? If it were him, he would never regret stealing the formula for the longevity pill. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, the subject of discussion between the two esteemed figures, had already traversed the passage of the Qinhe and arrived in the world of fearsome beasts. To Jiang Yi's astonishment, the world of the beasts at Qinhe was enveloped in a perpetual night. This so-called extreme night environment is characterized by the absence of daylight, shrouding everything in profound darkness where one cannot see their own hand in front of their face, nor catch a glimmer of light. Generally speaking, within the known realms of beastly worlds, an extreme night setting is undoubtedly regarded as exceedingly perilous. However, drawing from Jiang Yi's past experiences, in a beastly world connected to a small lake, such as Qinhe, if the environment were particularly harsh, the ferocity of the beasts would be comparatively diminished. It is only under this delicate balance that the danger level of the Qinhe beastly world can be accurately assessed. In stark contrast, a truly nightmarish beastly world exhibiting an extreme night would represent a genuine aberration. In such utter darkness, one could quietly meet their demise at any moment. Yet, within the Qinhe beastly world, even the likes of Luo Shan from his past life managed to return safely with Zhou Yiming. Thus, the inherent dangers here are naturally not high. Jiang Yi had traversed countless beastly worlds in his previous life, and therefore, faced with this extreme night, he felt no trepidation whatsoever. Almost instinctively, as his visual perception waned, his other four senses heightened remarkably. Through keen olfactory, auditory, and tactile senses, he swiftly deduced that he was situated upon a plain. Surrounding him were a few insects, potentially possessing mild toxicity, yet posing little threat. Jiang Yi maintained a constant state of vigilance. He had long contemplated that although the beastly world is fraught with danger, it also presents fewer opportunities for others to pry into secrets. Should this realm indeed pose minimal threat, he would not hesitate to develop cautiously within the Qinhe beastly world. The first step in his cautious development was to spin the wheel. While others gamble their lives in the spinning of the wheel, he would ascend directly from his position. With a swift motion, Jiang Yi retrieved 4 wheels stored within his spatial wristwatch. Indeed, 4, in addition to the 3 green wheels from Wusu. There is also a blue wheel obtained from Zhao Quan. Jiang Yi intended to spin all 4 wheels at once. In considering what rewards to extract, his foremost thought was the longevity pill. After all, his current lifespan was merely 21 years, rendering him ineligible to spin the blue wheel. Among the 3 green wheels, one specifically contained the option for the longevity pill. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yi selected that particular wheel. Please choose your desired wheel reward. 1. Longevity pill, he silently chanted with practiced ease. I choose 1. Longevity pill. Consequently, the green wheel emitted a familiar, melodious chime. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Longevity pill. Such simplicity. While others toil and risk their lives for such a precious elixir, it was effortlessly within his grasp. Even though this was not his first time designating a wheel reward, Jiang Yi could not suppress his excitement and joy. He promptly consumed the green quality longevity pill that appeared in his hand. Upon glancing at his data panel, he witnessed his lifespan soar from 21 years to an astounding 372 years, an increase of over 300 years in one fell swoop. Such was the miraculous effect of the longevity pill produced by the green wheel. At this moment, Jiang Yi reminisced about his old classmate Chen Liang, who had also drawn a longevity pill from the green wheel upon his rebirth. That lad had traded such a precious green longevity pill merely for a grand feast and a so-called elevation in status. This exchange was evidently inequitable, yet as a longevity parasite, he had no room for choice. This was also the reason why the club was willing to nurture longevity parasites. Even if a longevity parasite might incur losses in 100 draws the moment they draw a longevity pill, the club reaps a substantial profit. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. With his lifespan now sufficient, he was in no rush to continue spinning the green wheel. Instead, he clutched the more precious blue wheel. The wheel that Zhao Quan was willing to embed within his body for the sake of secrecy undoubtedly held immense value. However, regardless of the wheel's quality or the excellence of its options, ultimately, only one reward could be designated at this juncture. Jiang Yi found himself in a quandary. For on the blue wheel, there were two options he yearned for immensely, one of which was the urgently needed upgrade token. Securing the upgrade token would enable him to swiftly ascend to Level 1. Level 1 is a pivotal watershed. Only upon reaching Level 1 can he obtain the exclusive life token of the Doomsday game, thereby becoming a genuine, bona fide player. At that point, he would be able to utilize the exclusive life token to access a myriad of additional player functions within the Doomsday game. For instance, he could view various leaderboards and even compete for leaderboard rewards. Furthermore, through forums and chat channels, he could acquire more information. More critically, he could leverage the trading functionality available to formal players to rapidly amplify his advantages gained from spinning the wheel. By continuously engaging in trades, he could swiftly amass a plethora of wheels. Subsequently, he could exchange the rewards drawn for even more wheels. Then spin, 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 a frenzy of spinning, in an exceedingly short span of time. He could elevate himself to a level that astounds everyone. Even though he had fallen behind by a month in this Doomsday game, he could still achieve rapid ascension beyond all others. Indeed, he could even overturn everyone's perceptions. Thus, the upgrade token. It was of paramount importance to Jiang Yi at this stage. Its acquisition would directly impact the speed of his ascension. However, the second option on the blue wheel that troubled him was a significant item known as the Crown of Death. For the uninitiated, without investigative skills, merely observing the words Crown of Death might not reveal the true value of this item. Yet, as a reborn Jiang Yi, well-versed in the arcane, he required no such skills to comprehend the effect of the Crown of Death. Consume 100 years of lifespan upon binding. Upon receiving fatal damage, it automatically triggers, allowing the binder to instantly gain 1 year of lifespan and revive in their prime state. Revival. Just the very notion of this concept underscores the extraordinary nature of this item. Of course, the blue-quality Crown of Death is only effective for players below level 10. Moreover, the Doomsday game contains certain death methods that transcend fatal damage, which could bypass the Crown of Death's effects entirely. Nevertheless, regardless of the limitations, one cannot deny the item's extraordinary nature. It essentially grants players below level 10 an additional life. Life is singular. How precious it is! No matter how extraordinary an item may be, it cannot surpass the value of life. Moreover, knowing that he could designate wheel rewards, Jiang Yi cherishes life even more. Development may proceed slowly. Vengeance can be postponed. However, his life must be safeguarded at all costs. Thus, the option of the Crown of Death on the blue wheel was equally significant to him. Furthermore, the difficulty of obtaining the Crown of Death and the upgrade token varies considerably. Items such as the Crown of Death appear exclusively on wheel options. Additionally, based on his past experiences, among tens of thousands of blue wheels, the option for the Crown of Death may not even appear once, even with Jiang Yi's ability to designate wheel rewards. It would likely be challenging for him to encounter a wheel with the Crown of Death option in a short span of time. In contrast, the difficulty in obtaining the upgrade token is considerably lower. Not only can it be drawn from blue wheels, but there's also a chance to find it within certain special environments in the beastly world. Additionally, it may drop from the defeat of certain unique beasts. Furthermore, if he possesses sufficient connections, he could trade items with formal players. Speaking of trades, the Crown of Death, being such a remarkable item, if placed in the trade zone for formal players, it would likely fetch a price of 10 upgrade tokens, with heads of powerful factions eager to acquire it. Therefore, in terms of rarity and acquisition difficulty, it would seem that Jiang Yi ought to select the Crown of Death. Choosing the Crown of Death would be the safest, most prudent, and most rational decision. The upgrade token could be pursued later at a more leisurely pace. Yet, Even the most rational individuals occasionally find it challenging to adhere solely to logic, while the crown of death is undeniably precious. Obtaining it now would not yield immediate benefits. In the absence of life-threatening harm, possessing this item makes little difference that in fact, one must sacrifice 100 years of lifespan to bind it. This object essentially serves as a form of insurance. One must first pay a price before it can provide any benefits in the event of an unforeseen circumstance. Rationally speaking, safeguarding a life is indeed worthwhile. However, emotionally, the immediate gratification of leveling up far outweighs the delayed rewards of this item. There is an inspirational saying that the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. In psychology, there exists the concept of immediate versus delayed feedback. It seems that most successful individuals must employ their rationality to pursue delayed gratification. Yet, how many truly rational people exist in this world? Jiang Yi's rational mind urged him to choose the crown of death, ensuring stability. Yet his emotions clamored wildly for the upgrade token, promising exhilarating satisfaction. In that moment, emotions ultimately prevailed over reason for Jiang Yi. Oh, hell with it. Enjoy the exhilaration first. After all, once he became a formal player, the probability of encountering life-threatening dangers would naturally diminish with his rapid growth in strength. Thus, he pressed down on the blue spinning disc, wincing as he uttered an apology to the crown of death. Then, with fierce determination, he silently declared, "I choose 7. Upgrade life token." The blue disc immediately emitted a delightful chime. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a reward. Upgrade life token. Concurrently, the one-time used blue disc was rendered useless. In Jiang Yi's hand appeared a dark silver item, roughly the size of a playing card. Even in the extreme darkness, he could not discern its details, yet he knew what the upgrade life token looked like. The front of the token bore an ornate character for life, with the final stroke extending long. The back resembled a player data panel, but prior to use, it displayed only the top line, inscribed with name. Jiang Yi expertly pressed his palm against that interface. A voice resonated in his mind. Player identity authentication in progress. Player information being recorded. Ding! Player has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Jiang Yi confidently responded in his mind. Yes. As he affirmed his choice, the card-sized life token transformed into shimmering silver particles, swiftly merging into his body. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The exhaustion and hunger accumulated during his time as a parasitic worm seemed to vanish completely. Simultaneously, a warm current surged through his veins, filling him with an invigorating sense of strength. This sensation, of course, was merely an illusion. The act of upgrading did not inherently enhance his strength attributes. Approximately half a minute later, that invigorating warmth coalesced at his forehead. In that moment, he felt a heat emanating from his brow. Accompanied by an inexplicable palpitating sensation, he instinctively raised his hand to touch his forehead, immediately sensing a hard texture. With a mere thought, it seemed as though a coin-sized, round object emerged from his brow. That was the exclusive life token. The exclusive life token for formal players is an essential tool for connecting to the apocalyptic game. That if this apocalypse were indeed a game, then the exclusive life token would be akin to a game login device. Once bound, it cannot be destroyed or dropped. Moreover, it can transform into any form as per the player's will. Watches, glasses, scarves, and so forth. Anything conceivable by a human can be manifested due to modern lifestyle habits. Many formal players have grown accustomed to transforming their exclusive life tokens into the appearance of a mobile phone. Furthermore, during operation, they can conveniently utilize all player functions as if operating a mobile software application. However, Jiang Yi, having been reborn, was already considered an experienced player in his previous life. Approximately 6 months into the apocalypse, players' attitudes toward using the exclusive life token gradually shifted towards dematerialization. This meant they no longer transformed the exclusive life token into a physical object, but instead integrated it directly into their foreheads. Some functions of the exclusive life token could be executed directly within their minds. This method proved to be far more convenient, efficient, and discreet than physical manipulation. Thus, Jiang Yi merely held the token for a moment before pressing it into his forehead. He then adeptly utilized the token's functions mentally. Just as he intended to check the current player rankings, his acute hearing suddenly detected the approach of footsteps that belied Jiang Yi's experience. He could tell from the footsteps alone that they belonged to a human. Moreover, the owner of those footsteps seemed to navigate the darkness with ease, as the sound was steady, suggesting they could see clearly in the surrounding gloom. While pondering this, a voice suddenly emerged, growing increasingly distinct. "Jiang Yi? Is that you, Jiang Yi?" The voice was now very close, roughly within 10 meters. Yet, Jiang Yi's perspective remained shrouded in darkness. He could not see a single glimmer of light. Not even 10 centimeters ahead was visible to him. However, in this same dark environment, the other party could see him and accurately recognized him. Reborn, Jiang Yi naturally speculated on the reasons behind this, but he maintained an expression of feigned surprise as he called out, "Li Xiao? Is that you, Li Xiao? Can you see me?" The footsteps drew nearer, halting only 2 or 3 meters away from Jiang. He remained vigilant internally, yet his demeanor displayed relief and even joy at encountering an acquaintance. Li Xiao's voice conveyed excitement and happiness as he explained, "Yes, it's me. I can see you." This extreme night environment of the beast world was not merely an ordinary darkness. In such places, even with glowing fireflies or other lighting devices. Illumination was futile. However, there existed a wondrous fruit that could assist players in seeing in such conditions. As he spoke, Li Xiao reached out and took Jiang Yi's hand. This gesture bore no hostility. And Jiang Yi did not resist. He soon felt a cool fruit placed in his palm. This fruit, known as internal clarity, granted 2 hours of night vision upon consumption. That I had some of these fruits on me after accompanying the Suicide Squad through other beast worlds. They are not particularly rare, and they tend to grow in extreme night environments, he continued. The principle is somewhat akin to how a cure exists within 7 steps of a venomous snake. Eat this internal clarity first. Once your vision clears, everything will become easier. Li Xiao, while part of the Luoshan team, had always appeared honest and unassuming. Now, his demeanor towards Jiang irradiated the excitement and warmth of a fellow townsman reuniting. His words were filled with goodwill. Jiang Yi, pretending it was his first time in the beast world, showed no signs of skepticism as he consumed the internal clarity. The cool taste was tinged with a hint of spiciness. Simultaneously, a prickling sensation surged in his eyes. Yet he could indeed see his surroundings. Though not as clear as daylight, his basic ability to discern objects was assured. Jiang Yi exhibited the awe of a novice experiencing internal clarity for the first time. His face alight with wonder and delight. "This is incredible. It truly allows one to see in the dark." Li Xiao responded with a warm smile. Since the arrival of the apocalyptic game, how could there be a shortage of wondrous things? As you grow and mature, your horizons will expand ever further. Oh, by the way, as Li Xiao was speaking, he suddenly appeared to have recalled something, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he gazed at Jiang Yi. After scrutinizing Jiang Yi from head to toe, he seemed to ponder deeply before lowering his voice and saying, "Little Jiang, speak honestly to Uncle Li. When I saw you throw that Zhang Peng kid with such effortless grace, it struck me that perhaps you possess some hidden skills. Have you been concealing your prowess?" Although Jiang Yi outwardly resembled a novice, he hesitated before replying, cautiously countering Li Xiao with, "Uncle Li, what do you mean by asking this out of the blue?" In truth, there was no ulterior motive. It was simply that on his way here, he had stumbled upon a blue wheel. Li Xiao intentionally lowered his voice, though his excitement was palpable as he continued. "Unfortunately, the area surrounding that blue wheel is guarded by ferocious beasts. My own strength is insufficient, and I lack the century of life required to activate the blue wheel, so I chose to forego it. However, now that I have encountered you, I believe that together we might devise a means to claim that blue wheel." As he spoke, Li Xiao earnestly advised, based on my experiences mingling with the daredevils, the blue wheel itself is quite a rare find. Moreover, the wheels scattered throughout the realm of ferocious beasts tend to be of superior quality compared to those we typically obtain from defeating monsters. Acquiring the wheel would certainly yield significant rewards. Internally, Jiang Yi remained tranquil, though he feigned the eagerness that Li Xiao desired. Yet he did not immediately acquiesce, instead looking at Li Xiao with a conflicted expression, saying, "Even if we obtain that blue wheel, there is but one wheel for the two of us. That's easily resolved." Li Xiao replied with a brisk tone, "Let's discuss it as we walk. That location is quite nearby." Jiang Yi, not wishing to decline, followed Li Xiao as they headed northwest across the perpetual night plains. After just a few minutes of walking, Li Xiao pointed at a tall, bare tree, exclaiming, "Look at that tree." In the bird's nest, isn't that the blue wheel? Following his gaze, Jiang Yi indeed saw a blue wheel nestled within the bird's nest atop the tree. Typically, the wheels scattered in the realm of ferocious beasts are dropped upon their demise. In this realm of Qinhe, the ferocious beasts were generally of a low level, primarily due to their lineage. A lowly bloodline results in diminished intellect. Such beasts lack the capacity for speech or transformation into human form. Consequently, these lowly creatures seldom handle the fate wheels, allowing them to scatter freely. Thus, during the early days of the apocalypse, players often discovered these scattered fate wheels in encounters with various low-level ferocious beast realms. However, the situation differs in realms with higher-level beasts. Those with noble bloodlines are classified as beast clans. Like human players, they can utilize fate wheels for lotteries. The realm of ferocious beasts later earned the moniker Domain Battlefield, because human players discovered that these high bloodline beast clans not only matched humans in intelligence, but also possessed an innate lifespan far exceeding that of humans. A human infant typically lives for a mere century, while some beast clan infants can boast lifespans reaching tens of thousands of years. Thus, as the apocalypse game evolved, when human players ventured into the true domain battlefield, they belatedly realized that humanity occupied the lowest tier within the food chain among the myriad races. However, that was a revelation that came a year into the apocalypse game. Present, Jiang Yi, after glancing at the blue wheel in the bird's nest, curiously asked Li Xiao, "I see the blue wheel, but I don't see any ferocious beasts guarding it." When I looked earlier, there was a rather fierce bird beast in that nest. It seems to have flown off to forage. At this moment, Li Xiao's expression suddenly brightened with excitement as he spoke rapidly. "Since the fierce bird is absent, we must seize the opportunity to snatch that blue wheel. That nest looks sizable. It might conceal other treasures." Saying this, Li Xiao dashed toward the tree. He called back to Jiang, "Little Jiang, how adept are you at climbing trees? Or would you rather keep watch while I ascend to pilfer the nest?" Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment, then replied, "I'll keep watch from nearby." "Good. I'll make it quick," Li Xiao responded, his tone brimming with enthusiasm. He then sprinted up the tree with remarkable speed and efficiency. Though he appeared to be a sturdy and unassuming middle-aged man, he climbed with the agility of a startled rabbit. In less than 2 minutes, he returned, having retrieved the bird's nest. "Let's go." "Run, we need to find a place to divide the spoils," Li Xiao exclaimed, clutching his ill-gotten gains as he urged Jiang Yi to hurry. The two fled in the opposite direction for quite some time before hiding in a secluded hollow beneath a hill. Leaning against the slope, Li Xiao panted heavily, yet his face radiated joy as he murmured, "I've long heard tales of the abundance of opportunities in the realm of ferocious beasts. I never expected to stumble upon a blue wheel right upon entry. Haha, and a nest full of bird eggs." Indeed, in addition to the blue wheel, Li Xiao had also pilfered a clutch of pure black bird eggs. He cast the eggs aside nonchalantly and turned his attention to the blue wheel. Upon closer inspection, he inhaled sharply. This is extraordinary. Superlative indeed. Out of 10 options, 8 are positive effects. Moreover, there are longevity pills, upgrade tokens, and even a recipe for longevity pills. Goodness, there's even a remarkable talent. This wheel is simply exceptional. Li Xiao's voice brimmed with excitement, akin to a beggar who had just won a $5 million jackpot. Logically, Jiang Yi had recently opted to forego the Crown of the Reaper for an upgrade token. At this moment, upon seeing yet another blue wheel with the upgrade token among its options, he ought to feel regret, perhaps even remorse for having chosen the upgrade token over the Crown of the Reaper. He might even lament that had he drawn the blue wheel a moment later, he could have gained an additional choice. However, Jiang Yi remained utterly composed. Not only was he internally tranquil, but But his expression was also remarkably placid, so much so that it belied the reaction one would expect from a novice encountering an exceptional blue wheel. Li Xiao, still caught up in his elation, soon noticed Jiang Yi's unusual demeanor. His brow furrowed slightly as he asked, "Little Jiang, why do you not appear to be very excited?" Jiang Yi merely smiled faintly, gazing at Li Xiao with inscrutable intent as he replied slowly, "What should I be excited about? Killing Uncle Li to seize this blue wheel." His words carried a weighty implication, causing Li Xiao's heart to race with apprehension. Yet, after a brief moment of tension, Li Xiao resolutely decided to hand the blue wheel to Jiang Yi. With sincere conviction, he said, "Rest assured, little Jiang, I am not like that fool Zhang Peng. There is no need to resort to murder for treasure. I am a reasonable man that I end this world of apocalypse games. Good fortune rightfully belongs to the strong. Besides, I lack the century of life necessary to draw from the blue wheel that it's yours. Just remember this kindness, and I shall harbor no grievances." Li Xiao appeared exceptionally honest and earnest, and his words were delivered with genuine sincerity as he handed the blue wheel to Jiang Yi without a hint of reluctance. Jiang Yi silently regarded Li Xiao for a moment before smilingly accepting the blue wheel. However, just as Li Xiao believed he was bestowing a favor, Jiang Yi, while toying with the blue wheel, remarked cryptically, "Uncle Li and I have no enmity or grievances. Thus, you should naturally harbor no complaints against me. Curiously, I harbor no animosity towards Uncle Li, so why has a murderous intent arisen within me directed at him?" Upon uttering these words, Li Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. He appeared even more tense than when Jiang Yi mentioned murder and treasure. His entire being became rigid. After a long pause, he strained to ask, "What do you mean by that? Are you not satisfied even after I willingly relinquished the blue roulette?" Jiang Yi, still clutching the roulette, responded with a slow smile. "From that tree to where I was originally situated is not particularly far. Uncle Li must have heard something that led him to my location, correct?" Li Xiao's face darkened. However, he soon exhaled, admitting, "Indeed, I heard the sound of the roulette's lottery draw, which prompted me to search in your direction." He paused before continuing, "Yes, I heard you draw the upgrade token in the extreme night environment. One's vision is hindered, so hearing becomes notably acute." Li Xiao did not initially see Jiang Yi. Rather, it was the sound of Jiang Yi drawing the upgrade token that guided him there. Li Xiao further explained, "Yes, I am aware that you drew the upgrade token. However, I am even more cognizant of the survival tactics within the Doomsday game. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Hence, I instinctively pretended to know nothing. Yet I assure you, I bear you no malice. I can feign ignorance of this matter indefinitely." This declaration, delivered with utmost sincerity alongside Li Xiao's earnest demeanor, was easily convincing. However, Jiang Yi simply smiled and remarked, "No malice. Then what is the nature of this blue roulette?" "Oh no, to be precise, this cursed roulette." As he spoke, Jiang Yi scrutinized Li Xiao's countenance. Indeed, upon hearing the term cursed roulette, Li Xiao's pupils noticeably constricted, and his eyelashes quivered violently. The tension in his entire being was palpable. His eyes darted about, exhibiting a shrewdness and cunning that starkly contrasted with his earlier guise of innocence at that moment. As Li Xiao appeared increasingly anxious, Jiang Yi did not allow him a moment to concoct an excuse and leisurely added, "Why the silence? Uncle Li could explain that you are unaware of what a cursed roulette entails. Alternatively, you could fabricate other excuses to buy time. After all, it is only a few minutes until the side effects of inward clarity take effect, is it not?" Finally, upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Li Xiao's inner hope shattered completely. He came to realize that this seemingly novice newcomer to the beastly world indeed possessed a wealth of knowledge. He was fully aware of the side effects of inward clarity, aware of the existence of the cursed roulette. Even when he first consumed inward clarity, he appeared genuinely curious, as if he were an utter novice. But in truth, it was all an act. Jiang Yi was no novice at all. Rather, he was a cunning character playing the role of a fool. In fact, Li Xiao himself could be considered a cunning character in disguise. His seemingly honest demeanor made it easy for others to let down their guard. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, he was treacherous and ruthless. At this moment, just as Jiang Yi exposed the side effects of inward clarity, Li Xiao seemed to receive some sort of prompting and decisively crushed a stone. In an instant, he vanished from Jiang Yi's sight. Li Xiao possessed a teleportation stone that was even faster than the triggering mechanism of a teleportation talisman. How peculiar! Such stones typically required a blue roulette to obtain. How could a mere daredevil, not even a formal player, possess a teleportation stone? And such a precious life-saving item. How could he use it with such determination? It was as if he had already predicted that Jiang Yi would strike in the next second. And indeed, he possessed the capability to eliminate him with a single blow. This Li Xiao had entered the Qinhe beastly world before Jiang. Yet this encounter felt distinctly strange. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi did not dwell on his frustration. His gaze lingered over the mountain hollow for a moment before he swiftly departed. Soon, he discovered a cluster of inward clarity and ice silk fruit amidst the grass. Without hesitation, he consumed the ice silk fruit to eliminate the side effects of inward clarity. Just as Li Xiao had stated, within 100 steps of a venomous snake, an antidote must exist. In the extreme night environment, a plethora of inward clarity and ice silk fruit thrived. These two fruits almost always grew symbiotically. Even in their usage, they needed to be consumed together. The effects of inward clarity, as Li Xiao described, could grant one-night vision for 2 hours. However, if a player consumed inward clarity alone, they would experience excruciating abdominal pain akin to being set ablaze after 10 minutes. Moreover, as time progressed, this burning agony would swiftly envelop the entire body, impairing combat prowess. Only by consuming ice silk fruit within 10 minutes could one dispel this side effect. For seasoned players, this knowledge was merely common sense for survival in the beastly world. Yet, during the early days of the apocalypse, many novices entering the beastly world for the first time were entirely unaware of such fundamentals. Jiang Yi recalled that in just a few months, various top factions would establish dedicated educational institutions to instruct novice players on how to survive in the myriad beastly worlds. Such institutions would become a significant incentive for major powers to attract players. However, at this stage, what many future players considered common knowledge required countless players to explore at the cost of their lives. This also accounted for the high mortality rate among daredevils. The information gap can sometimes be even more perilous than the beasts themselves. For instance, had Jiang Yi truly been an ignorant novice, he would have likely fallen victim to Li Xiao's schemes. First, the information gap regarding inward clarity would have led to debilitating side effects after 10 minutes, severely diminishing his combat effectiveness. Secondly, the information gap surrounding the cursed roulette would have ensnared him. The cursed roulette bore a striking resemblance to the fate roulette. Moreover, its 10 options were filled in by players. This seemed outrageous. Players could input options into the roulette. Yet, in reality, the cursed roulette was a grand deception. For example, the cursed roulette that Li Xiao prepared for Jiang Yi, masquerading as a blue roulette, would have cost Jiang Yi a century of life had he believed it to be a premium blue roulette and used it for a lottery draw. Ultimately, a century of life would be spent, yet he would gain nothing. Instead, that cursed roulette would store his century of life. After a day, a blood-red longevity pill would coalesce within the cursed roulette. Li Xiao could then consume that blood-red longevity pill to extend his life by a century. Consequently, in the future, the cursed roulette would be mockingly referred to as the scam roulette by players. In peacetime, scams targeted individuals' monetary accounts. However, in the context of the Doomsday game, the scams of the cursed roulette targeted players' lifespans. Jiang Yi recalled that during the early days of the apocalypse in his previous life, numerous novices had fallen victim to such scams. Novices often emptied their hard-earned savings, believing they had acquired a premium roulette. They might even bow and scrape to their superiors, expressing gratitude for such a precious roulette. Then, filled with anticipation, they would expend their lifespans to participate in the lottery, hoping to draw something extraordinary to alter their fates. But what was the outcome? The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. They would use the splendid cursed roulette for their lottery draws, only to end up with nothing. Not only would their hopes be dashed, but most of the time, they would also be silenced. Just as earlier, had Jiang Yi been a foolish novice, he would have believed he had stumbled upon a premium blue roulette. He would have excitedly spent a century of life on the lottery, daydreaming about what wondrous item he might obtain. Instead, that century of life would vanish, leaving him with nothing. Then the side effects of inward clarity would kick in. His entire body would burn with pain, drastically diminishing his combat effectiveness. Following that, Li Shao would reveal his true nature. Perhaps Li Shao would disclose the truth about the cursed roulette before ultimately killing him. Then, after another day, Li Shao would obtain the blood-red longevity pill formed within the cursed roulette, relishing in an extension of his life by a century. And what of Jiang Yi, who fell victim to fraud? Had he known the truth behind the cursed wheel before his demise, it is highly likely that he would not have closed his eyes in death. These thoughts were but a reflection of the narrative unfolding within Li Shao's mind. Li Shao? He ought to be called Li Lack of Virtue instead. Should fate grant them another encounter, Jiang Yi would undoubtedly slay that unscrupulous old man on the spot. As for the present, the teleportation stones could transport him across vast distances, and Jiang Yi was in no rush to seek out others. He simply relocated to a more concealed corner. Once he ensured the absence of danger around him, he redirected his focus to his exclusive fate plate. Subsequently, he began to examine the current player rankings in the early stages of the apocalyptic game. The various regions were completely isolated by endless seas. Thus, at this stage, players' functionalities were temporarily divided by region. The player rankings Jiang Yi could access were limited to those of Jiang City. This regional leaderboard was further categorized into 3 types: the longevity board, the combat power board, and the level board. As the name suggests, the longevity board ranks players based on their lifespan. The combat power board does so based on their combat prowess, and the level board ranks players according to their levels. Naturally, level 0 and formal players lacking an exclusive fate plate do not participate in these rankings. The 3 major leaderboards are not updated in real time. Rather, they are refreshed at midnight in the apocalyptic game's time, based on the data of surviving formal players from that day. Furthermore, when the rankings are updated, rewards are bestowed upon those who make the list. Consequently, many capable players strive to secure a spot on the leaderboard. Due to the existence of leaderboard rewards, a certain unwritten rule prevails in the apocalyptic game, where the strong grow ever stronger. The disparity in strength among players seems to widen continuously, yet this is not entirely accurate. After all, the lottery draws are heavily influenced by luck. A dominant player who has long held a top position could easily find themselves reduced to nothingness or even face death due to a single draw. Conversely, a previously obscure low-tier player might soar to great heights and alter their fate with just one lucky draw. In summary, each day in this apocalyptic game is filled with excitement, and anything could happen. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Yi had witnessed too much in his past life, and his mindset had been tempered to a state of tranquility. His gaze was first drawn to the longevity board of Jiang City. Previously, while in the underground garage of a Letian club, a few longevity parasites claimed that Jiang Yi was ranked first on the longevity board. However, those parasites were not even formal players. Their words were merely the self-indulgent fantasies of losers. They assumed that as the only player in Jiang City capable of refining longevity pills, Jiang Yi must surely hold the top position on the longevity board. After all, if she could refine longevity pills, she would certainly consume them herself before selling them to others, right? Yet in reality, Jiang Yi's ranking on the longevity board was a mere 27th. Jiang Yi felt no surprise at this ranking. There were 2 significant reasons influencing Jiang Yi's lifespan ranking. The first reason is that the longevity pills refined by Jiang Yi, or rather, all artificially refined longevity pills, not only fall short of the longevity granted by those produced by the lottery, but also come with much stricter consumption restrictions. Players cannot indulge in longevity pills as if they were candies, consuming them recklessly and expecting an explosive increase in lifespan in the apocalyptic game. Such occurrences are impossible. Typically, it is recommended that artificially refined longevity pills be consumed with a gap of at least 4 hours between doses. Otherwise, the efficacy of the pills diminishes significantly. Conversely, the longevity pills produced by the lottery require only a 1-hour interval between doses to ensure their effects. Simply put, in a 24-hour day, a player consuming the inferior artificially refined longevity pills at 4-hour intervals can consume a maximum of 6 pills in contrast, those consuming the lottery-produced longevity pills at 1-hour intervals can take up to 24 pills in a day. Of course, in the early stages of the apocalyptic game, The number of players who could fully consume their daily quota of longevity pills is exceedingly small. It is precisely for this reason that, despite Jiang Yi's ability to refine longevity pills, she does not lead others by a significant margin in terms of lifespan. Most of the longevity pills she refines are traded for benefits from numerous players. The second limitation affecting her ranking on the longevity board lies in the apocalyptic game's leveling mechanism. Not long ago, Jiang Yi had just reached level 1. However, on his data panel, only the level column had changed from 0 to 1, while the other data columns remained unchanged. It seemed as though his recent leveling up had merely granted him an exclusive fate plate and unlocked player functionalities that, in reality, the significance of leveling up is far more complex. The leveling mechanism in this apocalyptic game does not resemble that of typical games, where players accumulate experience points to gain level advancements and corresponding boosts in strength. Instead, leveling up in this apocalyptic game leans more towards a certification akin to obtaining a driver's license in the real world. For instance, merely obtaining a driver's license does not instantaneously bestow one with excellent driving skills. One must first master the techniques of driving before being able to pass the driving test. The license serves as proof of one's ability to drive. Similarly, the levels in this apocalyptic game are more akin to a form of certification. This certification process requires players to first meet the conditions for leveling up. When Jiang Yi advanced to level 1, the condition was for all attributes on the data panel to be 1 and lifespan to be 100. Because he satisfied this condition, he was able to smoothly use the upgrading fate plate to reach level 1. This requirement holds true for every subsequent level advancement as well. Players must first fulfill the upgrade conditions for each level before progressing. This raises a new question. If leveling up provides players with no enhancement, but merely serves as a proof of strength, what is its purpose? Is it merely for the sake of the level board? Indeed, the level board is one advantage of leveling up. However, the true significance of player progression lies in the elevation of one's life tier. The concept of life tiers will only be proposed by high-level players a year into the apocalypse. At this stage, players do not grasp such profound concepts. Their understanding of leveling up is exceedingly simple. It equates to real lifespan. In this apocalyptic game, every player's data panel includes a lifespan column. Yet, the true meaning of lifespan is far more complex than a mere number. Does the lifespan gained through consuming longevity pills truly belong to the player? Is it really as simple as relying solely on longevity pills for lifespan extension? In those tales of cultivation, practitioners must tirelessly cultivate and enhance their strength to gain a longer lifespan. Is it really that simple for them to just consume longevity pills? If a person were to consume enough longevity pills to reach a lifespan of several thousand years, then find a place to hide, only to emerge again after a few thousand years and repeat the process, could they not achieve immortality? As players deepen their understanding of the apocalyptic game, more and more top-tier players will discover that lifespan enhancement is not as simple as taking medicine. Players' lifespans are actually divided into two tiers. One tier is the genuine, real lifespan that truly belongs to them. The other tier is the superficial lifespan displayed on the data panel. The real lifespan is the only one that genuinely belongs to the individual. Once the superficial lifespan is exhausted, it cannot be restored. A straightforward example. When a player suffers fatal damage, their lifespan diminishes instantaneously. For instance, if gravely injured and on the brink of death, their lifespan may plummet to just a few days, hours, or even minutes. However, if this player utilizes a healing elixir to restore themselves to peak condition, their lifespan will also recover. Yet, what is ultimately restored is only the portion of their real lifespan, while the lost superficial lifespan remains irretrievable. The distinction between real lifespan and superficial lifespan encapsulates the very essence of level existence. The lifespan gained through consuming longevity pills merely adds to the superficial lifespan. Only through leveling up can one transform superficial lifespan into real lifespan. For example, when Jiang Yi just reached level 1, the moment he leveled up, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief, for he had acquired 100 years of genuine lifespan. Due to this hidden mechanism, many powerful players do not blindly pursue excessively high superficial lifespans, because no matter how much one accumulates that which does not belong to them, should they suffer a serious injury, All those excessive level portions of lifespan that do not belong to them will be lost in vain. The fact that Jiang Yi ranks only 27th on the longevity board follows the same reasoning. It is her level that constrains her lifespan. Consequently, Jiang Yi must also strive to elevate his level and convert more of his real lifespan. Ideally, he should aim to ascend to level 10 as swiftly as possible. Level 10 represents a critical juncture. He was eager to discover whether his ability to select options from the designated roulette would also apply during professional roulette draws. If it did, he could choose his profession at will, unlike other players who were left anxious and reliant solely on luck. However, were there any players among the others at this stage who had already completed their class transition? Jiang Yi recalled that in his previous life, the proliferation of professional roulette occurred approximately a month later. At that time, he was mingling among the daredevils of the Latian club, not even a formal player yet, merely a lowly existence in the apocalyptic game. Meanwhile, various factions were frantically gathering high-quality professional roulettes. It was during that period that the professional roulette became a means for factions to attract players. Many solo players, upon reaching level 10, found it exceedingly difficult to transition on their own, prompting them to consider joining factions. The professional roulette held by a faction would become a crucial factor for solo players contemplating membership. However, about a month later, some solo players who disliked being constrained by factions formed a professional alliance under the leadership of some lone wolves. After its establishment, the transition issues faced by solo players were finally resolved. By the time Jiang Cheng was renamed Qing Xuan base a year into the apocalypse, the professional alliance had already become a formidable entity. Now, at this stage of his current life, Jiang Yi's attention swept across the level leaderboard. Indeed, at a glance from the 1st to the 1,000th rank, all were level 10. This indicated that even the most advanced top players had yet to transition. Just as Jiang Yi pondered this, he suddenly heard a familiar mechanical voice in his mind. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Jean Bewley for becoming the first professional. Reward: Professional Roulette, Purple. This was a world announcement from the apocalyptic game. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had not yet become a formal player at this time and had naturally never heard this announcement. Yet in this life, it happened to be today. The world's first professional was born today. Jean Bewley. This was a genuine world-class powerhouse. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had heard the world announcement triggered by this name more than once. However, this individual was remarkably mysterious, seemingly lacking friends, and not affiliated with any factions. No one knew how he rose to prominence and maintained his lead. Jiang Yi had only seen various rumors about him on forums, making it difficult to discern the truth. Now, having become a formal player ahead of time, he could be considered a witness to history, couldn't he? Jiang Yi hastily opened the regional chat channel with practiced ease. Sure enough, the chat was flooded with discussions about this world announcement. Jean Bewley. This Jean Bewley again. How many world announcements has he triggered? Incredible, isn't it? As a newbie who had just become a formal player, may I ask the esteemed players, do such world announcements occur frequently? What specifically triggers them? My time as a formal player has been short. I've only heard 2 announcements. Point 1 was the world announcement for the great Jean Bewley reaching level 10. The other was the regional announcement for our Jiangcheng's esteemed Luo Chongqing reaching level 10. What? The first on the leaderboard, the esteemed Luo Chongqing. He has triggered an announcement too. Unfortunately, I became a formal player too recently and missed the announcement of the great. Such a pity. It seems that Luo Chongqing reaching level 10 was several days ago. Does he still have no inkling of a class transition? I heard that transitioning requires a professional roulette for a draw, so the great must be pursuing a higher profession, hence reluctant to transition casually. Right? As a newbie, may I inquire if anyone else has heard of other announcements? Do all announcements come with rewards? Are the rewards substantial? I should be among the earlier batches of players to level up. I recall hearing a world announcement on the second day of the apocalypse about someone reaching level 2 with a reward of 2 to all attributes. What? Someone became a formal player on the second day of the apocalypse? Great. Do you still need leg accessories? I'm not a great player. I'm just someone with relatively good luck, and now I'm just a waste who can't even make it onto the leaderboard. Ors, the great is truly humble. Does this mean that the first person to level up at each level can trigger an announcement and receive a reward? Indeed. Moreover, there is 1 world announcement and 1 regional announcement. it seems that our Jiang has yet to trigger a world announcement. Instead, that Gene Bewley frequently triggers world announcements. It feels as if he's cheating. Besides leveling up, are there other ways to trigger announcements? There are various first-time achievements. For instance, on the 10th day of the apocalypse. I heard about the first announcement for drawing a purple roulette. What? Someone was able to draw a purple roulette on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Drawing a purple roulette must require 1,000 years of life. Right? That's astounding. What about the orange roulette above the purple? Surely, it would require 10,000 years of life to draw, right? Has anyone triggered the announcement for the first orange roulette draw yet? So far, it seems no one has. After all, it requires 10,000 years of life. At this stage, it's likely very few players have the courage, right? It's not merely a question of courage. The current players are all stuck at level 10. Unable to fight stronger monsters, thus unable to drop orange roulettes. Alright, I have my goal. I declare, I, Jiang Yi, shall be the one to trigger the announcement for the orange roulette draw. Everyone just wait and see. These chats are all anonymous, meaning only the information scrolls through without revealing who sent it. Posting and replying on the forum is done under real names that I in this anonymous environment, mixed among the crowd. There are both newbies like Jiang Yi, who have just upgraded to formal players, and veterans who became formal players on the second day of the apocalypse. However, becoming a formal player earlier does not necessarily mean one is stronger. It merely implies they had good fortune in the initial stages. While Jiang Yi was enjoying the lively chatter in the chat channel, he suddenly heard another voice in his mind. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Huang Xin for becoming the first professional in this region. Reward, Professional Roulette, Blue. Upon glancing at the chat channel, it was indeed another heated discussion. Wow! Just after the world announcement for the first professional, someone triggered a regional announcement. Doesn't this count as our Jiang being closest to the world announcement yet? By the way, who is Huang Xin? Why have I never heard this name before? It seems this name is also absent from the leaderboard. Could it be a low-profile powerhouse, if the Great had transitioned a little earlier? Wouldn't he have triggered a world announcement? What a shame. Jiang Yi naturally shifted his attention to the forum channel. However, he quickly realized that rather than Huang Xin coming forth to share his experience, it was more about using this regional announcement for advertisement. The post's title boldly proclaimed, "The first professional of Jiang shares his experience. Silver Frost Club welcomes all formal players to join." Just from the title, Jiang Yi vaguely guessed the situation. Upon clicking in, he found that Huang Xin was not a low-profile hidden powerhouse at all, but merely a tool for the Silver Frost Club. Currently, many players were stuck at level 10, unable to transition, while the Silver Frost Club had utilized Huang Xin to be the first to possess a blue-quality professional roulette, and a blue-quality one at that. The allure for level 10 players is self-evident. One must commend the decision-makers of the Silver Frost Club for their astuteness. If Jiang Yi was not mistaken, factions possessing professional roulettes should not be limited to just the Silver Frost Club. However, the quality of roulettes in the possession of various factions likely remained quite poor, which is why no one had used those substandard roulettes to transition. After all, the selection of a profession is a matter of great importance for a lifetime. Anyone with a modicum of sense would not recklessly venture into this matter. Yet, what distinguishes the current situation is that the world announcement triggered by the first professional yielded a reward of a purple professional roulette. Based on past experiences, regional announcement rewards are generally of the same category as world announcements, typically just of slightly lesser quality. Thus, experienced players would likely deduce right away that the reward for the first professional's regional announcement would also be a professional roulette. Consequently, the decision-makers of the Silver Frost Club acted swiftly. They must have decisively chosen to sacrifice the future of one level 10 player to seize this announcement. Exactly how they persuaded Huang Xin to transition using a subpar professional roulette remains unknown to Jiang Yi. However, this action had evidently brought immeasurable benefits to the Silver Frost Club. Now, not only could level 10 players within the Silver Frost Club consider transitioning with this blue professional roulette, but even more eager level 10 solo players would also turn their attention towards the Silver Frost Club. It can be said that this is a case of killing two birds with one stone. However, there is a saying that warns against the pitfalls of cleverness. Wise men often fall into traps of their own making. The decision-makers of the Silver Frost Club have envisioned a beautiful prospect, yet they have overlooked the inherent nature of humanity. As the adage goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a precious gem is a crime. Undoubtedly, the Silver Frost Club, which was the first to possess the blue career wheel, will become the target of ire. Jiang Yi clearly recalls that by the time he became a formal player in his past life, the Silver Frost Club had long ceased to exist in the entire Jiang City region. What transpired during that time remains a mystery to the former Jiang. Yet, one could easily surmise. The Silver Frost Club, due to that blue career wheel, was targeted and suppressed by other factions, ultimately leading to its catastrophic downfall, becoming mere dust in the annals of history. As Jiang Yi contemplated the fate of the Silver Frost Club in his previous life. Within the central district of Jiang City, in a small community serving as the base for the Silver Frost Club, a young man with a buzz cut was anxiously clutching his exclusive life compass, which had transformed into a mobile phone. What should I do? Boss, those people in the forum are all asking what profession I have transitioned into. How should I respond to them? Beside him stood a girl of exquisite appearance and composed demeanor. If Jiang Yi were present, he would recognize this competent young woman as Wei Ling Shuang, the roommate of Changjiao Yi. In truth, Wei Ling Shuang was not as Jiang Yi had presumed. She was not a victim of her own cleverness. She had considered the consequences of possessing the blue career wheel. Nevertheless, she made such a choice. After all, would she relinquish her own growth simply out of fear of being targeted by other factions? Such reasoning was beyond comprehension. In this apocalyptic game, weakness is the original sin, while the blue career wheel bears no guilt. At this moment, Wei Ling Shuang was also holding her exclusive life compass. Transformed into a mobile phone, checking the situation on the forum. Unsurprisingly, she observed that members from other factions were already stirring the pot in the forum. I advise everyone not to blindly praise this useless fellow. Huang Xin, he is certainly not some low-profile hidden powerhouse. In reality, Huang Xin has been deceived and exploited by the Silver Frost Club. He utilized the subpar career wheel provided by the Silver Frost Club, transitioned into a worthless profession, and has become a complete failure. His actions are a total self-sabotage. This foolish man is even promoting the Silver Frost Club. He has essentially been sold by the Silver Frost Club and is now helping them count their profits. Amidst these provocations, ordinary players finally began to realize something. They subsequently flooded the forum with inquiries about what profession Huang Xin had transitioned into. Simultaneously, they also questioned whether the Silver Frost Club had coerced or exploited Huang Xin. It can be said that from this moment on, other factions had already begun their strategic maneuvers. On the surface, they were seeking justice for Huang Xin, but in reality, they were launching an assault on the Silver Frost Club. What was their motive? Was it not simply that coveted blue career wheel? As Wei Ling Shuang observed the unfolding situation, she took a deep breath, just as she was about to issue some instructions to the buzz-cut youth. Her phone suddenly received several friend messages. Tang Ku, old classmate, quite impressive, but I assume you can foresee the upcoming situation, right? Tang Ku, that blue wheel, I doubt your meager Silver Frost Club can defend it. Tang Ku, so how about it? Are you going to ask me for help? The buzz-cut youth, Huang Xin, leaned in to read these messages and was instantly filled with excitement. Boss, is this Tang Ku the same powerhouse ranked 7th on the strength leaderboard? The top-tier powerhouse. Boss, you actually know someone like him? With such a formidable ally, we can surely safeguard the blue wheel. Wei Ling Shuang took a deep breath but chose to ignore Huang Xin's exuberance. She directly replied to Tang Ku. Do you think I would seek help from an ungrateful person? Shortly thereafter, she received a response from Tang Ku. Ungrateful. Are you referring to Jiang Yi? If I am not mistaken, he should be long gone by now, that can't you see? In this world, only strength is the ultimate truth. Other notions such as gratitude and righteousness are mere illusions. My power and Jiang Yi's demise are the best evidence of this. Jiang Yi? Perhaps he is ill-suited for this apocalyptic game. If you are like him and fail to recognize reality, you will meet the same fate. Such words undoubtedly carried an undertone of threat. Yet, Wei Ling Shuang, with her steadfast character, was resolute and unyielding. Her fingers tightened around her phone. Just as she was about to firmly reject Tang Ke's good intentions, a voice of excitement suddenly rang out from outside the conference room. "Sister Shuang, good news." Bursting in was a boy who appeared to be barely of age, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. Wei Ling Shuang's eyes flickered. "What good news?" the young boy, with an excited tone, replied. "The few traders who previously left our club now want to rejoin." Wei Ling Shuang's lips twitched slightly. Traders who exited the club seeking to return. What was there to be joyful about? Such sycophants are notoriously shallow. They only see the superficial glory of the Silver Frost Club and immediately wish to return for a share of the spoils. Once they realize the perilous situation of the club, they will likely contemplate fleeing again. Such petty individuals were of no value to Wei Ling Shuang. She did not desire their return to the club. However, after catching his breath, the young boy quickly added, "Right, I initially intended to dismiss those traitors, but they brought back a piece of crucial information." Wei Ling Shuang inquired, "What information?" "There's a third-rate faction on the outskirts of Jiang City called the Happy Club." The boy, Su Xiao Duo, who appeared somewhat frail, continued after taking a breath, "And they have produced the second lucky individual in Jiang City capable of refining longevity pills." A lucky individual capable of refining longevity pills? Upon hearing this, Wei Ling Shuang's eyes instantly lit up. She seemed to ponder something before suddenly grasping her phone and replying to Tang Ke. "If you can have Chang Jiao, he urgently concoct a batch of green longevity pills for me. I might consider seeking your assistance." As soon as she sent the message, Su Xiao Duo, who stood nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Sister Shuang, what are you doing? Weren't you just—" Wei Ling Shuang, aware of what he was about to say, put away her phone and abruptly asked, "Xiao Duo, why do you think only Chang Jiao he can refine longevity pills in Jiang City?" Su Xiao Duo was momentarily taken aback, because the formula for longevity pills is incredibly precious. No one else has drawn it, right? Isn't that obvious? However, Wei Ling Shuang shook her head slightly. The formula for longevity pills is indeed rare and difficult to obtain, yet this apocalyptic game has been ongoing for a month now. Why has no second person drawn the longevity pill formula until now? Are all the players in Jiang City simply that unfortunate? Upon hearing this, both Su Xiao Duo and Huang Xian fell silent. Wei Ling Shuang then spoke in a grave tone. "As far as I know, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, a second lucky individual capable of refining longevity pills did indeed emerge. Yet that very night, that lucky individual met an untimely demise." Su Xiao Duo and Huang Xian's pupils widened in shock. In this apocalyptic survival, they were not naive. They quickly deduced that a player capable of refining longevity pills would be a prized asset in the eyes of any faction. Yet, in the eyes of one person, they would be a thorn in the flesh. Chang Jiao. Huang Xian did not know Chang Jiao Yi, but he had heard that name countless times. It even appeared prominently on the top 3 leaderboards. He had been curious about what kind of legendary woman she was until this moment, when he finally realized she was likely a ruthless woman who would stop at nothing. Wei Ling Shuang needed not say much more. She directly stated, "As for Chang Jiao Yi, I will do my best to divert her attention. Xiao Duo, have your brother go to the outskirts and personally negotiate with the player capable of refining longevity pills. We must recruit him into our Silver Frost Club as soon as possible. Furthermore, the fact that he can refine longevity pills must be kept confidential." Su Xiao Duo nodded vigorously. "No problem, Sister Shuang. Rest assured, because of the regional announcement triggered by Brother Xian and the advertisements in the forum, our Silver Frost Club has become thoroughly renowned. Many players admire and aspire to join our club. This operation to recruit individuals should not prove overly difficult. Indeed, not everyone possesses the discernment of Wei Ling Shuang and Jiang Yi, who can see the lurking dangers behind the glimmering facade. The majority of ordinary players merely sense that the Yin Shuang Club is likely to seize this opportunity to rise. Jiang Yi remains oblivious to the events transpiring within the Yin Shuang Club and the crisis confronting Sun Hao. He has only taken a cursory glance at the chat channels and forums before redirecting his focus to the trading area. The trading functionality for formal players is pivotal to his imminent ascent. However, the entire trading area remains confined to the Jiangxing region for the time being, restricting transactions with players worldwide. Furthermore, The regional trading area is currently divided into public trading zones, friend trading zones, and VIP trading zones. Having just become a formal player, Jiang Yi has yet to add any friends, leaving the friend trading zone devoid of activity. Thus, he is limited to the public trading zone. Nevertheless, the public trading zone is fraught with drawbacks. For instance, sellers must release their items with real name listings, and neither party can engage in private conversations. They are restricted to public exchanges within the chat area beneath the trading listings. Such public exchanges are visible to all other buyers, often leading to players who merely browse without purchasing to disparage others' listings, devaluing their offerings to nothing. Some malicious competitors even resort to advertising their own wares beneath others' listings. In summary, the atmosphere of the public trading zone is appallingly toxic. Players in later generations have even taken to derisively dubbing it the stinky fish and rotten shrimp trading zone. Conversely, genuinely capable players typically prefer to conduct transactions in the VIP trading zone, where the trading experience is notably more pleasant. Unfortunately, access to the VIP trading zone requires a certain level of financial assets, a privilege Jiang Yi, as a newly minted formal player, cannot yet afford. Yet, this is of little consequence. He peruses the public trading zone and, unsurprisingly, discovers that the most prevalent listings are various worthless lottery wheels. Many of these wheels offer such meager returns that players are reluctant to expend their precious time attempting to draw from them. Yet, simply discarding them is equally unappealing. Thus, the trading zone has become the prime destination for these worthless lottery wheels. However, junk remains junk. Even if listed in the trading zone, there are still few who wish to engage with them. Not only is there a lack of interest, but many listings for these worthless lottery wheels are accompanied by a deluge of scathing replies, utterly unbearable to behold. Amidst this dismal scene, Jiang Yi's eyes glimmer with excitement. He desires those unwanted lottery wheels. Moreover, the prices for these wheels are practically a steal. However, there remains one issue. Even for these worthless wheels, sellers predominantly demand transactions in time currency. At present, Jiang Yi does not possess a single unit of time currency. He must first earn some time currency before acquiring the wheels. Therefore, he adeptly lists several items in the public trading zone. Once his trading listings appear, he pays them little mind and prepares to draw from the 2 remaining green lottery wheels he has. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, as he shifts his attention back to reality, his trading listing has already sparked considerable interest in the public trading zone. Initially, various furious replies quickly emerge beneath his listing. Seriously. Dude, have you lost your mind? A mere lottery wheel, and you dare list it for 100 years of currency? I advise you to change that price immediately to 100 cents. Then I might consider buying your worthless wheel. What the heck? This must be a cursed wheel, right? What a foolish seller. The existence of cursed wheels should remain an unspoken secret, and yet you put it out in the open for sale. Have you lost your marbles? What a foolish thing. Take that wheel down. Otherwise, I'll make it impossible for you to exist in the entire Jiangcheng district. Why not keep the longevity elixir for yourself instead of seeking trouble here? You worthless dog! Take it down. Hurry up and take it down for me, or else I'll kill you. The barrage of insults is unbearable. During this period, cursed wheels were information held by only a select few. Jiang Yi's decision to place it in the public eye has, to some extent, threatened the livelihoods of certain individuals. Those fraudulent habitual offenders who wish to keep the existence of cursed wheels under wraps naturally desire Jiang Yi to remove the listing post-haste. However, amidst the rancor of insults, some replies of a different nature emerge. Jiang Yi, are you still alive? You've become a formal player? Jiang Yi, are you the Jiang Yi from Hanjiang University? Jiang Yi, are you the Jiang Yi from Xinguang Garment Factory? In the apocalyptic game, there is no concept of a game nickname. Players are directly referred to by their real names. This includes the names on leaderboards, which are essentially true names that, of course, there exists an item called a name change card that allows players to modify their names. However, the public trading zone Jiang Yi is using does not conceal the seller's name. Therefore, the name Jiang Yi is prominently displayed before his trading listing. Nevertheless, the name Jiang Yi is not particularly rare. It is quite common to encounter multiple players with the same name in the trading zone. There has even been an instance where the name of the top-ranked player, Luo Changqing, appeared in the public trading zone. which sparked a frenzy of discussion among players. Ultimately, it was confirmed that this Luo Changqing was merely a coincidentally named individual. It is likely that someone intentionally changed their name to match that of the prominent leaderboard figure using a name change card. Having witnessed such occurrences frequently, players have become less fixated on names. After all, does simply changing one's name to that of a wealthy individual guarantee one possesses their wealth? Ultimately, a name is merely a code that I end this apocalyptic game. What truly matters is strength. In his previous life, after Jiang Yi became a formal player, he too had listed items under his real name in the trading zone at AT that time. He indeed received some comments inquiring if he was the Jiang Yi from Hanjiang University. He chose to ignore those comments, and they eventually faded into obscurity. This time around, the name Jiang Yi naturally catches the attention of some acquaintances from the Letian Club, behind the third line of defense against the beast tide. Sanhao also catches sight of the listing in the public trading zone. He pauses momentarily before shaking his head slightly, assuming it to be a mere coincidence of name. After all, as a longevity tumor, Jiang Yi had less than a year of life remaining. In such circumstances, how could he possibly have become a formal player in such a short span of time? Meanwhile, at Qinhu Park, among the last group of players descending into the Qinhu Beast World, Liao Yuanfeng has just received the longevity elixir from the Blood Swallow Club and is about to venture into the Beast World through the Qinhu Passage when he suddenly hears Guanling's voice. Liao team, take a look at the trading zone. There's someone named Jiang Yi selling a cursed wheel. Jiang Yi. Liao Yuanfeng is taken aback and immediately pulls out his phone to glance at the public trading zone. However, he quickly shakes his head with a smile. It's just a coincidence of name. According to your previous skill assessment, Jiang Yi only has 21 years of life left. Even if he were extraordinarily lucky and managed to obtain an upgrade token upon entering the Beast World, he still wouldn't meet the requirements for leveling up, which is lifespan 100 years. Moreover, how could he possibly possess such a precious item as a cursed wheel? Guanling ponders for a moment and nods. Indeed, the Jiang Yi in this trading zone is likely not the Jiang Yi from our Letian Club. But take a look at the replies beneath the trading listing. After observing for a while, Liao Yuanfeng contemplates. The one asking if he is the Jiang Yi from Hanjiang University is likely inquiring about our Jiang Yi from Letian Club. It seems Jiang Yi might indeed have some connection with Changjiao. Once this task concludes, and if he manages to return alive, I'll ask him about it. Liao Yuanfeng remains largely indifferent toward Jiang Yi. After all, deep down, he believes that Jiang Yi may not survive this exploration of the Beast World. Realizing that it had nothing to do with him, he directly led the longevity elixir and jumped into the Qin Lake, but on the other side. At the Silver Frost Club, Wei Ling Shuang stared wide-eyed at the transaction entry in the trading area. Beside her, Huang Xian analyzed, the value of the cursed roulette should be greater than that of a 100-year coin. After all, it can not only refine the longevity elixir that extends life by 100 years, but can also deceive others. Sister Shuang, should we? Huang Xian did not know Jiang Yi and naturally had no idea what Wei Ling Shuang was thinking. However, the nearby Su Xiao duo also gaped at the transaction entry. After a moment of hesitation, he stammered, could it be that Jiang Shun? Su Xiao duo instinctively referred to Jiang Yi as Jiang Shun, for during the early days of the apocalypse, Jiang Yi truly shone brightly, becoming a formidable figure in the hearts of many. Unfortunately, at this moment, Wei Ling Shuang came to her senses and shook her head in confusion. No, it shouldn't be. Just as she was contemplating, that transaction entry suddenly vanished from the trading area, indicating that a buyer had completed the transaction. Concurrently, within one of the most powerful factions in Jiang City, the Zhuyu Guild, a young man was toying with the cursed roulette that Jiang Yi had put up for sale, a playful expression on his face. At that moment, a message notification popped up on his phone. Changjiao Yi, have you checked the public trading area? Tang Ke replied with a faint smile, brimming with confidence. It's merely a name. What is there to fear? Regardless of whether this Jiang Yi is the one we know, even if he is, so what? I could kill him once. I could do a second time. Tang Ke and Jiang Yi were college roommates. Their bond is strong as that of brothers that it would not be an exaggeration to say that the brotherhood between Jiang Yi and Tang Ke was even more genuine than his relationship with Changjiao Yi. Indeed, they lived by the adage that women are like garments, while brothers are like flesh and blood. During their university days, they shared numerous similar interests and common topics, such as their mutual admiration for the detective series Conan. Tang Ku favored Jin, while Jiang Yi preferred the formidable and ever-composed presence of Akai Shuiqi. Often joked about as Jin's nemesis, Hank T that time, both Tang Ku and Jiang Yi laughed heartily, dismissing such banter as mere jest. Jiang Yi even chided, "What nonsense! We're lifelong good brothers." However now, as Tang Ku reminisced about their once wonderful college life, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. How splendid those days were! Alas, the times changed in an instant. He merely made a choice to adapt to the evolving era. He recalled a similar sentiment expressed by Jin and Conan. If he could kill Akai again, he would simply feel exhilarated. Tang Ku felt the same way. Yet, regrettably, he might have become Jin, but Jiang Yi was evidently far from deserving the title of his nemesis. He had surpassed Jiang Yi by an insurmountable margin. This chasm rendered him utterly disinterested in the prospect of confronting Jiang Yi a second time. After all, what elephant would take pleasure in trampling an ant? Tang Ku's vision was forward-looking, focused on figures such as the influential Luo Chongqing of Jiang City, and the world-class powerhouse Jean Bali, who had triggered multiple global announcements. As for Jiang Yi, he had been left far behind, likely reduced to nothing more than dust. Nonetheless, contemplating the camaraderie of their former university days and Jiang Yi's demise, Tang Ku felt a twinge of sorrow deep within. Jiang Yi, of course, remained unaware that his former good friend was fantasizing about his lifeless body, feigning sorrow at that moment. He was nestled in a secluded valley within the Qin Lake's beastly realm, still clutching 2 green roulettes. Indeed, Jiang Yi had yet to draw from the remaining 2 green roulettes he had intended to draw, but suddenly thought of something. Thus, he first awaited the arrival of the 100-year coin for the sale of the cursed roulette. Subsequently, he carefully selected a green roulette from the trading area, purchasing it for 5-time coins. His expression remained neutral as he pressed the green roulette in his palm, murmuring, "Draw." Instantly, the familiar prompt chimed. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Eye of Inquiry." At the same time, a black orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi adeptly utilized the black orb. The pure black orb transformed into a bizarre eyeball. Jiang Yi placed the eyeball on the ground, and it began to rotate spontaneously. After a few spins, the black eyeball abruptly halted, as if frozen, emitting a mechanical voice, detecting Eye of Inquiry, commencing analysis and elimination. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression turned serious. After a brief wait, a nearly imperceptible particle of dust slowly descended from the air around him. That was the Eye of Inquiry. In the context of the Doomsday game, a plethora of miraculous items existed. The Eye of Inquiry functioned akin to a surveillance camera, capable of monitoring others. The key was that its appearance was exceedingly discreet. Undetectable to the naked eye, it could only be uncovered using the corresponding item, the Eye of Inquiry. Initially, Jiang Yi had indeed planned to draw from the remaining 2 green roulettes. However, at the last moment, he decided to first obtain an Eye of Inquiry to check if there were any cameras in his vicinity. This action stemmed purely from caution. He never anticipated that there truly existed an Eye of Inquiry nearby. Who could it be? The cunning and treacherous Li Xiao. No, Li Xiao bore him no grudge. The recent conflict was merely a coincidence. He had inadvertently crossed paths with Jiang Yi in that chance encounter. Li Xiao intended to directly plot his demise. There was no need for him to deploy an Eye of Inquiry in Jiang Yi's vicinity, as for utilizing the teleportation stone in the urgency of escape. That seemed unlikely as well. After all, Li Xiao's ability to flee stemmed not only from possessing a teleportation stone, but also from his quick reflexes and decisive actions. He would not have had the time to use the Eye of Inquiry in such a moment. So, who could it be? Tang Ku, or perhaps Jiang Yi? No, that was even less likely. Given the prowess of these 2 individuals, they could easily eliminate him without needing to resort to the Eye of Inquiry. The Eye of Inquiry's function primarily involved monitoring, or more precisely, it was for spying. Who could be so curious about his secrets that they would expend the effort to use an Eye of Inquiry? Guanling from the Bloodswallow Club? Yet even if Guanling were to employ investigative skills to peer into his data panel, at that time, he merely had a temporary state granting all attributes 5 and a lifespan of 21 years. Such data hardly warranted the expenditure of an eye of inquiry for observation, did it? In this doomsday game, who didn't he have a few secrets? Take Li Xiao, for instance. He too was a life tumor worm. Yet not only did he possess a rare cursed roulette, but he also had a teleportation stone for self-preservation. If secrets were to be counted, his secrets far exceeded those of Jiang Yi. Even if Guanling discovered Jiang Yi's meager data, she likely wouldn't think much of it. Furthermore, based on Jiang Yi's past knowledge of Guanling, that woman was straightforward and spoke her mind. She didn't seem like the type to set up an eye of inquiry behind someone's back. Who then could it be? Someone from the Letian Club? Sun Hao? Liao Yuan Feng? Or perhaps a deeply concealed individual like Li Xiao? Masquerading as a fool? Jiang Yi calmed his mind, silently replaying all that had transpired since his rebirth in his thoughts like a film reel. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. The cinematic scenes in his mind froze on a moment when he was seated in a roller coaster, departing from the Letian Club in the company of Liao Yuanfeng's group. At that time, their convoy had encountered Yu Yu and Yu Shui, who were seeking to join the Letian Club. In truth, throughout that entire process, Jiang Yi was merely a trivial observer, a pedestrian serving as nothing more than a backdrop to the unfolding drama between Yu Yu and Yu Shui. He had no interaction with them whatsoever. However, upon reflecting on those moments, Jiang Yi realized he had made a subtle yet significant error. The reactions of everyone in the convoy upon seeing Yu Shui were almost uniformly dazed and entranced. After all, Yu Shui was a succubus, yet Jiang Yi stood apart from the rest. Perhaps it was during that moment that his distinct demeanor caught Yu Shui's attention. It may sound absurd that a mere micro-expression could hold such weight, but often in encounters between masters, a mere glance can determine the final outcome. For instance, Jiang Yi and Tang could have shared a common interest in the game of werewolf. Within the context of this game, there exists a term known as peeking, which refers to the ability to discern a player's true identity through their subtle expressions while drawing cards. The most skilled players in this art can, indeed, identify all werewolves based solely on micro-expressions. Thus, Jiang Yi's subtle expressions in the presence of Yu Yu and Yu Shui may have raised their suspicions. Given Yu Yu's duplicitous nature, he certainly resembled the sort who would employ a prying eye to uncover the secrets of others. If it truly was Yu Yu, Jiang Yi did not feel overly concerned. After all, in his encounters with Yu Yu thus far, he had only utilized the roulette 6 times, each time yielding a positive outcome. At first glance, this seemed outrageous, yet it was not entirely implausible. Some fortunate souls possess luck akin to that of a demigod. Moreover, within the apocalyptic game, there exist various blessings that can momentarily enhance a player's luck. For instance, Yu Yu's status bar featured the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, which is a temporary luck-enhancing effect. Additionally, special items like the Lucky Bracelet exist. Even if Yu Yu were to spy on Jiang Yi's actions, he would likely attribute Jiang Yi's fortune to some luck-boosting buff, rather than suspecting the absurdity of his ability to designate roulette rewards. However, if Jiang Yi had acted with less caution and recklessly engaged in a flurry of roulette spins, it would undoubtedly have blinded Yu Yu with astonishment, prompting immediate suspicion. Now, after pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi picked up the eye of inquiry from the ground and swiftly relocated to a more concealed corner. Meanwhile, at the Letian Club, just as Jiang Yi's eye of inquiry was deciphering and destroying the hidden spying eye, Yu Yu and Yu Shui were seated in a vehicle en route to the second line of defense against the beast tide. In that instant, Yu Shui's strikingly beautiful, dark, almond-shaped eyes flickered momentarily. Her gentle, soft voice broke the silence. "We've been discovered." Yu Yu, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at her through the rearview mirror and frowned. "What happened?" Yu Shui lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before leisurely responding. "I don't know if that kid truly sensed something or if it was just sheer luck. When he engaged in the roulette draw, he just happened to pull out an eye of inquiry and made the discovery." Her tone held no trace of frustration, instead carrying a playful lilt reminiscent of a young girl. Yu Yu furrowed his brows slightly. "Is it merely a coincidence?" Yu Shui, with an angelic smile, replied, "Does it matter whether it's a coincidence? Regardless, he could never guess that the spying I was placed there by you, dear brother." Upon hearing this, Yu Yu's previously solemn expression softened. True, this Jiang Yi, having drawn positive outcomes 6 times consecutively, must possess some form of luck-enhancing buff. Yu Shui, maintaining her ever-present smile, added, "It's likely even more potent than my blessing of the moon goddess." Yu nodded thoughtfully, his tone grave. Luck buffs usually have a time limit. Rather than his fortunate draws, I am more concerned about the person himself. Whether facing Zhao Quan or Li Shaod, he has exhibited a certain ruthlessness and astuteness. This Jiang Yi, as long as he does not fall, will inevitably rise. Yu Shui blinked innocently. Indeed, this Jiang Yi is likely to fare well in the future. Is brother planning to befriend this future overlord in advance? Or, her voice trailed off, her expression exuding an innocent charm that belied her forthcoming thoughts. Yu merely smiled faintly, exuding calm confidence. No rush. Currently, he held the advantage, while they remained in the shadows. Jiang Yi might still be striving to conceal his talents, playing the role of a pig to eat a tiger. Even if he discovered the eye of inquiry, he would never suspect them. Later on, Yu seemed to ponder something, suddenly breaking into a broad smile. "Let us take our time." Yu Shui beamed even brighter, her face a picture of innocent exuberance. "Then let's take our time." Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, in the eyes of this seemingly false brother-sister duo, he had become a mere plaything. He found a hollow within a towering tree, cleared it of venomous insects, and took refuge inside. Following that, he launched into a frenzied acquisition spree in the trading area. This time, he purchased a total of 102 roulettes all at once. Among them are 100 white, 1 green, and 1 blue. Altogether, these 102 roulettes cost him several days' worth of currency. For others, acquiring such a quantity would not only be unlikely to yield returns, but would likely result in a significant loss of lifespan. However, in Jiang Yi's hands, he immediately pressed his palm onto the green roulette. After a series of prompt sounds, he skillfully muttered to himself, "I choose 10. Shadow of emptiness." At the same time, the green roulette responded with a congratulatory prompt. "Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Shadow of emptiness." The shadow of emptiness appeared as a mass of black shadow, resembling pure black paper. Yet when held, it bore no weight. Jiang Yi promptly crushed the shadow in his hand, suddenly, in the already dark environment. He was enveloped entirely by darkness. Even with his inner vision activated, he could see nothing at all. The shadow of emptiness was, in fact, a life-saving item. Upon activation, it would place the player in a state of void for 3 minutes, rendering them as if they did not exist, impervious to attack and undetectable at that moment. Jiang Yi was already in a safe environment. The use of this item was not for self-protection, but rather to safeguard his secret. Everyone possesses secrets. Even in his previous encounters with Zhao Quan and Li Shaod, should they be discovered, it would matter little. After all, his methods of interaction were well within the realm of normalcy. At most, it would lead others to recognize that he was not an ordinary person, perhaps merely feigning weakness that, in fact, had any familiar acquaintances of Jiang Yi discovered these encounters, they likely would not have been too surprised, merely astonished by his luck in consistently drawing favorable outcomes. However, what Jiang Yi was about to undertake next would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The secret of designating roulette rewards must, under no circumstances, be unveiled to anyone. Hence, he specifically utilized the shadow of emptiness. The effect of the shadow of emptiness lasts only 3 minutes. Jiang Yi wasted no time. His palms pressed rapidly against the white roulettes one after another. Simultaneously, within the confines of the shadow of emptiness, a cacophony of frantic prompts erupted. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. All attributes 1. From the 100 white roulettes." Jiang Yi's objective was solely the all attributes 1 option. Regardless, he aimed to stack his attributes first. Generally, when players obtain all attributes 1, they do not experience a significant difference. However, he was drawing nearly 100 times in succession. In this process, his body experienced the exhilarating sensations reminiscent of when he leveled up for the first time, an overwhelming sense of euphoria. Simultaneously, he felt a warmth and pressure coursing through him akin to the effects of a powerful enhancement potion. Just as this sensation approached its peak, amidst the continuous prompts, a distinct notification emerged. "Ding! Your attributes have all reached the current level limit. Please elevate your level as soon as possible." What on earth is the attribute cap? In Jiang Yi's past life, he had never heard of such a concept. However, upon simple reflection, it is quite easy to comprehend that as it stands, the attribute cap for a level 1 character is set at 100. This figure is exceedingly outrageous. The conditions for a player to reach level 1 are merely to have attributes of 1. This presents a staggering disparity of 100-fold. Jiang Yi is nearly certain that, at present, there is no one who could possibly trigger such an absurd attribute cap notification, even in his previous life. Among the most elite individuals, none could have reached the attribute cap notification at level 1. Therefore, he might just be making history. Yet the conundrum lies in the fact that Jiang Yi initially believed he could recklessly grind attributes, eventually showcasing a level 1 character capable of vanquishing myriad races. But now, it is clear he was overthinking things. Since there exists an attribute cap at level 1, it can be easily deduced that every subsequent level likely has its own cap as well. This implies that in order to rapidly enhance his strength, he must simultaneously level up while grinding attributes. Before reaching level 10, it is relatively manageable that if he desires to level up, he could do so as effortlessly as grinding attributes. He could easily soar to level 10 in no time. Yet, the dilemma arises when he reaches level 10. If he wishes to further augment his strength, he must consider the issue of job advancement. The crux of this matter lies in the profession wheel. Clearly, there are already some profession wheels available in the market of Jiang City. For instance, the one Huang Xian used, and certainly other factions beyond the Frost Club possess their own profession wheels. However, those profession wheels are likely all of the white grade. Any player with aspirations would never opt for a white grade profession wheel for their advancement, let alone someone like Jiang Yi. A player with advantages. In this apocalyptic game, professions are categorized by star levels. The options on the white profession wheel are primarily 1-star professions. The green profession wheel corresponds to 2-star professions. The subsequent blue, purple, orange, red, and gold wheels correspond to 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star professions, respectively. Nevertheless, as Jiang Yi is aware, the most illustrious and formidable top-tier figures from his previous life predominantly held 8-star professions. In fact, the legendary figure Jiang Yi was the sole individual among humanity to possess a 9-star profession. As for whether there exists an even more outrageous 10-star or divine profession beyond 9 stars, Jiang Yi cannot say. However, as a player with advantages, he certainly cannot be outperformed in terms of professions by an ordinary player. Having advantages means he cannot simply lay back and lack ambition. Yet the issue remains that at the onset of this apocalyptic game, it is virtually impossible to find a golden profession wheel in the market. Furthermore, as far as Jiang Yi knows, by the time of his demise in his previous life, humanity had never truly possessed a golden profession wheel. One might wonder, without a golden profession wheel, how did those powerful individuals manage to advance to 7-star or even 8-star professions? Jiang Yi has indeed heard some tales about this from his previous life. Humanity lacked a golden profession wheel, but the more ancient and powerful beast race certainly had one. Ambitious prodigies among humanity, eager to use a golden wheel for their advancement, would typically target the beast race. Some would disguise themselves with special abilities as members of the beast race, boldly drawing from the golden profession wheel. There were even those who brazenly infiltrated the beast race as sacred grounds in the dead of night, quickly drawing their prizes before making a hasty retreat, regardless of the approach taken. The risks are undoubtedly exorbitant. After all, those eager for a job change are typically level 10 players who delve deep into the stronghold of the beast race, targeting their precious golden profession wheel. Is akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger's mouth, more daring than a suicide squad. Before Jiang Yi was aware of the attribute cap at level 1, he had intended to maximize his attributes before considering a foray into the beast race's stronghold. But now, regarding the matter of professions, he may have to take a risk. Moreover, different profession wheels offer varying options. If he could designate the options on a profession wheel, he would likely need to explore multiple powerful beast races, comparing offerings and gathering information before selecting the most suitable profession for himself. Contemplating this, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming headache. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly curious about how Jiang Yi had acquired his 9-star profession in his previous life. After all, he was the world's first professional. Jiang Yi pondered, speculating that the enigmatic Jean Bewley may have infiltrated a certain beast race stronghold early in the onset of the apocalypse. He likely possessed some ability to disguise himself as a member of the beast race. With such an ability, he could undoubtedly navigate the formidable beast race with ease, leaving ordinary human players far behind. As Jiang Yi mused over Jean Bewley's circumstances, he also formulated a simple plan for his forthcoming profession development. Just before the 3-minute effect of the Void Shadow expired, he placed his hand upon the blue wheel, silently wishing, "I choose 6. Longevity pill." Immediately, the familiar sound of the wheel's notification echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Longevity pill." Following that, he drew from the remaining 2 worthless green wheels he had exchanged from Wu Su. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Heart-shaped pendant." "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Hurricane Wave, Grade D." The heart-shaped pendant is an accessory that primarily serves to resist mental attacks. Although such fearsome beasts wielding mental attack capabilities are rare in the early days of the apocalypse, encountering one without any defensive means could spell disaster. A moment of carelessness could cost one their very life. In his past life, Jiang Yi had heard numerous tales of powerful players being outmatched by mental beasts, leading to their downfall. Thus, the heart-shaped pendant, which offers protection against mental attacks, is a rather pleasant surprise for him. He immediately adorned ITAS for Hurricane Wave. It is a Grade E skill, similar to the longevity pill. It manifests in Jiang Yi's hand in the form of scroll to in truth. For players who are untransformed at levels 1-10, the effects produced by using skills are generally significantly diminished. Moreover, this is merely an E-grade skill. Nevertheless, having an abundance of skills is never a burden, and he currently lacks offensive means. Thus, he did not hesitate and tore the scroll open, instantly mastering the skill. Consequently, after ascending to level 1, Jiang Yi's lifespan of 272 years dwindled down to just 43 years. That is rather scant. However, the existence of the blue longevity pill can increase lifespan by thousands. He merely needs to wait a little over 10 minutes, and once an hour has passed since he last consumed a green longevity pill, he can use the blue one to extend his life once more. Jiang Yi stored the blue longevity pill in his spatial watch. After a brief moment, the void shadow enveloping him began to dissipate. Although the void shadow appears formidable and invincible, it is distinctly different from a true invincible state. In a typical invincible state, players are unbound, free to choose between fleeing or engaging in battle. However, the void shadow is more akin to imprisoning the player. While players are shielded from attacks and probing during those 3 minutes, they are equally unable to move or perceive the situation outside the void shadow. They remain confined in darkness for 3 minutes. After this period, they must confront whatever awaits them, if utilized during a battle. The Void Shadow merely grants players an additional 3 minutes to recover. Thus, this life-saving item can be drawn from the mere green wheel. During the 3 minutes Jiang Yi spent inside, he was naturally oblivious to the external happenings. It was not until the Void Shadow dissipated that he discovered the tumultuous sounds of combat emanating from outside the tree hollow. Remaining composed, Jiang Yi cast a swift glance and observed a party of 4 engaged in fierce combat with a horde of avian beasts. These creatures were pitch black in hue, individually weak, yet their overwhelming numbers, coupled with aerial assaults, clearly afforded them a significant advantage. Among those 4 individuals, only one is a formal player. The other 3 are merely ordinary individuals who have not attained the status of formal players. They are evidently struggling to cope with the flock of birds and beasts. If this situation persists, it won't be long before all 4 meet their demise here. Jiang Yi observes this scene with an expression of indifference, utterly unmoved. Clearly, he is no longer the model youth of a peaceful era, who espouses the values of integrity and altruism. His experiences in the apocalypse across 2 lifetimes have afforded him a profound understanding of human nature. As the saying goes, wealth attracts distant relatives, while poverty leaves one unnoticed in a bustling city. When the apocalypse first descended, he gained formidable powers. Countless individuals, both known and unknown, flocked to him, addressing him as Brother Jiang, Jiang Lao, or Jiang Shun. They might as well have clung to his legs, calling him Daddy. However, when his powers waned, reverting him back to an ordinary state, how did those same people treat him? With gratitude. It would be a considerable act of kindness if they didn't come to trample him in his misfortune. Jiang Yi had long since realized in his previous life that the weak, who cling to the strong, do they truly feel gratitude for the protection offered by the powerful? No. They're consumed by resentment and jealousy. They wonder why he has become strong while they remain worthless. Why does he enjoy good fortune and draw precious items while they squander their lives in vain, gaining nothing? The vast majority of people in this world suffer not from scarcity, but from inequality. And the existence of the wheel of fate is inherently unjust. It creates immense psychological imbalances for players. When you expend a year of your life only to draw a pile of dung, while witnessing others acquire elixirs of immortality, what will your feelings be? Congratulations. Jealousy and discontent are the true sentiments of a normal person. As for Jiang Yi now, with 100 points across all attributes, vanquishing the flock of birds and beasts would be a mere trifle, effortless as a breath. Yet he shows no inclination to reveal himself or intervene. Instead, he intends to wait until the four are annihilated by the flock before emerging from his hiding place. However, he did not anticipate that a few minutes later, another group of players would be hastening towards his location. Presumably, it is the formal player among the four who has contacted friends also present in this perilous world through the private messaging function. A new batch of 5 players arrives, comprising 2 formal players and 3 ordinary individuals. One of the formal players is none other than the formidable Captain Wu Su of the Qin Lake team. At this moment, Jiang Yi realizes that the formal player who was previously struggling against the flock is also one of the 3 captains from the Qin Lake faction. The trio of captains, being formal players, have evidently exchanged contact information, allowing them to quickly regroup through private messaging, even in the beast world. Once their ranks swell to confront the birds and beasts, the battle continues for several minutes before the creatures, recognizing their disadvantage, retreat on their own accord. The initial quartet, who had faced the flock, expressed their gratitude to the approaching 5. Thank you, Captain Wu. If you hadn't arrived with your team in time, we 4 would surely have perished here. Wu Su's earlier battle was evidently effortless, his strength surpassing that of the other 2 formal player captains. His demeanor now exudes confidence. When faced with the thanks of the others, he dismissively waves his hand. It's nothing, just a small effort. However, why were the birds and beasts so aggressively attacking you? I've been wandering around the Qin Lake beast world for a while and found that the most dangerous creatures here are the venomous insects. While the beasts typically don't attack humans unless provoked, did you do something to provoke that flock? The formal player captain, who initially faced the birds and beasts, shakes his head repeatedly. That's not true. We merely stumbled upon a tree hollow and wanted to check if Zhou Yuming was inside. But as we approached, the flock suddenly attacked, catching us completely off guard. Upon hearing this, Wu Su's eyes narrow as he instinctively glances towards the concealed tree hollow, which is precisely where Jiang Yi is hiding. He furrows his brow, feeling a sense of hesitation. After all, he possesses a teleportation talisman drawn from the white roulette earlier. By using it, he could instantly depart from this place, avoiding unnecessary troubles. Yet, the notion of wasting a teleportation talisman, especially to evade individuals of lesser strength, does not sit well with his frugal nature. Just as he contemplates this, Wu Su approaches the tree hollow. Someone's there. Wu Su reacts swiftly, instinctively gripping his weapon, ready for combat. However, he quickly realizes and exclaims in surprise, "Jiang Yi, is that you?" His tone conveys a hint of delight. Jiang Yi ponders for a moment before voluntarily emerging from the hollow. "It's me." Behind Wu Su, the other 2 captains of Qin Lake regard him with furrowed brows. Notably, the captain who initially faced the flock points an accusatory finger at Jiang Yi's nose, scolding, "You've been hiding in that tree hollow all along? Why didn't you come out to help us during our battle with the beasts? You made us struggle so much." The gazes of the 4 players who initially faced the birds and beasts clearly reflect hostility towards Jiang. Yet Wu Su appears to be on friendly terms with Jiang Yi, casually draping an arm around his shoulder. He then addresses his 4 teammates. "Hey, let's not blame Jiang Yi. With his meager abilities, even if he had come out, it would have just meant his demise, so how could he have supported you? Moreover, I mentioned before entering the Qin Lake Beast world that this young brother Jiang Yi is under my protection. The four players may look down on Jiang Yi, but they still regard Wu Su with a healthy respect. Hearing him speak on Jiang Yi's behalf, they naturally refrain from retorting. However, just as they are about to reconcile with Jiang Yi, the formal player captain suddenly exclaims, "I know why the flock of birds and beasts attacked us without provocation." He points an accusing finger at the tree hollow, his voice growing increasingly furious. "Those are bird eggs. Jiang Yi stole the bird eggs. That's why we were attacked." In that instant, the captain's anger towards Jiang Yi reignites. While they fought valiantly against the beasts outside the hollow, the creatures were actually targeting Jiang Yi. And Jiang Yi had the audacity to remain silent within the hollow. Furthermore, the captain berates Jiang Yi. "Are you an idiot? Did you not heed Captain Liao's warning? He said to suppress your curiosity in the beast world and not to provoke the creatures. Yet you went and stole their eggs. Just moments ago, I nearly lost my life to that flock." In his fury, he disregards Wu Su's authority. Though he is wary of offending Wu Su, he believes he is still entitled to scold a worthless individual. Moreover, this captain understands Wu Su. He suspects that Wu Su's protection of Jiang Yi may not be entirely genuine. Wu Su is the type who won't act without personal gain. How could he extend his goodwill to someone deemed useless? Indeed, while Wu Su appears to be friendly with Jiang Yi, a glance towards the hollow reveals his sardonic tone as he remarks, "Hey, those are indeed some dark bird eggs. This is where you've gone wrong. Jiang Yi, you summoned the flock, yet you hid here pretending to be dead, which is rather unscrupulous, don't you think? However," he adds, "when you chose to trade with me for the elixir of immortality, I sense you were a clever person." Wu Su's words carry an underlying meaning, subtly advising Jiang Yi to be more astute. His smile remains affable, and he continues, "Now, regarding this matter, let's do it this way. You should apologize to us, and I'll intercede on your behalf to ensure these fellows don't pursue your unscrupulous actions any further. What do you say? I'm being quite generous, aren't I?" The implications of his words are unmistakable. An apology is merely secondary. The primary concern is to make amends. Wu Su could hardly contain his frustration, practically urging, "Just say it outright. Return my 3 green spinning wheels at once." This sentiment was unmistakably clear. The few companions surrounding Wu Su naturally caught on to his tone. Echoing, "Yes, you brat, hurry up and apologize. Given Su Ji's presence, we'll let it slide this time." Jiang Yi's gaze swept across the gathered individuals, and he suddenly chuckled, "Apologize and let it go. If Xiao Quan, who lies beneath the 9 springs, were to witness this smile of mine, he would undoubtedly comprehend it in an instant." Alas, this is not to be. Wu Su's companions found Jiang Yi's laughter somewhat peculiar, yet they remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. However, Wu Su was distinctly displeased by Jiang Yi's mirth. His expression darkened momentarily, and his voice dripped with malice. "What do you mean? Do you truly believe that just because you have the backing of the Letian Club, I would hesitate to act against you? Do you think Wu Su?" His threatening tone mirrored that of his earlier intimidation when he coerced Jiang Yi into trading the spinning wheels. Yet before he could fully articulate his threat, he noticed the terrified expressions of his teammates nearby. Almost instantly, their shouts filled the air. "Damn! A flock of birds, more numerous and powerful than before. We're finished. It's all Jiang Yi's fault. We're going to be doomed because of you, you scoundrel." Jiang Yi also recognized the impending doom at that moment. Their group found itself encircled by an overwhelming number of ferocious creatures. And this time, not only was their quantity astounding, but their aura was palpably more formidable. These creatures were evidently stronger than the previous batch that had dispersed. It turned out that the earlier group had not retreated voluntarily. Instead, they had gone to summon reinforcements. It felt akin to a mother bird rallying a horde of fierce fathers to reclaim their eggs. The sight was enough to induce instant panic in anyone suffering from a fear of densely packed crowds. The dark mass of birds resembled a terrifying storm cloud, sweeping in from all directions. Even Jiang Yi, whose attributes were already considerable, felt a shiver run down his spine. No matter how strong he was, he likely couldn't withstand such a formidable army of beasts. Fortunately, he still possessed a teleportation talisman in his spatial watch, Selecting the teleportation option from the 3 white spinning wheels he had acquired from Sun, Hao had undoubtedly been a wise choice. This item was undeniably effective for escaping and preserving one's life. Teleportation talisman. Who has a teleportation talisman? It seemed that their only hope lay in the talisman. No teleportation talismans here. It's over. We're all done for. Jiang Yi, this is all your fault. Amidst the despair and curses, one of the team members was suddenly pecked on the head by the most aggressive of the creatures. Simultaneously, panic-stricken cries erupted from their central area. Help! It hurts! Under normal circumstances, Jiang Yi should have used the teleportation talisman to escape immediately. Meanwhile, the group that had just been pressuring him to apologize would inevitably perish beneath the onslaught of the terrifying creatures. There would be no bodies left behind. However, Jiang Yi had already gripped the talisman in his hand, prepared to activate it. To his astonishment, he discovered that the creatures were solely targeting Wusu's team, showing no inclination to attack him whatsoever. It felt as though the flock was fearful of him. What was going on? Puzzled, Jiang Yi hesitated to use the talisman, just at the same time. Wusu's team also noticed this anomaly. Wusu, being the quickest to react, shouted while defending against the creatures. It must be the bird eggs. Jiang Yi, quickly throw me the bird eggs. Jiang Yi, intrigued by the situation, pondered for a moment and obediently retrieved the bird eggs from the tree hollow, tossing them to Wusu. The moment Wusu caught the eggs, it was as if he had seized a lifeline, his joy erupting. The bird eggs are in my hands. Let's see if you beast dare. However, the creature's attacks on Wusu intensified ferociously. In the blink of an eye, he was grievously wounded, howling in agony. At this point, he had lost all rationality, instinctively crying out, Jiang Yi! Jiang Yi, save me! They're not attacking you. Please help me. Jiang Yi glanced at the swarm of creatures, then lowered his gaze in contemplation before sincerely responding. All right, given that Su Ge has just covered for me, I will extend a hand to you this time. With that, he stepped closer to Wusu and raised his hand to unleash waves of the hurricane. In an instant, a massive wave surged around him, pushing all the creatures surrounding Wusu away. The potency of a skill is intrinsically linked to one's profession and attributes. Had Jiang Yi not possessed a full attribute score of 100, the mere D-level waves of the hurricane would never have produced such an effect. This unexpected scene left Wusu and his companions utterly dumbfounded. The group that had just been screaming in terror suddenly appeared, as if someone had pressed the pause button, rendered speechless in shock. Awe, disbelief, and terror. Wusu, who had previously urged Jiang Yi to be more clever, was, in fact, quite clever himself. This moment, he was among the first to comprehend the situation. His earlier frantic cries for help had left his throat hoarse. And now his voice, tinged with tremors, faltered. No. Jiang Yi, I was wrong. I apologize. It was evident that Wusu did not immediately revel in the joy of being saved by Jiang Yi. Only now did he grasp the true meaning behind Jiang Yi's earlier peculiar smile. It was a murderous intent. Long before the formidable flock had descended upon them, Jiang Yi had already harbored murderous thoughts toward him. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly come to Wusu's aid? Thus, Wusu, in a state of panic and fear, incessantly apologized. Indeed, apologies, in the grim reality of this apocalyptic game, only the weak ever apologize to the strong. As for right and wrong, what was that? Who even cared? Jiang Yi shook his head slightly. With a flick of his hand, he produced the self-made crossbow he had pilfered from Zhao Quan and his companions. The bolt was positioned against Wusu's forehead. In that moment, Wusu's pupils dilated in terror. It was as though fate had gripped him by the throat, rendering him unable to utter a sound. Thud! The bolt pierced Wusu's brow at close range. In an instant, he was beyond dead. Even like Zhao Quan before him, he died with eyes wide open. Witnessing this scene, Wusu's companions were left in utter shock. Their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Their reactions were even more pronounced than Wusu's. Some, echoing Wusu's earlier behavior, begged for mercy in a frenzy. Others, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "This person isn't Jiang Yi. He must be a beast tribe overlord disguised as Jiang Yi. Yes, It had to be a beast tribe overlord in human form. That was why the creatures wouldn't attack him. Because there existed a bloodline suppression among the beast tribes. Yes, it had to be that. Clearly, a few of the small Karamis had been so frightened that they had lost their minds, their statements reflecting a state of utter confusion. Jiang Yi, however, did not personally deal with them. Instead, he swiftly evaded the encirclement of the flock. The creatures that had initially seemed to fear him and refrained from attacking followed his departure with an intensified assault on Wusu's team. In mere moments, the horrific mass of beasts transformed flesh into bone. Jiang Yi, feeling a chill run down his spine, hastily vacated the perilous location. Simultaneously, he pondered why those creatures had appeared so intimidated by him. Had they sensed his overwhelming power? No, that couldn't be it. When he had triumphed over weak foes in his past life, even when he was level 10 slaughtering level 1 beasts, those creatures had never shown him fear. The kind of fear that renders one hesitant to provoke. It seems he has only witnessed such a state among ferocious beasts. Some beasts of ordinary lineage instinctively cower before those of formidable bloodlines. In his past life, Jiang Yi even heard legends of a powerful beast cub whose mere cry could incapacitate the leaders of other beast clans. Back then, he regarded it merely as a tale, for he had no means to encounter such beings of that caliber. Yet now, his situation appears as if he possesses a bloodline suppression over ordinary beasts. However, he had never heard of any human exerting such influence over the beast race. Moreover, his bloodline is undeniably pure human. How is it that he now resembles a humanoid beast, capable of imposing bloodline suppression on ordinary beasts? Could this be yet another advantage bestowed upon him by his reincarnation? Yet, during his confrontation with the Black Widow in the club, such an effect did not manifest. It seems this phenomenon arose only after he emerged from the void. Thus, if there is anything extraordinary about him, it must be that his attributes have reached their maximum levels. Attribute limits? Jiang Yi suddenly recalled that within the same level, different species of beasts seem to possess varying strengths. Some beasts with stronger bloodlines appear to inherently possess more powerful attributes. Therefore, his so-called current level attribute limit is merely the cap for humans, not for all races. Jiang Yi's future growth, if he maintains this level attribute limit, would indeed allow him to be invincible among humans of the same level. However, among the powerful beast races, he would likely fall short. Does this mean humans are destined to be weaker than those with potent bloodlines? Is there no way to shatter this confinement that accompanies bloodlines? Or, to rephrase it, is there any method that could enable him to transcend this so-called current level attribute limit? Jiang Yi's thoughts wandered far. With his designated roulette rewards, he is undoubtedly confident in becoming the unrivaled strongest among humans. But what about among the myriad of races? If this attribute limit cannot be broken, then in the distant future, he would inevitably be inferior to those beasts. However, it is indeed a matter of the distant future. At this stage, contemplating such matters is rather premature. Jiang Yi was not one to fret unnecessarily. Instead, he pondered a question that felt closer to him. Since this change in bloodline can be sensed by ordinary birds and beasts, would it be detectable by Yu Shui when he encounters her again? After all, Yu Shui's true identity is that of a succubus, a race distinct from humans. Nevertheless, it seemed not too significant, just as the effects of the longevity pill were nearing their expiration. Jiang Yi sought refuge in a secluded mountain hollow. With a swift motion, he consumed the blue longevity pill. The blue longevity pill produced by the roulette extends one's lifespan by thousands of years, though the exact amount is uncertain. Even some investigative skills cannot preemptively determine the precise longevity increment from the roulette pill that it is entirely a matter of luck. Thus, in his past life, the trade model for longevity pills was often referred to as gambling on pills, where sellers offered them at a fixed price, and the ultimate lifespan gained, whether it resulted in loss or profit, depended solely on the buyer's fortune in his past life when the apocalyptic game first descended. Jiang Yi's luck had been rather good, even drawing a longevity pill recipe, including the lottery during his time as a longevity parasite. When he had merely 1 year left to live, he also drew a longevity pill. Yet, it seemed that ever since he joined the Suicide Squad, his luck had been consistently poor. Each time he gambled on pills, he generally incurred losses. Jiang Yi had a slight belief in fate. He felt that destiny possessed an inertia of sorts. Those with good fortune tend to experience increasing luck, while those with misfortune continue to spiral downward. It felt as if something unseen was guiding these outcomes. Of course, this was merely his own fanciful musing. Jiang Yi shook his head and pulled up the data panel. This time, he was utterly astounded. To his astonishment, the lifespan section now read, lifespan, 9,582 years and 323 days. In other words, he had just added nearly 9,500 years to his lifespan. This was almost approaching the upper limit of what a blue longevity pill could confer. Such luck was simply remarkable. Nearly 10,000 years of life. However, the true longevity gained only corresponded to the 100 years of level 1. Thus, he needed to promptly elevate his level. Jiang Yi felt invigorated and immediately prepared for another round of roulette sweeping. However, before venturing into the trading area, he took a moment to glance at the forum.at that moment. The most popular topics were two threads: Silver Frost Club's response, an analysis and prediction of occupational situations, purely informative. Jiang Yi clicked into the Silver Frost Club's post and was suddenly taken aback to discover that the leader of the Silver Frost Club was, in fact, an old acquaintance, Wei Ling Shuang. Wei Ling Shuang was the roommate of Chang Jiao, yet unlike the camaraderie Jiang Yi shared with Tang Ku, the two women had a notably antagonistic relationship during their university years. Often looking down upon each other at that time, Jiang Yi was Chang Jiao's boyfriend, and Wei Ling Shuang's animosity extended to him as well. However, after the apocalypse, as Jiang Yi briefly emerged as a formidable individual, Wei Ling Shuang's attitude toward him shifted as she had to rely on him for survival. Yet, that woman was undeniably bold. When Jiang Yi's longevity pill recipe went missing alongside Chang Jiao, Wei Ling Shuang even mocked him, ridiculing his lack of discernment. Had Jiang Yi not possessed a good temper back then, any other powerful individual would have swiftly retaliated against such derision from a weaker person. Likewise, had Jiang Yi's reincarnation occurred earlier, he would not have been so lenient toward Wei Ling Shuang. One could only say that while Wei Ling Shuang was indeed courageous, she also had a stroke of good fortune. Now, she had become the leader of a formidable faction. Jiang Yi had thought that since Chang Jiao was thriving, this woman who had always opposed her would have met her demise in some corner. Yet, it appeared that Wei Ling Shuang's fortune was genuinely favorable. However, that was merely the present perspective that by the time Jiang Yi officially became a player in his past life, the Silver Frost Club had already ceased to exist. That woman's streak of good luck was likely nearing its end. He wondered if Chang Jiao had played a part in the downfall of the Silver Frost Club. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it further, that he had no intention of altering the fate of the Silver Frost Club. After all, between him and Wei Ling Shuang, it was she who owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. While he owed her nothing that I in this life, he did not intend to be a great benefactor. Being a benevolent individual would suffice. Jiang Yi briefly perused the post and realized that Wei Ling Shuang possessed some intellect. Her post addressed two key points, one being a response to the widespread player accusations of her exploiting Huang Xin, and the other superficially analyzing the distinctions between professions and how to navigate occupational rules. Yet the true intention seemed to be to diminish the strong player's covetous gaze upon the blue profession roulette of the Silver Frost Club. Although leveling up to level 10 in this apocalyptic game is not exceedingly difficult, players who achieve this milestone at this stage would already be ahead of the vast majority. Such individuals inevitably harbor a degree of ambition. Their aspirations resemble that of elementary students torn between aspirations for Tsinghua or Peking University. Most would perceive themselves as the protagonists of a world, that a grand world protagonist, a child of destiny. How could they be content to merely draw a 3-star profession from the blue roulette? Hence, the allure of the blue profession roulette held by the Silver Frost Club diminished significantly for current level 10 players. Simultaneously, this reduced the risk of the club becoming the target of fervent scrutiny. Additionally, another trending post was, to some extent, influenced by Wei Ling Shuang's informative post. Currently, the strongest faction in Jiang City consisted of the 4 major guilds. Qingchuan Guild, established by the official forces of Jiangqing. serves as the precursor to the power that later emerged as the Lord's Office of the Qingchuan base. The Yellow River Guild, formed by the local financial magnates of Jiangcheng, subsequently evolved into the commercial alliance of the Qingchuan base. The Lei Xing Guild, which Jiang Yi recalls as having suffered tremendous losses during the exploration of the Endless Sea, quickly faded into the annals of history. Lastly, there's the Zhuyi Guild, a rather unique entity. As Jiangcheng was known as the university city before the apocalypse, the city boasted the highest number of universities in the nation. Thus, when the end times arrived, the population of university students in Jiangcheng was remarkably formidable. The Zhuyi Guild was established and developed by a group of these students, including the current top-ranked powerhouse, Luo Changqing, who is one of the guild's leaders. Indeed, one of many, the Zhuyi Guild is not a dictatorship. It is governed by the collective decisions of 4 leaders. With numerous strong individuals within its ranks, it stands as the most powerful faction in Jiangcheng at present. However, in a previous life, the Zhuyi Guild did not flourish. Instead, it fragmented and disbanded into several smaller factions. The reasons for this disintegration remain unclear to Jiang Yi from his past life. He only knows that currently, the Zhuyi Guild remains the strongest among the 4 major guilds. Furthermore, Tang Ku is also part of this guild, serving as one of its 4 leaders. In fact, just as the apocalypse began and Jiang Yi gained formidable power while harboring ambitions for the future, he had once discussed with Tang Ku the idea of developing a faction targeted at the university students of Jiangcheng. Unfortunately, he later found himself struggling to survive, let alone build a faction. Meanwhile, Tang Ku, along with the other 3 powerful university students, united to create the Zhuyi Guild. Could this be considered the inheritance of Jiang Yi's legacy? How could it not? Jiang Yi couldn't help but muse wryly to himself. After a brief perusal of the posts, he gained a fundamental understanding of the purposes of the 4 major guilds that, in essence, the current level 10 powerhouses are all eager to undergo class changes. And not just any class change. They aspire to transition into promising high-tier professions, preferably the coveted 7-star professions drawn from the Golden Roulette. Yet, given the current trend, should they continue on their steady path of exploring the beast-infested world within Jiangcheng, they may not see satisfactory results for a considerable time, potentially even half a year. Thus, the level 10 powerhouses can no longer remain idle. They have finally resolved to venture beyond Jiangcheng and explore the Endless Sea. The so-called Endless Sea encompasses the maritime expanses surrounding Jiangcheng. Before the apocalyptic game, the cities were contiguous. However, this cataclysmic game has severed all cities with the Endless Sea. Furthermore, from the vantage point of the Endless Sea, one cannot discern any trace of the other cities. It is evident that the Endless Sea is shrouded in mystery. Previous players dared not venture into its depths, limiting themselves to exploring the connected beast-infested world within Jiangcheng. But now, the pressure to change professions has compelled level 10 players to contemplate exploring the enigmatic Endless Sea. This pressure is common among all level 10 players eagerly seeking class changes. Consequently, the 4 major guilds have publicly invited all level 10 players in Jiangcheng to join in the exploration. This was something Jiang Yi was unaware of in his past life, as he had just joined a death squad and was living in the darkest depths of the hierarchy. The level 10 player's expedition into the Endless Sea clearly had no bearing on him. However, now, he could easily reach level 10 himself, and he too felt the ambition and pressure to secure a high-tier profession. Therefore, Jiang Yi took note of the salient information from the post and proceeded to scour the trading area. With ample lifespan, he had gathered enough roulette tokens for this endeavor to conserve lifespan. He even acquired a batch of lottery tickets. Due to the presence of lifespan worms, the price of white roulette lottery tickets was generally low, while green and blue tickets were somewhat pricier. In this massive shopping spree, Jiang Yi poured all the time currency he had earned from selling cursed roulette into the venture. Even the space watch he had drawn from the white roulette was insufficient. So he specifically drew a space watch from the green roulette. The green space watch offers a space roughly the size of a small apartment, around 10 square meters, which he found barely adequate. Subsequently, with excitement coursing through him, Jiang Yi once again activated the Void Shadow. This time, with an abundance of roulette tokens, he worried that 3 minutes might not suffice. so he even prepared an additional void shadow. After 6 minutes had elapsed, Jiang Yi emerged from the void shadow, feeling utterly invigorated. As he reveled in the splendor of his newly transformed data panel, a sudden announcement from the apocalyptic game echoed in his mind. Ding! The hour has arrived. Today's leaderboard data has been updated. This was the first announcement, one that all official players would hear. However, unlike ordinary players, Jiang Yi's mind resonated with another announcement. Ding! Congratulations on ranking first in the combat strength leaderboard. You have received a reward. A special roulette. Huh. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by this announcement. Achieving the top combat strength rank was somewhat anticipated, as he had recently used the roulette to elevate his data panel to an astonishing level. Including his level, he had directly surged to level 10. Naturally, his attributes had also reached the pinnacle of level 10. Therefore, it was entirely reasonable for his combat strength to be the highest in Jiangxing. However, to also hold the top level, Jiang Yi recalled that the ranking rules for levels stipulated that players of the same level were ranked according to the order in which they achieved their levels. Thus, on the current leaderboard, which was entirely composed of level 10 players, the ranking displayed the sequence in which players reached level 10. In that case, Jiang Yi's ascent to level 10 should not even have placed him on the level leaderboard. Finding this perplexing, he instinctively glanced at the chat channel for reactions. The chat channel had been lively since before midnight, with players eagerly anticipating the leaderboard updates, including this instance prior to the update. Many anonymous players had already expressed their excitement. It's almost midnight. I can't wait to see if I can make it onto the longevity leaderboard. The longevity and combat strength leaderboards don't seem worth the anticipation. It's always the same names. The only surprises come when a big shot suddenly falls off the list or a lucky player unexpectedly appears. I'm more excited about the level leaderboard this time. What is the anticipation for the level leaderboard? It's ranked by when players achieved level 10. There won't be significant changes. Have you forgotten? Huang Xin is changing classes today, even though he's also level 10. He should have a chance to top the level leaderboard, right? That's not certain. After all, he is just changing classes and hasn't reached level 11 yet, but it's still possible. That is why I said this time the level leaderboard is worth watching. Maybe Luo Changqing's top position will be at risk. If changing classes can allow someone to top the level leaderboard, the ensuing situation will be even more thrilling. So stay tuned. Many players were eagerly anticipating whether Huang Xin could claim the top spot and displace Luo Changqing in this leaderboard update. However, the moment they had all been waiting for was upon them. Everyone, brace yourselves. Don't blink. What the hell? What's going on? Huang Xin used a name change card? How could this be? He finally made a name for himself through the regional announcement. How could he suddenly change his name? Perhaps he just wanted to be a bit low-key and changed it to Jiang Yi. But why did he change his surname too? No, impossible. The Jiang Yi at the top of the level leaderboard cannot be Huang Xin. Look at the combat strength leaderboard. What the hell? Why is the top combat strength also Jiang Yi? What is going on? Even if Huang Xin changed his name, he shouldn't be able to reach the top of the combat strength leaderboard. Right. Could it be that Huang Xin is now stronger than Luo Changqing? That seems impossible. What if changing classes significantly boosts one's power, allowing Huang Xin to soar to the top of the combat strength leaderboard? If so, wouldn't the Yinchuan Club rise to prominence? No, this Jiang Yi is not Huang Xin. Look at the 27th spot on the combat strength leaderboard. The post-class change Huang Xin is ranked 27th. So, the Huang Xin in 27th place is the real Huang Xin. Then who is this Jiang Yi that has appeared out of nowhere? Was there ever such a figure on the previous combat strength and level leaderboards? No, I can assure you there wasn't. This is a new contender making their debut on the leaderboard. No, although it is indeed absurd that the esteemed player has suddenly claimed the top spot on the battle power leaderboard, it is still somewhat acceptable. However, how on earth has he managed to ascend to the pinnacle of the level leaderboard? Exactly, his level is clearly also 10. How could he possibly be ranked first? This defies logic. Is it possible that this Jiang Yi has also changed his class? However, it should logically be Huang Xin, who has switched classes earlier, that occupies the top position. This is maddening. It is all so bizarre. I still feel that this Jiang Yi is very likely Huang Xin. Otherwise, There is simply no way to make sense of it. Huang Xian, please step forward and clarify. Is this Jiang Yi truly the result of your name change? Huang Xian or Jiang Yi, are you truly able to somewhat accept this Jiang Yi's sudden rise to the top of both the level and battle power rankings? Why is it that I, despite my efforts, find it utterly unacceptable? If you cannot accept it, then let your father do so instead. I just remembered. The name Jiang Yi. I have seen it before. Not long ago in the trading zone, Jiang Yi was selling a cursed wheel. At that time, many people cursed him, threatening him with words like, "We will kill you, and you won't be able to survive in Jiang City." What the hell? If this is indeed the same Jiang Yi, then it is truly laughable. How could a powerhouse at the top of both rankings struggle to survive in Jiang City? Who on earth is so arrogant and bold? The entire chat channel is ablaze with discussions about Jiang Yi, who has suddenly claimed both the level and battle power leaderboard's top positions. Some players believe that this sudden emergence of Jiang Yi is likely Huang Xian, who has used a name change card. Otherwise, the rules of the level leaderboard simply do not make sense. How could someone who just reached level 10 suddenly leap ahead of those who leveled up before him? As for Huang Xian, who is ranked 27th on the battle power leaderboard, he must have been impersonated by that woman from the Yinshuang Club. Given Wei Lingshuang's nature, it is indeed possible she could pull such a stunt. However, another faction of players insists that it cannot be that complicated. This Jiang Yi is simply another player who has suddenly appeared at the top of both leaderboards, with no connection to Huang Xian whatsoever. As for why he could suddenly claim the top of the level leaderboard, perhaps he used some miraculous item. After all, this is a doomsday game. Any number of wondrous items could exist, perhaps a time-reversing artifact? In any case, this Jiang Yi might very well be the same person who was previously selling the cursed wheel in the trading zone. Players from all walks of life are speculating wildly. Meanwhile, at the second defensive line, Yu and Yu Shui are battling against the Beast Tide while being utterly stunned by the situation. Due to the crowded defensive line, they are not communicating directly, but are instead utilizing the friend system within the player functions for private chat. Yu immediately sends a message to Yu Shui. Jiang Yi, the one selling the cursed wheel, is he not? The rest of his thoughts remain unspoken, but the implication is clear. He harbors suspicion that this suddenly risen Jiang Yi might just be the same Jiang Yi they spied upon with the eye of insight. The one who has indeed become a formal player and sold the cursed wheel. However, how long has it been since then? To reach level 10, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Shui, being a succubus, has more information at her disposal. After a brief moment of contemplation, she confidently replies, "I can assure you that it is not that Jiang Yi. Even if that Jiang Yi could truly reach level 10 in such a short time, there is no way he could top the level leaderboard. After all, he reached level 10 later than everyone else." Yu furrows his brow deeply. Then how did this Jiang Yi suddenly rise to the top of the level leaderboard? Yu Shui responds with unwavering confidence. There's only one possibility. This Jiang Yi was not a player from Jiang City until yesterday. He must have arrived in Jiang City from another region yesterday. In that other region, he reached level 10 earlier than Luo Changqing. This is the only explanation for why he would suddenly appear at the top of the level leaderboard when Jiang City compiled its statistics. Yu Shui speaks with such conviction, as if she has grasped the truth. After all, she is a succubus and understands more than Yu. Yu ponders this and suddenly finds it quite reasonable. Yes, it must be so. It can only be so. Just as he is deep in thought, he notices a similar theory emerging on the forum. A post by Wei Lingshuang has instantly become popular. The title of the trending post is a direct response from the Yinshuang Club. Huang Xian did not use a name change card. Such a baseless claim is generally not very persuasive. Just because you say Huang Xian didn't use a name change card, it doesn't necessarily mean he didn't. However, Wei Lingshuang is quite clever. The content of her post not only serves as a rebuttal, but also proposes a more readily acceptable hypothesis. This Jiang Yi, who has suddenly risen to the top of both leaderboards, is likely a player from another region. Once this hypothesis is introduced, the chat channel erupts in an uproar. The notion of players from other regions being able to come to ours seems acceptable. If players from other regions can indeed come to our region, then jumping the queue to rank highly appears reasonable. Moreover, Those capable of traversing to other regions at this stage must be absolute powerhouses. It is only natural for them to claim the top spots. However, one must wonder how current players can travel to other regions. I moved from Haicheng to Jiangcheng for university, and my family is still in Haicheng. I'm not even a local of Jiangcheng. My family is in Chuancheng. I really miss my parents and want to go home. Even if I cannot cross regions, I hope they can merge the regional chat channels soon. I genuinely wish to know how my family is doing and whether they are still alive. Sobs, can we please stop this discussion? I can hardly hold back my tears. QEQ, the hypothesis proposed in Wei Lingshuang's post, is still quite acceptable to the majority of players. The situation concerning Jiang Yi indeed seems to fit the narrative of jumping the queue for rankings. Hence, the most likely explanation is that a player from another region has arrived in Jiang City. This topic of cross-regional travel inexplicably stirs a longing for home among many players. Gradually, players in the chat channel begin to call for Jiang Yi to share some strategies about crossing regions. At the very least, they hope that players from outside Jiang City will understand the difficulties of crossing regions, giving them something to look forward to. Following this, even the 4 major guilds and various top factions begin openly extending olive branches to Jiang Yi. On one hand, they hope to recruit this top-tier powerhouse from another region, but on the other hand, they also hope that this Jiang Yi will voluntarily share some information about crossing regions. However, Jiang Yi is not a player from another region at all. Even if he indeed knows how to cross regions, he would never be so magnanimous as to share that information. He is also quite puzzled as to why, having just reached level 10, he has suddenly claimed the top of the level leaderboard. Given the previous oppression of the avian and beast bloodlines, Jiang Yi has developed a hypothesis. He has heard that the essence of leveling up is an enhancement of one's life tier. Therefore, the essence of ranking on the level leaderboard should also be the same. In other words, since all his attributes have reached the maximum level of 10, his life tier must be higher than that of other players. Perhaps this explanation is the only one that makes sense. Regardless of the reason, the rewards are already in hand. Jiang Yi, without any burdens, quickly shifts his attention back to the 2 special wheels he has just obtained. Unlike the ordinary wheels categorized by white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold, the special wheels present a more mysterious black exterior. The options on these wheels are inscribed in a strange blood-red script. From the appearance alone, these wheels convey an ominous aura. In fact, the special wheels are indeed unlucky. Each special wheel features a fixed option, compulsory annihilation. Moreover, the probability of this option is fixed at 10. No items can be used to exclude this option, and its probability is unaffected by any blessing effects. This means that players using the special wheel must inevitably face a death probability of 10%. Additionally, there is a mandatory rule for special wheels. Whatever is drawn will instantly bind to the drawer. In other words, even if you draw an item, you need not worry about it being snatched away by others. However, similarly, one cannot allow others to draw from the special wheel while they themselves go off to kill and seize treasures. All players wishing to obtain options from the special wheel must rely solely on their own luck to gamble their lives. The so-called life gambling draw of the ordinary wheel merely wagers one's lifespan. In contrast, the life gambling draw of the special wheel is a genuine gamble on one's life. A 10% probability may not seem high, but according to strict probability theory, one would statistically encounter annihilation once in every 10 draws. Even the most formidable individuals from past lives seldom dared to draw from the special roulette more than 10 times. In fact, it is said that even 5 attempts would push the limits of audacity. For those who are exalted and command the world, their fear of death surpasses that of any loser. The unique options presented by the special roulette, which compel even the most life-conscious warriors to take risks, are undoubtedly alluring. For instance, players might obtain the dual-class profession through a fortunate draw, or perhaps a player might acquire new functionalities. Moreover, certain extraordinary options could represent exceptionally advanced rule-based items. For example, Jiang Yi recollects a notable event from his previous life, during which, over a year into the apocalyptic game, a world-class powerhouse named Liu Li suddenly posted on a forum. According to Liu Li, he had drawn a special item known as the pass to the city of all races from the special roulette. With this pass, he ventured into the city of all races. After witnessing the wonders of the city, he unabashedly declared himself to be among the elite, a top-tier world-class powerhouse within the human race. Yet, upon arriving at the city of all races, he quickly realized that he was nothing more than an ignorant provincial. Within the multitude of races, humanity appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. It was from that moment onward that the various bases, which had gradually developed, swiftly united to form the Human Alliance. Under the banner of the Human Alliance, the human race began to curtail unnecessary infighting and shifted its focus towards enhancing their racial strength and defending against external threats. Following that, there were likely other powerful players who visited the city of all races, yet Jiang Yi was not among them. In this lifetime. However, Jiang Yi harbors hopes of experiencing the city of all races himself. Yet the pass still requires a level greater than 10, meaning he must await his class advancement. Furthermore, neither of the two special roulettes in his possession offered the option of a city of all races pass. Aside from the obliteration option, the special roulette left him with merely 9 choices. However, not all of these options were special. Typically, only 1 to 3 would be extraordinary, while the remaining 6 to 8 would still be commonplace options, such as ferocious beasts or longevity elixirs. Among the 2 special roulettes Jiang Yi possessed, there were only 4 special options: the wish card, the ferocious beast nest, the servant card, and the identity card. The mere sight of these 4 options left Jiang Yi both astonished and exhilarated. Of course, the option that truly sent his adrenaline soaring was not the wish card, but rather the ferocious beast nest. Jiang Yi had seen this term mentioned in the forums during his previous life. There was once a sensational robbery at an auction held at the Tianjin base, where a renowned powerhouse vanished without a trace after seizing a valuable item right before everyone's eyes. Typically, auction houses are guarded by powerful individuals and have spatial restrictions in place, preventing players from using teleportation stones or similar items. Yet, in this particular robbery, the perpetrator managed to escape using the ferocious beast nest. The ferocious beast nest is a space exclusive to its binder. Certain special beast races are born with such nests, while others can only acquire a personal nest by drawing this extraordinary option. Naturally, for beast races, it is called a nest, but in human terms, it could be more aptly described as a home. When players choose to return home from any location, they do not utilize spatial abilities, but rather a rule-based ability akin to player functions. Hence, the spatial restrictions at the auction house did not affect the powerhouse. However, using the nest space is akin to the void shadow. Players emerge from the nest at the same location they entered, with no change in position. Thus, the aforementioned powerhouse, after robbing the valuable item, simply hid in the nest space and never re-emerged. At least, during Jiang Yi's last moments in his previous life, he never heard of that individual being apprehended after exiting the nest. Clearly, that fellow was a master of survival. As for what valuable item prompted such a daring act from a survival-oriented player, Jiang Yi could only speculate. No news had surfaced in the past. However, one could easily surmise it must have been an extraordinarily powerful item. The option of ferocious beast nest, perfectly suited for survivalist players, was undoubtedly ideal for Jiang Yi. With this, he could engage in reckless lottery draws without needing to spend an additional decade to draw the void shadow. Furthermore, at any point in the future, if he desired to lay low, he could retreat into the ferocious beast nest and hide away, while other players might regress by hiding in the ferocious beast nest. Jiang Yi would not. Even while lying down, he could rapidly grow stronger, thus setting aside the fact that the wish card was useless to him. Even if it were a highly effective special option, he would most likely still choose the ferocious beast nest. This option was simply tailor-made for him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi pressed his palm upon the special roulette. Accompanied by a prompt, he silently declared, "I choose 6, ferocious beast nest." In that moment, the special draw did not emit the usual sound from the roulette. Instead, a notification from the apocalyptic game resonated in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the ferocious beast nest. Would you like to bind it?" Bind? Wait, he could choose whether or not to bind it. Since Jiang Yi had opted to draw it, binding was a foregone conclusion. Without a moment's hesitation, he responded, "Yes." "Binding your human nest. Please wait." Ding. Binding successful. This binding process allowed Jiang Yi to clearly perceive that the ferocious beast nest was not merely a different dimension, but also a fully realized player function. Indeed, as he delved into his mind, he discovered an additional option in his player functions: human nest. Simultaneously, he felt an innate sense of connection. With a mere thought, he found himself transported to another space. This nest space appeared to be nothing more than a pitch-black cave. The entire cave measured only about 5 square meters. It was empty, devoid of anything. Most of the arched surfaces were gray rock walls of an unknown material. One area resembling a cave entrance was shrouded in darkness, as if some form of restriction obscured the view of the outside. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before reaching out to explore the dark. Restricted entrance. His hand seemed to touch something akin to a barrier. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Current nest level insufficient. Nest level. Did this imply that if he upgraded the nest level, he could break through the entrance barrier and exit this nest? But what would await him outside? Would it merely expand his territory, or would he venture into a unique space? Jiang Yi was quite curious. Yet he was still uncertain how to upgrade the nest space. Perhaps it required lottery draws? Or maybe certain beast races inherently possess methods to upgrade their nests. Jiang Yi did not dwell too much on it, and continued to explore the small cave space. Overall, he found this nest quite satisfactory. Though small, it was entirely his private sanctuary. Without the pressure of class advancement, he could easily remain hidden in this nest until the end of time. Regrettably, not only was his advancement stymied by the level requirement, but he also lacked sufficient time currency to acquire more roulettes. Jiang Yi's attention shifted to the other special roulette, which contained 2 options: the servant card and the identity card. The effect of the servant card is to obtain an absolutely loyal servant. For instance, Yu Shui was likely acquired by Yu through the servant card. Otherwise, a regular roulette would not yield succubus. If Jiang Yi were to use the servant card, he could instantly gain an unwaveringly loyal ally. However, the servants acquired through the servant card are rather random. Do not be deceived by Yu Shui's breathtaking beauty. When it comes to Jiang Yi, he might just draw a pig, for all he knows. On the other hand, the identity card represents another option that ignites his fervor. The probability of this option appearing on that special roulette is lamentably low, roughly less than 5 in 1,000. Few players dare to try their luck on the special roulette, and the chances of drawing an identity card are even slimmer. Yet for Jiang Yi, any probability that exists on the roulette is fair game for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the servant card and specifically chose to draw the identity card. Accompanied by a surge of emotions, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the identity card. Would you like to use it? Yes. Naturally. Yes. Generating your new identity. Ding. Zhang San. Upon hearing that name, Jiang Yi felt a wave of dismay wash over him. What in the world? Surely he hadn't drawn. He hastily switched to this so-called Zhang San identity. In the blink of an eye, his form transformed. His height shrank slightly, and his skin darkened a tad. Without a mirror, he could surmise that his appearance had entirely morphed into a different visage. And thus, he became Zhang San, his second identity. However, this is absurd. This new identity is a person, to be precise, a member of the human race. In fact, just as the beast lair he had just drawn did not specifically denote a human lair. Some intelligent high-level beast races also possess various functions akin to those of human players in this apocalyptic game and can partake in roulette draws. This includes the ability to draw from the special roulette. Ultimately, in this apocalypse game, humans are merely one of the many races. Thus, beast race players can also utilize identity cards. Therefore, the second identity randomly generated by the identity card is not restricted by race. It is unrestricted, randomly generated. Humans are merely one of the myriad possibilities, but for heaven's sake, out of so many racial possibilities, Jiang Yi just had to randomly draw a human identity. What kind of ridiculous luck is this? He had initially intended to experience a brand new beast race identity. He even contemplated testing whether the attribute limits of beast race identities were higher than those of humans, that he had been thinking of infiltrating the corresponding beast race stronghold using a beast race identity. But the outcome? Why on earth did he have to randomly draw a human identity? Could it be that some deity of fate was secretly watching over him, observing that he had been too pleased moments ago, scheming to play a trick on him? It's utterly preposterous. Jiang Yi took a considerable amount of time to recover from the incredulity of still being a human in this random new identity. He gritted his teeth and consoled himself that a human is still a human. Although he and T acquired a beast race identity, a new human identity is still quite useful. This second identity is akin to a secondary account in the game. Everything it possesses is independent of the first identity. For instance, Jiang Yi can use it to obtain an entirely new exclusive fate wheel. He can subsequently use it to level up and compete on the leaderboard. This means it is entirely possible for the name Jiang Yi to dominate the first place on the leaderboard while Zhang San occupies the second. Of course, a new identity also implies that once this Zhang San reaches level 10, he can undertake a class change. To some extent, this equates to Jiang Yi possessing dual professions. Naturally, this kind of dual profession differs from the scenario of having two professions under one identity. In this case, Jiang Yi cannot utilize two professions simultaneously. He must switch identities to change professions. For an ordinary player, hastily selecting a subpar profession early on and using an identity card to re-level for a second class change opportunity isn't bad at all. However, for Jiang Yi, the cost of leveling a secondary account is significantly lower than for others. As long as he obtains enough roulette spins, leveling is merely a matter of a few clicks. Thus, even though he is disappointed not to have acquired a beast race identity, a brand new identity is still a worthwhile gain for Jiang Yi. Moreover, Jiang Yi calculated that a month has passed since the onset of this apocalypse game. The leaderboard rewards distributed at midnight have consistently featured a special roulette for the top player in each category. To be why this reckoning, nearly 100 special roulettes should have been distributed in Jiang City. Some of these may have already been used, but it is possible that there are still some in reserve. Especially concerning Luo Chongqing, he wonders if there are any special roulettes he has yet to dare draw. Drawing a special roulette does not require sacrificing lifespan, but only entails enduring a 10 death rate. Simultaneously, the special options on the roulette range from 1 to 3. Jiang Yi speculates that those ambitious strong players, even if they wish to draw from the special roulette, would likely only choose the ones with 3 special options. Those with only 1 special option could be considered of inferior quality among special roulettes. With this thought, Jiang Yi's gaze shifted, and he switched back from the Zhang San identity to Jiang Yi. Following this, his consciousness once again delved into the player functions. Why this time, it was past midnight. Some players began to retire for the night, yet there were still a number of night owls, accustomed to staying up late. The chat channel buzzed with lively discussions about class changes, the endless seas, and topics surrounding Jiang. The most popular post on the forum continued to be the 4 major guilds' invitation to level 10 players to jointly explore the endless seas, along with various factions specifically extending invitations to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi directly clicked into the post from the Moonlit Guild inviting him. Unsurprisingly, to show respect, the poster was none other than Luo Chongqing, who had once held the top position on the power leaderboard. The post read, "The Moonlit Guild cordially invites Jiang Yi to explore the endless seas together." The content of the post inferred that Jiang Yi, having reached level 10, had yet to change classes and was unwilling to use a low-level roulette for a class change. Therefore, the Moonlit Guild earnestly invited Jiang Yi to join them in exploring the endless ocean. Moreover, Luo Chongqing explicitly stated in the post that the Moonlit Guild was originally governed by 4 leaders collectively. Should Jiang Yi choose to join, he would become the 5th leader of the Moonlit Guild. Additionally, Luo Chongqing briefly revealed the related benefits for the 5th leader. Overall, the offer appeared exceedingly tempting. Subsequently, Jiang Yi found it amusing that beneath this post, there were not only a few replies from users nicknamed Jiang Yi. Jiang, not bad. The former top player in this region seems quite discerning. I will seriously consider joining your guild. Jiang Yi, who are these imposters making a mockery of me? I am the true Jiang Yi. You had better not cross my path. Jiang Yi, such audacity among the players of Jiang City. In such a short time, so many imposters have emerged. I, Jiang Yi, declare here and now that I will eliminate all the fakes within a day. I will slay everyone I encounter. I advise those imposters to change their names back at once. Otherwise, they won't even know how they died. Jiang How amusing. I have truly never seen imposters with more audacity than the real deal. The players of Jiang City have opened my eyes. Jiang Yi. Very well. The real Jiang Yi is waiting. Let us see who dares to kill me. Various imitations of the real Jiang Yi fill the comments, causing the true Jiang Yi to chuckle. It must be said, this group of players knows how to play the game. Each one, despite being imposters, spoke with an arrogance as if they were truly the number one on both leaderboards. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment and decided to reply to the post. Jiang, if President Luo truly has sincere intentions, I wonder if he would be willing to part with a few special roulettes for me. This statement was merely a probe to ascertain whether Luo Changqing still had any special roulettes at his disposal, that of course. This authentic Jiang, mingling among so many imposters, appeared quite similar to an indistinguishable fake. Meanwhile, at the Jiangdike's Wangjiang Pavilion, the four leaders jointly overseeing the Moonlit Guild were gathered together. Luo Changqing and Qingyang both hailed from Jiang City University. The two had previously been classmates and currently maintained a good relationship. One ranks second on the power leaderboard, while the other holds the 11th position. The remaining two guild leaders are Tang Ku and Ji Yutong. Previously, Tang Ku was 7th on the leaderboard, but after Jiang Yi ascended to first place. He dropped to 8th. Due to his close friendship with Chang Jiaoyi, his influence among the four guild leaders is second only to Luo Changqing. Ji Yutong, on the other hand, is positioned 17th on the power leaderboard. However, raw power does not always equate to individual strength. Ji Yutong possesses a peculiar psychic attack, which can enable him to triumph over human players even when at a disadvantage. Each of these four guild leaders is formidable in their own right. Before the Apocalypse game, they were all university students. At this moment, what troubles these top-tier powerhouses is the barrage of replies beneath Luo Changqing's post. Numerous individuals claiming to be Jiang Yi have emerged, each appearing somewhat credible. In truth, Luo Changqing is merely annoyed by the disruption caused by players. Meanwhile, Tang Ku is even more troubled by the name Jiang Yi. Although he is certain that the Jiang Yi who has moved up the leaderboard from another region cannot be the Jiang Yi he knows. The shared name still stirs an unsettling feeling within him. As he struggles to suppress this disquiet, Luo Changqing suddenly inquires, Tang Ku, what are you thinking? Tang Ku snaps back to reality, choosing not to mention that he has a classmate also named Jiang Yi. He contemplates for a moment and solemnly analyzes. The initial two replies appear to be fabricated. I believe a true powerhouse would not hastily post a message declaring they will consider it carefully. That reply feels more like someone attempting to show off with a name change card. Moreover, a genuinely dignified powerhouse would not resort to furious outbursts upon witnessing someone impersonate them. Such behavior seems rather lowly, making that reply the least authentic. The individual threatening to eliminate everyone named Jiang Yi in Jiang City seems somewhat plausible. After all, we cannot ascertain what temperament that big shot possesses. To dare act across regions at such an early stage suggests a rather audacious character. The one proclaiming "let's see who can kill me" also sounds quite brash. However, the title of this Jiang Yi feels rather contrived. The individual who specifically mentioned the special roulette may be attempting to use that term to appear more legitimate. Yet, it is also possible that the genuine Jiang Yi is indeed quite interested in the special roulette. Just as Tang Ku is deeply immersed in his analysis, the words Jiang Yi, the big shot, escape his lips, causing him to momentarily freeze. Although he knows they are not the same person, uttering those words feels oddly disconcerting. Suppressing this feeling of strangeness, he continues. He might indeed have a keen interest in the special roulette. Luo Changqing nods and then turns to Qingyang and Ji Yutong. Qingyang replies, my thoughts align closely with old Tang's. However, Ji Yutong, your abilities are quite unique. After a brief silence, he adds, old Tang's analysis is indeed quite reasonable. Yet I feel the one who inquired about the special roulette might be genuine. Luo Changqing's eyes shimmer with intrigue. What makes you say that? Ji Yutong, known for his somewhat effeminate appearance and reserved demeanor, exudes an air of enigmatic mystery. His response at this moment carries a hint of theatricality as he simply states, intuition. Qingyang, sitting beside him, rolls his eyes internally, thinking, are you a woman? Intuition. Luo Changqing refrains from pressing Ji Yutong further. Uncertain of his thoughts, he decides to post a reply he addresses none other than the Jiang Yi who inquired about the special roulette. Luo Changqing responds, "The special roulette does indeed exist. However, it consists of 5 options, with only one being special, representing the lowest tier. I wonder if the esteemed big shot is still interested. The special roulette is unique and cannot be traded in the marketplace. If the big shot is interested, you may come to the riverside at Xiaobin Harbor Park before midnight. Regardless of whether the big shot wishes to join the Zhumun Guild, I am willing to present you with a special roulette in exchange for a touch of goodwill." Following this response, Luo Changqing also replies to several other Jiang Yi individuals. However, his messages merely extend invitations for them to meet at the riverside before midnight, appearing somewhat perfunctory in their order and tone. Due to this dismissive attitude, one impostor even boldly declared his intent to sever ties with the Zhumun Guild, refusing to meet at the location Luo Changqing suggested. Yet, Luo Changqing dismissed such threats entirely. Jiang Yi, nestled within the confines of his lair, was not surprised that Luo Changqing recognized him. After all, anyone who could ascend to the pinnacle of the power leaderboard and command the most formidable guild in Jiang City would certainly not be an inconsequential character. Jiang Yi pondered for a moment but chose not to respond. Instead, he opted to rest within the lair. Lacking a bed, he simply used a set of clothes as a makeshift pillow and managed to sleep quite soundly. After all, compared to the trepidation of the apocalyptic environment, his lair offered a far greater sense of safety. Upon awakening the next day, it was already past 8 in the morning. Jiang Yi lazily stretched and perused the chat channels and forums before materializing from his lair as Jiang. He reappeared in the same secluded mountain hollow where he had initially entered the lair. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi began to move in a certain direction. However, after only a short distance, he spotted a group in the distance. He slowed his pace, and, after a brief moment, someone from the group finally noticed him. "There's someone over there." As the nearly 10-person team approached Jiang Yi, their leader, Liao Yuanfeng, finally recognized him and exclaimed with a peculiar expression. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement, replying, "Captain Liao." While responding, his gaze swept over the other members of the team. Li Xiao was among them. When their eyes met, Li Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. However, after glancing at Liao Yuanfeng, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining an expression of feigned innocence. Clearly, he did not believe that Jiang Yi would dare to act against him in front of Liao Yuanfeng. Liao Yuanfeng, on the other hand, was entirely oblivious to these subtleties. He scrutinized Jiang Yi from head to toe before commenting with a strange tone, "You little rascal are still alive. Truly lucky. However, Jiang Yi, I advise you to consider changing your name if the opportunity arises." "Huh? Change my name?" Jiang Yi's expression turned somewhat complex. Liao Yuanfeng continued, seemingly oblivious to the underlying implications. "Your name happens to coincide with that of a top-tier big shot. Moreover, due to certain reasons, that big shot has already declared an intent to eliminate everyone named Jiang Yi in Jiang City." Jiang Yi nearly succumbed to the urge to poetically proclaim, "This Jiang Yi is just waiting for that challenge. Let us see who can kill me." However, he ultimately restrained himself, better to remain composed and avoid trivial banter. While he maintained his composure, the uninitiated team members trailing behind Liao Yuanfeng were filled with curiosity. Someone whispered, "No way. Does having the name Jiang Yi really provoke that big shot? How can he be so audacious? The strongest in Jiang City, Luo Changqing, doesn't seem to be this brazen, does he? Besides, wasn't it said that the leaders of the Qingchuan Guild and the Huanghe Guild discourage formal players for one slaughter, even establishing some sort of law enforcement hall for that purpose? How can this top-tier big shot named Jiang Yi openly defy the advocacy of the 2 major guilds? What kind of background does he have? He seems incredibly formidable." Initially, Liao Yuanfeng had not intended to divulge too much about the affairs between formal players to the non-players. However, since they had a Jiang Yi among them, he felt compelled to elaborate. That Jiang Yi is not a player from Jiang City. He hails from another region, having crossed over to Jiang City. Furthermore, upon his arrival, he immediately ascended to the top of both the level and power leaderboards. His strength unfathomable. The 2 major guilds are too preoccupied to even consider him. How could they possibly dispatch the enforcement hall to deal with him? Moreover, What Liao Yuanfeng did not mention is that the enforcement hall is merely a concept the two guilds have yet to develop into a tangible reality. After all, in this current world, one might accuse him of indiscriminate slaughter, while he would claim it to be self-defense, or perhaps even the pursuit of justice. In any case, if someone were to intervene, they would be overwhelmed. Additionally, most capable players are strongly opposed to the establishment of any enforcement hall. Thus, at present, only the particularly heinous murderers, those who kill indiscriminately, have received any attention from the two guilds. These informal players are completely oblivious to the current situation. They haven't considered much. Upon hearing the term cross-regional, they're already profoundly astonished. Cross-regional. This Jiang Yi is actually a powerhouse from another region. To achieve such a feat, his strength must undoubtedly be formidable. Of course, it is common knowledge that his battle power ranks are at the top. First place is first place, but the gap between him and the second place is nearly impossible to predict. Many gazes fell upon Jiang Yi previously. When Liao Yuanfeng suggested that Jiang Yi change his name, they felt little reaction. Now, looking at this same-named individual, they found it rather bizarre, much like discovering a colleague named Ma Huadeng. Yes, Jiang Yi, perhaps you should consider changing your name. Although names are bestowed by one's parents, surely they would understand your need to change it for the sake of survival. Change it, change it. Such an impressive name is beyond our worth. Li Xiao was also among this group of informal players. Initially, upon hearing Liao Yuanfeng mention a formidable player named Jiang Yi among the formal players, he felt a twinge of worry, knowing all too well that Jiang Yi was not to be underestimated. He had drawn his upgrade token, and it was likely he had already become a formal player. Thus, the Jiang Yi that Liao Yuanfeng referred to could very well be the one standing before him. However, after hearing Liao Yuanfeng adamantly assert that the esteemed Jiang Yi was a cross-regional powerhouse, Li Xiao could only barely exhale in relief. Yet, deep down, a sliver of doubt remained at that moment. Liao Yuanfeng waved his hand, silencing the chattering voices within the group. Seemingly struck by a thought, he suddenly addressed Jiang Yi. By the way, Jiang Yi, display your data panel for me to see. This action mirrored a previous request made by Sun Hao to Luo Shan, a rather impolite demand. However, the strong possessed the privilege to be impolite to the weak. Liao Yuanfeng's mind briefly entertained an absurd notion. If this Jiang Yi was indeed the one who held the top ranks, then his request to see the data panel would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, Liao Yuanfeng remained unperturbed, as he deemed that possibility exceedingly slim. This Jiang Yi could only be a mere namesake of the true powerhouse. As Liao Yuanfeng pondered, Li Xiao secretly anticipated the opportunity to glimpse Jiang Yi's data panel alongside Liao Yuanfeng. Yet in that moment, no one reacted in time, almost as if a fleeting shadow had dashed by. An imposing figure materialized before Li Xiao. His pupils widened in an instant. In the depths of his darkened eyes, Jiang Yi's smiling visage reflected back at him. In that moment, the dread of death descended upon him, as if fear surged violently from some part of his being, nearly tearing him asunder. Yet beneath such overwhelming terror, Li Xiao could not even muster a scream. Gripped by a hand around his throat, the light in his eyes rapidly faded. His entire being perished silently. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The time was so brief that Liao Yuanfeng and his team were unable to react. As Li Xiao's life force abruptly waned, his middle-aged form strangely aged and decayed at an alarming rate. To an observer, one might mistake the body for that of a centenarian. But that was not the end. From a swiftly decaying corpse, an eerie black talisman suddenly shot forth. The talisman, shrouded in dark energy, spun in the air before hurtling straight towards Jiang Yi. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Yi yanked Liao Yuanfeng beside him. Using him as a shield, Liao Yuanfeng's expression was one of shock and terror, nearly erupting into a stream of curses. The ominous talisman exuded an unmistakably sinister aura. Liao Yuanfeng genuinely believed he was about to meet his end at Jiang Yi's hands. However, as the talisman merged with his body, Liao Yuanfeng stiffened momentarily, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was as if he had received some momentous news, leading him to throw back his head and laugh uproariously. Ha! Yet soon enough, Liao Yuanfeng regained his composure amidst the bewildered gazes of his companions. He struggled to suppress his overwhelming euphoria, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something delightful. This absurd statement could only be believed by a ghost. Anyone could see that Liao Yuanfeng had likely derived some benefit from that eerie black talisman. However, his team members, lacking Liao Yuanfeng's strength, dared not voice their thoughts. More powerful than Liao Yuanfeng, Jiang Yi's gaze shifted back to him, filled with astonishment, vigilance, and wariness. Unconsciously, he took half a step back, managing to force out a stiff voice. Jiang Yi, you surely cannot be the Jiang Yi who holds the top rank, can you? Upon hearing this, the members behind Liao Yuanfeng gasped in shock, their eyes regarding Jiang Yi as if they had encountered a ghost. They instinctively took a few steps back, with one member almost stumbling over the decayed corpse of Li Xiao. Yet soon, they rationalized that it couldn't be possible. Wasn't it said that the top-ranked Jiang Yi had come from the cross-regional Jiangsheng? How could this Jiang Yi be the same? It was utterly implausible. Captain Liao must have made an error in judgment. Jiang Yi, however, did not respond immediately, but contemplated the eerie black talisman instead. Its sinister appearance and aura suggested it was intended to harm. Yet Liao Yuanfeng's reaction indicated he had gained something from it. Thus, Jiang Yi mused that eliminating Liao Yuanfeng might allow him to seize that talisman. However, fundamentally, he was not a heartless murderer. Liao Yuanfeng bore him no grudge, having even stood by him in support against Wu Su earlier. Furthermore, the talisman undeniably carried an ominous air, from Jiang Yi's understanding. True treasures in this apocalyptic game are invariably bound to the life or death of the player. For instance, special options in the unique wheel once drawn bind exclusively to one player and do not transfer upon death. Conversely, that eerie talisman was evidently different. It had transferred to Liao Yuanfeng upon Li Xiao's death, and it had even intended to transfer to Jiang Yi in the first place. Such a treacherous item, combined with the rapid aging and decay of Li Xiao's corpse, left Jiang Yi with a decidedly unfavorable impression of it. Moreover, in his previous life, Li Xiao had not risen to prominence. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi determined that there was no necessity to kill Liao Yuanfeng merely to seize the talisman. Instead, he could leverage Liao Yuanfeng to observe further. Having reached this conclusion, he turned to the visibly anxious Liao Yuanfeng and smiled reassuringly. Captain Liao, do not fret. The Jiang Yi who ranks first in the levels has already been confirmed as a cross-regional player, has he not? I joined the Latian Club just a few days ago. How could I possibly be a cross-regional powerhouse? Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng and the others inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. As for suspecting Jiang Yi of lying. In truth, if Jiang Yi had claimed to be the top-ranked powerhouse, they would have been the ones to doubt him. Now, this response is indeed more in line with their understanding and quite reasonable. However, Liao Yuanfeng cast another glance at the already gruesome corpse of Li Xiao. Reflecting on Jiang Yi's unhesitating act of having him block the black talisman, he furrowed his brow deeply and continued to scrutinize Jiang Yi with caution. Even if you are not the top-ranked Jiang Yi, your strength seems rather questionable, does it not? You refer to my strength? Jiang Yi replied with a smile, appearing remarkably relaxed. Since I arrived in this world of ferocious beasts, I have had my share of adventures, and I am now a formal player. A formal player. Upon hearing this, the non-formal players cast envious and resentful glances at him. Particularly among them was Zhang Peng. Previously, during his time with the Luoshan team, he had been ruthlessly defeated by Jiang Yi. Witnessing Jiang Yi slay Li Xiao, he was nearly paralyzed with fear, horrified that he might be the next to perish. Initially, hearing Jiang Yi claim he was not the top-tier powerhouse brought Zhang Peng a slight sense of relief. He thought that Jiang Yi's arrogance would surely provoke Captain Liao to take action against him. Yet now Jiang Yi proclaimed that he had become a formal player. Damn it, how could this fellow be so fortunate? With him becoming a formal player, Li Xiao's death was in vain, was it not? Although the club had regulations prohibiting members from harming one another, the current situation was that Li Xiao was already dead. He had no backing to support him. As long as Jiang Yi's strength was decent, he could easily pin the blame on Li Xiao and effortlessly evade the club's punishment. Zhang Peng felt a chill in his heart and was filled with regret. Cursing himself for ever offending Luo Shan and Jiang Yi. Now he could only lower his head and strive to diminish his presence. Liao Yuanfeng was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Yi's response, but not overly surprised. He blurted out a question, "What is your combat power now?" However, upon asking, Jiang Yi did not respond, merely raising an eyebrow, casually. Liao Yuanfeng awkwardly touched his nose, realizing he no longer had the standing to be impolite to Jiang Yi. Therefore, he brushed aside the topics of data panels and combat power. With a furrowed brow, Liao Yuanfeng remarked, "While other matters may be disregarded, you must still provide an explanation for killing Li Xiao." Jiang Yi did not conceal anything, stating that after gaining his fortune, Li Xiao had set his sights on him. Subsequently, Li Xiao had attempted to ensnare him with a cursed roulette. When that failed, he escaped. Now, encountering him again, he merely sought revenge. Liao Yuanfeng was taken aback. The one who was selling the cursed roulette was indeed you. Jiang Yi shrugged slightly in acknowledgement. Liao Yuanfeng's expression shifted multiple times, and he seemed to ponder something deeply. Finally, he sighed and spoke solemnly. "Very well. Regardless of whether your account is true or not, let us consider this a case of Li Xiao being at fault. The club will not punish you. However, the prerequisite is that once you return from this world of ferocious beasts, you must come with me back to the club and become a formal member." At this point, he elaborated. In fact, the establishment of various formal factions is not merely about gathering a group of people together. Rather, in this apocalyptic game, there exist specific faction tokens, for instance, the club token and the guild token. The Latte Club was established with a club token. Guild factions utilize guild tokens, which are of a higher grade than club tokens, and they often possess richer functionalities. However, do not disdain the Latte Club. The entry requirement for top-tier guilds are exceedingly high. Average players need not even dream of it. Moreover, to join any faction, the primary condition is to be a formal player. Thus, all formal members of the Latte Club are formal players. Your previous captain, Gao Chong, regardless of his strength, also needed to become a formal player to be a formal member of the club. You are now, in a sense, the most accomplished among your reckless team. Being the first to become a formal player, if you encounter Luo Shan and Gao Chong again in the future, is likely to leave them utterly stunned. Liao Yuanfeng spoke this with a hint of amusement. He continued, "Once we return to the Latte Club, there will be dedicated personnel to allow you to use the club token .at that time. A club-related function will be added to your player functionalities." Indeed, Jiang Yi was already aware of all that Liao Yuanfeng mentioned. Meanwhile, the gazes of the non-formal players grew increasingly envious as they listened. However, in the midst of their envious and resentful stares, Jiang Yi unexpectedly uttered, "What if I do not wish to join the Latte Club?" Upon this declaration, the envious gazes instantly transformed into ones that seemed to desire to strangle him on the spot. Liao Yuanfeng's expression mirrored his shock. Have you not seen strategy posts on the forums, or have you not suffered enough from the apocalypse's trials? Not joining the Latte Club. What do you intend to do? Ascend to the heavens. In this current world, the rate of personal growth is likely inferior to that of joining a faction. Furthermore, different factions have varying attitudes towards different types of formal members. For example, the siblings Yu and Yu Shui directly joined the Latte Club as formal players, though they became members right away. In contrast, the club places greater emphasis on those who have grown within the club. Transitioning from reckless teams to formal players, such players are essentially nurtured within the club. When such individuals join, they possess familiarity. Secondly, they have a stronger sense of belonging to the club. Just as in ancient societies, household slaves naturally had a higher status than newly purchased ones. Jiang Yi's situation could barely be considered as having grown within the Latte Club. The treatment and attention he could receive at the Latte Club would undoubtedly surpass that of joining other factions. Concerned that Jiang Yi might not comprehend, Liao Yuanfeng was about to elucidate these stakes to him. However, Jiang Yi maintained his relaxed demeanor, raising an eyebrow and jokingly stating, "Not to that extent, but I do indeed have some mischievous ideas." Mischievous ideas. Liao Yuanfeng's lips twitched slightly. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized the significance of the name Jiang Yi. "You cannot mean?" Liao Yuanfeng's eyes widened in realization, not finishing his sentence. He quickly amended, "Among those impersonating Jiang Yi on the forums, Could it be that you have a hand in it? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, but offered no response. Liao Yuanfeng's eyelids twitched slightly. His mood rather complicated. It must be said that in this world, people are indeed different. Some pursue comfort, believing that survival is paramount. Others chase after thrills, rushing towards danger wherever it may be. Liao Yuanfeng truly did not expect that Jiang Yi, who appeared to embody peace and stability, had such an adventurous and mischievous nature at heart. In retrospect, it was not surprising that he experienced extraordinary fortunes, as, according to Liao Yuanfeng's experience, those who relish danger and excitement indeed tend to soar faster. Yet they also perish more swiftly. If Jiang Yi truly possessed such a disposition, Liao Yuanfeng regarded him with a furrowed brow. Just as he was about to say something further, Jiang Yi audaciously declared, "Liao, it seems you gained some benefit from that strange black talisman." Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing particular," Jiang Yi replied lightly, as if jesting with a friend. "Liao, do you still have any time coins? Could you lend me some?" "Lend?" Liao Yuanfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. "Yes, lend," Jiang Yi earnestly explained. "I have a blessing effect that enhances luck which is about to expire. Therefore, I wish to take advantage of it and spend a few more roulettes to see if I can score a windfall. Enhancing the effect of luck." Liao Yuanfeng was taken aback. However, upon further contemplation, he increasingly understood why Jiang Yi had risen to prominence so swiftly. The Wheel of Fate indeed presents various time-limited effects. There are curses as well as blessings. That a blessing that enhances luck at certain pivotal moments can be even more precious than the elixir of immortality. In fact, an ordinary person might go their entire life without ever drawing such an effect. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes darted around as he inquired, "What color do you wish to draw? I happen to have a few wheels on hand that you can borrow in an emergency." Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he directly asked, "Is there a purple one?" Liao Yuanfeng's eyelids twitched violently. Yet soon enough, he and his teammates collectively gasped, their expressions resembling that of ghosts as they looked at Jiang Yi. The purple wheel, however, requires the sacrifice of a millennium of lifespan. One draw costs 1,000 years. How long would an ordinary player need to accumulate such time? Very few possess the audacity to do so. Yet now, this fellow, who was merely a lowly creature yesterday, dared to ask him if he had a purple wheel today. Liao Yuanfeng was uncertain whether Jiang Yi was merely bluffing or if he truly had the capital and courage to draw a purple wheel. After calming himself, he gritted his teeth to explain, "Do you think the purple wheel is some kind of street vendor's trinket? At this stage, the top-tier players are only at level 10. Even a team of 10 level 10 players would find it challenging to obtain a purple wheel. Do you really believe that someone like me, not even a core member of the club, could possess a purple wheel?" Liao Yuanfeng's response did not surprise Jiang Yi. In fact, he had not seen any purple wheels for sale in the trading area. Not even the most inferior quality was available to IT. Was evident that, at this point in time, purple wheels were indeed a scarce resource. IT seemed unlikely that he could acquire a purple wheel through purchasing. What about the blue wheel? Does Captain Liao have any? Preferably one with the option for the elixir of immortality. Liao Yuanfeng bit his lip, then opened his palm to reveal a blue wheel the size of a hand. There was indeed an option for the elixir of immortality, but it was of low quality, and if you find it unsatisfactory, I do not mind at all. Jiang Yi swiftly snatched the blue wheel. Then, before the eyes of the onlookers, he hastily pressed down on the wheel and shouted. Draw. This bold action left Liao Yuanfeng utterly stunned. Along with his astonishment came a surge of indignation. What the hell? Drawing from a blue wheel so recklessly? Who in their right mind would not prepare thoroughly before spinning a wheel? If he were to draw a powerful beast, it could easily obliterate him with a single strike. Not to mention that it could endanger those nearby. Liao Yuanfeng cursed silently, mentally cursing Jiang Yi's ancestors through 18 generations. He felt that this kid's composed demeanor was nothing but a facade. This was recklessness at its highest. He resembled a brash young lad, far too impetuous. However, as he fumed inwardly, contemplating a hasty retreat should anything go awry, he suddenly heard the blue wheel emit a notification sound, which distinctly announced, "Congratulations, You have drawn the reward. Elixir of immortality. What? He carelessly drew the elixir of immortality. Are you kidding me? Not only Liao Yuanfeng, but everyone present was left speechless, as if caught in a dream. Could it be that they had been wrong all along? The more cautious and devoutly one prayed while drawing, the less likely they were to obtain valuable items. Conversely, the more reckless the draw. Like Jiang Yi, the greater the rewards. For a fleeting moment, Liao Yuanfeng began to question his very existence. He watched as Jiang Yi swiftly consumed the blue-quality elixir of immortality. Swallowing hard, he couldn't help but ask, "Is your luck effect still active? I have a few low-quality wheels left. Time is running out. Hurry." Jiang Yi's tone was equally urgent, as if he truly possessed some limited-time luck effect. Liao Yuanfeng hurriedly handed him a few white wheels. Jiang Yi, in his characteristic recklessness, drew from one of them. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Elixir of immortality. Damn." Another elixir of immortality. Amidst the astonished and envious gazes, Jiang Yi pressed down on the next white wheel. However, under the seething looks of jealousy, he finally exclaimed, "Damn, the time limit is up." Liao Yuanfeng observed Jiang Yi's furious expression, feeling an inexplicable sense of the world being overly fantastical. The other stunned teammates shared similarly complex feelings. This luck effect was simply out of this world. How could Jiang Yi, with such extraordinary fortune, still appear unsatisfied? It was utterly infuriating. Those envious glances seemed as though they wished to devour Jiang Yi whole. In truth, Jiang Yi's antics were not intended to show off. Rather, he was mindful of the time interval for consuming the elixir of immortality. After sleeping for 8 hours, he emerged from the nest space, eager to consume the elixir as soon as possible. Moreover, he needed to take it every hour thereafter to maximize his benefits. Ideally, he would prefer to consume a purple-quality elixir, if conditions permitted, perhaps even an orange, red, or golden one. Regrettably, he had yet to draw a single purple wheel. He paid no mind to how the lesser players regarded him. Locking eyes with Liao Yuanfeng while holding the recently drawn white elixir of immortality, he offered it to him. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "With one blue and one white wheel, I'll sell you this white elixir for 20-year coins. "What do you say?" 20-year coins. Generally speaking, the selling price of an elixir of immortality correlates with the number of years it can extend one's life. The white elixir drawn from the wheel can extend lifespan anywhere from 10 to 100 years. The exact duration is uncertain and depends on the buyer's luck. Jiang Yi's price of 20-year coins was quite reasonable. However, as an official member of the Letian Club, Liao Yuanfeng did not possess that many coins. Yet he was reluctant to miss this opportunity. After some thought, he suddenly pulled out a mobile device resembling a special command plate. "Let's add each other as friends first. Give me a moment to gather the funds." "Sure," Jiang Yi responded readily. He flipped his hand and placed a coin onto Liao Yuanfeng's device. In fact, players more familiar with the apocalyptic game could directly complete the friend-adding process through physical contact. However, at this stage, most players still prefer to perform this operation through their special command plates that are rather ordinary friend-adding procedure. The informal players nearby watched with envy. It seemed they only then realized that Jiang Yi had become someone they needed to look up to. Subsequently, as Liao Yuanfeng continued leading the team in search of Zhou Yuming, he also contacted friends to gather funds. After about 10 more minutes of walking, their team encountered another group beside a towering tree in a forest. "Captain Guan," Liao Yuanfeng was startled to see Guanling. "Aren't you supposed to be guarding outside Qinghai Lake? Why have you entered this beastly realm?" Guanling retained her characteristic haughty demeanor, briefly pausing her gaze on Jiang Yi before responding to Liao Yuanfeng in an unperturbed manner. "I received messages from several members of the Blood Swallow Club. This beastly realm near Qinghai Lake is somewhat unique." "Unique? In what way?" Liao Yuanfeng felt that the danger level of this beastly realm was lower than any he had previously explored. Once the perpetual night environment was overcome, it could almost be deemed safe. However, Guanling countered, the difficulty of exploring this beastly realm is indeed absurdly low. However, returning may prove to be quite challenging. Liao Yuanfeng, possessing a modicum of insight, quickly deduced that a formidable beast tribe was stationed at the passageway leading to our world. Guanling shook her head slightly, stating that it was still unclear whether a powerful beast tribe truly guarded the entrance. According to reports from the Blood Swallow Club's reconnaissance members, the passage appeared to be situated deep within a miasmic swamp. The miasmic swamp. Upon hearing this term, Liao Yuanfeng's expression soured instantly. Yet, this was not the end of it. Guanling added, "The miasma is highly toxic, and it seems that numerous ferocious beasts are lurking within the swamp." Liao Yuanfeng's countenance grew increasingly grim, and he regarded Guanling with an odd look, as if to say, "Knowing the existence of such a treacherous swamp, how could you dare to venture into this perilous beast realm?" The deadly miasma and the unknown beasts lying in wait signified a substantial increase in the difficulty of their return journey. Previously, the club had gleaned information about certain beast realms that had led to the complete annihilation of their daredevil members, and it was not necessarily the case that those realms were teeming with terrifying beasts. It was quite possible that merely the return passage of that realm was fraught with extreme peril, perhaps even guarded by formidable beasts. Those exploring the beast realm might not have met their demise. Instead, they could be trapped within, unable to return. In such circumstances, the club might not dispatch aid for rescue, leaving them to fend for themselves. Their current predicament was indeed rather dire, although being trapped in this beast realm did not pose a direct threat to their lives. The extreme night environment was ill-suited for long-term human survival. Moreover, such a constrained environment would stifle their growth. In light of this, Liao Yuanfeng could hardly fathom why Guanling would willingly step into such danger. Fully aware of the risks, Guanling, however, maintained a relaxed demeanor, shrugging nonchalantly. She even smiled, saying, "You might be underestimating Wang Shuyan's concern for Zhou Yiming, that if we were merely to become trapped here, there is a genuine possibility the club would abandon us. But do not forget, Zhou Yiming's information is here as well. As long as I casually send a message to Wang Shuyan, deceiving her into believing I have found Zhou Yiming alive, she will undoubtedly devise a way to breach this beast realm." Liao Yuanfeng's mouth twitched slightly at her words, still feeling that this woman had an outrageous amount of courage. Guanling, unfazed by his thoughts, suddenly smiled again. "Moreover, I've heard that near passages guarded by powerful beasts, there is a high probability of treasures existing." Liao Yuanfeng was at a loss for words, feeling that this woman's ambition and audacity were truly remarkable, rivaling even Jiang Yi. At this thought, he feigned to receive a message while secretly sending one to Guanling. "Can you still use your skills to view Jiang Yi's data panel?" Guanling replied nonchalantly. No, the two-word response was laden with implications. Either Jiang Yi possessed some tool or skill for concealment, or his level surpassed even Guanling's. Liao Yuanfeng, merely a formal member of the Letian Club, contrasted with Guanling, a core member of the Blood Swallow Club, boasting a level of 8. How could Jiang Yi, who was merely a tumor insect yesterday, possibly have a higher level today? What a ridiculous notion. Before Liao Yuanfeng could send another message, Guanling sent another. He can't possibly be the Jiang Yi who has just ascended to the top of the level rankings, can he? After contemplating for a moment, Liao Yuanfeng responded twice. "I have also questioned him. He claims he is not. Upon further reflection, it seems unlikely, as the top of the level rankings must indeed be players from other regions." Guanling, pondering this, chose not to reply further. Just as the two were discreetly messaging one another, a sudden scream erupted from Liao Yuanfeng's team, startling several nearby birds and beasts into flight. Liao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow intensely. Glancing over with a stern tone, "What are you screaming about?" Zhang Peng, trembling, pointed to the ground near a towering tree. "I just realized that this puddle, it seems like..." He was interrupted by Guanling, who coldly interjected, "It is a pile of human bones, devoured by the birds and beasts." As those words escaped her lips, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. Guanling remained indifferent, stating that aside from the extreme night environment, the danger here was indeed not high. However, should a terrifying horde of beasts be attracted, the aftermath would resemble a locust swarm. Even I would be unable to withstand it. The phrase locust swarm sent chills down the spines of all present. The mere thought of such a scene made their skin crawl. Jiang Yi, having witnessed it firsthand, recalled how, Upon departing from the center of the flock, a massive swarm of blackbirds had almost instantaneously consumed Wusu's team. An image that was truly hair-raising. Yet, Jiang Yi considered that he could now transition into two professions, one of which could potentially align with the concept of locust swarm. Ideally, he would achieve a one-man army. He remembered a powerful individual from his past life whose occupational ability involved controlling insect swarms. However, the rumored side effects were significant. That powerful individual appeared emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. Jiang Yi had only seen that formidable figure from a distance, cloaked in black robes, never revealing their true form, as he contemplated. Guanling and Liao Yuanfeng conferred for a moment before deciding to head towards the miasmic swamp to investigate the situation. The newly expanded group resumed their journey. During this time, Liao Yuanfeng managed to gather the fund for the longevity elixir and completed the transaction with Jiang Yi. Guanling, seizing the opportunity, added Jiang Yi as a friend and jokingly inquired about his level. Jiang Yi remained silent, adopting an air of mystery, which only deepened Guanling's intrigue regarding whether he was genuinely powerful or merely putting on a facade. Indeed, some individuals might feign strength and arrogance, engaging in a psychological gamble. Guanling, however, was cautious. She did not wish to take such a risk. If this young man were truly formidable, she would not want to suffer losses. Thus, until she grasped the situation, she maintained a congenial attitude towards Jiang Yi, though she could not suppress the urge to find an opportune moment to test him. After nearly 20 minutes of heading north, they finally arrived at the miasmic swamp. Under the extreme night environment, the swamp, shrouded in miasma, appeared even darker and more eerie. Occasionally, faint bubbling noises emanated from within the swamp, clearly indicating the presence of lurking ferocious beasts. Liao Yuanfeng, witnessing the swamp's condition firsthand, felt his expression darken further. Such an extreme environment. He took a deep breath and turned to Guanling. "Do you have any thoughts?" Guanling instinctively glanced at Jiang Yi, contemplating whether to use this opportunity to probe him, when suddenly, a rustling noise emerged from the trees bordering the swamp. She swiftly redirected her gaze and shouted towards the source of the sound. Who? However, what responded to her was a projectile, resembling a fleshy tumor, hurtling straight towards the swamp. With a resounding splash, the unknown projectile plunged into the swamp. The bubbling sounds within the swamp intensified abruptly. Guanling's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Not good." Liao Yuanfeng, also sensing the gravity of the situation, paled and cursed vehemently. Damn it, both formal players were visibly alarmed. The informal players, naturally, fell into a panic. What was happening? What was wrong? In an instant, chaos erupted outside the swamp. Yet there was no need for Liao Yuanfeng or Guanling to explain anything. The informal players quickly recognized the source of the bubbling noises that it was the hideous beast surfacing from the trees surrounding the swamp. The sounds of numerous birds and beasts approaching could be heard. Two groups of beasts, a pincer attack. At that moment, all minds recalled the term Guanling had mentioned not long ago, locust swarm. They also remembered the human bones left behind beside the towering tree. Faced with the terrifying horde of beasts, they would meet the same fate. Not only were the informal players paralyzed with fear, but even Liao Yuanfeng's face turned pale, his legs weakening. At that moment, a figure darted through the crowd. In an instant, Jiang Yi vanished from their midst. It was Jiang Yi. He ran away. Was it a flight or a teleportation? He moved too swiftly for anyone to react. In truth, Jiang Yi did not employ a teleportation talisman. He relied solely on the suppression of his bloodline, which rendered the birds and beasts incapable of launching an attack against him, allowing him to break free from the encirclement of the avian and beast horde. His remarkable speed created the illusion that he had used a teleportation talisman. This swift reaction served as a demonstration for Liao Yuanfeng and the others. Suddenly, Guanling let out a shrill cry. Teleportation talisman. The intensity of her 3 words nearly shattered her voice. Simultaneously, despair gripped the hearts of those unofficial players, for they possessed no teleportation talismans. They would be forsaken, left to perish beneath the onslaught of the beasts. In such a perilous moment, everything felt overwhelmingly urgent. and Liao Yuanfeng paid no heed to the plight of those unofficial players. He swiftly produced a teleportation talisman from his possession. However, before he could tear it apart, a powerful gust of wind surged towards him. Liao Yuanfeng's pupils widened in disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "Guanling." Guanling had seized his teleportation talisman. Indeed, she herself had no teleportation talisman. She had taken Liao Yuanfeng's. In the next moment, she vanished swiftly from the area besieged by the beasts. At that instant, the center, surrounded by the dark mass of beasts, erupted with Liao Yuanfeng's anguished and desperate curse. "Guanling, you wretched creature, may you suffer a terrible fate." The echo of his voice reverberated, yet there was no reply from Guanling. The teleportation talisman was far inferior to the teleportation stone. Not only was the distance of teleportation shorter, but the direction was also quite random. If Guanling's luck had faltered even slightly, she could have ended up in the marshlands. Fortunately, her luck had always been favorable. She was directly teleported to the outskirts of a small grove, behind the flock of birds. Without looking back, Guanling sprinted in the opposite direction of the marsh. In addition to fleeing, she was also in pursuit. The sudden assault by the beast was clearly orchestrated by someone. Someone hiding in the grove had thrown a beast-attracting meat tumor into the marsh. The beast-attracting meat tumor was a far superior baiting item compared to the beast-attracting incense. Someone was deliberately attempting to harm them. More precisely, if Guanling's guess was correct, that individual was intent on targeting her. Guanling's face bore little expression, yet a hint of an unshakable emotion flickered in her eyes. Minutes passed, and she flicked her wrist, summoning a fiery red whip into her hand. With a swift motion, she lashed it forward, eliciting a startled scream. "Ah!" After a few more rapid strides, she arrived at the source of the scream. There stood a girl resembling her, ensnared by the fiery red whip, her eyes filled with terror. While their appearances were similar, this girl's demeanor was markedly more delicate than Guanling's. She trembled uncontrollably, struggling slightly, and stammered, "Sister, sister, it's me, Guan." Guanling, with her eyelids drooping, displayed a vacant gaze in a detached tone. "Why did you run?" "I just saw what seemed to be a beast hide over there, so I was scared." Guanling responded with another "Oh." After a moment of silence, she coldly remarked, "I saw it was you." What? The girl appeared flustered, uncertainty stemming from either Guanling's words or her icy expression. Guanling offered no reply, merely closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her gaze had grown even more frigid, laced with a hint of murderous intent. "Guan, if your sister were truly a fool, she would not have reached her current position." Guan Yi trembled even more violently, her teeth chattering. "No, that's not it." She seemed on the verge of justifying herself, but quickly altered her approach. "That's not true. I didn't mean to harm you. I aim to harm Zhang Chao and the others. They have bullied me. I loathe them so much. I just want them dead. Yes, just want them dead." "Sister, you have a teleportation talisman. I never meant to harm you." Her words came in a rapid rush, yet her tone remained frantic. Such statements, Guanling could not possibly believe. In reality, she possessed no teleportation talisman. Before Guan Yi had entered the ferocious beast world, she had pouted and asked for a teleportation talisman. Had it not been for Liao Yuanfeng having one on hand, Guanling would have perished there. Just as she had asserted, her growth to this point proved she was no fool. With a swift motion, the fiery red whip coiled around Guan Yi's neck. Tightening gradually, the fleeting surprise in Guan Yi's eyes transformed into sheer terror. Instinctively, she clawed at the whip encircling her throat. Her slightly pointed nails left horrifying crimson marks on her delicate, swan-like neck. Her eyes bulged, and the sensation of impending death rendered her gaze devoid of hope. Just as she believed her own sister would mercilessly strangle her to death, air flooded back into her lungs. The brutal grip around her neck dissipated. She was saved. Yet, as Guan Yi coughed violently, gasping for breath, a cold, indifferent voice descended from above. "Before you die, speak a truth to me." "Why?" It was Guanling's emotionless inquiry, devoid of any wavering sentiment. In that instant, Guan Yi abruptly looked up, no longer concealing the hatred in her eyes. With a hoarse voice, she screamed, I hate you. May you suffer a terrible fate." The sound of the word die barely escaped her lips. The previously released grip reasserted its hold on her neck. Guan Yi stared wide-eyed, and then she succumbed to death. That moment, Guan Ling did not withdraw the whip constricting her sister's neck, as though the absence of a fallen body implied the absence of death itself. After a moment of silence, she suddenly addressed a high branch of an ancient tree beside her. Have you seen enough? In truth, Jiang Yi had been pursuing all along, unwilling to let go of the one who had wronged him. Although that person may not have intended to harm him, it was fortunate he had refrained from acting directly. Otherwise, he would have missed this splendid spectacle. He leaped down from the tree, landing gracefully on his feet. That moment, Guan Ling's astonishingly calm visage regained its usual haughtiness. With a flick of her wrist, she retracted the whip, allowing Guan Yi's lifeless body to collapse. Jiang Yi, observing from the side, maintained a stoic expression, yet raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Aren't you curious as to why she hates you?" Guan Ling approached the ancient tree, leaning against it lightly, and lit a slender lady's cigarette. "Why? Does it hold any significance? Indeed, does it hold any significance? In the past, or rather in a previous life, when he had been betrayed by Tang Ko, Jiang Yi had always yearned to know why. He questioned himself. During university, his relationship with Tang Ko had been so close-knit. Moreover, prior to that betrayal, he had never wronged Tang Ko in any way. Tang Ko had no reason to harbor any resentment towards him. Even before the apocalypse, Tang Ko did not exhibit the traits of an ungrateful, heartless individual. Everything seemed to transpire without any forewarning. In his previous life, for an extended period, Jiang Yi had been unable to comprehend it, until Guan Ling exhaled a plume of smoke, suddenly posing a question. Do you believe human nature has always been this way? Or did it only become so after the apocalypse? Jiang Yi did not respond immediately. He recalled a scene from the film Elon, The Professional, in which a 12-year-old girl inquired whether life had always been this difficult or if it was merely childhood that was so. The answer she received was always. The slender lady's cigarette accentuated the delicacy of Guan Ling's fingers, pale and graceful, with distinct knuckles, almost ethereal. After only a few puffs, she discarded the cigarette butt and crouched down to remove the spatial ring from her sister's corpse. As Jiang Yi observed this scene, a phrase of timeless brilliance sprang to mind. A fire on the mountain. The domineering principle falls in love with me. He casually crushed the cigarette but underfoot and then heard Guan Ling's languid voice from her crouched position. When the apocalypse first descended, I felt quite regretful that my parents were not in Jiang City, and I couldn't protect them. However, as time passed, that regret and longing for family seemed to gradually fade. Jiang Yi nodded, leaning against the tree as well. After a moment's contemplation, he gallantly offered a comforting remark. In light of your sorrow, allow me to share some good news. Guan Ling turned to look at him, her expression showing anticipation for what the good news might be. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Speaking slowly, Liao Yuanfeng had a stroke of fortune recently and obtained a peculiar black talisman. I am uncertain of the exact effects, but I believe there exists a possibility that he is still alive. This good news was uttered, and a clear twitch appeared at the corner of Guan Ling's mouth. She stiffened for a moment before gritting her teeth and exclaiming, I truly appreciate it. Thank you. If Liao Yuanfeng were indeed alive, it would hardly qualify as good news for her. Although she harbored no animosity towards Liao Yuanfeng, and their previous interactions were amicable, the recent life-or-death crisis had led her to seize the survival opportunity that rightfully belonged to him. In this regard, Guan Ling felt no remorse for her actions. Even bystanders would likely comprehend this human sentiment. After all, in that dire situation, there was but a single teleportation talisman, and it rightfully belonged to the strongest. Guan Ling never intended to bring about Liao Yuanfeng's demise. She simply wished to preserve her own life. Yet this human sentiment would undoubtedly be incomprehensible to Liao Yuanfeng, the victim that if he were truly still alive, a relentless conflict between him and Guan Ling would be inevitable. Jiang Yi was well aware that this news was far from favorable for Guan Ling. Observing her expression, he reflected on his own grievances with Chang Jiaoyi and Tang Ku from a bystander's perspective. Upon deeper contemplation, those so-called grievances appeared to be understandable human sentiments from the viewpoint of some observers. However, as the victim himself, he, like Liao Yuanfeng, could never forgive such human sentiments that it was no jest. He was certainly not a saint. Liao Yuanfeng, though perhaps not ruthless enough, was far from being a saint, should he indeed be alive. Jiang Yi glanced at Guanling's complex expression and pondered that there existed a possibility she might personally resolve the matter with Liao Yuanfeng, much like Tang Ke's desire to eliminate him. Perhaps from the outset, their relationship had been devoid of animosity and even harmonious. Yet from the moment Tang Ke seized the opportunity for advancement, a grudge had inevitably formed. Hence, Tang Ke had thrust the dagger with unwavering resolve. Intent on causing Jiang Yi's demise, Jiang Yi contemplated. Guanling refrained from continuing the discussion on Liao Yuanfeng's fate. Instead, she directly inquired, "What are your thoughts regarding that miasma swamp?" Jiang Yi pondered briefly before responding earnestly. "I initially had no thoughts, but upon witnessing your reckless behavior with the cigarette, an idea suddenly struck me." Guanling's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting we set it ablaze?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "I am uncertain, but I wish to experiment." The pure black, toxic gas above the swamp was, in essence, a form of gas. However, whether it was flammable or capable of igniting the swamp remained uncertain. Even Jiang Yi could not definitively say. Moreover, the consequences of igniting the swamp were unpredictable. Yet, genuine exploration in such a toxic environment would likely yield even less clarity. Liao Yuanfeng's assessment had been entirely accurate. Guanling was indeed audacious. After a brief consideration, she decisively declared, "Very well. Let us set it on fire." The effects of the beastly flesh tumors would likely persist for some time, during which this woman, as a core member of the Bloodswallow Club, had grown accustomed to assigning tasks and issuing orders. Jiang Yi, however, interrupted her, "We shall act independently. Let us convene at the small grove outside the swamp in 1 hour to discuss the matter of setting it ablaze." With that, he adopted a demeanor suggesting he intended to leave and act alone. Guanling furrowed her brow slightly and spoke rapidly. "Should we not gather more personnel? Given the situation's uncertainty?" Jiang Yi was taken aback by her inquiry for his opinion. He paused momentarily but offered no response, simply departing. The matter of gathering personnel was, in truth, a double-edged sword. At times, greater numbers indeed equate to greater strength, yet at other times, a multitude can complicate matters. Jiang Yi chose not to respond. Leaving the decision-making to Guanling after parting ways, Jiang Yi headed directly toward the swamp. In that small grove, he soon spotted a dense mass of blackbirds. Reminiscent of the earlier scene where they had devoured Wu Su's team, the large congregation of blackbirds appeared as an impenetrable curtain, obscuring the situation beyond the swamp. Jiang Yi could not ascertain whether Liao Yuanfeng was still alive. He had sent a message via the friend function without receiving a reply. By this time, nearly an hour had passed since he last consumed the blue longevity pill. The previous transaction with Liao Yuanfeng had also left him with some funds, prompting him to seize the opportunity to procure additional supplies in the trading area. Before returning to his lair, he habitually scanned the surroundings, seeking a concealed location to act. However, during this search, he stumbled upon something hidden within a thicket of thorns in the small grove. Approaching cautiously, he was taken aback to discover 2 familiar figures huddled together, trembling in fear. It was Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. The two appeared utterly disheveled, with Zhou Yiming sporting bruises and showing signs of severe poisoning. Luo Shan's condition was hardly better. His body darkened as if he had been tainted by the same poison as the blackbirds. Moreover, it seemed neither of them had consumed the stomach-clearing pills or ice silk fruits. In the extreme night environment, they were left blind and disoriented. The previously agitated flock of birds had likely terrified them greatly. At this moment, as Jiang Yi drew closer, the two dared not even breathe. As if their hearts might stop at any moment, they were the very embodiment of misery. In an instant, Jiang Yi comprehended why, in his previous life, Luo Shan had rescued the living Zhou Yiming, only to receive the mere reward of being Zhou Yiming's assistant. He could hardly claim to have saved Zhou Yiming. It was more accurate to say he had merely found him in his current state. Zhou Yiming was likely waiting for someone to rescue him. Furthermore, given the unique nature of the return passage from the beastly lake world, Luo Shan would have been unable to return on his own. In his previous life, he must have clung to the leg of a powerful ally to accompany Zhou Yiming back from that perilous realm. Observing the two, trembling in fear, Jiang Yi had no intention of revealing his identity. Instead, as he gazed at the two huddled together, a distant memory surfaced in his mind. Distant in this context referred to his past life, that in this life, it had only been a matter of 20 days since the terrifying beast tide at Hanjiang University. After that event, his strength had expired that time. The shift in power dynamics had become evident, causing unrest within his team that in fact, there had been an official player among them. The occurrence of a coup was, therefore, entirely expected. Even Li Yaoping had likened it to the Xuanwu Gate incident, asserting that the captaincy should naturally belong to the strong. In truth, Jiang Yi had already contemplated leaving the team prior to that moment, as the brief experience had opened his eyes to many truths. Thus, amid the jeers and scorn from others, and with Li Yaoping's condescending offer of refuge, he had chosen to depart from the team. Others may have viewed him as overly proud, unable to accept reality, or deemed Li Yaoping ungrateful for his excessive actions, yet most simply tended to their own affairs without considering the plight of others. Only Tang Ke had resolutely chosen to leave with him. From university roommates to comrades in the apocalypse, when Tang Ke showed no concern for Jiang Yi's loss of strength and remained steadfast in their shared battle. Jiang Yi felt that Tang Ke was a true friend with whom he could entrust his life. Indeed, the bond they forged in those days had truly been one of life and death. As they faced danger together, solidifying their deep friendship in the film Detective Conan, the Crimson Love Letter, the term comrade is mentioned, signifying a bond so profound that one can entrust their back to the other. In the narrative, Sonoko expresses that she and Ran share such a camaraderie. Her back is a sanctuary solely for Ran to lean upon that moment. Jiang Yi felt that he and Tang Ke were indeed comrades in arms. However, that fateful night, he and Tang Ke found themselves trembling beneath a dilapidated vehicle, much like the current predicament of Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming, that a level 6 behemoth, the Tremor Armored Bear, whose very steps resonated with a palpable tremor, approached the very car where the two were hidden. In that moment, Jiang Yi and Tang Ke mirrored the fear exhibited by Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. Fortunately, the Tremor Armored Bear seemed distracted by some other commotion, diverting its attention away from them. That encounter was a hair's breadth from death. As they breathed shakily in the aftermath, Jiang Yi felt that the bond of camaraderie with Tang Ke had solidified even further. It was during that time that he made a momentous decision to draw from the last remaining blue spinner in his possession. This blue spinner, despite its inferior quality, contained two positive options, one of which was an extraordinarily precious upgrade token. Tang Ke, who was aware of the spinner's existence, wisely advised caution, warning against the potential futility of their efforts, lest they suffer losses without gain. After all, drawing from the blue spinner would cost a century of life. When Jiang Yi completed that draw, his life expectancy plummeted. Moreover, they had no guardian at the time. Should he draw a fearsome beast, it could mean certain doom. Yet, Jiang Yi was resolute. He urged Tang Ke to leave, to avoid being dragged into the calamity should he draw a beast. However, Tang Ke remained silent for a moment, his expression unwavering. His words were profoundly moving. We promise to never abandon each other. We are comrades for life. If a beast is drawn, we bear it together. If an upgrade token is drawn, we revel in it together. Do you expect to abandon me, to pursue your own path after drawing the upgrade token? Of course not that in the bright future Jiang Yi envisioned, if he were to draw the upgrade token and become a formal player. He would certainly assist Tang Ke in achieving that status as well. They would continue to fight side by side, growing together. Tang Ke's words and Jiang Yi's own dreams of a bright future led him to never consider that Tang Ke would betray him. Yet, as life often dictates, events seldom unfold as one anticipates. He indeed drew the upgrade token from that worthless spinner. However, before he could revel in the joy, a sharp blade pierced through. The token was swiftly snatched from his grasp. At that moment, Tang Ke's actions were ruthless, yet his expression was complex that he stated, Jiang Yi, if you had drawn a beast, we would truly be comrades facing life and death together. However, you drew the upgrade token. I am sorry, but this situation is too intricate that I can share adversity with you, but I cannot gamble on whether you will steadfastly share prosperity with me. Therefore, rather than relying on your growth to strengthen my own hopes, it is far better for me to become strong myself. In this world, there is no one more reliable than oneself to lean upon. Only by becoming powerful can I truly be fearless. Forgive me, Jiang Yi. I will avenge it, Li Yaoping, Chang Jiaoyi, and those ungrateful wretches will not have a good ending. But I will carry on with your share, living brightly and honorably in all of Tang Ke's future glory. There will be a part of you, Jiang Yi. Even at the moment of farewell, Tang Ke's words remained profoundly touching. However, as Jiang Yi lay on the ground, he felt a numbing sensation at that moment. His mind was overwhelmed with a singular emotion, shock. It was more shocking than encountering a ghost in broad daylight. In his past life, during years of apocalyptic existence, Jiang Yi had encountered countless instances of human treachery, where people fought fiercely over interests, such as you and many others thereafter. Yet he had never been so astonished. This was because he had never truly trusted those individuals, much like Li Shao'd from not long ago. Their conflict stemmed solely from self-interest, devoid of any emotional entanglements. Only with Tang Ke, the betrayal of someone he trusted implicitly was the most shocking and difficult to reconcile. So much so that Jiang Yi fell into a prolonged despondency in his past life. In his vision, after he upgraded to a formal player, he would help Tang Ke achieve the same status. Then, they would support each other as brothers, growing in this apocalypse, just as Tang Ke had said. We revel together. Yet he could not fathom why Tang Ke, who could endure hardships alongside him, would refuse to choose the path of shared prosperity. But as Guanling had previously stated, why? It held no meaning. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted back to the trembling Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. After a moment of silence, he, much like the tremor armor bear that had once posed a death threat to him and Tang Ke, chose to depart. After some time, Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming gasped for breath, their bodies quaking. The lack of visibility left them unaware of what had transpired, only experiencing a sense of joy at having survived. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, having found a concealed thicket, slipped into his private lair space. At that moment, Jiang Yi had two primary objectives. One was to nurture his alternate account, Zhang San, and the other was to continue accumulating strength. Advancing his own power, his current combat strength, ranking first, was undoubtedly capable of overwhelming the second-ranked Luo Changqing. However, a large guild possesses its own depth. Luo Changqing must have high-end survival tools. Perhaps he even possessed some elusive, rule-defying items from having drawn from special spinners a few times. Furthermore, the forthcoming explorations of the Endless Sea and the Lair of the Beast would demand even greater strength, as Jiang Yi contemplated self-improvement. He glanced at his data panel. Name, Jiang Yi level, 10 lifespan, 9,723 years, 128 days talent. None occupation, none skills. Heart of the Brave, sea level. Poison resistance, sea level. Wings of the Wind, sea level. Hurricane Wave, D level status. Immune to all poisons, 3 days, strength. 5,000 constitution. 5,000 speed. 5,000 spirit. 5,000 combat power. 15 stars evidently. The attribute cap for level 10 is a staggering 5,000. The conditions to upgrade to level 10 merely require a lifespan of 5,000 and all attributes 50. The conditions for all attributes required for upgrading are seemingly fixed at a difference of 100 times from the current level's attribute cap. The leveling conditions for players before level 10 are divided into 2 stages for the first 5 levels and the latter 5 levels. The requirements for levels 1 to 5 are a lifespan of 100 to 500 years and all attributes 1 to 5. In contrast, the requirements for levels 6 to 10 suddenly escalate to a lifespan of 1,000 to 5,000 years and all attributes 10-50. The upgrade conditions for each level effectively set a baseline for a player's strength at that level. The existence of attribute caps, in turn, limits the upper threshold of strength at the current level. Thus, it becomes evident that the disparity in strength among players of the same level can be extraordinarily vast. Instances of combat across levels are by no means rare. The relationship between attributes and combat power generally follows a ratio where every 5 points of total attributes equate to 100 points of combat power. Of course, this ratio is not precise, for For the same 5 points of total attributes, some may have a combat power of only 50, while others may soar to 150. This discrepancy seems to relate to factors such as combat awareness, skills, talents, and occupations. Among those truly formidable individuals, combat power is always the primary focus, rather than level. Some powerful beings, even with lower total attributes, can be discovered by major forces due to their potential, owing to the ratio between attributes and combat power. Jiang Yi currently possesses a total of 5,000 attributes, which, when calculated according to conventional ratios, translates to a combat power of 100,000. Each increment of 10,000 in combat power is classified as 1 star. Thus, his 15-star combat power equates to a remarkable 150,000. This ratio is indeed impressive. Furthermore, Jiang Yi boldly asserts that his combat prowess is likely more than tenfold that of Luo Changqing. Under conditions devoid of any external enhancements, he would effortlessly dominate Luo Changqing. However, this is merely the beginning. Jiang Yi then took another stroll through the public trading area. What once thrilled him has now left him somewhat dissatisfied. The most prestigious offerings in the public trading area are merely blue spinning wheels, with no sign of purple ones in sight. After some contemplation, Jiang Yi resolved to elevate his assets to gain access to the VIP trading area. Consequently, he swiftly utilized the 20-year coins he had previously acquired from Liao Yuanfeng to procure a substantial quantity of white and green spinning wheels. Naturally, he also acquired a blue spinning wheel. After consuming the longevity elixir drawn from the blue wheel, his lifespan surged once more to over 14,000. Subsequently, he utilized all the white and green spinning wheels he had purchased. The resulting longevity elixirs and teleportation talismans were all listed for sale in the trading area. This audacious act was undoubtedly brazen. Yet, as a prominent figure operating across regions, what does a touch of arrogance matter? Jiang Yi paid little heed to the uproar his actions might incite in the trading area. He immediately turned to the forum for further insights. To his surprise, he discovered that Sun Hao's acquisition of a longevity elixir recipe had seemingly triggered a considerable butterfly effect. He perused several threads to piece together the unfolding events. The initial post was from a core member of the Lutian Club, vehemently criticizing the Yin Shuang Club for bullying the weak, claiming they had secretly abducted a player capable of crafting longevity elixirs from the Lutian Club and force him into servitude as a puppet alchemist for the Yin Shuang Club. Following this, a flurry of posts emerged, each detailing the brazen and oppressive actions of the Yin Shuang Club against the less powerful. In no time, various narratives began to circulate. The Yin Shuang Club appeared to morph into a tyrannical force, oppressing ordinary players. Even the previously mentioned enforcement hall, brought up by the Qing Chuan and Huang He guilds, resurfaced in discussions that a multitude of players expressed their desire for the Qing Chuan and Huang He guilds to intervene and eradicate the Yin Shuang Club, thereby liberating the puppet alchemist who had lost his freedom. During this tumultuous period, Sun Hao also took the initiative to post, asserting that he had voluntarily joined the Yin Shuang Club and was not a puppet. However, the players caught up in the fervor refused to listen, adamantly claiming that Sun Hao had been coerced by the Yin Shuang Club into making such statements. The stubbornness of these players, insisting on their own narratives, reminded Jiang Yi of the online bullying prevalent before the apocalypse. The vehement criticisms directed at the Yin Shuang Club evoked memories of the historical turmoil during the Warring States period, when feudal lords would seek justifications for their conflicts, often fabricating reasons to wage war. The imprisonment of an alchemist, coupled with various ambiguous tyrannical actions, seemed to provide a legitimate rationale for greater powers to eliminate the Yin Shuang Club in the name of justice. Naturally, throughout this time, the Yin Shuang Club was actively posting clarifications, with several posts authored by Wei Ling Shuang herself. Amidst this intense literary battle, an unexpected firefighter emerged. Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle at the title of one particular post, Chang Jiaoyi, having walked through the rain. I wish to hold an umbrella for others. This title perfectly encapsulated the essence of Chang Jiaoyi. While undeniably attractive, she did not quite reach the level of ethereal beauty. She had never been a mere empty-headed ornament. Even during her university years, she cultivated an image of an ambitious and inspirational goddess. Even during her romance with Jiang Yi, she was not one to obsess over handbags, jewelry, or cosmetics. Their dates often took place in libraries. In fact, Chang Jiaoyi was a study account blogger renowned for her elegant handwriting. She frequently transcribed beautiful and motivational quotes, sharing them on Weibo to great acclaim. The content of her current post continued to reflect her inspirational goddess persona. Chang Jiaoyi's writing was commendable, as her Weibo followers remarked. Her words conveyed a sense of serene strength. The narrative of her post unfolded gracefully, recounting her experiences since the apocalypse. She expressed that although she now appeared to be thriving, treated like royalty by the four major guilds, only she truly understood the struggles she faced when she first grasped the longevity elixir recipe. During that time, she did not boast of her ability to craft longevity elixirs. Rather, she cautiously utilized them to gradually enhance her strength. Only after ensuring her power was sufficient to protect herself did she begin to act with a bit more audacity. Eventually, she steadily built her own reputation. She emphasized her independent character, stating that she had no desire to be a manipulated puppet alchemist. Thus, the path she traveled was far from the simplistic ease others presumed. She concluded that her current achievements were the result of a fortunate acquisition of the longevity elixir recipe, which constituted merely one of her success, while the remaining 99 stemmed from her own relentless efforts. She even paraphrased Edison's famous quote, delivering a dose of motivational wisdom in A Rise After the Apocalypse. It is 99 effort combined with 1 luck? Jiang Yi couldn't help but chuckle, nearly unable to resist replying to her, adding that 1 luck is far more crucial than 99 effort. Without the longevity elixir recipe, just see how hard you can try. Yet, despite his amusement, Jiang Yi found no surprise in her sentiments. This was a recurring theme from his past life. Upon becoming a formal player, he had witnessed Chang Jiaoyi publicly extol her hard work and dedication on numerous occasions, consistently downplaying the advantages afforded by the longevity elixir recipe. At this moment, she followed the same pattern. Following her stream of inspirational rhetoric, Chang Jiaoyi asserted that her experiences granted her a profound understanding of the hardships faced by novice alchemists. Having endured the rain herself, she was compelled to extend an umbrella to others. She resolved to establish an alchemist alliance, pledging unconditional protection for all alchemists in Jiang City. Naturally, she hoped that all alchemists would unite proactively, ensuring that no puppet alchemist would ever exist in Jiang City again. This declaration elicited a fervent response from various alchemists. Although only Chang Jiaoyi could craft the longevity elixir, Jiang City was home to several other alchemists. They typically concocted antidotes, rejuvenation elixirs, status potions, and attribute potions, which, while not as precious as the longevity elixir, serve as essential resources for players seeking to level up. In addition to inviting ordinary alchemists, Chang Jiaoyi specifically sought to include Sun Hao, the central figure in this recent controversy. She hoped that Sun Hao, as the second player capable of crafting longevity elixirs in Jiang City, would promptly join the Alchemist Alliance. Furthermore, if Sun Hao was indeed being coerced and imprisoned by the Yinshuang Club, she wished for the club to release him. With Chang Jiaoyi's righteous post gaining traction, the player community intensified their criticism of the Yinshuang Club, urging Wei Ling Shuang to liberate Sun Hao at once. It could be said that public opinion shifted entirely in favor of Chang Jiaoyi. Even Sun Hao himself, upon reading her post, felt somewhat swayed. He began to question whether he had been deceived by Wei Ling Shuang all along. Chang Jiaoyi was not a ruthless individual. Rather, it was Wei Ling Shuang who might have concocted lies to slander Chang Jiaoyi, with the ulterior motive of drawing him into the Yinshuang Club. While professing to protect him, could her true intention have been to imprison him? Wei Ling Shuang, recognizing Sun Hao's wavering resolve, clenched her teeth in frustration, preparing to speak. However, Sun Hao seemed to have received a message from a friend. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I appreciate the goodwill of President Ling Shuang, but upon careful reflection, I believe Chang Jiaoyi's grand invitation to join her alchemist alliance is unlikely to be a blatant attempt to eliminate me. If I were to perish within the alliance she created, it would merely serve to slap her in the face, would it not?" Moreover, the statements made by President Ling Shuang, as previously mentioned, regarding the possibility that Chang Jiaoyi may have taken sinister actions against other fortunate alchemists concocting the elixir of immortality, remain merely your unsubstantiated claims. Wei Ling Shuang's expression visibly stiffened. Sun Hao continued, although the backdrop of this apocalyptic game may suggest that public opinion lacks the influence it once wielded prior to the end. The current uproar throughout the forum, condemning the Silver Frost Club, must surely resonate with you, President. You cannot possibly be oblivious to the implications behind it, can you? If I were to linger any longer, it would likely be detrimental to your Silver Frost Club. Each of his points left Wei Ling Shuang at a loss for words, unable to refute his arguments. Her complexion turned a shade of ashen, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Evidently, memories of her university days resurfaced, where she too had been outmatched by Jiang Yi time and again. This time, with gritted teeth, Wei Ling Shuang was clearly reluctant to let Sun Hao go. She wrestled with how to frame her words to appear more trustworthy than Jiang Yi. However, Sun Hao had already made up his mind, fully resistant to persuasion. In fact, just moments ago, he had spoken with a degree of civility. Now he abruptly interjected, "If I have laid my cards on the table and you, President Ling Shuang, still refuse to let me depart, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think, as the public suggests, that you intend for me to serve as a mere puppet for your club's alchemical endeavors. Would it?" Wei Ling Shuang inhaled deeply. It became apparent to her that all her efforts to discreetly summon Sun Hao to the city center had ultimately swayed him to Jiang Yi's side. While she could devise strategies to counter the outcry against her, if Sun Hao remained obstinate, she was utterly powerless. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Ling Shuang closed her eyes and finally relented. "Very well. You are a noble alchemist. You possess the freedom to choose. However, I implore you not to regard me as a petty slanderer of Jiao. I hope you can retain a modicum of skepticism regarding what I have previously conveyed." Lastly, she urged him to post, requesting that Jiao personally escort him to her club and ensure she publicly vows to safeguard his safety. These conditions were not overly demanding, and Sun Hao promptly nodded in agreement, subsequently posting to invite Jiao to come fetch him and to pledge his safety in a reply. Once Sun Hao, the focal point of this controversy, made his post, it quickly gained traction. Soon after, he received a reply from Jiao. "I am unaware of what Wei Ling Shuang of the Silver Frost Club has shared with you, but rest assured, I am willing to publicly commit to ensuring your safety before all formal players in this thread. However, I must ask you to wait for my return from the Beast World before I can personally come to collect you." Having developed a favorable impression of Jiao due to a previous post where he had sheltered another from the rain, Sun Hao eagerly responded, "No problem, I can wait." Yet at this moment, neither Sun Hao, Wei Ling Shuang, nor the bystander Jiang Yi were aware that Jiao had yet to enter the Beast World. She had merely just arrived at the shores of the Qin Lake. Indeed, in the suburbs at Qin Lake Park, coincidentally, at this time, Jiang Yi's actions of selling a multitude of elixirs in the trading zone left numerous players stunned, igniting a frenzy of discussions on the forum. Almost instantaneously, this topic overshadowed the issue of Sun Hao's allegiance, becoming the new focal point of interest. True to her name, Jiao exuded a cool demeanor, reminiscent of a mysterious lunar goddess, this moment. Her gaze fell upon her phone, which had transformed into a captivating astral chart. Her eyes, like melting ice and snow, radiated an aura of chill. With an impassive expression, she sent another message to Tang Ku. "I have just received reliable news." Tang Ku replied, "What is it?" Jiao responded, "Jiang Yi, he is still alive." The veracity of Jiang Yi's survival struck Tang Ku and the other 3 presidents of the Zhuyu Guild, who were presently at the Wangjiang Pavilion, gazing towards the riverbank. Upon receiving this information, Tang Ku's fingers tightened around his phone. In truth, he had experienced regret. After all, they had once been comrades who weathered storms together. When he had betrayed Jiang Yi and turned to develop independently, feelings of remorse and guilt plagued him, leading him to believe he was less than human for the wrong he had done to Jiang Yi. However, one cannot dwell in guilt indefinitely. This may reflect a certain psychological principle. A person who errs often seeks to alleviate their guilt by embellishing their own narrative while vilifying the victim, crafting a rationale that renders their own misdeeds appear justifiable and reasonable. They may even twist the narrative to suggest it was not their fault at all. For indeed, human nature is inherently selfish and self-serving. And Tang Ke was no exception. As time passed, and he became acquainted with the world of formal players, evolving amidst the brutal survival of the fittest in this apocalypse. His feelings of guilt towards Jiang Yi naturally waned. He increasingly convinced himself that he had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Jiang Yi. It was Jiang Yi himself who failed to adapt to the harsh realities of this new world. With this perspective shift, Tang Ke's regrets transformed into another matter entirely. He regretted not having eliminated Jiang Yi thoroughly at that time. His blade had only pierced Jiang Yi's lung, although left unattended. In such an environment, Jiang Yi's chances of survival were minuscule. Furthermore, following that fateful blue roulette draw, Jiang Yi's lifespan was nearly exhausted. In that scenario, he had virtually no chance of resurgence and posed no threat to Tang Ke whatsoever. However, if the current, more composed and cold-hearted Tang Ke were to relive the betrayal of the past, he would undoubtedly handle it with greater perfection. Indeed, it was due to his previous hesitance that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Jiang Yi was still alive. Had it merely been the news of Jiang Yi is alive, Tang Ke might not have taken it to heart. The crucial factor now was that the mysterious figure occupying the top spot on both the combat and level leaderboards was also named Jiang Yi. Although from a strictly rational standpoint, this enigmatic Jiang Yi should logically be a cross-regional overlord, entirely unrelated to the Jiang Yi he knew. Yet, inexplicably, Tang Ke was gripped by an unsettling premonition. This apocalyptic game had led many to become increasingly fatalistic. Simultaneously, a psychological principle, frequently referenced by players, is Murphy's Law. The less likely an event seems to occur, the more likely it is to happen. Could it be that? Tang Ke took a deep breath. His attitude this time was markedly less nonchalant than before. Just as he was about to reply to Jiang Yi, she proactively sent another message. As you suspected, he has been serving as a parasitic worm in the Letian Club. Just last night, he joined the Letian Club's suicide squad, embarking on a mission to the beast world of Qin Lake to locate someone. Upon reading the term parasitic worm, Tang Ke felt a slight sense of relief. However, as another thought crossed his mind, his gaze shifted, and he inquired, "In your reply to Sun Hao's post, you mentioned being in the beast world. You wouldn't be referring to the beast world of Qin Lake, would you?" Jiang Yi responded, "Yes, that I've gathered a bit of intelligence and am preparing to descend. Regarding the mysterious overlord who topped both the combat and level leaderboards, if I am not mistaken, you likely share my discomforting premonition." Tang Ke lowered his gaze. After a moment of silence, he calmly replied, "Premonition? You don't genuinely believe that the Jiang Yi who tops both charts is the one we know, do you? That's not a premonition. It is a psychological influence at play. You don't have nightmares every night about Jiang Yi's vengeful spirit seeking retribution, do you?" While Tang Ke's message appeared lighthearted, even containing a hint of mockery, he alone understood the unease that lurked within. Jiang Yi remained oblivious to Tang Ke's true mindset. She paused momentarily before responding. "Whether it be a premonition or psychological influence, I must confirm it personally." Tang Ke chuckled softly. "Confirm? You mean to eliminate witnesses, right?" The enchanting Jiang Yi had not returned. Tang Ke, clutching his phone, suddenly recalled the sincere promise he had made when he betrayed Jiang. He had vowed to avenge Jiang by eliminating Li Yaoping and Jiang Yi. Yet, in truth, he had done neither. The reason was rather simple. Even a mere white longevity pill casually concocted by Jiang Yi held greater significance for him than his commitment to a deceased individual. As for Li Yaoping, he had secured a formidable ally. Naturally, Tang Ke would not jeopardize his standing for someone who was, in fact, a person he had killed himself. He pocketed his phone, gazing deeply into the distance, quietly anticipating the confirmation from Jiang Yi. Shortly thereafter, Tang Ke was summoned by Luo Changqing for a meeting regarding the uproar caused by Jiang Yi's mass sale of longevity pills. These were not mere artificially refined pills, but rather those produced by the special roulette. If it were only one or two pills, it would be inconsequential. The crux of the matter lay in the sheer quantity, exceeding all reason, if I am not mistaken. He must have drawn a unique option from the special roulette. What kind of unique option could allow for the mass production of pills from the roulette? The numbers were simply staggering, surpassing even those concocted by Jiang Yi. Could it be that he was also refining them? The notion of producing pills from the roulette is absurd. The prominent figures engaged in a lively discussion, soon filtering through various implausibilities to identify one hypothesis that was somewhat logical. Luo Changqing furrowed his brows in contemplation for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table, and swiftly concluded. Perhaps he had extracted a special recipe for longevity pills from the unique roulette. And with mastery of this special recipe, the pills he refined would yield effects identical to those produced by the roulette. This explanation seemed rather reasonable. Beside him, Ji Yutong chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Ku. If that esteemed individual could indeed manufacture longevity pills in bulk, should our guild reconsider its collaboration with Jiang Yi? Tang Ku, a person of considerable composure, maintained an unchanging expression, as expected. He soon heard Luo Changqing's steady voice. It would not be necessary to change our cooperative partner. Our collaboration with Jiang Yi must continue unabated. In fact, if she truly establishes that alchemist alliance, her standing in Jiang City may become immeasurable. This inspirational goddess is indeed formidable. In contrast, the enigmatic Jiang Yi, before Luo Changqing could complete his thought. Cheng Yang, who bore a somewhat naive appearance, interjected. Might this mysterious Jiang Yi take underhanded actions against Jiang Yi? Upon hearing this, Tang Ku felt an inexplicable sensation. Jiang Yi killing Jiang Yi, even if merely an individual sharing the same name and gender. It evoked a sense of fate's intricate design. Luo Changqing's gaze faltered momentarily, yet he refrained from addressing this question, instead continuing with his previous discourse. This enigmatic Jiang Yi, by suddenly offering such a plethora of roulette-quality longevity pills for sale, likely aims to swiftly elevate his worth and gain access to the VIP trading area. Moreover, considering his prior inquiries regarding the special roulette, I surmise he is deliberately seeking to acquire something. This point was acknowledged by the other 3 guild leaders, who nodded in agreement. The conditions in the public trading area are harsh. Truly valuable items are predominantly found within the VIP trading zone. Meanwhile, as the other 3 guild leaders pondered, Luo Changqing, seemingly struck by a thought, suddenly utilized his exclusive fate plate to contact Qian Yong from the Zhuwei Guild. Procure all the purple roulettes from the VIP trading area. Qian Yong, responsible for resource acquisition and record-keeping within the Zhuwei Guild, was taken aback by this directive and hastily replied, "But boss, those purple roulettes are of exceedingly poor quality, priced outrageously. They're hardly worth acquiring." Luo Changqing, just follow my instructions. Qian Yong, very well then. After relaying this instruction, Luo Changqing turned back to the 3 guild leaders and continued. The chat channels and foreign discussions are rife with speculation that Jiang Yi crossed regions through the endless sea. Yet, I believe such a possibility is exceedingly slim. While he may indeed possess extraordinary strength, having suddenly landed at the top of both the level and power rankings, accomplishing a feat of crossing the endless sea single-handedly seems implausible. As for teammates, if he truly crossed regions with companions, wouldn't at least one of them have made it onto the power or level rankings? This assertion prompted another round of contemplation among the 3 guild leaders. Luo Changqing further analyzed. Regardless of the means he employed, the cost of crossing regions is likely substantial. Therefore, his choice to do so must have a compelling reason. Either he has significant relatives in Jiang City, or the act of crossing regions yields immense profit. Alternatively, it may be that he could no longer thrive in his original territory. The latter conjecture seemed the most far-fetched, yet it left the 3 leaders in silent contemplation. Tang Ku's eyes sparkled with insight as he seized the opportunity to interject. With his capabilities, if he truly could not survive in his original territory, he must have reached a point where he was universally reviled. Luo Changqing exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Ku, nodding slightly. My intuition aligns with yours. This Jiang Yi, capable of such a daring regional feat, is undoubtedly a formidable character, if I am not mistaken. He is expected to arrive at Jiangtan for an appointment before midnight that time. You 3. Luo Changqing's gaze scanned the 3 individuals. Cheng Yang nodded solemnly. Tang Ku appeared contemplative. Ji Yutong chuckled lightly. We are not foolish. Yet, Luo Changqing shot Ji Yutong a pointed look, emphasizing, I trust those 2, but you... Do not even think about experimenting your peculiar abilities on Jiang. You possess means to preserve your life. But how can you be certain he lacks lethal capabilities? Upon hearing this warning, Zhi Yutong's smile faded somewhat, and he replied, I shall refrain from causing trouble. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Jiwei Guild, the various speculations and heightened vigilance surrounding cross-regional Jiang Yi remained unbeknownst to Jiang Yi himself. He continued to acquire furnishings, arranging his lair with simple decor. Admittedly, the lair was not expansive. Placing a single bed and set of table and chairs made it feel rather cramped. Nevertheless, it sufficed he possessed a green-quality spatial watch, providing ample storage space. As Jiang Yi relished his feast, he speculated in his mind that the individual from his past life who had utilized a lair space to rob auction treasures must have upgraded their lair. Otherwise, spending years in such a confined space would likely be more torturous than imprisonment. At least in prison, one would have fellow inmates for company, in such a limited space, devoid of any conversational partner. One could truly lose their sanity over time. Regarding the potential upgrade of the lair, should an opportunity arise in the future, perhaps he could inquire in the city of 10,000 races. After enjoying his meal, Jiang Yi took a brief shower before comfortably lying down on his bed to check the trading area once more. Previously, when he had listed the cursed roulette for sale, the comments in the trading section had been rife with insults, utterly unbearable. However, this time, the tone had shifted dramatically. Big shot. Are you the Jiang Yi who soared to the top of the level rankings across regions? I am your long-lost sister. I am the Jiang Yi brother with the incredibly melodious voice. What big shot? What brother? You shameless lot. Daddy, don't be fooled by them. I am your long-lost obedient daughter. Daddy, this apocalyptic game is too difficult. Baby is struggling to survive. Can you please transfer some living expenses? Oh no, send over some longevity pills. Please. TT, the ones upstairs, maybe even bigger than that big shot, and they still have the audacity to pretend to be his sister. Truly an eyesore. Is your little hint suggesting something? Certainly. Aside from the various inquiries seeking familial recognition and sycophantic adulation, there were questions about the multitude of longevity elixirs produced by the spinning wheels. Some inquired as to why he had traversed regions to Jiangsheng. Others asked if the price of the longevity elixirs could be reduced or if bartering was possible. Jiang Yi merely glanced over the responses regarding bartering, displaying little interest. Consequently, he chose not to respond and resumed his search for spinning wheels in the trading area. However, during this latest search, he discovered an intriguing issue. The diverse spinning wheels previously listed in the public trading area did not adhere to a straightforward pricing hierarchy based solely on color grade. After all, while the options on the blue spinning wheel were indeed more advanced, they required a greater sacrifice of lifespan in return. The white spinning wheel, on the other hand, demanded only a year of life. In the current supply and demand market, there were individuals willing to wager a year of their lifespan on a subpar spinning wheel. Yet who among even the strongest on the longevity leaderboard would dare to squander 100 years of life on a blue substandard spinning wheel? Thus, the previous price of the blue spinning wheel was even lower than that of the white one, that only those with upgraded life tokens, elixirs, or exceptional options would see their prices rise slightly. However, it seemed that Jiang Yi's earlier acquisitions had disrupted the trading market. The price of low-quality blue spinning wheels had surged significantly. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow and checked his trading account. The substantial sales of longevity elixirs had elevated his wealth to over 10,000 years' worth of currency. His level had also reached 10, qualifying him for the VIP trading area. When he ventured into the VIP trading area, he was astonished to find that not a single purple spinning wheel was available. Moreover, the prices of blue spinning wheels, regardless of their quality, were quite steep. Frowning in contemplation, Jiang Yi decided to conduct an anonymous sale in the VIP trading area. The transaction was listed as anonymous. White longevity elixirs, perfect quality, X10 for purple spinning wheels X10. After completing this, he made a few simple acquisitions of blue spinning wheels for a lottery draw before exiting the lair. Upon emerging from the lair, his sudden appearance startled a few individuals nearby. Guanling instantly went on high alert, her fiery red spear nearly thrusting forth. Upon seeing him, she hesitated for a moment, surprised, and asked, "A teleportation talisman? Did you encounter any danger?" "Indeed, Jiang Yi's abrupt arrival resembled that of someone who had just used a teleportation talisman. He did not respond, but instead calmly surveyed the three individuals beside Guanling. She did not dwell on his use of the teleportation talisman and promptly introduced, "These are three helpers I found, all formal players." She pointed to a short, dark-skinned individual clad in black. "This is." The slender, dark-skinned individual interjected, "I am Zhu Un, as in the ancestor Zhu, and for safety, if read quickly. It means prophet, so you can call me the prophet god." Jiang Yi was taken aback by the uniqueness of the name, but courteously addressed him. "Zhu and god," the Zhu An's expression darkened, though his naturally dark complexion concealed it well. Guanling stifled a laugh and added, "The prophet god is a distinguished member of the Blood Swallow Club, possessing a passive ability that grants him resistance to toxins, along with skills specifically targeting poisonous substances." Zhuan wore a stoic expression, seemingly disinterested in conversation, indicating that his name was not a mere whim of a name-changing card. Guanling then pointed to another tall, bespectacled young man. "This is Shang Qinghua, the science champion of Jiangcheng from 2 years ago, a remarkable scholar indeed." Shang Qinghua adjusted his glasses, maintaining a rather aloof demeanor. Guanling continued, "He is also a formal member of the Blood Swallow Club. Although his level is not high, his strength is commendable, as he wields a notably powerful fire-type skill." Jiang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. When Guanling pointed to the last individual, her gaze briefly flickered towards Jiang Yi before she casually stated, "This is Du Yuanjia, a formal member of your Happy Club." Yuanjia scrutinized Jiang Yi from head to toe and seamlessly picked up the conversation. "You are Jiang Yi, a member of the Happy Club Suicide Squad." Upon hearing this, the three individuals looked at Jiang Yi with expressions tinged with something peculiar. Jiang Yi nodded. Yuanjia frowned. "You should consider changing your name." Jiang Yi shrugged. Clearly, Guanling would not divulge the incident regarding her theft of Liao Yuanfeng's teleportation talisman. Her earlier glance at Jiang Yi was a silent plea for discretion, which he readily honored. Just then, a tense voice erupted from nearby, calling out, "Jiang Yi, Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi's gaze shifted, recognizing that it was the hiding place of Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. However, Guanling and the others were unaware. Their emotions tensed as they cautiously approached the source of the voice. Upon getting closer, Guanling was the first to exclaim, "It's Zhou Yiming." She dashed forward, pulling Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming from the thorny underbrush. Both were battered and poisoned, appearing utterly disheveled. Luo Shan still managed to vocalize, but Zhou Yiming was in a state of unconsciousness. Guanling hurriedly administered a revival elixir and an antidote to Zhou Yiming, simultaneously scolding Luo Shan. "Did you not have a BGM speaker? Why didn't you use it? It has a restorative BGM." Luo Shan nearly burst into tears upon hearing this. He felt utterly wronged. "I just teleported into this beast-infested world and rolled down a slope. In this pitch-black darkness, I couldn't see a thing. The BGM speaker, I have no idea where it rolled off to. I was blindly feeling around and somehow got poisoned. Thankfully, I didn't find a speaker, but managed to find the unconscious Zhou Yiming." He lamented now, "I don't even know how long it's been. Zhou Yiming has stopped breathing, and it seems he might be gone. Damn it, I am so unlucky." Luo Shan's fragmented speech revealed his frustration and indignation. Guanling listened in disbelief, but generously handed him some inner clarity and ice silk fruit. After consuming them, Luo Shan regained his vision and surveyed his surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Yi, he looked as if he had seen a long-lost relative, nearly rushing over to exclaim, "Fellow townsman." But upon noticing the presence of several formidable individuals beside Jiang Yi, he quickly composed himself, refraining from further comments. After feeding Zhou Yiming a couple of elixirs, Guanling decided to give him an artificially refined white longevity elixir as well. When injured players consume longevity elixirs, a certain degree of recovery is also achieved. Indeed, after consuming the longevity elixir, Zhou Yiming's condition began to improve. As he slowly opened his eyes, Guanling provided him with inner clarity and ice silk fruit. After a brief wait, Zhou Yiming finally regained awareness of his surroundings. Upon spotting Guanling and the two members of the Blood Swallow Club, his spirits lifted instantly. "Guanling, Zuan, Shang Qinghua, where's Wang Shuiyan? I want to see Wang Shuiyan. Damn that Green Bay gang." I will annihilate their entire lineage. I want them to suffer a miserable fate. Clearly, upon encountering members of the Blood Swallow Club, Zhou Yiming's confidence surged. Simultaneously, he was consumed by rage, nearly losing his sanity. His eyes burning with fury, as soon as he regained some strength, he began clamoring for revenge against the Green Bay Gang. Guanling pressed her fingers to her temples, patiently explaining, "The Green Bay Gang has already been eradicated. You are currently in the beast-infested world, and Wang Shuyan couldn't enter due to certain matters the beast-infested world." Zhou Yiming glanced around, his face paling slightly, and the arrogance he had displayed moments ago diminished significantly. However, he soon frowned again. Why hasn't Wang Shuyan come? What could possibly be more important than my safety? Guanling remained silent for a moment. She must take responsibility for the beast tide you unleashed. Zhou Yiming had more to say, but Guanling interjected, "The situation in this beast-infested world is somewhat peculiar. For now, let us focus on finding a way to escort you back." Zhou Yiming, despite his celebrity status, was not entirely foolish. However, having been elevated to such heights for too long, he had utterly forgotten how to show respect to others. He could still put on a facade before the camera. Yet some ingrained traits are challenging to alter. Observing the expressions of Guanling and the others, he chose to silence himself, muttering, "Very well, I hope you can ensure my safe return promptly." The tone he adopted did not elicit much reaction from Zuin and Shen Qinghua, who merely nodded in acknowledgement. Diyunji's expression was slightly more nuanced, but considering the support the pretty boy had behind him and Wang Shuyan's infatuation, he refrained from voicing any further comments. The group decided to first return to the marsh to assess the situation. Along the way, Luo Shan's gaze wandered across the ground until he finally located his BGM speaker, instantly lifting his spirits. However, just as he was reveling in the joy of recovering his lost item, he stumbled upon a gruesome sight. Scattered human remains lay outside the now quiet marsh. That is the uniform of the Letian Club, he exclaimed, swallowing hard in shock. It was distributed to them by Liao Yuanfeng during their mission. At that moment, he and Jiang Yi were clad in the same attire. Yet among the remains, numerous tattered fragments of such uniforms lay scattered. Luo Shan's complexion drained of color, as it dawned on him the brutal reality of this apocalyptic game and the so-called mortality rate. It was not just a cold statistic. It represented the tangible, vibrant lives of individuals. Among those corpses might be Zhang Peng, Li Xiao, and others who had once fought alongside him. Zhou Yiming, realizing the gravity of the situation, also paled, his arrogance dissipating. Guanling and the others, however, maintained their composure, particularly pleased by the absence of a living Liao Yuanfeng. After a brief discussion, they concluded that the toxic gases posed a significant threat, and igniting a fire too close to the marsh could trigger an explosion. So it was best to maintain a safe distance. Yet, given the limited attack range of Shen Qinghua's fire-related skills, they ultimately agreed on Jiang Yi's suggestion to use archery for a long-range ignition. Conveniently, Luo Shan had a composite bow on hand. However, as preparations were completed and the group distanced themselves from the miasmic marsh, Jiang Yi stood tall, preparing to draw his bow and shoot the fire arrow. His gaze, however, suddenly shifted toward a specific area in the woods. Guanling turned to glance as well, puzzled. "What's wrong? Is someone plotting against us again?" Jiang Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation before shaking his head slightly, redirecting his focus back to igniting the marsh. Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from Jiang Yi and the others stood a towering ancient tree, where Chang Jiao pressed her back firmly against the trunk. Her pale complexion bore slight rigidity as her heart raced, and her chest heaved violently. Simultaneously, a voice buzzed insistently in her mind. Jiang Yi. He was indeed alive. Moreover, he seemed to be thriving. A complex and indistinct feeling swelled within her. Just moments ago, she had observed Jiang Yi drawing back the bowstring from afar. Her gaze abruptly froze, and a lyric she had once copied as an inspirational goddess for high school students resurfaced in her thoughts. She had never anticipated that upon their reunion, those words would resonate so profoundly with Jiang Yi. "Farewell, youth, draw the bowstring taut, unafraid of time, unafraid of the wind." Chang Jiao had harbored feelings for Jiang Yi in the past. For her persona as an inspirational figure had initially been incompatible with romance. But having ventured into a relationship, it was naturally due to her affection. She admired Jiang Yi's stance, reminiscent of a steadfast pine standing tall amidst the bitter winter. His entire being seemingly inscribed with the words guilt-free conscience. This unique aura lent him an indescribable charm, which remained unchanged from the past to the present. Leaning against the tree trunk, Chang Jiao made an effort to calm her tumultuous emotions. Subsequently, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Tang Ku. If I fail to return alive, it shall be at Jiang Yi's hands. Meanwhile, at Wangjiang Pavilion, upon reading this message, Tang Ku's pupils dilated in alarm. However, he maintained a facade of nonchalance, replying with an air of indifference. What do you mean? Chang Jiao bit her lip. I saw Jiang. Growing impatient, Tang Ku awaited a description from Chang Jiao, but finally could no longer contain himself. Asking, and then, after that, Chang Jiao fell silent, but a prior sense of dread surged within Tang Ku, escalating in intensity. His heartbeat quickened, an uncontrollable, inexplicable anxiety enveloping him. Suddenly, he clenched his phone tightly, closed his eyes, and rose abruptly. Gazing out toward the river on the riverbank, the leaders of the 4 major guilds were stationed together, and a ferry was anchored on the water. Regarding that mysterious, boundless sea, many foolish individuals had attempted to escape the apocalyptic city of Jiang during its onset. Their actions inadvertently confirmed that rivers, lakes, and seas had transformed into gateways to the beast-infested world. If one were to jump in, they would indeed be transported to that realm. However, those who remained aboard a vessel would not be affected by the transport. Thus, this time, the 4 major guilds' exploration of the endless sea, aimed at level 10 players, would naturally involve the use of boats. Currently, a ferry preparing to depart was gathering many level 10 players. Yet, this was merely the initial batch. Just as the club's exploration of the beast world would occur in several phases, so too would their attempts here. The earlier batches were merely fodder. At that moment, Tang Ku, gripping his phone, suddenly dashed toward the riverbank. Simultaneously, he messaged Luo Changqing. I intend to directly participate in this batch's exploration of the endless sea. Luo Changqing, busy with guild affairs, displayed an expression akin to an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone upon receiving the message. He promptly replied with 3 question marks. Tang Ku casually explained, those rogue players aren't easily deceived that I've heard that both the Qingchuan Guild and the Changshan Guild are sending their level 10 elite players to join the exploration. Currently, the Zhuyu Guild indeed possesses the greatest strength, yet their credibility and influence are not as formidable as the other 2 guilds. Such rhetoric could only fool children. Luo Changqing, being who he was, understood that Tang Ku was not the type to selflessly consider the guild's credibility and influence. After a brief silence, Luo Changqing decisively asserted, speak plainly. What's the real reason? Tang Ku pondered for a moment before replying. That Jiang Yi, who recently skyrocketed on the leaderboard, might be someone I know. Luo Changqing's eyes nearly bulged out upon reading this. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Leaving us to speculate about this mysterious figure's motives. However, Luo Changqing quickly regained his composure. Do you have a grudge against him? Tang Ku replied, an irreconcilable life-and-death feud. Luo Changqing's expression darkened instantaneously. He contemplated whether, if that Jiang Yi truly harbored animosity toward Tang Ku, he might seek retribution against the Zhuyu Guild or even against him. Furthermore, that Jiang Yi had not responded to the other 3 guilds' overtures, yet had replied to his, although he had ostensibly inquired about a special roulette. Might it be that he had come to exact revenge? Luo Changqing felt utterly unwell, consumed by a desire to drag Tang Ku over and subject him to severe interrogation. However, before he could pose another question, Tang Ku responded, you need not fret excessively. It may not necessarily be the Jiang Yi I know. The Jiang Yi I am acquainted with has never crossed regions, if you wish to know more about his character and such. I can only say that prior to our enmity, he exhibited a rather upright disposition. But now, I cannot say for certain. Let us leave it that I can only hope that we might have the opportunity to meet again in the future. These words bore the weight of a farewell, and indeed, they felt like a modern rendition of the ancient adage. The winds blow cold upon the Yi River. The valiant may depart, never to return. The first expedition into the endless seas carried dangers far surpassing those faced by the initial squad of the Death Squad, venturing into the realm of ferocious beasts. Initially, Luo Changqing contemplated whether Tang Ke was merely overthinking when he mentioned that the Jiang Yi he knew had not crossed regions. Yet now, it seemed that simply overthinking could instill such fear in Tang Ke that he would risk his life to scout the endless seas ahead of time. This indicated that, in Tang Ke's mind, the chances of survival in the endless seas were deemed greater than the prospect of living through an encounter with that Jiang Yi. So, the question lingered, was Tang Ke truly being overly cautious? Or had all the players in Jiangsheng misjudged the situation? That so-called regional overlord had perhaps never crossed regions at all. How then had he achieved the rank of #1 on the leaderboard? Luo Changqing frowned deeply, his heart increasingly restless and anxious. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi launched a fiery arrow toward the marshlands. Luo Shan, in this team, felt like a mere backdrop. The only solace he found was that Jiang Yi was also present. Yet, in such a brief span of time, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The tone in which Guanling spoke to Jiang Yi was not at all that of a superior addressing an inferior. Furthermore, Jiang Yi's arrows could reach such distances. As the arrow tore through the air with a piercing momentum, Luo Shan finally became aware of the truth. Jiang Yi, in this short duration, seemed to have undergone a transformation akin to breaking free from a cocoon. While Luo Shan was profoundly shocked, the fiery arrow accurately struck the far-off toxic marsh. Just as Jiang Yi and the others had conjectured, the noxious gas was indeed flammable. With a thunderous boom, an explosion ensued, and it was not a singular explosion, but a series of eruptions. In an instant, the entire marsh erupted in a cacophony of explosions, flames illuminating the sky, even at a distance. Jiang Yi and his companions felt the waves of residual heat washing over them. Concurrently, the creatures of the forest took flight in a chaotic panic. Alongside the birds and beasts, various venomous insects fled in a frenzy. In that moment, the entire forest surrounding the marsh descended into turmoil. Guanling's complexion paled as she monitored the explosions, urging, "The explosions are escalating. We must retreat quickly." Naturally, the others, including Zhu In, also sensed the urgency. Shouting, "Retreat, retreat, retreat." Amidst the chaos, Chang Jiaoyi, hiding behind an ancient towering tree, contemplated how to get the group to withdraw. However, her gaze fell upon the group, and she realized Jiang Yi was nowhere to be found. What was happening? Jiang Yi, where is Jiang Yi? A string in Chang Jiaoyi's mind snapped taut in an instant. Anxiety, unease, fear. Possessing a visual enhancement skill, she searched frantically through the chaos. Yet, all her apprehensions and fears soon materialized. She felt herself freeze in place. Chilling presence pressed against the back of her head. Simultaneously, a voice, once adored and now terrifying, smooth as a devil's whisper, murmured, "Darling, are you looking for me?" Bang! Bang! Chang Jia's heart raced with a heavy thud. It was not a descent, but an ascent, as if it were about to leap from her throat. In that moment, she tensed, as though the figure behind her was not her former lover, but the very specter of death. Jiang, indeed. It is Jiang Yi's tone remained casual, as if they were old friends reminiscing that he certainly had reason to be relaxed. In this apocalyptic game, it was the strong who thrived. Chang Jiaoyi swallowed nervously, attempting to turn slowly. Jiang Yi did not command her to stay still, nor did he shoot an arrow through her head. This allowed her some measure of relief. Yes, she turned. Jiang Yi's crossbow pressed against her forehead. Though rigid, she maintained an air of composure. Her goddess-like image remained unshattered. Her cold gaze met Jiang Yi's, and her stiff voice softened involuntarily. "Indeed, you noticed me earlier." Jiang Yi, gripping the crossbow, smiled. "Yes, you made my day, that I never expected your decisiveness to be so remarkable that I still vaguely recall you once uttering an inspirational phrase. With courage and initiative, there is nothing in this world that cannot be achieved. I assent that's so?" Jiang Yi's voice bore the warmth of an old friend catching up. There was no accusation, no curse, and seemingly no hatred. Were it not for the cold, sharp weapon pressed against her brow. Jiang Yi might have believed he still held affection for her. Her gaze shifted, and she suddenly looked at him with deep emotion. You remember? But, Jiang Yi, she continued, the bravest thing I've ever done in my life was to pursue you. It may not align with my persona, but it resonates with my heart. She spoke with profound emotion, her expression not one of pleading or weakness, but rather a hint of defiance. Jiang Yi couldn't help but admire her. Jiang Yi truly was remarkable. Even in the face of life and death, she remained proud and composed, akin to a serene moon goddess, never bowing like a feeble mortal to weep or beg for mercy. Jiang Yi was not surprised. Truth be told, if one day Jiang Yi suddenly cried and knelt, begging for mercy, he would be truly taken aback. Questioning whether she had been possessed, he chuckled and teased, I thought the bravest thing you had done was to steal the elixir of immortality? Jiang Yi's expression stiffened slightly, yet Jiang Yi understood it was not due to his words. What was amiss? Why could she not manipulate the teleportation stone in her hand? He directly articulated the reason for her stiffened countenance. Indeed, her dark, watery eyes suddenly locked onto him. Jiang Yi held the crossbow in one hand and in a swift motion toyed with a silver-black compass in the other. Jiang Yi bit her lip, astutely stating, the anti-space domain compass.it was an artifact capable of nullifying spatial abilities within a certain area. Though of blue quality and with limited range, it sufficed to prevent Jiang Yi from escaping as Li Xiao had done previously. She glanced at the compass, then back at Jiang Yi. Their gazes locked, her expression complex. You anticipated my arrival. Jiang Yi grinned. You found Sun Hao. If you hadn't found me, would you still be the Jiang Yi I know? In that moment, a flicker of emotion crossed Jiang Yi's eyes. After a brief pause, she closed her eyes. In that instant, she displayed a cold yet steadfast beauty. When she reopened them, she smiled brightly. If you truly know me. Do you think I came here to kill you? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. Oh, unless you intend to say you came to rescue me? He suddenly scrutinized Jiang Yi with a peculiar gaze. Then smiled. You wouldn't dare suggest that stealing the elixir of immortality was for my sake, would you? Jiang Yi pressed her lips together, resolutely refraining from begging for mercy. She appeared as though she would forever embody her own dignity and pride. After a brief moment, her cold voice, reminiscent of a statement of fact, slowly articulated, the matter of you extracting the elixir formula is not known solely to me. Although at that time, no one understood how to utilize the formula. The mere phrase longevity elixir formula should make you aware of its immense allure. Even the illustrious Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China, was driven to distraction by the allure of the term longevity. Do you truly believe that possessing such a thing at that time was beneficial for you? Ha ha, she exclaimed, laughter tinged with genuine emotion. In stark contrast, Jiang Yi laughed joyfully. Not the vindictive laughter of revenge, but rather a pure, heartfelt mirth, akin to a child who has just heard a delightful joke or witnessed a clown perform acrobatics. His laughter, deeply sincere and unrestrained, caused Jiang Yi's expression to stiffen slightly. She yearned to say more, yet Jiang Yi gradually quelled his laughter, leaving only a hint of ease and contentment in his gaze. His look towards Jiang Yi grew softer, as if harboring little animosity. Mimicking her poignant tone, he slowly replied, Thank you. Thank you for delivering yourself to me, and for bringing me such joy before your demise. In return, I must confess that I understand you quite well, perhaps even better than you know yourself. Jiang Yi, he continued, you are not the ethereal moon goddess you aspire to be, and no matter how splendidly you present yourself, how flawless your fade, deep within your subconscious, you must recognize how tainted your true self is. Tsk. Jiang Yi feigned a sigh, muttering, once again, I cleanse the world of its filth. He spoke. With a swift thud, the crossbow bolt pierced directly through Jiang Yi's forehead. Given Jiang Yi's attributes, Jiang Yi, unless endowed with extraordinary vitality, would not survive. However, to his astonishment, the arrow sailed forth without any obstruction. Where were the shields? The life-saving measures, did she possess none? It was only after Jiang Yi's corpse transformed into a bizarre wisp of black mist, dissipating to leave behind a single coin on the ground, that Jiang Yi comprehended why the process of eliminating her had been so effortless. He picked up the coin, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, a personal destiny plate. This item is granted to every informal player upon their ascension to formal status, according to standard rules. Once bound, it cannot be destroyed or dropped. For instance, Wu Su, also a formal player, did not lose his personal destiny plate upon death. Jiang Yi was aware that during the early days of the apocalyptic game, some individuals had even attempted to excavate the heads of deceased formal players, similar to excavating zombie cores in films, in hopes of retrieving their personal destiny plates. Yet they had all met with failure. But now, Jiang Yi held in his hand the very personal destiny plate belonging to Chang Jiaoyi. What could this mean? Had the rules been contradicted? In truth, as later experts summarized, the rules of this apocalyptic game can be delineated into fundamental rules and special rules. The fundamental rules govern the typical operations of the apocalyptic game, such as the stipulation that personal destiny plates cannot be lost or destroyed. Meanwhile, special rules supersede these fundamental rules. It is not difficult to surmise that the existence of special rules stems from the presence of special wheels. Thus, many players refer to the unique items drawn from special wheels as rule items. The personal destiny plate that Chang Jiaoyi revealed is evidently a product of some special item, coupled with the earlier ghostly wisp of black mist. Jiang Yi recalled a type of special item he had heard of in his previous life, known as a substitute for death. As he pondered, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes, flooding him with an even more intense thrill. He then leaped nimbly onto the branch of a towering ancient tree. Meanwhile, in a secluded, dilapidated building within Jiang City, overgrown with weeds and shrouded in gloom, a massive beast nearly 5 meters tall had claimed this place as its territory, deterring both ordinary beasts and players from approaching. However, shortly after Chang Jiao met her demise, a faint sound emanated from an ancient, eerie coffin situated in a nearby pit. Xiongji, it was the voice of Chang Jiao, a soft sound that should have gone unheard. Yet, the massive beast residing there suddenly morphed into a 2-meter-tall human figure. The hulking man, appearing rather simple-minded, leaped from the height of the dilapidated building to the edge of the pit. Shaking the ground beneath him, he stared blankly for a moment before rapping on the coffin and calling out, "Master!" From within the ancient coffin, a faint voice responded, "Open the coffin." Yes. The simple-minded man's voice sounded almost cheerful as he used a special blade to slice through the seals inscribed on the coffin. With a push, the coffin creaked open, revealing none other than Chang Jiaoyi reclining within. The simple-minded giant expressed his delight, calling out "Master" once more, but Chang Jiao's countenance was terrifyingly dark. Indeed, Chang Jiaoyi had not perished. However, the price she had paid was exorbitant. The moment Jiang Yi produced the anti-space domain compass, Chang Jiaoyi realized that he harbored a lethal intent towards her. The compass was not merely a tool to prevent her from escaping with spatial items. More importantly, it was designed to thwart any life-saving artifacts she might possess. If her life-saving item merely allowed her to resurrect on the spot, Jiang Yi could simply guard her corpse, killing her repeatedly as she revived. If her life-saving item possessed spatial transport capabilities, it too would be entirely restricted by the anti-space domain compass in Jiang Yi's possession. Thus, if she only had a standard life-saving item, her death was virtually assured. Fortunately, the life-saving item Chang Jiaoyi possessed was drawn from a special wheel, a formidable rule-level artifact, the substitute for death. This item's effect allows the host to resurrect at the location designated by the substitute for death after dying. It may sound ordinary, but this item holds a high priority. For instance, if a player is obliterated by the rules, typical resurrection items will not work against such a level of death. Yet the substitute for death, being a special item, can bypass the obliteration rules and ensure her rebirth. Thus, this life-saving trump card remains a formidable presence even in the late stages of the apocalyptic game. It can even be said that the true value of such a life-saving item is most pronounced in the direst, most perilous situations. Yet now, at the mere onset of the apocalyptic game, when a majority of players have yet to transition to formal status, she has expended such a vital trump card to make matters worse. This crucial card has a particularly vexing drawback. Its so-called resurrection after death is not without cost. It results in the loss of her personal destiny plate upon her demise. Simultaneously, the reborn version of her will regress from a formal player to an informal one, losing all player functionalities. It is akin to restoring her data panel to its factory settings. All her talents, skills, and attributes will vanish alongside her personal destiny plate. Of course, should she manage to reclaim her personal destiny plate, she might have the chance to restore her strength. However, how could she possibly retrieve her personal destiny plate? If her suspicions are correct, it is now in Jiang Yi's possession. To plead with him to return her personal destiny plate? What a ludicrous notion! She is the proud Jiang Yi. How could she ever stoop to such humility? More importantly, she was acutely aware that even if she were to beg Jiang Yi on her knees, he would never return her exclusive fate plate. On the contrary, he would merely revel in her misfortune. Indeed, he might even take her life once more. Thus, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Rather than imploring Jiang Yi, it would be more prudent to let him believe that she was truly dead. As things stood, the existence of the special turntable was, after all, exceedingly rare. Despite Jiang Yi's overwhelming strength, he certainly would not be aware of the existence of the substitute item. Even if he harbored doubts regarding her demise, by the stroke of midnight tonight, her name would no longer appear on the updated 3 major leaderboards. Not only Jiang Yi, but all formal players would assume that Jiang Yi had perished. In this way, if Jiang Yi believed her to be dead, perhaps the enmities and grievances would gradually dissipate. At this thought, a complex expression washed over Jiang Yi's face. She recalled Jiang Yi's nonchalant words before her death. Did he truly regard her with such disdain? Was a strike delivered without a trace of regret or sorrow? In the future, if he were to inadvertently think of her, of their past together, would Jiang Yi feel remorse? Jiang Yi did not know. However, at this moment, she found herself grappling with a sense of regret. The decision to steal Jiang Yi's longevity elixir in her pursuit of strength had indeed brought her endless glory. Yet now, because of Jiang Yi, all her efforts had turned to mere illusions. The ability to concoct the longevity elixir was lost along with her exclusive fate plate. The Alchemist Alliance, it seemed, would never come to fruition. All the glory she had fought so hard to attain would be unsustainable. Deep within, Jiang Yi felt a pang of discomfort. Amidst the suffocating ache, there lingered a tinge of grievance. Nevertheless, she was not a weak and feeble woman. Jiang Yi closed her eyes. The overcast sky cast a unique charm upon her serene face. When she opened her eyes again, they sparkled with the cold pride and resilience of your eye in this moment. She reminded herself that regret? No, the term regret should not exist in Jiang Yi's lexicon. Although she had lost everything, at this very instant, she felt akin to the Empress reborn from a fantasy tale. She was not devoid of all assets. While she had lost her formal player status, all the items she possessed remained intact. Her loyal attendant, Jiang Yi, was still by her side. She still had the means to make a comeback. Jiang Yi composed herself and promptly retrieved a green-quality longevity elixir and an upgraded fate plate from her spatial ring. This was a contingency she had prepared for herself earlier. Now, having steadied her emotions, she used them without hesitation. In no time, she regained her formal player status. However, her level had reverted to 1. All her previously added friends had vanished. Her attributes were also alarmingly low. Jiang Yi took another deep breath and emerged from the coffin. Beside her, the burly Jiang Yi remained blissfully oblivious to her emotional turmoil, still grinning foolishly. Jiang Yi gestured for a vehicle and instructed Jiang Yi, drive to the Silver Frost Club at a residential area in the city center. The base of the Silver Frost Club, a black Maybach, was parked at the entrance. Wei Ling Shuang was startled when she received news from her subordinate that Jiang Yi had personally come to pick up Sun Hao. After all, she was well aware that if Jiang Yi could trace Jiang Yi through Sun Hao, she could certainly do the same. Hence, like Jiang Yi, she had surmised that Jiang Yi's so-called presence in the beast world was likely in the same beast world of the Qin Lake that Jiang Yi had visited. Wei Ling Shuang had even speculated whether Jiang Yi was the mysterious figure who had suddenly ascended to the top of the power rankings. Yet, deep down, she still believed that it was unlikely. Now that Jiang Yi had emerged from that beast world, did it not imply that, As Wei Ling Shuang personally escorted Sun Hao to the entrance, her gaze swept over the black Maybach. Behind the wheel sat a man of formidable stature. Unlike anyone she had seen before, he exuded an intimidating presence, yet his eyes held a peculiar, naive clarity. Jiang Yi occupied the passenger seat, her expression unreadable. She showed no intention of alighting from the vehicle. She merely lowered the window and nonchalantly greeted, "Long time no see." Wei Ling Shuang stood outside the car, pausing in silence for a moment, before suddenly furrowing her brow and stating in a low voice, "You killed Jiang." The tone was strikingly resolute. However, Jiang Yi's expression changed slightly, a complex glimmer flickering in her eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze was as cold as snow, her voice laced with icy indifference as she remarked, "Who is Jiang Yi? I do not know this person." Wei Ling Shuang's eyes hardened, and she silently locked gazes with her for several seconds. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh, tinged with scorn and mockery. However, she refrained from openly condemning Jiang Yi. After all, Jiang Yi was formidable, and the man accompanying her did not appear to be a pushover. Wei Ling Shuang, though seemingly forthright and principled, was ultimately pragmatic. She chose not to say much to Jiang Yi, but slightly turned to Sun Hao and remarked, "I hope you will not regret your choice." Sun Hao's emotions were similarly convoluted. It seemed that Jiang Yi indeed possessed some extraordinary experiences. However, none of that mattered anymore. If Wei Ling Shuang was to be believed, Jiang Yi should already be dead. Sun Hao had never shared a close bond with Jiang Yi, so he felt no sorrow over the matter as for whether Jiang Yi was the one who killed Jiang Yi. In these dire times, what did it matter if a strong individual eliminated a weakling? He held no animosity towards Jiang Yi on that account. Instead, he opted to get into her vehicle. Thus, the black Maybach sped away with an air of elegance. Wei Ling Shuang watched the smooth lines of the car as it departed, a shadow of darkness flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Sun Hao sat in the back seat, brimming with excitement. His enthusiasm stemmed not only from joining Jiang Yi's faction, but also from his unwavering belief in her vision of establishing an alchemist alliance. He spoke animatedly from the back seat. If the Alchemist Alliance can indeed be successfully founded and encompass all the alchemists in Jiang City, then all the potions in Jiang City will be monopolized by the Alchemist Alliance. The status of alchemists will be dictated entirely by the alchemists themselves. I can hardly imagine how esteemed the alchemists will be by then. Even basic potions like the revitalizing elixir and detoxification elixir could fetch prices far exceeding their current worth. Alchemists can avoid all dangers and focus solely on their craft, rapidly and steadily advancing. It was evident that Sun had already envisioned a splendid blueprint for the Alchemist Alliance. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly from the passenger seat. "It's not as exaggerated as you think. Those major powers will still cultivate their own alchemists. The reason I was able to bring you out is partly due to the insufficiency of the Silver Frost Club's strength, and partly because of public sentiment that if it were an alchemist from the Qingchuan Guild, I wouldn't have been able to extract them. Therefore, the monopolistic position of the Alchemist Alliance can at most only target casual players or smaller factions." Sun Hao remained elated. That would be sufficient. Jiang Yi smiled, seemingly harboring optimistic expectations for the future of the Alchemist Alliance. In truth, before losing everything, she had indeed been prepared to diligently manage the Alchemist Alliance. Including Sun Hao, who was to become a pillar in its early stages. She had no intentions of eliminating him. But now, after a journey to the beast world of Qin Lake, her dreams had been shattered. She had lost everything. When she initially entered the beast world of Qin Lake, she had harbored an uneasy premonition, yet she had never anticipated that Jiang Yi would truly become a top-tier powerhouse on the combat rankings. Mingming, the information she uncovered revealed that Jiang Yi is nothing but the most wretched of failures, a parasitic worm. How could this be? The dire predicament has ultimately led to Jiang Yi's miscalculation. She closed her eyes, striving once more to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within her. After a span of several minutes, the Maybach came to a halt within that derelict residential complex. A flicker of surprise crossed Sun Hao's excited gaze, for he was aware that Jiang Yi's stronghold did not seem to reside in such a grim locale. Just as doubt began to creep in, Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Before we proceed to my base, I would like to discuss a few matters with you, that if it is convenient, shall we add each other as friends first? Sun Hao pondered for a moment and then nodded in his view. Even in the absence of Jiang Yi's public commitment on the forum, as long as her intentions to establish an alchemist alliance were sincere, she should harbor no murderous intent towards him. On the contrary, they would become allies with mutual interests. Coupled with the favorable impression he had of Jiang Yi from the previous post, he took out his phone, crafted from his exclusive fate plate, ready to add her as a friend. However, Jiang Yi smiled gently, saying, "There's no need for such trouble. Adding friends among formal players can be accomplished with a handshake." Sun Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Realizing his ignorance, he extended his hand, shaking hands with Jiang. At that very moment, a sudden, sharp pain pierced through his palm. Startled, Sun Hao felt Jiang's grip tightening. At that instant, a flicker of panic and fear surged within him. He abruptly shook his hand free from hers, his face paling slightly as he demanded in shock, "What have you done to me?" Jiang chuckled softly. "Nothing." Her nonchalant tone even bore a hint of tenderness. Yet in that moment, Sun Hao clutched his chest, feeling a searing pain, a heart-wrenching agony. What was happening? "Rest assured, since I publicly pledged on the forum, I have no intention of killing you." Jiang's voice remained clear and melodious. However, Sun Hao's suddenly piercing gaze resembled that of someone staring at a demon. Unfazed by his look, Jiang explained with a calm smile, "However, have you ever heard of the threaded goo? Now, your life and fate lie in my hands." She smiled faintly, yet a tinge of regret lingered in her heart. Such a precious object as the threaded goo ought not to be wasted on someone like Sun Hao, who could merely concoct white-quality longevity pills. Yet now, having lost everything, she was unable to even produce the white longevity pills. Thus, she gritted her teeth and resorted to using the threaded goo on Sun Hao. In doing so, she gained another trustworthy assistant alongside her servant, Jiang Yi. Moreover, fate had its own peculiar designs. The longevity pill formula she had once possessed was extracted by Jiang Yi. Now, the Sun Hao who could refine longevity pills was, in a sense, a creation of Jiang Yi's own doing. Was he not? Jiang Yi, I wonder how you would feel knowing that the wheel of fortune you bestowed upon Sun Hao, enabling him to extract the longevity pill formula, has now become my capital for a resurgence." Jiang mused, her gaze returning to Sun Hao, who stood rigid, his complexion increasingly ashen. He was well aware of the threaded goo. However, he never anticipated that Jiang would employ it on him. Even more so, he had not foreseen that the post mentioning his having endured the rain to shield others with an umbrella was nothing but a fabrication. This woman, truly, was as Wei Lingshuang described, a heartless viper. At this juncture, Sun Hao recalled Wei Lingshuang's words as he parted with Jiang. "I hope you will not regret your choice." Sun Hao regretted it. He deeply regretted it. Regretted believing in Jiang's deceitful words. Regretted not discerning her true nature. He should have trusted Wei Lingshuang. He should have remained at the Silver Frost Club. That way, at least he would have been free, instead of being reduced to Jiang's alchemical puppet. Yet just as Sun Hao wallowed in regret, feeling as though he had squandered Wei Lingshuang's goodwill, his pupils suddenly constricted. His mind resonated with a taut string that vibrated with a thrum. Following that, he spewed forth a mouthful of poisonous blood. This scene startled Jiang as well. And Sun Hao, in his final moments, realized that Wei Lingshuang's remark about hoping he would not regret his choice was not merely a lamentation over his erroneous decision or a final reminder. It was an insinuation, a final hint to one on the brink of death. Jiang, Wei Lingshuang. They were both nefarious entities. No wonder it is said that a woman's heart is the most venomous. Alas, Sun Hao realized this too late. Before his pupils dulled, he saw Jiang frantically attempting to feed him an antidote, but it was futile. Sun Hao perished. Meanwhile, in the world of the Qinhe beast, atop a towering ancient tree, Jiang Yi observed the scene of Jiang frantically administering antidotes to Sun Hao, nearly laughing himself off the branch. How utterly amusing. If he were not mistaken, Wei Lingshuang likely intended to tarnish Jiang's reputation by poisoning Sun Hao. The result? It utterly shattered Jiang Yi's first step towards resurgence. Jiang Yi had not anticipated that the Eye of Insight he had secretly employed upon their meeting to prevent Jiang Yi from escaping would somehow transfer the effects of the rebirth prop to the reborn Jiang Yi. The principle behind this eluded him. However, it seemed reasonable that all props on Jiang Yi could follow her rebirth back. To witness such a spectacle through the Eye of Insight brought Jiang Yi immense delight. He even considered calling out to the current exasperated Jiang Yi from afar. "Darling, please commence your efforts of 99. Do not let me down." However, just as he reveled in this, he abruptly felt the branch beneath him jolt, tossing him from the tree. Not only that, but in the aftermath of consecutive explosions, the miasmic swamp appeared to undergo an unexpected mutation. Previously, the explosions had merely sounded imposing and frightening. Now, as he was thrown to the ground, Jiang Yi discovered that the soil of this small forest was not only char-black, but also exuded a lava-like searing heat. Furthermore, every plant in this forest, whether towering trees or lowly shrubs, seemed to writhe with a sinister vigor. Simultaneously, as all the vegetation writhed, the originally eternal night environment was tinted with an eerie dark red hue. Under the vision granted by the internal illumination, he could hardly distinguish whether it was the red of fire or the red of blood. The distant explosions ceased, yet from the direction of the swamp came a more terrifying, guttural roar. Jiang Yi felt a burning sensation beneath his feet. After a few leaps, he spotted, emerging from the nearly desiccated swamp pit, a grotesque, pitch-black behemoth resembling sludge. It looked both repulsive and terrifying, if the appearance alone were merely frightful. Jiang Yi was even more taken aback by the uncontrollable sense of dread that surged within him merely from observing it from afar. It was as if that colossal sludge creature could crush him with a single blow, its gaze capable of claiming his life. This sensation was altogether bizarre. Given his current combat prowess, how could such a creature exist in the world of the Qinha beast that instilled such fear in him? It defied logic. Moreover, if the Qinha beast world were genuinely this fearsome, how had the likes of Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming returned in his past life? Could it be that his unconventional approach of setting the swamp ablaze had inadvertently transformed this instance into a hellish ordeal? Jiang Yi's thoughts raced, and driven by that overwhelming fear, he hastily made his way away from the swamp. Outside the grove lay a downward slope. Jiang Yi dashed out of the woods. He unexpectedly encountered Guanling's team. There at that moment. Guanling's group had swelled in size, seemingly comprising members of a death squad who had banded together for warmth, now numbering around 30 individuals. As Jiang Yi emerged from the woods, a member of the group called out to him with palpable anxiety. "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to?" After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi decided to approach Guanling's team directly. He chose not to engage in the trivialities of the week, and instead fixed his gaze upon Guanling, who was holding a crystal ball with a rather serious expression. The crystal ball displayed a scene from the swamp pit, including the sludge monster that had instilled fear in Jiang Yi just moments before. Guanling did not inquire about Jiang Yi's whereabouts, but explained, "This is a recording device, accompanied by a small drone. The imagery presented in the crystal ball is what the drone captured from the swamp. You might liken it to a drone and a display screen." Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Yi was well aware of such devices. He nodded casually, his attention returning to the monstrous figure within the crystal ball. Guanling, appearing grave, expressed, even from behind the crystal ball, "I can sense a profound danger emanating from this terrifying creature. It is not just me. Zhuangshun and Shueshan share this sentiment. What about you? Do you feel that sense of looming threat?" Jiang Yi nodded and remarked, "I too sense danger, which is why I fled from the woods." Though he said this, a different possibility lingered in his mind. Guanling and her companions, lacking Jiang Yi's strength and confidence, found nothing unusual about his response. The scholarly figure Shang Qinghua began to analyze the situation. "If I am correct, this sludge monster is likely a player from the Beast clan, possessing a data panel. Such beings are generally far superior to us human players, given the strength of the formal players present. Confronting it would be exceedingly difficult. However, if my conjecture holds true, defeating that sludge monster might yield a domain core." The mention of the domain core sparked a flicker of interest in Jiang Yi's eyes. A bold member of the daring team interjected. What exactly is a domain core? Shang Qinghua adjusted his glasses, but refrained from answering. Redirecting his gaze to Guanling after a brief contemplation, she replied, I do not know much about the domain core myself. I have merely heard that top-tier factions, like the four major guilds, maintain control over a beastly world through their mastery of the domain core. However, this is merely hearsay, and I lack detailed knowledge. After all, it seems our three clubs in the suburbs have never acquired a domain core. Guanling's uncertainty was evident, and naturally, the others were even less informed. However, Jiang Yi was aware that the domain core was indeed a vital resource that all major factions vied for. As the number of class-changing players increased, the focus of these factions would shift towards seizing the domain core. Yet, the specifics of the domain core's utility had not circulated among ordinary players, not even in his previous life. The only information accessible to common players through chat channels and forums consisted of 2 points. 1. As Guanling had mentioned, it pertains to a faction's control over a beastly world or battlefield. The other, which remained unknown to all players, was that the cities divided into various regions were interconnected with different numbers of beastly worlds. Jiang City, for instance, connected to 129 beastly worlds, what could be termed as 129 battlefields. This meant that Jiang City would produce 129 domain cores in his past life when Jiang City transitioned to the Qingchuan base. The entire city underwent a regional upgrade. Following this upgrade, players in the area gained access to functions such as the World Chat Channel. At that point, players could exchange information with other regions that had also completed their upgrades. It was said that the catalyst for Jiang City's upgrade was the collection of 129 domain cores. Jiang even recalled that when the first region completed its upgrade, the game specifically issued a world announcement. And a global leaderboard recorded the chronological order of regions achieving upgrades in his previous life. Jiang City's ranking on that list was far beyond the hundreds at this moment. It was evident that no region had yet completed its upgrade. As Jiang Yi pondered this, he suddenly heard several formal players around him gasp in astonishment. Hiss! Following the sound, Jiang Yi turned his gaze toward the crystal ball. His pupils widened momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. The peculiar sensation he had experienced earlier seemed to find its answer at that instant. The black-skinned lad from Zon exclaimed after catching his breath, Black! Black! The black profession wheel! I remember black signifies a special wheel. So that's a special profession wheel. The excitement in the Zon lad's voice was nearly overwhelming. The formal players knew, to some extent, the significance of special wheels. The items drawn from special wheel were often referred to as rule-level items. Therefore, what could be said of the special profession wheel? The potential of the professions drawn from it was simply unimaginable. Moreover, at this stage, what the level 10 players desired most was a class change. They would even risk their lives to explore the endless seas for a more promising profession. Yet, even in the endless seas, a golden profession wheel could not compare in rarity to a special profession wheel. It was no wonder that the formal players were so agitated. Even Guanling, usually composed, gazed at the black profession wheel at the center of the swamp pit displayed in the crystal ball. Her eyes glistening with excitement. Her words faltered as she swallowed hard, suppressing her emotions and stating with utmost certainty, this beastly world of Qinha must harbor some secret. No wonder the creature that crawled out of the swamp could instill such terror in us. Even from behind the crystal ball, it must be extraordinarily powerful. We are surely insufficient in strength. Even the proud scholar Shang Qinghua was visibly thrilled. His gaze was fixated on the black profession wheel within the crystal ball, and he analyzed Guanling's words. Our strength is indeed lacking. However, if news of the special profession will spreads, not only will figures like Wang Xuan, He Zheng, and Yang Miao from the clubs rush over, but even the top-tier leaders from the four major guilds, including Jiang Yi and Luo Chanqing from the combat rankings, will likely come in a frenzy. However, Shang Qinghua forced himself to temper his excitement. Exchanging a knowing glance with Guanling among intelligent individuals, certain matters were tacitly understood. The allure of a special profession wheel could indeed attract countless powerful individuals. Yet, the current situation was such that as more strong players arrived, the likelihood of defeating the sludge monster increased. However, if the strong were too overpowering, conflicts over the division of the special wheel spoils could easily escalate beyond control. Thus, seeking external assistance was a double-edged sword, necessitating careful consideration. Jiang Yi observed the unspoken exchange between Shang Qinghua and Guan Ling, but he thought to himself that these two might be overthinking the situation, that if he was not mistaken. The special profession wheel that had left them so astonished and captivated was likely a mere illusion. Moreover, the sludge monster should also be nothing more than a phantasm. Jiang Yi had found it peculiar that such a small, beastly world of Qinha could host a creature that exuded such a potent sense of lethal threat. After all, he was already at 15 stars in strength. The notion that he could feel threatened and terrified was evidently unscientific. Thus, the origin of this emotion is not merely the so-called sludge monster. Rather, it is a hidden beastman possessing psychic abilities. Hence, the sludge monster serves merely as an illusion to capture the player's attention. The true formidable boss lurking in this perilous world should be. Jiang Yi's gaze was cast far towards the grove. For what he understood, among the beastmen, those who wield psychic powers are not uncommon. One type resides within the grove, surrounded by various peculiar ancient trees, while another dwells in the ocean, among a plethora of bizarre sea creatures. Therefore, the concealed mastermind must be hidden within that very grove. Psychic beastmen typically exhibit weak defenses and attack capabilities. However, when they cloak themselves and launch psychic assaults, they often catch individuals completely off guard. Much like the character Chu Run-mei from the film The Eye, who could instill such terror that one might inadvertently bring about their own demise. Jiang Yi touched the heart-shaped pendant at his chest, contemplating whether he should return to the lair space to procure some defensive measures against psychic attacks, when suddenly, a familiar announcement echoed in his mind. Ding! Domain battlefield announcement. Congratulations to the player for triggering the first round of the limited-time massacre game. Game task. Kill one person. Game duration, 30 minutes. Task reward, talent awakening. Failure penalty, none but a limited-time massacre game, and it's the first round. The reward is a talent not even present on the current prize wheel. This temptation. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, only to notice the same astonishment reflected in the eyes of those around him. Formal players like Guan Ling expressed not only shock but also delight. Meanwhile, the members of the Suicide Squad displayed varying reactions. Some felt a tinge of exhilaration, while others were instantly gripped by fear. Almost immediately after the announcement concluded, a lean, monkey-like member of the Suicide Squad, with a sharp appearance, suddenly lunged his blade at another member beside him. This scene unfolded abruptly, but was not entirely unforeseen. The crowd gathered here swiftly descended into chaos due to the announcement of the limited-time massacre game. Weaker members of the Suicide Squad hastily scattered, crying for help and imploring Guan Ling for justice. Those with greater strength remained vigilant, their eyes darting around, akin to hunters seeking suitable prey, even among the formal players. Yuanjia and Zhu immediately zeroed in on a member of the Suicide Squad, clearly unable to resist the allure of the talent. The prize wheel required the sacrifice of lifespan and offered no guarantee of a desirable outcome. Whereas now, they merely had to eliminate one individual. However, just as the two prepared to spring into action, the scholar Shang Qinghua suddenly regained his composure. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke gravely. Do you not find that he is off? Before he could finish his thought, the quick-reacting Suicide Squad member erupted in joy. I've awakened a sea-level talent. Blink. Laughing uncontrollably, he demonstrated the ability, vanishing from a spot and reappearing 10 meters away. Simultaneously, another ecstatic voice proclaimed, my talent is invisibility. And indeed, that individual vanished from sight. The succession of jubilant exclamations plunged the assembled group into further disarray. Zhu and Yuanjia swiftly maneuvered into the crowd, each executing a kill. Their faces soon mirrored the same delight, as if they had also received talent reward from this limited-time massacre game. Even Shang Qinghua, who had just been about to voice his concerns, was evidently swayed by the exuberant shouts, beginning to question his own judgment, that he glanced at Guan Ling and, with a furrowed brow, solemnly remarked, "What troubles me is that in all past Doomsday game announcements, Only formal players could hear them. Yet this